What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 4SF Chapter 126. Soul Disappearance Incident. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. It hurts. Hiriko Shinji clutched his injured calf as he lay on the ground and cried out in pain. He looked at Nishikori in front of him and asked unhappily, "What are you doing, Nishikori? Why did you kick me all of a sudden?" The patrolling team members around them all looked down. After seeing this scene, everyone lowered their heads. They didn't want to see Hiriko Shinji's joke. "You haven't greeted me yet. Why haven't you greeted me when you've already greeted everyone else?" Nishikori frowned and jumped on Hiriko Shinji's body. He reached out his hands and grabbed his hair. It did not matter if it was Baiye, Urahara Kazuki, or Kuretsuchi Mayuri, that despicable guy. Hiriko Shinji had already greeted them, however, he did not greet her, Nishikori. Was he looking down on her? "Why'd I have to greet you, 257? Besides, I didn't greet Matsumoto 10th seed either, did I? If Matsumoto 10th seed is not angry, why are you so angry? Nishikori, you be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Hiriko Shinji pointed at Matsumoto Rangaku, who was beside Baiye, and shouted. Me? Matsumoto Rangaku was at a loss. Why would she be involved in this matter out of the blue? It's okay. When you see more of them like this in the future, you'll fall out. Baiye smiled and said. That's the mouth, that's the rotten mouth. I'm going to tear it apart. Since you didn't greet me, there's no need for me to be polite to you, you Baldy. Nishikori, you're not allowed to call me Baldy anymore. Nishikori and Hiriko Shinji started to quarrel again. They completely disregarded their status as the captain and vice captain. Fortunately, Nishikori and Hiriko Shinji were on good terms. Otherwise, if it were another vice captain who dared to treat a captain like this, they would definitely be accused of offending their superiors. At that time, the punishment would be very severe. Urahara Kazuki stood where he was and smiled awkwardly. He did not step forward to stop them. By the way, Captain Urahara, Captain Baiye, you should have heard of them, right? Aizen walked over, revealing his signature smile. I have. Baiye nodded. Advertisement in other people's eyes, including Urahara Kazuki's. Aizen, who was in front of him, was smiling. In Baiye's eyes, the Aizen in front of him was just an imposter. He was just an ordinary Shinigami player, talking to Urahara Kazuki with an expressionless face. Knight guessed that there was a reason for the Emperor to do this. He probably wanted to let Urahara Kazuki know that a large number of Shinigami in Rukongai had disappeared. This reminded him of the hollow experiment that Urahara Kazuki had been researching in recent years. That was right. After Urahara Kazuki created Hogyoku, Urahara Kazuki. Even with Yoruichi's help, he had successfully sealed Hogyoku. However, Urahara Kazuki did not give up on his research on breaking the boundary between Shinigami and Hollow. For the past 9 years, Urahara Kazuki had been secretly researching Hollow. Urahara Kazuki did not hide his research from Baiye and Yoruichi. Instead, he openly admitted it. Lord Baiye, did something happen in Quiet Soul Society recently? Urahara Kazuki asked curiously. Urahara Kazuki had been staying in Silent Soul Society for the past 9 years. He was not clear about what had happened outside of Silent Soul Society. After all, Urahara Kazuki had a lot of things to do. Not only did he have to research how to destroy Hogyoku, he also had to research Hollow. Recently, Urahara Kazuki had been researching something called a portable artificial skeleton. With so many things, Urahara Kazuki was already under a lot of pressure. How could he have the time to care about other things? Since Vice Captain Aizen said it first, I'll let Vice Captain Aizen tell you about it. Baiye pointed at Aizen and smiled faintly. Urahara Kazuki looked at Aizen and waited for his answer. Even Matsumoto Rangaku was looking at Aizen curiously. Aizen did not beat around the bush and said directly, it's about Rukongai's mysterious death. That's right, that's what I wanted to tell you earlier. Well done, Sosuke. Hiriko Shinji, who was being stepped on by Hiriko Shinji, covered Hiriko Shinji's face with his hand. He raised his head and gave Aizen a thumbs up. He smiled and said, thank you, Aizen. Mysterious death? Advertisement. Urahara Kazuki's pupils constricted slightly. Captain Baiye, I've heard some of the members of the 10th Division mention this incident. Matsumoto Rangaku said softly. Matsumoto Rangaku had been in the 10th Division for a long time. However, Matsumoto Rangaku had some understanding of the outside world. The members of the 10th Division who went to Rukongai for a mission had returned. In the barracks, it was mentioned that there were many strange deaths of civilians in Rukongai. Previously, Matsumoto Rangaku had only thought that the commoners had been devoured by the void. He did not pay much attention to it. After all, Matsumoto Rangaku was born in Rukongai. He was already used to this kind of thing. But now, Aizen, the vice captain of the 5th Division, and Hiriko Shinji, the captain, had taken the initiative to mention this incident. Perhaps this incident was not as simple as Matsumoto Rangaku had imagined. There might be a hidden conspiracy behind this incident. As expected, Aizen, what are you planning to do by telling Urahara about this? Did you discover that Urahara created Hogyoku? Or is there another reason? Baiye thought to himself. Was it really a coincidence that Hiriko Shinji and the imposter Aizen were here? It might not be. That's right. About a month ago, there were many cases of Rukongai residents disappearing. The reason is unknown. Especially in the last 4.0 months, it's not only Rukongai residents who disappeared because of the sleeping area. Even the Shinigami members who went to Rukongai for a mission have disappeared. Hiriko Shinji said with a solemn expression after straightening his face. Disappeared? You mean you don't know where they went, right? Urahara Kazuki was a little surprised. Hiriko Shinji had said that they disappeared, not disappeared. Then, it meant that those people had disappeared. It was not as simple as being devoured by the void. You idiot. If that's the case, why don't you just say that they disappeared? Moreover, if he was missing, who would care about the reason behind it? Anyway, it's their own decision. I said that they disappeared. Not disappeared. Hiriko Shinji knelt on the ground, squinted his eyes, and spread out his hands. Chapter 127. It's not soul transformation. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Disappeared. Urahara Kazuki was taken aback. For Hiriko Shinji, the captain of the 5th Division, to say such a thing in such a serious manner, it must have happened. Presumably, in the past few months, he had been very careful. What had happened had far exceeded Urahara Kazuki's expectations. Urahara Kazuki looked at Baiye, who was beside him. He wanted to know what had happened from Baiye. Even Rinishi, who had been fooling around with Hiriko Shinji, stopped tearing Hiriko Shinji's hair. He looked at Hiriko Shinji with a puzzled look, unlike Urahara Kazuki, who was immersed in his research. In the Japanese world, although he usually stayed in the 12th Division, he was still in the 12th Division. However, he still knew some of the rumors in the outside world. Especially in the past few months. The Shinigami soldiers who went to Rukongai to carry out the mission. The number of people who disappeared was simply too large. Especially in the past month. The number of Shinigami soldiers who had disappeared was close to the total number of people who had disappeared in the past year. What did this mean? Unless something had happened in Rukongai. Or rather, something big had happened. Otherwise, such a thing would not have happened. Rinishi was very clear about this. If he couldn't even understand such a simple thing in the Japanese world, then how could Rinishi become the vice captain of the 12th Division? Although Rinishi was not serious at all and only knew how to joke around all day long. However, she did not have a certain level of strength. Advertisement if she wanted to become the vice captain, the members under her. She was afraid that they would not obey her. Urahara, don't look at me. Continue listening to Shinji. Just as he said, I have heard a lot of rumors recently. Some of the Shinigami soldiers who were sent to Rukongai to carry out the mission of eliminating the voids have disappeared. After arriving in Rukongai, not long after, there was no news from them. They could only be considered as having disappeared by Soul Society. Baiye smiled slightly. Baiye naturally knew who was behind the disappearance of the Shinigami soldiers. It was nothing more than Aizen using the Shinigami soldiers to carry out an experiment on the Hollow. However, just like how Aizen came to Baiye to talk about this matter. In the past month, the Shinigami soldiers who had disappeared. There were too many of them. It had attracted the attention of Soul Society. It had even attracted the attention of Yamamoto Genryusai, the head captain. Oh, Baiye is right. According to the news from the other team members, almost all of the Shinigami soldiers who went to Rukongai to carry out the mission, disappeared. Including their leaders. Of the Shinigami soldiers who went to Rukongai. Until recently. Until recently, some Shinigami soldiers. Not only that, after the Shinigami soldiers disappeared, they only left behind their Shinigami armor and shoes. As for their Ryotsu, there were no horses at all. Obviously, those Shinigami soldiers didn't encounter the Hollow and were swallowed by it, but for some special reason. Speaking until here, Hiriko Shinji's eyes narrowed slightly and became a little serious. If it's a normal death, even if they were swallowed by the Hollow, they would still turn into spiritual droplets. Not only will their bodies disappear, but even the clothes they were wearing will also turn into spiritual droplets and disappear completely. So, those Rukongai residents and Shinigami soldiers who disappeared didn't die, but for some reason, they couldn't maintain their human form and finally disappeared on their own. According to all the evidence we have, this is the only guess we can make. Hiriko Shinji sighed softly and said, because of some reason, their souls couldn't maintain their human form? Such a conjecture was rather reasonable. But, what kind of reason and power could cause so many Shinigami soldiers and ordinary citizens to become like this? Could it be that someone was conducting some kind of experiment in Rukongai? After hearing this news, many people in Silent Soul Society couldn't help but think. That's the only guess they could make. Advertisement. They're obviously alive, but they can't maintain their human form? Urahara Kazuki's eyes flashed with a strange light, as if he thought of something, and he began to fall into deep thought. Then, Urahara Kazuki looked at Baiye, who was talking to Matsumoto Rangaku. Baiye and Urahara Kazuki looked at each other. They both understood the meaning in each other's eyes. Judging from what Hiriko Shinji had said just now, Zhang Ziyan could not help but sigh. All these signs pointed to one thing. In Silent Soul Society, there might be other people besides Urahara Kazuki himself. They're conducting experiments similar to the Hollow. However, Urahara Kazuki's Hollow experiment had automatically stopped 2 years ago. So, who else in Silent Soul Society would be conducting experiments like the Hollow? Thinking of this, Urahara Kazuki couldn't help but feel a little shocked. Originally, Urahara Kazuki thought that 707 should be the first experiment in the Hollow experiment. But now, there was someone who was also conducting experiments like the Hollow. In that case, did it mean one thing? The Hollow experiment. Maybe it could really break the boundary between Shinigami and the Hollow. As long as they could completely perfect the Hollow experiment. Maybe it could really make Urahara Kazuki's guess come true. But, until now, Urahara Kazuki's heart was still just guessing. He wasn't 100% sure that the disappearance of Rukongai's soul was caused by someone's Hollow experiment. Maybe it was for some reason that Urahara Kazuki didn't know. Hey, Captain Baiye, there seem to be a lot of missing members. Captain Baiye, you should have sent someone to investigate, right? Matsumoto Rangaku asked curiously. I think so. I heard Yixin mention this before. Urahara Kazuki pretended not to know and smiled faintly. Kazuki, Baiye-kun, I'm just repeating what Uno Flower's captain told me. I'm not sure if it's true or not. In short, in order to find out the reason, the 9th Division has already gone to Rukongai to investigate. I believe that the results will be out soon. Hirako Shinji said casually. Chapter 128 Urahara Kazuki's Awareness. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Hirako Shinji didn't care at all about who was behind this. After all, during this period of time, although the number of people who disappeared was large. However, most of the people who disappeared were just ordinary citizens of Rukongai. Even in this 1 month, the ones who disappeared were the Shinigami members. However, the Shinigami members who disappeared, his strength was only at the level of an ordinary member. The most powerful person was just a low-ranking official. Now, the 9th Division had already gone to investigate. Even the captain of the 9th Division, Mugaruma Kensai, a group of high-ranking officials, and the deputy captain of the 9th Division, Kuna Mashiro, had already gone to investigate. Even if there was someone behind this, the captain-level people would go to investigate. They would definitely be able to solve this problem as soon as possible. Therefore, Hirako Shinji did not care about this matter at all. Even the 9th Division has already gone to investigate? I remember that the 9th Division's duty shouldn't be to investigate, right? Why would they send the 9th Division? Urahara Kazuki asked, a little surprised. Logically speaking, even if they really wanted to send a team to investigate, it should be the 11th Division, the Combat Division. Or the 5th Division, which Hirako Shinji and the others belonged to. The 9th Division's duty belonged to the prison team. Generally speaking, it was just to watch and guard. The prison cells of the criminals of the various divisions of Serene Soul Society were enough. Generally speaking, the investigation task would not be assigned to them. Even if they really wanted to investigate, it should be the 2nd Division's covert mobile personnel who went to investigate. According to common sense, the first person to investigate should be the 2nd Division's covert mobile personnel, the 11th Division, or even our 5th Division. However, you should also know that the 2nd Division is very secretive. We've already gone there to investigate, but we didn't find anything. Although the 2nd Division didn't suffer any casualties when they went there to investigate, it's still a mystery. However, there was no progress in the investigation. Therefore, the head captain did not choose the 2nd Division's personnel to go again. Hirako Shinji explained. However, there was a trace of doubt in his tone. Usually, if it was necessary to carry out an investigation mission, the stealthy and mobile members of the 2nd Division were definitely the best helpers. Advertisement, however, this time, the person in charge of the secret maneuver had failed. Could it be that the person hiding behind the scenes chose to hide temporarily after seeing the 2nd Division's secret maneuver? Hirako Shinji was not the only one with such a reason. Even the other captains felt the same way. After all, there was more than one captain behind the 2nd Division. There was also Urahara Kazuki, the captain of the 12th Division. As well as Baiye, the captain of the 10th Division. Even Tessai Tsukabishi, the current leader of the kiddos, was shocked. He was also from the 2nd Division. If something were to happen to the 2nd Division, it would be a disaster. Would Baiye and the others not care about this? It was obvious that he wouldn't do it at all. Aren't there still people from the 11th Division? Matsumoto Rangaku asked doubtfully, since the 2nd Division's covert maneuver was unable to carry out the investigation mission. Weren't there still people from the 11th Division? The 11th Division was a combat division in Quiet Soul Society. Although they were not good at investigation missions. But now, something so big had already happened outside of Soul Society. The people from the 11th Division should also be mobilized. But why did Matsumoto Rangaku listen to Hirako Shinji's tone? However, he realized that Hirako Shinji's words did not seem to have any intention of asking the 11th Division to investigate. Well, Matsumoto Rangaku, you'll have to ask your captain about this. Hirako Shinji was speechless. He looked at Baiye. What was going on with the 11th Division? Others did not know. How could Baiye not know? Originally, the 11th Division was in the entire Godei 13 Division. Their overall strength was already considered to be one of the top. However, 9 years ago, after Baiye killed the captain of the 11th Division, Onishi Kenpachi. It had been 9 years. There was still no one to inherit the position of captain of the 11th Division. Even the original vice-captain of the 11th Division was killed by Baiye on the day Onishi Kenpachi was killed by Baiye. They also left Quiet Soul Society and disappeared without a trace. Advertisement: the current 11th Division only had a few low-ranking officials and a few ordinary members. Compared to the 11th Division, which could be called a combat division. There was no way to compare. Captain Baiye? Matsumoto Rangaku was a little puzzled. He did not know why Hirako Shinji would mention Baiye's name at this time. Could it be that Baiye had some kind of relationship with the 11th Division? Ahem, How should I put it, Matsumoto 10th seat, you might not know this, but the previous captain of the 11th Division, Ghost Yensheng Kenpachi, was killed by Mr. Baiye. All these years, the 11th Division has no captain. Not to mention the captain, even the position of vice captain is still vacant. Do you understand what I'm saying? Urahara Kazuki coughed a few times and said. You killed the captain of the 11th Division? Matsumoto Rangaku was also shocked. Baiye had killed the former captain of the 11th Division. It was no wonder that the current 11th Division was so weak. This was the only reason that could explain it. Yes, I did kill the former captain of the 11th Division. However, I killed him in front of all the captains, with the approval of the head captain and Onishi Kenpachi himself. Baiye smiled and said, according to the original work. In a few years, the 11th Division would have a new captain. And he would be the new Kenpachi. This person would be Zaraki Kenpachi. Zhao Dahao. As for now, Zaraki Kenpachi was probably still wandering around Rukongai. I see. Matsumoto Rangaku nodded to show that he understood. Baiye had obtained the approval of the head captain, Yamamoto Genryusai, and Onishi Kenpachi himself. He killed him. That would explain why Baiye was able to become the captain of the 10th Division without any problems. As for why we didn't send the 5th Division to investigate, it was because the 9th Division took the initiative to go to Rukongai to investigate. Fortunately, the 9th Division took the initiative to mention it. Otherwise, the 5th Division would be the one to investigate. I remember that this matter should have been conveyed to you and Mr. Baiye's vice captains, right? Didn't the two of them tell you? Hiroko Shinji said in a carefree manner. Take the initiative to investigate? Urahara Kazuki's eyes flashed. Chapter 129. You single dogs can't comprehend my happiness. The people of the 9th Division actually took the initiative to apply for an investigation? Could it be that this incident had something to do with the 9th Division? Otherwise, why would the people of the 9th Division take the initiative to apply for an investigation mission? Under normal circumstances, the duties of the 9th Division did not require them to go for an investigation mission at all. Unless, there was someone hidden in the 9th Division who was conducting an experiment related to the Hollow. It had to be said, Urahara Kazuki's observation was indeed very powerful. Just from Hiroko Shinji's words alone, it was enough. He could detect the truth of the matter, however, just like Hiroko Shinji. Urahara Kazuki also did not think that under the premise of Muguruma Kensai, the captain of the 9th Division leading the team. What kind of big mistake would there be, if even the captain of the 9th Division, Muguruma Kensai, had a problem? If that was the case, then the situation was a little too serious. It was obvious that the current situation was far from that serious. That's right. Although I am also curious why the people of the 9th Division wanted to take the initiative to apply for an investigation mission, it seems that Fist Shi felt that it was too boring to stay in Quiet Soul Society, so he took the initiative to apply to the head captain. Since Fist Shi and the others have already taken the initiative to go, there is no need to send the 5th Division over. Speaking of which, I really have to thank Fist Shi and his 273. Hiroko Shinji laughed loudly. Those people hidden in Rukongai, even those who were stealthy and mobile, did not dare to confront them head-on. They only dared to retreat and avoid them. Now, Muguruma Kensai, the captain, had already gone. He believed that it would not take long. The disappearance of Rukongai's soul could be thoroughly investigated. Yixin, that guy, actually did not tell me about this matter. This time when I go back, I must punish him well and let him know what pain is. Baiye muttered to himself. Captain Baiye, you are really petty. I remember that the vice captain seemed to want to report to you yesterday, but you seemed to have left the team house when it was time to get off work and went to the 2nd Division. This should not be blamed on the vice captain, right? Matsumoto Rangaku said softly. At the same time, Matsumoto Rangaku began to mourn for Shiba Ishin in his heart. He had offended Baiye, the narrow-minded and black-bellied captain. This time, Shiba One Heart was really in trouble. If Shiba Yixin knew about this, he would definitely cry without tears. Advertisement. He wanted to report his work to Baiye first. However, Baiye had no intention of paying any attention to him yesterday. Just as it was time to get off work, he disappeared without a trace. Shiba was so focused that he didn't even have time to speak. Baiye was nowhere to be seen. Initially, Shiba wanted to report to Baiye today. However, a series of events happened later. Shiba was so focused that he temporarily forgot to report this matter. Rangaku, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you think that I, your captain, am a narrow-minded person? Aren't you being too naughty? I just feel that Vice Captain Yi Shin seems to be a little free recently, so I'm going to ask him to help you share some of the tasks. You actually think that I'm a narrow-minded person? That really hurts me. Baiye revealed a sad look. It's not like that, Captain Baiye. When Matsumoto Rangaku saw Baiye's sad look, he immediately became a little flustered and quickly explained. That's more like it. I'll forgive you this time. Don't look at me like that in the future. Otherwise, I'll be very sad. If you make me sad, I'll love you dearly. Baiye reached out his hands and pinched Matsumoto Rangaku's jade-like cheeks. He smiled faintly. It had to be said, Matsumoto Rangaku's cheeks felt really good to the touch. They were very smooth and tender, especially when he pinched them. They felt even better to the touch, if only they could stick to each other. They would definitely feel even better. HMPH, Captain Baiye, I knew that you were lying to me again. Matsumoto Rangaku snorted and turned her head away, no longer looking at the knight. However, Matsumoto Rangaku was secretly observing Baiye's reaction from the corner of his eye. When he saw that Baiye was not angry, Matsumoto Rangaku instantly heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Hey, Mr. Baiye, Matsumoto Rangaku, the two of you, don't treat us as if we don't exist, okay? It's still early in the morning. If the two of you want to show off your affection, can you please go back to the 10th division? Isn't it a little too bad to do it in public? Advertisement? Hiriko Shinji was speechless when he saw Matsumoto Rangaku and Baiye fooling around. As for Baiye's character, Hiriko Shinji had a rough understanding of him. Especially the rumors about Baiye's flirtatious behavior. Hiriko Shinji had lost count of how many times he had heard about it. He had heard about it so many times that his ears were about to grow calluses. If not for the fact that the 5th division did not have any pretty girls, Baiye would probably come to the 5th division every day. Fortunately, the 5th division did not have any pretty girls. That's not right, the 5th division did not have any pretty girls? When he thought of this, Hiriko Shinji felt even more sorrowful. The 5th division was such a big division, there was not even a pretty girl? It was really a little too tragic. Hey, Kazuki, aren't you going to persuade that B************* D Baiye? Why do so many girls like this B************************************************ D? Are those girls blind? Why would they like to be with that B***************** D Baiye? Hiriko Shinji tugged at Urahara Kazuki's sleeve and said unhappily. Well, I've already given up on Rishi. As long as you don't look at Mr. Baiye, you won't have to worry about it. That's the truth. Other than Mr. Baiye's occasional actions, there's nothing wrong with him. Hiriko Shinji, you will get used to it when you see more of him. Urahara Kazuki covered his face and looked at Baiye helplessly, then, he shook his head. In the beginning, Urahara Kazuki also felt a little awkward. However, as time passed, Urahara Kazuki gradually got used to it. Wasn't there a saying that went well? Life was like that. Since he could not resist, he could only enjoy it. Urahara, Shinji, Hiriko Shinji, and Ni, you are all single. You won't be able to understand my happiness. We have known each other for almost 10 years. Are you still single? Aren't you afraid that people will laugh their heads off if this spreads? Baiye raised his head and looked down at them with a condescending smile. Advertisement Chapter 130. The mastermind behind all this? Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Whether it was Hiriko Shinji, Urahara Kazuki, or Nishiori. It was still Kuretsuchi Mayuri, the few of them. They were all single dogs who had been single for 10,000 years. How could he possibly comprehend Baiye's happy life? If Baiye was like them, he would work like a dog every day. If he did not have a beautiful big sister who would comfort his injured soul at night, Baiye would definitely not be able to endure it. He really did not know how the few of them could endure it. Oh, that was not right. Kuretsuchi Mayuri seemed to be researching something called artificial souls recently. It should be the Nirvana dream in the original work. He did not know how it was progressing. Baiye had only heard Urahara Kazuki mention it by chance. Baiye was not very sure if the research had been completed yet. However, even if it had not been created yet, it should be done soon. Baiye, you be asterisk 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 D. Baiye. You be asterisk 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 D. Hiriko Shinji and Nishiori were instantly enraged. Baiye's words had pierced their fragile hearts. They were about to charge forward and compete with Baiye. Nishiori, Captain Hiriko, you don't have to be so angry. Baiye was not wrong just now. Urahara Kazuki stretched out his hands and grabbed their collars. Then, he looked at the silent Kuretsuchi Mayuri and said with a smile, look, he didn't say anything even though it's a benefit. To be honest, Urahara Kazuki was impressed by Baiye's ability to draw hatred. He was truly in awe of him. Sometimes, even Urahara Kazuki, who was mentally strong, would feel angry. Baiye's words would make him very angry, not to mention Hiriko Shinji and the others. How boring. When Kuretsuchi Mayuri heard Urahara Kazuki calling his name, he raised his head slightly and shook it. Clearly, Baiye's words didn't affect Kuretsuchi Mayuri at all. Peeved. Matsumoto Rangaku chuckled when he saw this scene. Regarding his captain's quirky character, he thought it was normal. Although the person involved this time was Matsumoto Rangaku himself. Advertisement Matsumoto Rangaku did not have any objection to this. On the contrary, Matsumoto Rangaku was enthusiastic about showing off his affection with Baiye. After all, the female lead who accompanied Baiye in the past few times was not Matsumoto Rangaku. It was Sui Feng. No one wants a single dog, no one wants a single dog. Ha 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 ha. I'm P asterisk 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 D off. You single dogs. At this moment, Baiye punched Hiriko Shinji and the others in the heart 10,000 times. B asterisk 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 D, Kazuki, let me go. I'll kill him. Listen to that B asterisk 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 D. Is he even human? How can there be such a person? Let me go. When Hiriko Shinji heard Baiye's mocking words, they became even angrier. They wanted to break free from Urahara Kazuki. Baiye, can you stop talking? I can't control Hiriko Shinji. If you continue talking, even I can't help you. Urahara Kazuki looked at Baiye and smiled bitterly. Urahara Kazuki exerted force with his hands and controlled the two men in front of him. If Baiye continues to taunt him, Urahara Kazuki will not stop. Urahara Kazuki might not be able to control Hiriko Shinji and Hiriko Shinji. Sigh, it's too difficult to be honest these days. Baiye let out a soft sigh. When he saw the strange expressions on Hiriko Shinji and Hiriko Shinji's faces, he coughed lightly and continued. Ahem. Alright, for Urahara's sake, I'll be magnanimous this time. I won't pick on you guys anymore, however, I still want to give you a piece of advice. You should find a partner as soon as possible. Why don't you think about how old you guys are? You are at least a few hundred years old. You are either a captain or a vice captain. Even me is the third seat. Is it difficult to find a partner? Baiye's words are full of righteousness. It's as if he is really looking out for them. It's hard for them to hate him. HMPH, let's go to the 5th division. I don't want to see this guy begging for S*X again. Hiriko Shinji's face darkened. He broke free from Urahara Kazuki's hand and walked towards the 5th division with the imposter Aizen without looking back. 0. I beg for flowers. 0. After Hiriko Shinji left, Urahara Kazuki heaved a sigh of relief and let go of Hiriko Shinji. Kazuki, I will go back to the 12th division. I don't want to see that B************* D Baiye for even a second. Advertisement Nishiori's face was cold. After saying this, he walked past Urahara Kazuki. 012606408 Filu 221,040,300 grams. This. When Urahara Kazuki saw this, he could only smile bitterly. Who can he blame? Baiye. No way. Baiye's words were a little harsh. However, it was undeniable that Baiye was telling the truth. Urahara Kazuki and the others, each and every one of them counted. They were all single dogs. Indeed, the few of them could not experience Baiye's happiness. Captain Baiye, Captain Hiriko, and the others have left. Should we leave too? Didn't you say you were going to find band leader Jing and the others? Matsumoto Rangaku said softly. After all, Baiye and Matsumoto Rangaku had skipped work today. According to Baiye's original plan, Kyoka Suigetsu, Jashiro Yukitake and I were supposed to head to the 8th division for a drink. However, on the way, they happened to bump into Hiriko Shinji and Urahara Kazuki. This caused a slight delay. Matsumoto Rangaku reckoned that Kyoka Suigetsu and the others, who were far away in the 8th division, were getting impatient. Okay, let's go. Baiye nodded and turned to leave. Baiye, please wait for a moment. At this moment, Urahara Kazuki stopped Baiye. What's wrong? Urahara, is there anything else? Baiye stopped in his tracks, turned around, and asked in confusion. Hiriko Shinji and the others had made it very clear just now. At this moment, Urahara Kazuki stopped him. What else did Baiye want to say to him? Hey, Baiye, don't you think that the disappearance of Rukongai's soul is very strange and bizarre? You should have noticed it, right? There must be a hidden mastermind behind all of this. Urahara Kazuki put on a serious face and said solemnly, just now. Chapter 131 Hold an emergency captain meeting. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. The disappearance of Rukongai's soul, if there was no one behind it. Urahara Kazuki would never believe it, however, the biggest problem now was. In Quiet Soul Society, except for Urahara Kazuki himself. Did anyone else conduct research on the hollow before? Urahara Kazuki didn't know about this, however, Urahara Kazuki wanted to know Baiye's opinion. Perhaps Urahara Kazuki would be able to obtain some different information from Baiye. Indeed, the mysterious disappearance of souls that Shinji and the others mentioned just now is somewhat similar to your research a few years ago, Urahara. To be honest, if I didn't know you well, I would have reported your research to the head captain. Baiye touched his chin and smiled faintly. As for Matsumoto Rangaku, although he was curious, 4,800, didn't ask directly. What kind of research did Urahara Kazuki conduct? Matsumoto Rangaku wasn't sure. However, Matsumoto Rangaku knew that his captain would never allow Urahara Kazuki to conduct taboo research. This was because Matsumoto Rangaku trusted his captain's character. Indeed, if I hadn't confirmed that I wasn't the one who did those things in Rukongai, even I would have suspected it myself. After all, whether it was what happened or the side effects, they were too similar. Urahara Kazuki smiled bitterly. Baiye wasn't the only one who suspected him. Even Urahara Kazuki had a feeling that someone had discovered his hollow research materials. Someone might have taken it to conduct research without permission. Otherwise, how could it be so similar to the hollow research he conducted before? Kuretsuchi Mayuri was surprised but didn't say anything. Kuretsuchi Mayuri was curious about Urahara Kazuki's mysterious research. However, she never took the initiative to ask. Well, Mr. Baiye, do you have any suspects? Urahara Kazuki asked. Speaking of suspects, in the entire Quiet Soul Society, you and Ni are the two most suspicious. Only the two of you have the ability to do such a thing. Advertisement, I've given you the answer. The rest is up to you. After Baiye said this, he waved his hand and left with Matsumoto Rangaku using Shunpo. Only Urahara Kazuki and Kuretsuchi Mayuri were left on the spot. They looked at each other in confusion. Outside the 8th Division's dormitory, Matsumoto Rangaku supported Baiye, who was a little drunk, and walked out slowly under the watchful eyes of the 8th Division's vice-captains, Yadomaru Lisa, Kyoka Suigetsu, and Jashiro Yukitake. Captain, I remember that Captain Baiye's alcohol tolerance was not that bad. How did he get drunk after drinking so little? Yadomaru Lisa asked doubtfully. Baiye had drunk with Kyoka Suigetsu and the others before. Yadomaru Lisa clearly remembered that Baiye's alcohol tolerance was very good. Even Kyoraku Shunsui and Jishiro Yugataki were drunk to the point of collapse. Baiye himself was not drunk at all. Why was Kyoraku Shunsui and Jishiro Yugataki fine? Baiye, who was supposed to be the best at drinking, got drunk. This made Yadomaru Lisa feel a little surprised. Could it be that Baiye hasn't drunk for a long time? Did that cause his alcohol tolerance to drop? But that can't be right. Baiye just drank with Kyoraku Shunsui and the rest 10 days ago. His alcohol tolerance shouldn't have dropped so quickly. Sister Lisa, this is an adult's matter. Don't worry about it. Baiye's alcohol tolerance isn't as simple as you think. Don't forget that the person who sent Baiye off is Matsumoto 10th seat. Kyoraku Shunsui revealed a wretched smile and placed his right hand on Jishiro Yukataki's shoulder. Maybe Baiye is really tired these few days. Jishiro Yukataki forced himself to come up with such a lame excuse after a while. Tired? How is that possible? Baiye, this guy, had obviously changed his name. Kyoraku Shunsui and Jishiro Yugataki were good friends with Baiye. They knew each other very well. Baiye even dared to hook up with the former 12th Division captain, Sayako Tonsei. Moreover, Matsumoto Rangaku, who was almost the same age as Sayako Tonsei, was a beautiful woman. Could it be that Captain Baiye wants Matsumoto 10th seat to send him back? Seriously, why are all you men like this? You're so annoying. Yadomaru Lisa's pretty face blushed slightly. She immediately understood where the problem lay. Advertisement then. Yadomaru Lisa hugged a book with both hands and pushed Kyoraku Shunsui away. She walked straight into the team room. Ha ha ha, Jishiro, since Baiye has left, let's continue drinking. Forget it, Shunsui. I really can't drink anymore. I don't care, you said that we won't go back until we're drunk. Kyoraku Shunsui didn't listen to Jishiro Yukataki's advice and dragged him forward with a smile on his face. Really, Captain Baiye? I told you not to drink so much, you didn't listen to my advice and kept drinking. Look at you now. You're drunk and I have to send you back. On the streets of Serene Soul Courtyard, Matsumoto Rangaku grumbled softly while supporting Baiye. Rangaku, I still want to drink. Baiye's eyes seemed to be a little drunk as he mumbled. The next moment, under Matsumoto Rangaku's astonished gaze, Baiye did something that made her feel ashamed. Baiye's right hand, which was supported by Matsumoto Rangaku, was restlessly placed on her voluptuous breasts. Matsumoto Rangaku's pretty face turned so red that it was about to bleed. She quickly reached out and slapped Baiye's right hand away. Captain Baiye is drunk. He didn't do it on purpose. Rangaku, calm down, calm down. Captain Baiye didn't do it on purpose. After Matsumoto Rangaku took a deep breath, he calmed his surging emotions and muttered to himself, that's right, it's just a matter of time. Baiye's action just now caught Matsumoto Rangaku off guard. Matsumoto Rangaku had no way of dodging Baiye's attack. However, when Baiye touched Matsumoto Rangaku's private area, Matsumoto Rangaku didn't feel anything. Matsumoto Rangaku didn't feel any disgust. On the contrary, she felt an inexplicable strange emotion in her heart. While Matsumoto Rangaku was lost in her thoughts, she didn't notice that Baiye was being supported by her. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, that's right. Baiye did it on purpose when he extended his evil hand to Matsumoto Rangaku. At this moment, the entire Serene Soul Courtyard began to ring with an ear-piercing and intense alarm. Emergency call, all team leaders, please gather at the first team's quarters immediately. Something unusual has happened to the 9th team. The 9th team leader, Muguruma Kensai, and the vice leader, Kuna Mashiro, have lost their Ryatsu. Call for an emergency team leader meeting. Chapter 132 Viori is also missing. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Along with the sound of the alarm, it spread from the first division. In the blink of an eye, it spread to the entire Soul Society. Now, the entire Soul Society was patrolling the area. One by one, they were in a mess. Especially the captains of the various divisions, they all rushed to the 1st Division's dormitory. In the 8th Division's dormitory, Kyoraku Shunsui, who was kneeling on the floor and had just filled his glass with wine, frowned when he heard the alarm. He quickly put down the glass in his hand and said with a serious face. Jishiro, it seems like we won't be able to drink today. We have to stop for a while. I didn't expect that even the captain of the 6 divisions failed to investigate a small soul disappearance incident. Moreover, looking at the current situation, I think he's probably dead. Otherwise, Old Man Sean wouldn't have called for an emergency captain meeting. If Muguruma Kensai was only injured or dead, then, Yamamoto Genryusai, the head captain, might not have called for an emergency captain meeting. But now, Muguruma Kensai, the captain of the 9th division, was nowhere to be seen. Only Ryatsu's reaction was gone. This also meant that the situation this time was developing. It's not that easy to control. If the development of the situation could really be controlled so easily, then it would be a good idea. Then, Yamamoto Genryusai, the head captain, wouldn't have called for an emergency captain meeting. Kyoraku Shunsui had learned this from Yamamoto Genryusai for many years. He had some understanding of it. Shunsui, let's hurry over. The other captains should have already gone over. Now that one captain has disappeared, the soul disappearance incident is no longer an ordinary incident. Otherwise, Genryusai's sensei wouldn't have called for an emergency meeting. Jishiro Yugataki stood up and said with a solemn face. Well, Jishiro, you're still so impatient, aren't you? Kyoraku Shunsui said with a smile and stood up. Since that's the case, let's go. I don't want to be scolded by old man Sean. Lisa, do you want to come with us to take a look? HMPH, of course, you're the captain. Yadomaru Lisa's face was cold. She hugged a book and followed behind the two of them. Together, they rushed towards the team building. At the same time, the other teams of Quiet Soul Society received the emergency call. All of them had different expressions on their faces as they put down whatever they were doing and hurried towards the team house. Advertisement, looks like Aizen is done. Is the plan about to start? Baiye thought to himself as he was supported by Matsumoto Rangaku. Now, the Ryatsu of Muguruma Kensai's group had disappeared. Baiye did not even need to guess, he already knew what had happened. There was an 80% chance that Tusen Kanami had already ambushed Muguruma Kensai and the others. Since Tusen Kanami had already succeeded, Muguruma Kensai and Kuna Mashiro were two very useful experimental subjects for Aizen. Aizen would definitely not go to waste. Now, Muguruma Kensai and the others were most likely being experimented on by Aizen. There was no doubt about this. Captain Baiye, wake up, wake up. Something big has happened, didn't you hear it just now? The captain of the 9th Division, the captain of the 6th Division, and the vice captain, Kuna Mashiro Ryatsu, have disappeared. The head captain is going to call for an emergency captain meeting. Matsumoto Rangaku nudged Baiye's body anxiously. Then, he muttered to himself, seriously, how could something like this happen at this time? If only Captain Baiye hadn't drunk so much just now, it would have been fine. We're really done for. Captain Baiye is drunk now. If he goes to the team house and participates in the captain meeting, he will definitely anger the head captain. What should we do? What should we do? Should we let the vice captain replace Captain Baiye? Matsumoto Rangaku was very anxious now. After all, Matsumoto Rangaku felt that Baiye was drunk. Baiye still looked drunk. There was no way he could attend the captain meeting. However, Baiye was the captain of the 10th Division. If he did not attend the captain meeting, he would definitely anger the head captain, Yamamoto Genryusai. However, if Baiye went to the captain meeting in such a drunk state, if the head captain, Yamamoto Genryusai, saw him, Yamamoto Genryusai would probably be even angrier. For a moment, Matsumoto Rangaku did not know what to do. Well, Rangaku, you can go back first. I'm sober now. I'll go to the team house alone. Thank you for your hard work today. Advertisement Baiye stood up straight, smiled, and stroked Matsumoto Rangaku's pretty face. Baiye originally wanted to take the opportunity to get drunk tonight. He wanted to see if he could recruit Matsumoto Rangaku. However, now that such a thing had happened, he had no choice but to accept it. Baiye's hope was about to be dashed. The head captain, Yamamoto Genryusai, called for an emergency captain meeting. Baiye could not refuse to go. If he did not go, Baiye would have to be prepared to be scolded. On normal days, Baiye was lazy. Forget about it. When the situation was really serious, if Baiye was still so lazy, Yamamoto Genryusai would not be polite to Baiye. Captain Baiye, you're not drunk. What happened just now? Matsumoto Rangaku looked at Baiye in front of her. He did not look drunk at all. She immediately understood that Baiye had tricked her into getting drunk. Did this mean that, what Baiye did to Matsumoto Rangaku just now? Baiye did it when he was sober. Seriously, Matsumoto Rangaku's pretty face turned red when she thought of this. I just woke up. Rangaku, don't think too much. Okay, I'm leaving. You should go back and rest. That's all. After Baiye was caught red-handed by Matsumoto Rangaku, he smiled to cover up his embarrassment. He immediately used Shunpo and disappeared on the spot. Seriously, Captain Baiye, I shouldn't have believed you. But why did Captain Baiye do such a shameful thing to me just now? Matsumoto Rangaku's cheeks turned red as she muttered to herself. After a while, Baiye and Urahara Kazuki arrived at the 1st Division's atrium, which was in front of the captain's meeting room. Baiye-kun, the 9th Division requested me to send people to the front line to provide support. I asked Nishikori to provide support. Now, even Captain Rokuzoka's Ryatsu has disappeared. I think Nishikori should also. Urahara Kazuki's expression changed when she said this. Her expression changed. Advertisement Chapter 133 Bet on the dignity of Gode 13. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Previously, when an officer of the 9th Division came to the 12th Division to ask for support, Urahara Kazuki and Kuritsuchi Miyuri needed to do research. In addition to most of the members of the 12th Division, they all needed to help with their research. Urahara Kazuki didn't plan to go personally. Instead, he sent Nishiori, the deputy captain of the 12th Division, to support them. Originally, Urahara Kazuki thought that Muguruma Kensai, the captain of the 9th Division, would be there, with Nishiori, the deputy captain, and Kuna Mashiro, the deputy captain. If they carried out the investigation mission together, even if something really went wrong, their lives wouldn't be in danger. However, the truth was not what Urahara Kazuki imagined at all. Muguruma Kensai and Kuna Mashiro's Ryatsu had disappeared. That meant that Nishiori's Ryatsu had most likely disappeared as well. If Urahara Kazuki hadn't sent Nishiori over just now, maybe Nishiori wouldn't have such a thing happened. This made Urahara Kazuki fall into deep self-blame and regret. Well, Urahara, this kind of thing can't be blamed on you. Besides, now only the Ryatsu of the captain of the 6th Division and the deputy captain of Kuna Mashiro have disappeared. There is no clear evidence that they are dead. You don't need to be so worried, and you don't need to blame yourself so much. Since the head captain has called for an emergency captain meeting, the most important thing for us now is to go in and see what happened, isn't it? Baiye walked in front of Urahara Kazuki, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a faint smile. Would something happen to Nishiyori? To be honest, nothing would happen to him. Ryori's strength was originally only at the level of an ordinary vice captain. But after the hollow experiment, Nishiyori learned the hollow. His strength was between an ordinary captain and a deputy captain. In a sense, the hollow experiment, for a deputy captain like Nishiyori, it could be considered a good thing, if he didn't have the support of the hollow experiment. With the strength of Nishiyori's body, he probably wouldn't be able to learn Bankai in his lifetime. But with the hollow advertisement, the result was already very different. I got it. Urahara Kazuki forced a smile and lowered his head dejectedly. Although Urahara Kazuki knew that Baiye was right, he didn't know what Baiye said. There is no clear evidence. Nishiyori and Mugaruma Kensai are dead. However, there were all sorts of signs. They had already made it clear that they were going to the front line as reinforcements. Most of them had already disappeared. Urahara Kazuki was also worried that Rishi would be the same as those people before him. Similarly, it disappeared without a trace, if that was really the case. Urahara Kazuki would probably spend the rest of his life blaming himself for what he had done. Baiye smiled and pushed open the door to the captain's meeting room with Urahara Kazuki and walked in. As soon as the two of them walked in, they saw that the other captains had already arrived and were divided into two groups. Yamamoto Genryusai, the captain, was expressionless. He held a wooden staff and stood in the middle of the formation. When he saw the newcomer, he raised his eyes slightly and said in a deep voice, "You're too slow, Urahara Kazuki." Shihouin Baiye. This time, Yamamoto Genryusai didn't add captain behind their names. Instead, he called them by their names. It could be seen from this. Yamamoto Genryusai, the captain, was so slow in coming to Baiye and Urahara Kazuki. He was a little angry. When Yoruichi saw Baiye, he immediately turned his head to the side and didn't look at him. In the past few years, Yoruichi could be said to have avoided Baiye as much as possible. If he really couldn't avoid him, then he would pretend to be stupid. "I'm sorry, Captain. I just finished dealing with all the team's affairs and immediately rushed over." Baiye lowered his head slightly, smiled, and walked to Kyoka Shunsui's side. Urahara Kazuki also lowered his head slightly to Yamamoto Genryusai in the middle and walked into the formation without saying a word. Deal with affairs? These words were to fool a child, right? Who in the entire Go-Day 13 didn't know what kind of person Baiye was? Would you deal with the team's affairs? The rest of the captains looked at Baiye with a strange look in their eyes. Yamamoto Genryusai frowned and nodded slightly, as if he accepted Baiye's answer. Advertisement no matter what, Baiye came to participate in the captain's meeting. If Baiye didn't come, Yamamoto Genryusai might really punish him. However, since Baiye was already here, although it took a little longer to say it. However, due to Baiye's lazy personality, Yamamoto Genryusai could only reluctantly accept it. Baiye, what do you think? Kyoka Shunsui showed a wretched smile, rubbed his hands, and asked. The others didn't know why Baiye came so late. Kyoka Shunsui and Jashiro Yukitaki knew very well. Don't forget, when Baiye left just now, it was Matsumoto Rangaku, a beautiful and sexy woman, who helped Baiye leave. Kyoka Shunsui wanted to ask about the progress of Baiye and Matsumoto Rangaku. Don't mention it. I finally found an opportunity, but I was pulled back by the head captain's urgent order. I almost succeeded. Baiye said gloomily, according to Baiye's plan today. Baiye wanted to take advantage of the drunken situation. He wanted to take advantage of the situation to get Matsumoto Rangaku, who helped him go home. However, at that moment of life and death, a voice suddenly rang out. Yamamoto Genryusai's urgent order came. This made Baiye very gloomy. Bang! Yamamoto Genryusai looked up slightly, sweeping his gaze across Kyoka Shunsui and Baiye, before slamming the wooden staff in his hand heavily on the ground, as he spoke in a deep voice, "Money Lord Zhao Sujing." Hearing Yamamoto Genryusai's words, the other captains stopped talking. Yamamoto Genryusai looked up slightly and said in a deep voice. Since everyone is here, then the captain's meeting will officially begin. It's urgent. According to the report from the 9th Division on the front line, it was clearly stated. The 9th Division Captain Mugaruma Kensai and the 9th Division Vice Captain Kuna Mashiro's Ryotsu have disappeared. The reason is unknown. This is one of the worst situations that we can predict. After hearing the news, the captains on both sides had different expressions. Especially Hiriko Shinji, he couldn't help but frown, and no one knew what he was thinking. Until yesterday, this was just a normal case that happened in Rukongai. Now it has become a case that must be solved quickly, for the sake of the dignity of the Go-Day 13. Yamamoto Genryusai said in a deep voice. Chapter 134. Who is going to support? Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Until now, the disappearance of the soul, it was just an ordinary incident. But now, even the captain and vice captain's Ryotsu had disappeared. This also represented what happened to Rukongai. It had already far exceeded what they had expected. This was something that Yamamoto Genryusai did not allow to happen. Especially until now. The Go-Day 13 still did not know what happened to Rukongai. Therefore, Yamamoto Genryusai, as the head captain, must give the order decisively. Only then can he protect the dignity and pride of the Go-Day 13. Dong. Yamamoto Genryusai knocked the wooden stick in his hand on the floor and said in a deep voice. Therefore, I have decided to choose 5 captains to rush to the crime scene immediately. Since what happened to Rukongai, 1 captain cannot solve it. Then send 5 captains. Such a big lineup, even if Rukongai was hiding behind the scenes. No matter how strong he was, there was absolutely no way to stop him. This point, Yamamoto Genryusai, as the head captain, and the other captains present were very clear in their hearts. Head captain, please let me go. Urahara Kazuki took a step forward and lowered his head slightly. Since Urahara Kazuki sent Nishikori to support him. Then, Urahara Kazuki had this responsibility. He had to bring back his vice-captain, Nishikori, in one piece. This was Urahara Kazuki's dignity as the 12th Division captain. Urahara Kazuki's words made the other captains look at him. They all looked at him. They seemed to be very puzzled. Why would Urahara Kazuki volunteer so bravely? This was an incident, even if he sent a captain to support him. Advertisement Urahara Kazuki, the 12th Division captain. It was not his responsibility at all. No, Yamamoto Genryusai raised his eyes slightly and directly rejected Urahara Kazuki's request. Urahara Kazuki was indeed a captain, but Urahara Kazuki's Bankai was a kid. In the eyes of Yamamoto Genryusai, at most, Urahara Kazuki could only act as a support. In a real battle, Urahara Kazuki's Bankai, there is no way, AIBJ, can be decisive. My adjutant is on his way to the scene, and I. Urahara Kazuki raised his head and said with a worried expression. However, before Urahara Kazuki could finish, Yoruichi put his hands on his waist and scolded softly, Kazuki. This is outrageous. Don't panic. You're the one who chose the adjutant and asked her to go to the scene to provide support, right? Don't you understand that the way you're panicking right now is too outrageous? Do you still look like a captain? Besides, what you're doing is also an insult to your adjutant, isn't it? After hearing Yoruichi's words, Urahara Kazuki was stunned. Okay, let's continue listening to Yamamoto Genryusai. Kyoraku Shunsui stepped forward and pulled Urahara Kazuki's sleeve, pulling him back to the group. Yamamoto Genryusai began to assign the tasks to the captains in an orderly manner. Then, this old man will continue. 3rd Division Captain Toribashi Rojiro, 5th Division Captain Hiroko Shinji. 7th Division Captain Love Ikawa, the 3 of you will go to the scene to provide support. You must investigate what happened to Rukongai. 2nd Division Captain Shihouin Yoruichi, you will be on standby until further orders are given. 6th Division Captain Kuchiki Jinling, 8th Division Captain Kyoraku Shunsui, 10th Division Captain Shihouin Baiye, and 13th Division Captain Jashiro Yukitaki. The 4 of you will be responsible for protecting Soul Society. 4th Division Captain Yunohana Retsu, make preparations in advance for the treatment needed when the wounded are transported back. Stay on standby in the comprehensive ambulance service room. Urahara Kazuki saw that Yamamoto Genryusai did not assign any tasks to him. He wanted to ask, but Kyoraku Shunsui shook his head at him, signaling him to keep quiet. The 12th Division is not a combat division, it is a research division of Soul Society. Especially after Urahara Kazuki established the Technology Development Bureau. The 12th Division's duty, it's already a research and invention division. Please wait a moment, head captain. Considering the possibility of treating the injured, I think I should go to the scene myself. Yunohana Retsu said softly. The situation is still unclear, and there is no reason for the person in charge of the treatment division to go to the scene. I will get someone else to go to the scene in your place. Advertisement, come in. Yamamoto Genryusai did not allow Yunohana Retsu to go to the scene. Instead, he shouted at the door. As soon as he finished, the door opened from the outside. The current senior kid leader, Tessai Tsukabishi, and deputy kid leader, Hashijin, walked in. Is that Tessai Tsukabishi? I remember he has not appeared in public for a long time. Jashiro Yukitaki said in surprise. The senior kid leader, Tessai Tsukabishi, has not appeared in public for the past few years. He has not appeared in public for the past few years. Other than some matters that require Tessai Tsukabishi's personal attention. Under normal circumstances, only the members of the kid leader can see him. That's why they can see him. Looks like the situation is very serious, Baiye. Kyoraku Shunsui looked at Tessai Tsukabishi and then at Baiye. He pressed down on his bamboo hat and said with a smile. Indeed, it's worth the head captain sending out 5 captains and even the kid leader and deputy kid leader. Rukongai's incident is not a small matter. Baiye nodded and said, just nice. Baiye does not need to recommend Hiroko Shinji to the scene. Anyway, Yamamoto Genryusai is sending someone to the scene to provide support. It is already arranged. You have passed the message, right? I want the 2 of you to go to the scene, understood? Understood. Tessai Tsukabishi and Hashijin nodded. Hey, old man Sean, I'm sorry, we still don't know what's going on at the front line. Don't you think it's inappropriate for us to send the first kid and deputy kid out together? Kyoraku Shunsui raised his left hand and suggested. Then what do you think we should do? Yamamoto Genryusai looked at Kyoraku Shunsui and asked in a deep voice. Let my deputy team leader go in their place. Kyoraku Shunsui turned his head and said with a smile. Are you going to ask her to come over now? Isn't it too late? Jashiro Yukitaki, who was standing opposite Yamamoto Genryusai, asked curiously. Even if Kyoraku Shunsui had passed the message to Lisa, it will be too late. In terms of time, it was probably too late, right? Chapter 135 Aftermath Special Forces. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Of course not, Jashiro. Kiraku Shunsui turned his head and shouted towards the door, "Hey, Sister Lisa." "What?" Yadomaru Lisa's head popped out of the window. She held the railing with both hands and asked unhappily. "Look." Kiraku Shunsui pointed at Yadomaru Lisa who was behind him. "You have no minister." She was his vice captain. Kiraku Shunsui had already experienced it. It was a captain's meeting. Under normal circumstances, no one was allowed to get close to this place. However, because Lisa's personality was too vile, she had no choice but to accept it. Even Kiraku Shunsui, the captain, couldn't force her to do so. However, this was also because Yamamoto Genryusai had tacitly agreed. Otherwise, Yadomaru Lisa wouldn't have been able to get close to this place. The first division was very strict, without the permission of Yamamoto Genryusai, the captain. Who would dare to get close to this place? "Hello, Lisa." Baiye smiled faintly. From the very beginning, Baiye had already discovered Yadomaru Lisa waiting outside. Even Baiye could discover Yadomaru Lisa, not to mention Yamamoto Genryusai, the captain. "Captain Baiye." Yadomaru Lisa also greeted Baiye. "Didn't I tell you not to peek at the captain's meeting?" Kiraku Shunsui said helplessly. "I can't help it. The more secretive something is, the more I want to peek. This is human nature." Yadomaru Lisa said with a look of indifference. On the contrary, Yadomaru Lisa's words made sense. After all, the more secretive something was, if it didn't arouse the curiosity of others. Then, did this person still have any humanity left? Not to mention Yadomaru Lisa herself, even if it was someone else. It was also the same. Everyone present was very clear about this point. "How much do you know about the situation?" Advertisement. "I heard everything. Can I ask you for help?" "Of course." "Then, I'll have to trouble you, sister." After a very simple conversation between the two, Yadomaru Lisa jumped down and quickly rushed to the scene of the crime. Yadomaru Lisa was indeed very careless sometimes. However, in this kind of thing, Yadomaru Lisa was very calm. "How dare you make a decision without permission?" Yamamoto Genryusai said in a deep voice. However, from the tone of Yamamoto Genryusai's voice, didn't have the slightest anger. Instead, he tacitly agreed to Kiraku Shunsui's unauthorized order. However, this was a matter of course. If Yamamoto Genryusai, the captain, didn't agree, Yadomaru Lisa had no way of rushing to the crime scene to provide support. At the same time, Kiraku Shunsui understood the personality of Yamamoto Genryusai, the captain of the Yamamoto army. That's why he made such a decision. Otherwise, Kiraku Shunsui would not have made such a decision. After all, it's rare for us to get involved in such a big case, right? I'm only doing this because I want my young subordinates to gain more experience. I hope you can understand. No problem. Don't be fooled by her appearance. My sister Lisa is quite powerful. Kiraku Shunsui smiled and praised Yadomaru Lisa generously. Then, he looked at Tessai Tsukabishi behind him and asked, "So, I wonder if you can take a step back." Mr. Injin Kid Captain. Even though Yadomaru Lisa seemed to be Kiraku Shunsui's lackey, she was still very much like a normal person. But only Kiraku Shunsui knew what was Yadomaru Lisa's true strength. Although Yadomaru Lisa hadn't made much of a move in Quiet Soul Society, Yadomaru Lisa hadn't made much of a move. But she was quite good at dealing with some matters. There was no need for Kiraku Shunsui to deceive the others on the scene. Indeed, Yadomaru Lisa might not be as strong as a captain in terms of overall strength. But don't forget, Yadomaru Lisa was only a vice captain of the 8th Division. If Yadomaru Lisa was given enough time to grow, perhaps Yadomaru Lisa could really become the captain, who knows? It seems like Shunsui, you still think highly of Lisa. Aren't you worried that something might happen to her after she goes to Rukongai? Baiye chuckled lightly. Advertisement: would something happen to Yadomaru Lisa? Yes, she definitely would. 0 flowers at this time. Aizen was probably waiting for them there. As for whether Yadomaru Lisa would die, she would not. On the contrary, Yadomaru Lisa would not die. Instead, she would gain a lot of strength. After all, from a certain perspective, Hollow's experiment could increase Yadomaru Lisa's strength by quite a bit. Even after joining the Hollow, Yadomaru Lisa still hadn't been able to raise her strength to the level of a captain. But for the current Yadomaru Lisa, it was already very good. Moreover, based on Baiye's understanding of Urahara Kazuki, Urahara Kazuki wasn't going to just stay in Quiet Soul Society obediently. Urahara Kazuki did not say a word, as if she did not care about anything. "She won't. I believe in Sister Lisa," Kiraku Shunsui said confidently. "What's your answer?" Mr. Injin Kid Captain? Was he not worried that Yadomaru Lisa would be in danger? Of course. However, Kiraku Shunsui understood one thing. Kiraku Shunsui could not stay by Yadomaru Lisa's side forever. One day, Yadomaru Lisa would not be able to rely on him. "I don't care. Since Captain Jingla has spoken, I will obey. I will go back and rest." 17 Tessai Tsukabishi turned around and took a deep look at Urahara Kazuki, who was crestfallen, and walked out of the meeting room. Before Tessai Tsukabishi became the head kid of the Kid Club, Tessai Tsukabishi used to be the head kid. He had always been with the 2nd Division captain, Yoruichi's personal guards. He worked together with Urahara Kazuki. He had worked together for many years. Tessai Tsukabishi had some understanding of Urahara Kazuki's personality. He believed in one thing. Urahara Kazuki definitely wouldn't just wait quietly in Quiet Soul Society. Tessai Tsukabishi was very sure about this, dong. After Tessai Tsukabishi left, Yamamoto Genryusai said in a deep voice, then, Toribashi Rojiro, Hiriko Shinji, Love Ikawa, Hashijin, and Yadomaru Lisa, these 5 will form a special team to deal with the disappearance of the souls. Hiriko Shinji and the other 4 slightly bent their backs and used Shunpo to disappear from the ground. Chapter 136 A mysterious surprise for you. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Dismissed. As soon as he finished speaking, Yamamoto Genryusai left with Shunpo. The other captains also left. It's okay, you're very strong, but you're not as strong as my sister Lisa. Don't look so worried, I believe it's the captain's job to wait. Kyoraku Shunsui patted Urahara Kazuki's shoulder and walked out of the captain's meeting room. Urahara Kazuki looked a little lonely, and there was still a hint of worry in her eyes. Baiye walked towards Yoruichi with a faint smile. Before Baiye could get close, Yoruichi ran away like a mouse seeing a cat. Really, am I that scary? Baiye was a little depressed. No, Captain Baiye, you're not scary at all. However, Captain Yoruichi has already promoted your name to 090. Now, all the female members of the Godei 13th Division know your name, Captain Baiye said with a smile. Yunohana Retsu chuckled. Baiye's reputation is big? It's very big, especially because of Yoruichi's intentional promotion. Now, all the female Shinigami in the Godei 13, they already know Baiye's name. Moreover, the female Shinigami also knew about Baiye's reputation. And all of this was promoted by Yoruichi. Hana's sister, I've learned Kaido from you for so long, you don't have to mock me like this, right? Also, didn't I tell you before that you can just call me by my name? I think we're already friends. Baiye pretended to be disappointed and walked in front of Yunohana Retsu. In the past 9 years, Baiye, it's not that he didn't do anything. Originally, Baiye wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to learn Kaido from Yunohana Retsu. He wanted to take the opportunity to befriend Yunohana Retsu. However, Yunohana Retsu is a 1,000-year-old Shinigami. After all, they were not little girls who did not understand the world like Zhou Tongsheng and Sui Feng. He knew exactly what Baiye was thinking. If Baiye wanted to learn Kaido like Yunohana Retsu. Yunohana Retsu was very welcoming, however, this was something that Baiye wanted to do. He was not trying to learn Kaido's words, advertisement. Every time, Yunohana Retsu would casually find an excuse to say that he was not in the team. Ask the 4th Division officer to inform Baiye. Baiye-kun, your Kaido is not inferior to mine. Actually, you don't have to look for me every few days. In a way, I can no longer teach you anything. Yunohana Retsu's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light as she chuckled. To be honest, Baiye would look for Yunohana Retsu in the 4th Division every now and then. As a result, the members of the 4th Division began to suspect and speculate about the relationship between Baiye and her. Could it be that the captain of the 4th Division, Yunohana Retsu, had already been abducted by Baiye? Although there were sounds of discussion in the 4th Division. However, Yunohana Retsu did not dislike Baiye looking for her. On the contrary, every time Baiye came to look for Yunohana Retsu would always have a strange feeling in her heart. Especially every time Baiye was learning Kaido, he would always want to touch her intentionally or unintentionally. Yunohana Retsu did not dislike Baiye's actions, she had no intention of teaching Baiye a lesson. However, Yunohana Retsu knew that there was still an insurmountable gap between her and Baiye. Moreover, Baiye and her were really not suitable for each other. Sister Hana, are you avoiding me? I haven't seen you for a few days and I miss you. Your hands are so fair, they feel so nice. Baiye took advantage of the situation and held Yunohana Retsu's little hand. He squeezed it and put on a pitiful look as he asked softly. Did Yunohana Retsu not have any thoughts about Baiye? No. This could be seen when Baiye touched Yunohana Retsu's little hand and some of her limbs. Yunohana Retsu did not avoid Baiye's touch, nor did she feel disgusted. Otherwise, if Yunohana Retsu really wanted to avoid Baiye's touch. Given Yunohana Retsu's strength, would she not be able to avoid Baiye's touch? That was impossible. Yunohana Retsu's strength was in the entire Godei 13 division. She was second only to Yamamoto Genryusai, the captain. Baiye's strength was on par with Yunohana Retsu's. However, one should not forget, Yunohana Retsu was not only the captain of the 4th division. She was also the first-generation Kenpachi. If anyone else dared to treat Yunohana Retsu this way. What an impolite remark. Advertisement Yunohana Retsu would have slashed him to death. Only Baiye would receive such treatment. Baiye, please don't be so rude, I'm not avoiding you. Yunohana Retsu said softly, but she did not retract her hand. Yunohana Retsu was not disgusted by Baiye's actions. However, for some reason, Yunohana Retsu was not tempted yet. Ahem, Mr. Baiye, I say, can you not ignore me? I'm still here. At this moment, Urahara Kazuki said with a bitter expression. What's going on, little brother? He was a living person, yet he was still here. So the two of you are ignoring my existence? Aren't you being too much of a bully? Shouldn't the disappearance of Rukongai's soul be the most important thing now? You two are flirting at this time, is it really appropriate? Urahara Kazuki felt a wave of sadness. Urahara, you're still here? I thought you had left. Baiye seemed to have noticed Urahara Kazuki's presence and said in surprise. Baiye 4.3, Captain Urahara, I'll take my leave first, goodbye. Unohana Retsu quickly pulled her hand out of Baiye's and said softly. Unohana Retsu lowered her head slightly, turned around, and walked out of the captain's room. At this moment, only Urahara Kazuki and Urahara Kazuki were left in the captain's room. Ahem, Baiye, would you believe me if I said that I didn't do it on purpose? Urahara Kazuki coughed softly and said softly. Urahara, look at you. You're planning to sneak to the crime scene, right? When the time comes, I'll give you a mysterious surprise, you'll have to wait for it. Baiye smiled faintly and said. Then, Baiye walked away from Urahara Kazuki. Urahara Kazuki was left alone on the spot. She muttered to herself, a mysterious surprise? Could it be that Mr. Baiye is planning to secretly provide reinforcements like me? Chapter 137 The props that can completely Ryotsu, the black cloak. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. After Urahara Kazuki learned that there was a possibility of danger in the Japanese world, he decided to leave. He had already made up his mind, he had to go to the crime scene to support Ri. However, Yamamoto Genryusai, the head captain, had just given a very clear order. Urahara Kazuki was not allowed to go to support Ri. This also made Urahara Kazuki secretly have an idea. Since Yamamoto Genryusai, the head captain, was not going to let Urahara Kazuki go. In addition, Urahara Kazuki did not have any mission to do. So, it was better to secretly go to the crime scene alone to support Ri. Anyway, as long as Urahara Kazuki did not say anything. No one knew whether he had left Soul Society or not. However, even the captain of the 9th Division, Mugaruma Kensai, had disappeared. If Urahara Kazuki were to go there alone to provide support, he would not be able to do so. He might not succeed, however, if he could have the help of Ri and Yi. Perhaps Urahara Kazuki would have a greater chance of winning. If even Baiye couldn't solve this problem, then Lin Fan would have to give up. In that case, Ri Yori was definitely dead. 08 Urahara Kazuki was very clear about this point. After all, Ri and Yi were very strong, in the entire Godei 13 division. Baiye's strength was not the strongest, however, in the entire Soul Society, the captain level. Baiye's strength was considered to be at the top. If even Baiye could not do it, Urahara Kazuki really couldn't think of anyone who could help him. As for asking for Yoruichi's help, this was not impossible. However, Yoruichi's 2nd division had now been ordered by Yamamoto Genryusai, the head captain, to leave. Before the news came back, they had to stay in Soul Society and wait for orders. If Yoruichi, the captain of the 2nd division, left the 2nd division without permission, if something unexpected were to happen, he would not be able to escape. Urahara Kazuki would really be unworthy of Yoruichi's trust in him. Therefore, Urahara Kazuki had never thought of asking for Yoruichi's help in the first place. By the way, Baiye, do you want to, advertisement? After Urahara Kazuki understood this, he looked up, trying to find Baiye's figure. However, Baiye's figure was already gone. Baiye had just finished saying that sentence. He had already left. Urahara Kazuki had been lost in his thoughts. He did not notice that Baiye had left at all. Forget it, since Baiye has left first, I have to go and take a look. But before that, I need to go back to the 12th division to get something. Urahara Kazuki muttered to himself. Since Baiye had already taken the lead, Zhang Ziyan decided to leave first. So, as the captain, Urahara Kazuki could not do much. Otherwise, if Rishi were to find out about this, that wouldn't be good. After all, Kazuki was also the captain of the 12th division. At the same time, he was also the captain of Ri. Urahara Kazuki immediately used Shunpo and rushed to the 12th division. In the 12th division's team room, at this moment, in the team room, the other team members were busy with their own things. They did not notice that Urahara Kazuki had already returned to the team room. After seeing Urahara Kazuki suddenly appear in front of them, these team members only glanced at Urahara Kazuki briefly and did not pay any more attention to him. Hey, Hayuri, is Ri back yet? Urahara Kazuki walked to Kuretsuchi Miyuri and asked. At this moment, Urahara Kazuki still had a glimmer of hope. That is, the Ri Shiroi did not go to support them. Instead, he returned to the team room. After all, according to the captain's message just now, it only meant that Mugaruma Kensai and Kunamashiro's Ryotsu had disappeared. It did not mean that Ri's Ryotsu had disappeared. This meant that Ri Shiori might not have arrived at the scene yet. As long as Ri had not arrived at the scene, then, Urahara Kazuki might not have to sneak out to help Ri alone. After all, no matter how dense Urahara Kazuki was, he also understood one thing very well, that was to sneak out of Quiet Soul Society at this critical juncture. This was a serious violation of the rules, even if there was an enemy invading Quiet Soul Society at that time. Advertisement. And at that time, Urahara Kazuki, the captain of the 12th division, happened to not be in Quiet Soul Society. He would be severely punished by Yamamoto Genryusai, the captain. If Urahara Kazuki did not understand this point, then, Urahara Kazuki could not be the captain of the 12th division. That annoying guy in the Sun Age, didn't you send her to help the 9th division? What's wrong with her? Forget it, it's none of my business, I just want to study my things. I don't care about the rest of the things. Kuretsuchi Miyuri held a test tube expressionlessly. He glanced at Urahara Kazuki beside him and said with a nonchalant expression. Instead of worrying about Ri's safety, it was better to do more research. Recently, the thing that Kuretsuchi Mayuri wanted to study had reached the most critical juncture. As long as he could break through this research, perhaps Kuretsuchi Mayuri's research could be completely successful. As for Ri's, it had nothing to do with him. It was not Kuretsuchi Mayuri who sent Ri's 407 to help. Even if he really had to worry about it, it was not Kuretsuchi Mayuri's turn to worry about it, as the third seed of the 12th Division. It should be Urahara Kazuki, the captain of the 12th Division, who thought about it. Hayuri, aren't you worried about Ri's safety at all? Urahara Kazuki said angrily, Kuretsuchi Mayuri's cold tone. It was as if Ri's was not a colleague who had been with him for many years. Although the two of them usually liked to quarrel. However, at this critical juncture, to think that Kuretsuchi Mayuri would say such cold words. It really made Urahara Kazuki feel a trace of anger. Indeed, Urahara Kazuki also knew very well that Kuretsuchi Mayuri did not care about anything other than research. However, Ri's had been with Kuretsuchi Mayuri for so many years. Don't worry. Instead of worrying about her, it's better to do more research. Hurry up and get out of the way, don't disturb me. Kuretsuchi Mayuri said indifferently. Then, Kuretsuchi Mayuri took a test tube, pushed open a door at the side, and walked in. Forget it. Cocoon Lee's personality is still the same as before. He's really comparable to Lord Baiye's personality. Urahara Kazuki said helplessly. In the next second, Urahara Kazuki walked towards his research room. He wanted to get a tool that he had been researching before, the Black Cloak. Chapter 138 Surprised Tessai Tsukabishi. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. The Black Cloak was a tool that Urahara Kazuki had developed a few years ago. It could completely hide the user's Ryotsu, so that other Shinigami couldn't sense the user's whereabouts. Logically speaking, if the stealthy and mobile Shinigami were to be equipped with this tool, it would definitely be able to increase their combat strength. However, the cost of the Black Cloak was too high. There was no way to mass-produce it. Even Urahara Kazuki himself had only made a few sets of them. Now, Urahara Kazuki was ready to leave Soul Society. He was going to support the Japanese, then, the Black Cloak. It was essential, as long as he had this tool as a cover. Then, Urahara Kazuki would be able to smoothly pass by the Shinigami guarding Soul Society. He would go to the crime scene, if he didn't have the help of the Black Cloak. Even if Urahara Kazuki wanted to leave, it wasn't impossible. However, there would still be some Ryotsu left, at that time, once Yamamoto Genryusai, the head captain. Or if the other captains investigated again, perhaps they would catch the Ryotsu left by Urahara Kazuki. Things would become extremely serious. After all, Urahara Kazuki had left Silent Soul Society on his own accord without any specific orders. It could be said that he didn't follow the orders of Yamamoto Genryusai, the head captain. This was an extremely serious violation of Soul Society's laws. Hey, do you want to get a set for Mr. Baiye? Forget it, Baiye should have gone there by now. With my Shunpo's speed, there's a high probability that we won't be able to catch up with him. Even if we take it there, it's useless. I hope that after Captain Hiriko and the others go there won't be too big of a problem. But, who is the person conducting the hollow experiment? After Urahara Kazuki put on the Black Cloak, he originally wanted to give another set to Baiye. After thinking for a while, he gave up the idea. After all, Urahara Kazuki knew very well how fast Baiye's Shunpo was. Even Yoruichi, known as the Goddess of Flash, Shunpo's speed was almost on par with Baiye's. It could even be said that in a certain sense, Baiye's Shunpo was even faster than Yoruichi. Advertisement on top of that, Urahara Kazuki could feel it from Baiye's words. Baiye should be on their way to provide support now. Even if Urahara Kazuki gave Baiye a Black Cloak, it would not be of much use. This was because although Urahara Kazuki's Shunpo was quite fast, it was still very fast. However, compared to Baiye, it was nothing. Urahara Kazuki was already the captain of the 12th Division. However, this did not mean that Urahara Kazuki's Shunpo was fast. On the other hand, Urahara Kazuki's Shunpo was fast. Among the captains of the Goding 13th Division, he was nothing. It could be said that Urahara Kazuki's Shunpo was among the captains. He could only be considered to be at the bottom of the list. If Urahara Kazuki's Shunpo was comparable to Yoruichi, then, Urahara Kazuki would really give Baiye a Black Cloak. However, there was something that Urahara Kazuki was most confused about. It was in the entire Soul Society, except for himself. The people who were still conducting the hollow experiment. Who could it be? After all, Hollow's research wasn't something that could be done by just anyone. Moreover, Hollow's research wasn't something that could be done overnight. Even if they had the research materials in their hands. But if they wanted to complete Hollow's research, they would have to do it. In the entire Quiet Soul Society, unceremoniously. According to Kazuki's understanding, only those who could carry out Hollow's research. There were only a few of them. Could it be Kokori? Urahara Kazuki pinched his chin and muttered to himself. Then, he shook his head. No, it can't be Kokori. He has been doing other research for the past few years. He doesn't have the time to carry out Hollow's research. Although his relationship with Ri and Captain Hiriko isn't good, even if it was Kokori, he wouldn't do anything to them. But if it wasn't Kokori, who else has the ability to carry out Hollow's research? Baiye had guessed the candidates before. One of them was Urahara Kazuki himself. The other was Kuretsuchi Miyuri, the deputy director of the Technology Development Bureau. Even Urahara Kazuki himself started to suspect Kuretsuchi Miyuri. Advertisement, but soon, Urahara Kazuki overturned his conjecture. After all, Kuretsuchi Miyuri had been carrying out research for the past few years. It wasn't Hollow's research at all. Urahara Kazuki had been carrying out Hollow's research before. He had asked Kuretsuchi Miyuri to come over and help him. But Urahara Kazuki could see it. Kuretsuchi Miyuri had no interest in Hollow's research at all. Besides, Kuretsuchi Miyuri was indeed very cold, he had a vicious tongue. However, Kuretsuchi Miyuri would never do anything that would endanger the Re world. Urahara Kazuki was very clear about this, but if it wasn't Kuretsuchi Miyuri who did it. Urahara Kazuki really couldn't figure it out, in the Godei 13. Who else could conduct research on the Hollow? It doesn't matter who the one conducting the Hollow research is. Right now, the most important thing is to go support Ri and the others. Ri, please don't let anything happen to you. Urahara Kazuki shook his head and threw away his thoughts. The most important thing now was not to think, who was the mastermind behind all this? After all, Ryori and the others were still in danger. Originally, Urahara Kazuki wondered if the disappearance of the soul was due to someone conducting research on the Hollow. Now, Urahara Kazuki was 80% sure that it was Li Jiaohao. The reason why Rukongai's souls disappeared was probably because someone was secretly conducting Hollow's experiments. However, the souls of the original residents of Rukongai. There was no way to satisfy the experimental requirements of the person behind the scenes. That was why he had extended his evil hands to the Shinigami team. The next moment, Urahara Kazuki put on a black cloak and rushed towards the entrance of Nightmare Soul Society. Urahara Kazuki, who was wearing a black cloak, easily walked past the guards of Nightmare Soul Society. Not long after, a figure walked out from the corner of a door in front of him. It was the head of the Kido group, Tetsuya Suri. You've really created something strange. You've actually created a jacket that can completely block Ryotsu. It seems like this incident isn't as simple as it seems. Tessai Tsukabishi walked out from the shadows with his hands in his pockets. He looked at Urahara Kazuki in surprise. Advertisement Chapter 139 Tessai Tsukabishi and Urahara Kazuki join forces. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. A long time ago, when he was working with Urahara Kazuki, Tessai Tsukabishi already knew that Urahara Kazuki liked to invent items. However, this was the first time Tessai Tsukabishi saw Urahara Kazuki invent such an amazing item. It could actually isolate the Ryotsu on his body. If Tessai Tsukabishi didn't know Urahara Kazuki's character well, he would definitely go to support him alone. Tessai Tsukabishi had no way of discovering Urahara Kazuki's whereabouts. After all, Urahara Kazuki was wearing this jacket now. He had completely cut off his own Ryotsu, if he wanted to discover Urahara Kazuki's whereabouts. There was no way to do so. Tessai Tsukabishi was well aware of this. Back when he was in the second division, Tessai Tsukabishi was very sure of one thing. Urahara Kazuki didn't invent such an amazing item at all. Urahara Kazuki must have invented this item. It should have been after Tessai Tsukabishi left the second division. Or it should have been invented in the last few years. Moreover, Tessai Tsukabishi was now the leader of the kids. There was no news about the black cloak that Urahara Kazuki was wearing. It was obvious that this black cloak, it should have been developed by Urahara Kazuki on his own. Otherwise, there was no way to explain such a thing. If Tessai Tsukabishi didn't understand this point, then, after Tessai Tsukabishi left the second division, he wouldn't have been able to become the leader of the kids. He would have become the leader of the kids. One had to know that although the leader of the kids was slightly inferior to the leader in terms of status. However, the leader of the kids was still very rare. After all, in Quiet Soul Society, there were only 13 captains, including the head captain. However, there would always be only one leader, it could be seen from this. Tessai Tsukabishi's talent was very powerful. This is really troublesome. You found out. Urahara Kazuki smiled helplessly when he saw that he was discovered. He lifted the cloak on his head and revealed his original appearance. If possible, Urahara Kazuki didn't want to meet Tessai Tsukabishi. Advertisement, especially now when Urahara Kazuki wanted to go and support the Japanese. He didn't want Tessai Tsukabishi to know about it. Although the relationship between Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi was very good at that time, Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi were very close. But now, Urahara Kazuki was alone without the commander's orders. He had snuck out of Quiet Soul Court, if Tessai Tsukabishi wanted to stop Kazuki. Moreover, Urahara Kazuki, the captain of the 12th Division, was placed at such a crucial time. Secretly ran out of Soul Societies as matter, reported to the heads. The consequences would be very serious. This was something that Urahara Kazuki didn't want to see. Being punished by the head captain, Yamamoto Genryusai, was a small matter. It was impossible for Yamamoto Genryusai to sentence him to death, right? This was obviously unrealistic. However, if Yamamoto Genryusai, the head captain, temporarily detained Urahara Kazuki, then, Urahara Kazuki's idea of going to support the Japanese, it would also be destroyed directly. Therefore, Urahara Kazuki didn't want Tessai Tsukabishi to stop him. Moreover, Tessai Tsukabishi knew Urahara Kazuki very well. Urahara Kazuki might be slightly stronger between the two of them. However, if the two of them were to fight, the Ryotsu that would erupt. It would definitely be the first thing that would happen. The guards of Quiet Soul Court had been attracted to the scene. This was not something that Urahara Kazuki wanted to see. You're going to save someone, right? Former adjutant, when I saw your reaction at the captain's meeting, I had a hunch that things would develop like this. Tessai Tsukabishi said with a serious expression. When Tessai Tsukabishi saw Urahara Kazuki's dazed look at the captain's meeting just now, he already understood one thing. That was, according to Urahara Kazuki's personality, he would definitely secretly go to support Nishinoshi alone. Tessai Tsukabishi was sure that he was not wrong about this. Perhaps the other captains only felt that Urahara Kazuki was a threat to their vice-captain, Nishikori. That was why he showed such a dazed look. However, Tessai Tsukabishi knew very well why Urahara Kazuki had such a reaction. Advertisement, that's amazing. Urahara Kazuki did not deny it. Urahara Kazuki knew very well that denying it would have no effect. In front of Tessai Tsukabishi, his denial didn't mean anything at all. Since that was the case, he might as well admit it openly. We used to work for His Highness Yoruichi's mansion. Do you think I wouldn't have expected such a small thing? Tessai Tsukabishi lowered his head slightly and said in a deep voice. Tessai Tsukabishi and Urahara Kazuki had worked together for so many years. How could he not know Urahara Kazuki's character? Then can you make way? Urahara Kazuki said in a calm voice. There was no emotion in Urahara Kazuki's voice, however, the meaning in his words was very obvious. Even if Tessai Tsukabishi wanted to stop Urahara Kazuki, he would not be able to do so. Urahara Kazuki would never give up. Urahara Kazuki would never put Risei in danger. If something were to happen to Re-World because of today's incident, he would be in deep trouble. It was also very strange. Tessai Tsukabishi raised his head. The bright moonlight shone on his body as he spoke in a deep voice. Oh, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Tessai. Then, the two of them looked at each other and didn't say anything else. They started to rush to the scene of the crime. Urahara Kazuki would probably blame himself for the rest of his life. On the contrary, not only would Tessai Tsukabishi not stop him, but he also wouldn't. The disappearance of Rukongai. Tessai Tsukabishi extended his right hand to Urahara Kazuki and invited him. Like you, I also felt an indescribable horror tonight. Come, let's hurry up and get to them. It wasn't just because he wanted to stop Urahara Kazuki. This was because he could feel it when he held the hair iron. Urahara Kazuki seemed to be relieved as he said with a smile. It seemed like he wanted to go with him. Instead, he would go with Urahara Kazuki to support Nishiori and the others. The atmosphere today was very unusual. The reason why Tessai Tsukabishi was here was because of this. You're making things difficult for me. I won't let you go alone. Urahara Kazuki's pupils shrank slightly. He was a little surprised that Tessai Tsukabishi didn't want to stop him. Chapter 140 Visor destroyed by Tusen Kanami. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. In a forest in the 6th district of Rukongai North District. At this time, the Shinigami led by Hiriko Shinji and the others. They were working together to deal with the Hollow Muguruma Kensai. Love Ikawa and Yadomaru Lisa worked together to attack the Rakan Kensai in front of them. In the battle between the three of them, even though the Muguruma Kensai was in a completely hollow state, they were still evenly matched. Roar. The Hollow Muguruma Kensai had gone berserk and did not have any rational behavior at all. He started to swing his fists rapidly and violently. It was like a wild beast with no intelligence. He continued to attack Love Ikawa. Bang. 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 But every time Muguruma Kensai's attack was about to land on Love Ikawa, Love Ikawa dodged all of his attacks. Bokuho. Yadomaru Lisa shouted at Hashijin beside her. If they continued to fight Muguruma Kensai like this, it would be difficult for them to maintain it. After all, Yadomaru Lisa could see one thing from Muguruma Kensai's attack just now. That is, the current Muguruma Kensai had long lost his consciousness. If it wasn't for the fact that they were worried about hurting Muguruma Kensai, they were afraid that Love Ikawa, the leader, she would have already used Bankai. She only did it to not hurt Muguruma Kensai. Love Ikawa and Yadomaru Lisa were barely able to resist. Bakude's 99 forbidden. Hashijin nodded and clasped his hands together. He shouted and started chanting. 2 strips of leather appeared out of thin air and wrapped around Muguruma Kensai's body. Countless nails sealed his limbs, making him unable to move. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Hachigen's forehead was dripping with sweat. When he saw that Muguruma Kensai was finally under control, he heaved a sigh of relief. Even Hashijin, the vice leader of the kiddos, using this level of kiddo. What's more, it was a song of abandonment. It also consumed a lot of Hachigen's spiritual energy. If not for the fact that he wanted to control Muguruma Kensai, Hashijin will never use a kid of this level. Even a level 90 Bakude can give up on chanting. That's amazing. Advertisement Hiriko Shinji had one hand in his pocket and the other holding the injured Hiriko Shinji. He turned his head and glanced at Hashijin. Hashijin is indeed the deputy kid leader of the kids. Just this move alone can easily break through the Bakude's 99 forbidden spells. Even among the captains of the Godding 13th Division, not many people could do it. Not to mention, Hashijin is only a deputy head of the children's club. He is still far from being a big kid. Even Hashijin himself could use Bakude's ability. Muguruma Kensai, the captain, was temporarily banned. It could be seen from this. Hachigen's Kido was very powerful. Although he could ban Mugeruma Kensai, it was a big reason. It was because Love Ikawa and Yadomaru Lisa were holding back Mugeruma Kensai's attack. But it was undeniable. If Hashigen didn't help, with the strength of Love Ikawa and Yadomaru Lisa, especially Love Ikawa, under the condition that Bankai was not used, it was impossible for him to be a match for Mugeruma Kensai, who was already hollow. Hiriko Shinji knows this. He has recovered from the battle earlier. This is the result. It's still a little difficult. Hashigen said in a deep voice, still holding his Bakud. He wants to release Bakud's 99% Bakud so easily. It's not as easy as Hashigen seems. If that's the case, Hashigen can no longer be the Vice Kid Chief. Then, what should we do next? Hiriko Shinji looked at Mugeruma Kensai, who is still under Bakud's control, and asked. Love Ikawa, whose shinobi armor is half destroyed, walked over and looked at Mugeruma Kensai on the ground without saying a word. Can't we use Kid to think of a solution? Hiriko Shinji asked in confusion. That's right, but if we don't find out the reason, we can't. Hashigen had a troubled look on his face. Advertisement. Before he could finish, Hiriko Shinji, who was still in Hiriko Shinji's arms, started coughing violently. What's wrong? Hiriko Shinji, are you okay? 0 flowers. Hiriko Shinji saw Hiriko Shinji's condition and thought he was seriously injured. He quickly shouted at Hashigen. Bozan, just treat this guy first. Shinji, let go of me. Nishiori's voice was weak as he said softly. Suddenly, the situation changed. Hiriko Shinji, who is still in Hiriko Shinji's arms, suddenly unleashed Ryotsu, which is the same as Mugeruma Kensai's. A one-horned mask appeared on Hiriko Shinji's face. Puchi. Hiriko Shinji pulled out his Zanpakuto and slashed Hiriko Shinji's shoulder. Hiriko Shinji looked in disbelief as blood splattered in the air. This sudden change. Zero Love Ikawa, Yadomaru Lisa, and Hachigen's expressions change. Sun World. Yadomaru Lisa anxiously shouted Risei's name and ran towards her location. He did not feel anything at all. What is this? The captain and vice-captain, headed by Love Ikawa, were all hit hard and fainted on the ground. All of a sudden, a huge black oval-shaped barrier enveloped everyone inside. The black oval-shaped enchantment that surrounded them slowly dissipated. Only Hiriko Shinji was left, lying on the ground, struggling to survive. What the hell is going on? It was just a few seconds when Love Ikawa shouted her companions' names. However, he only found that his surroundings were pitch black. All the members of the future Visored were wiped out by Tusen Konami, who was holding a Zanpakuto and wearing a mask. Yadomaru Lisa, Toribashi Rojiro, Hashigen, Hiriko Shinji, and others, who were originally around him, all disappeared. It was just a face-to-face encounter. Everyone, including Love Ikawa, was hit hard by a sharp Zanpakuto. Hashigen had completely lost his sense of hearing, sight, smell, and Ryotsu, leaving only his sense of touch. Lisa, Ross, Bozan. Whether it was Love Ikawa or Yadomaru Lisa. Love Ikawa frowned and rushed forward as well. Love Ikawa held her Zanpakuto and looked around, calling out to her companions. Chapter 141 You were wrong. He is loyal to our ideal. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Hiriko Shinji, who was on the ground, widened his eyes as he watched his comrades fall one by one into a pool of blood. Especially when he saw the familiar figure who had slashed Love Ikawa, his expression changed drastically. He was in disbelief. Tusen Konami took off his mask and pulled it down. The blade of the Zanpakuto in his hand was still dripping blood onto the ground. You are, Tusen. Hiriko Shinji's pupils shrank when he saw the figure's face clearly. He questioned. Because the person who had slashed Love Ikawa, Hiriko Shinji knew him. It was the current 5th leader of the 9th Division, Tusen Konami. Hiriko Shinji had always been curious about one thing. That was the disappearance of Rukongai's soul. Who was the one behind all this? After all, even the 9th Division led by Mugeruma Kensai had already disappeared from Ryotsu, 507. Who could do such a thing, in the entire Quiet Soul Society? It was very rare. Now, Hiriko Shinji finally knew who was behind it. Who was it? Why did you do this to Kensai? Did you betray your own captain? Hiriko Shinji questioned Tusen Konami loudly. Hiriko Shinji couldn't figure it out. Why would Tusen Konami betray Mugeruma Kensai, his captain? Could it be that Mugeruma Kensai had done something before? Did I make Tusen Konami unhappy? Or else, why would Tusen Konami kill his own comrades? Hiriko Shinji also didn't know. Why was Tusen Konami only the 5th leader of the 9th Division? Why did he have such powerful strength, although Tusen Konami had just wiped out Love Ikawa's team? He had used a sneak attack, however, there was one thing that couldn't be denied. That was Tusen Konami's own strength. He was very powerful. If Tusen Konami wasn't powerful himself, even if Tusen Konami had tried to sneak attack Love Ikawa's team, he probably wouldn't have succeeded. That was the point. Hiriko Shinji was very clear in his heart. However, Hiriko Shinji still had some doubts in his heart. Advertisement Tusen Konami was in the 9th Division. It could be said that he was completely unknown, such a person, even if he had hidden his strength. Why did he have to do such a thing? Tusen Konami had done so, Tusen Konami's team. One had to know that if what happened today were to spread out, it would be impossible for them to escape. Tusen Konami, he would be put on trial by Central 46's team. There was a high probability that he would be sent to be executed by the execution. Even if Tusen Kanami's team would be killed, there would not be the slightest bit of surprise. Shinji's Hiriko Shinji's team of Shinji's team. If he couldn't even understand such a simple thing, then Hiriko Shinji wouldn't be able to become the 5th division leader. However, in the face of Hiriko Shinji's questioning, Tusen Kanami had no intention of answering. He stood there with a cold expression on his face. That's not a betrayal. He's very loyal. He's just following my orders. Can you not blame him too much? Captain Hiriko. Not far away, Aizen was holding a Zanpakuto. Ichimaru Jin was smiling as he walked over slowly. In fact, long before Hiriko Shinji and the others arrived, Aizen and Ichimaru Jin were already hiding in the dark, observing the situation silently. After all, no matter if it was Hiriko Shinji, it was still Love Ikawa or Muguruma Kensai. They were all precious materials for Aizen's hollow experiment. Sure enough, if he used the captain and vice captain level to conduct the hollow experiment. Compared to the ordinary Rukongai residents and Shinigami squad members were much more powerful. They would be much stronger. If Aizen continued to use the souls of the ordinary citizens of Rukongai and the souls of the Shinigami soldiers to carry out his experiments in the hollow, Aizen wouldn't be able to do anything. Even if he was given 100 years to conduct the experiment, it would be difficult to meet Aizen's requirements. Aizen looked at Love Ikawa and the others who had started the hollow experiment. The smile on his face became even brighter. Love Ikawa, Yadomaru Lisa, Hashijin and the others. Now, they had completely lost their individual consciousness. As long as a period of time passed, the hollows in their bodies. Then, it would completely merge with the souls of Love Ikawa and the others. By then, Aizen would be able to ascertain, did his research on the hollow succeed? After all, whether it was Hiriko Shinji, Love Ikawa, Yadomaru Lisa and the others. In Aizen's eyes, they were just ordinary experimental materials. Advertisement Aizen would never show any mercy to experimental materials. Even if Hiriko Shinji was the captain of Aizen's 5th division. There would be no exceptions. This was something that Hiriko Shinji was well aware of. Aizen, you are the one behind this. Hiriko Shinji turned his head and looked at the person behind him. Ever since Hiriko Shinji first met Aizen, he already felt that Aizen was a very dangerous person. Therefore, after Aizen graduated from the Spiritual Arts Academy, he immediately recruited Aizen into the 5th division. As for the purpose, naturally, it was to monitor Aizen's every move at all times. After all, Aizen was such a dangerous person. If Hiriko Shinji were to just ignore Aizen, he would not be able to do anything. If Aizen caused any harm in the future, Hiriko Shinji would definitely feel very unhappy about this. So you have already noticed? That's amazing, Aizen smiled. As if he was talking to a friend, but there was no emotion in his words. Would Aizen really not know that Hiriko Shinji noticed him? Then, Aizen would be a little, it was always the same. Aizen, you are wrong. He is not loyal to you, he is loyal to our ideals. At this moment, Baiye suddenly appeared beside Aizen and said with a smile. But Aizen was confident, it was not a big problem. Of course. For Aizen, Hiriko Shinji said, even if Hiriko Shinji noticed it. Whether it was in the past or now, it was fine, it was impossible. 4.1 was already within Aizen's calculations, every step that Hiriko Shinji took. Aizen still wanted to be more challenging, wasn't it a little too smooth? If Hiriko Shinji was really that useless, after all, if it was that easy to get rid of Hiriko Shinji and the others. Chapter 142 You are just failures, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. How could Baiye miss out on such a famous occasion? Since Aizen had already made his appearance, it was time for Baiye to make his appearance. Moreover, Baiye had already told Urahara Kazuki about this. He was going to give him a surprise. This surprise would definitely be very special. If Urahara Kazuki were to arrive here, he would definitely be very happy. As for whether Baiye would be in any danger after coming all the way here from Quiet Soul Court, Lin Mengya could not help but wonder. Of course not. Aizen had already used Kyōka Suigetsu's identity a long time ago. He had made up for the traces that Baiye had left behind in Soul Society. At least before Baiye and Aizen completely fell out. The relationship between the two was still very strong. After all, be it Aizen or Baiye, both of them understood one thing very well. As long as either one of them was willing, before their strength reached a level where they could crush the other person. If both of them cooperated, both of them were very strong. It seems that Lisa and the rest's souls have started to fuse with the power of the hollow. Baiye glanced at Yadomaru Lisa and the rest from the corner of his eye and thought to himself. The experiments that Aizen had led in the hollow. It was to inject the power of the hollow into Shinigami's soul. However, it was a pity. Although Yadomaru Lisa and Hiriko Shinji were captain-level figures, they weren't very strong. However, with their own strength, without the help of external forces, they would not be able to do anything. In the end, they were still unable to completely fuse with the power of the hollow. Perhaps only the power of Hogyoku could help Yadomaru Lisa and the rest master the power of the hollow. Looking at the time. Right now, Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi should be here soon. Baiye-kun, I thought you weren't coming. Sorry, I was wrong. You have to be loyal to our ideals, not me alone. Aizen was not surprised to see Baiye appear, he said apologetically. Baiye's arrival, This was within Aizen's expectations. However, Aizen had just seen Baiye. It had been a long time and he still hadn't appeared. They almost thought that Baiye was not coming. Indeed, Baiye was the same as he had imagined. Advertisement in the end, he still ended up here. Tusen Kanami seemed to be very loyal to Aizen. However, Aizen understood what Kirin meant. Why was Tusen Kanami so loyal? Aizen had made a promise to Tusen Kanami. That was to destroy the existing order of the Soul Society. This was especially true for the rotten aristocratic system. Because Tusen Kanami's friend, he was killed by one of the 4 aristocrats of the Soul Society. After Tusen Kanami's friend was killed, Tusen Kanami had also reported this to Central 46. However, in exchange, the person who killed Tusen Kanami's friend was only imprisoned for a few months. Moreover, if it wasn't for Kyoka Suigetsu, the captain of the 8th Division, who saw this incident, he would have died. If they put pressure on Central 46, perhaps there wouldn't even be such a small punishment. Such a simple punishment. This made Tusen Kanami completely disappointed in the Soul Society. It was because of this reason, when Aizen discovered Tusen Kanami and extended an invitation to him. Tusen Kanami didn't say anything and immediately agreed. If it wasn't for this reason, then, Tusen Kanami was originally a person who adhered to the justice in his heart. As for what Baiye said just now, it was for the sake of his and Aizen's influence. Aizen did not take it to heart at all, whether it was Baiye or Aizen himself. As for this so-called ideal, it was all just to better achieve the goal that they wanted to achieve. After all, whether it was Aizen or Baiye, what the two of them had done. They were enemies of the entire Soul Society. Shihouin Baiye. When Ichimaru Jin, who was standing beside Aizen, saw Baiye, a glimmer of light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Then, it disappeared immediately and he resumed his smiling posture. It was as if he did not see Baiye. As for Baiye's arrival, Ichimaru Jin did not know. Before he came here, Aizen did not tell Ichimaru Jin that Baiye would come here. Advertisement, however, now that Baiye was here, Lin Fan could not help but wonder. In other words, Hiriko Shinji and the others were all dead meat. As for whether Baiye would save Hiriko Shinji and the rest, this was something that Ichimaru Jin had never considered. If Baiye really wanted to save Hiriko Shinji and Love Ikawa, he would not have allowed Hiriko Shinji and the rest to come here. Baiye. Why? Why are you colluding with a guy like Aizen? When Hiriko Shinji saw Baiye, his pupils constricted and he said in shock. Although Hiriko Shinji did not have much contact with Baiye on a daily basis, Baiye did not have much contact with him. However, Hiriko Shinji more or less knew Baiye. Hiriko Shinji did not expect this at all. Baiye was on Aizen's side. How was this possible? Could it be that during this period of time, the series of events that had happened in Rukongai, where the souls had disappeared, was it all because of Baiye, the captain of the 10th Division, that no one discovered it until now? However, Hiriko Shinji could not figure it out. Why would Baiye do this? Why would he do such a thing? Was he not afraid of being discovered by Quiet Soul Society? Moreover, Baiye was now the captain of the 10th Division. He was also a member of the Shihouin family, one of the 4 aristocratic families of the Soul Society. Why did he have to do such a thing? This did not make any sense. Hiriko Shinji did not know how to think about this matter. Ever since Baiye became the captain of the 10th Division, Hiriko Shinji would occasionally go to drink with Baiye and Kyoka Suigetsu. To have a meal together, the two of them could be considered friends, right? Why would Baiye do such a thing to Love Ikawa and Yadomaru Lisa? Why, Shinji, you don't need to know these things. Baiye shook his head and chuckled. He looked at Aizen. Aizen, it seems like your hollow experiment has failed. Even the captains and vice-captains can't withstand the power of the void. 11. Right now, they are just failures. Baiye glanced at Love Ikawa and the rest who were near the hollow in disappointment. I'm so disappointed. I thought that as captains, you guys would be able to integrate with the power of the void and reach a higher level. Now it seems like you guys are just failures. Chapter 143. Longing is the emotion farthest from understanding. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Hollow. Failed product? Hiriko Shinji's pupils constricted slightly. Hiriko Shinji did not know what Baiye meant by the hollow experiment and failed product. However, Hiriko Shinji guessed that this so-called hollow experiment, it should be the real cause of the disappearance of Rukongai's soul. However, Hiriko Shinji did not receive it, the person who led all of this. It was actually Baiye and Aizen. Baiye and Hiriko Shinji, weren't they supposed to be friends? Why did they do this? And why did they do such a taboo research? Hiriko Shinji indeed did not know about the so-called hollow experiment. Even if the research was successful, there would be no benefits. However, Hiriko Shinji sensed from Muguruma Kensai's body that was completely hollow. He felt a violent ryotsu that was comparable to the hollow. However, Muguruma Kensai was a Shinigami. Why did he have the power of the hollow? Moreover, Hiriko Shinji had just heard something with his own ears. That was the thing that made Muguruma Kensai and Love Ikawa lose their consciousness. It was the power of the hollow. Baiye and Aizen in front of him. What did they want the power of the hollow for? Hiriko Shinji could not figure it out. What was the reason? Baiye used to be on good terms with them. Why did things turn out this way? Baiye used to have a sharp tongue when he spoke. Sometimes, Hiriko Shinji could not help but want to give Baiye a good beating. However, both Hiriko Shinji and Baiye knew one thing very well. That was, all of this was just a joke. However, Baiye's actions did not seem like a joke at all. Instead, he wanted to kill Hiriko Shinji, Love Ekawa, Yadomaru Lisa, and the others. He wanted to kill all of them. What kind of friend would do such a thing? Baiye could see the confusion on Hiriko Shinji's face. However, Baiye had no intention of explaining for him. What was the point of explaining further? Don't forget. Aizen, the big boss. Advertisement. He was still standing there. Furthermore, Hiriko Shinji, their current hollow experiment. Although to a certain extent, it could already be considered a failure. However, to a certain extent, it could be considered a success. Whether it was a success or a failure, Urahara Kazuki had to use Hogyoku's power to perfect the hollow of Hiriko Shinji and the others. As for now, Hiriko Shinji and the others should just lie down and not move. If that was the case, then for them, it would mean nothing. Perhaps it was a good idea. Who knows? Baiye. Rishi, who was wearing a single-horned mask, stood in the same spot and listened to their conversation. Her pupils had turned black, and she muttered Baiye's name in an extremely weak voice. In the past, he had never thought of this, to think that things would develop to such an extent. That's right. Rishi and Baiye's relationship was really bad. It could even be said that every time the two of them met, they would quarrel. However, this did not mean that Rishi would want to kill Baiye. Similarly, Rishi had always thought that Baiye only liked to tease her. However, everything that was happening now, every single one of them indicated one thing. They were Baiye and Aizen. They were the masterminds behind all of this. This made Nishiyori very angry at Baiye. Rishi wanted to control her body and attack Baiye. However, under the influence of the hollow, although Rishi had not completely lost her self-awareness, she could not move at all. However, Ryori couldn't move at all. He only felt that his body was very heavy, as if there was a mountain pressing down on him. At the same time, the power of the hollow was constantly eroding her consciousness. Baiye-kun, you were right. Captain Hiriko and the others' hollow experiment has failed. What a pity. I originally thought that Captain Hiriko and the others would be the experimental subjects. They should be able to withstand the hollow experiment. It seems that I have overestimated them. Aizen looked around at Love Ekawa and Yadomaru Lisa and smiled. Aizen had been using the residents of Rukongai and the ordinary Shinigami team members. They were used to carry out the hollow experiment. The souls of those people could not withstand the power of the hollow. Even the souls that could last the longest. In less than 10 minutes, the king's soul would collapse. They would disappear completely. Aizen originally thought that the people who were used to carry out the hollow experiment were too weak. That was why they became like this. Advertisement. When he used Hiriko Shinji and Love Ekawa, as well as Muguruma Kensai and the other captains to carry out the experiment, he thought that perhaps only captains and vice-captains could carry out the hollow experiment. Only then would there be a chance of success. However, now that Aizen saw the appearance of Yadomaru Lisa and Muguruma Kensai, the hollow experiment that Aizen was carrying out now, was it a success? Not really. Was it a failure? Not really. If it was a failure, Muguruma Kensai and the others, they should be the same as the souls that disappeared in Rukongai. Their souls completely collapsed and disappeared without a trace. As for Muguruma Kensai and the others, they had succeeded? No, that is, if they had really succeeded, according to Aizen's research direction. Muguruma Kensai and the others, after the success of the hollow experiment, they should be able to maintain their consciousness. However, Aizen had just hidden and observed from the side for so long. What he saw was Muguruma Kensai and Kunimashiro. They had completely lost their self-awareness. They had completely become a beast without any intelligence, king's soul, ability. Shihouin Baiye, answer me. Yadomaru Lisa liked Baiye. That's not right. Rather than saying that Lisa likes me, it's more like longing. Longing is the most distant feeling from understanding. Hiriko Shinji, who was lying on the ground, clenched her fists and looked at Baiye beside Aizen. She questioned him with a face full of anger. Shinji, can you understand what I'm saying? Or Muguruma Kensai and the others? However, Baiye had always been a womanizer. You should know very well that Lisa likes you. Like, why did you do such a thing to Lisa? Whether it was Hiriko Shinji or Love Ekawa. Not to mention Baiye himself. Baiye, why? Was it just for this so-called experiment? However, these friends of Yadomaru Lisa could all see it. They could all see it clearly. Yadomaru Lisa had never expressed her feelings to Baiye. Chapter 144 Complete Hypnosis. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. According to the head captain's assignment, Lisa would not have come here with you. However, there was a small mistake in the process. That Sasukino actually swapped Lisa and Tessai Tsukabishi. What a pity. Baiye looked regretful. He smiled faintly and said, to be honest, I did not want to use Lisa as Hollow's experiment. However, sometimes, the development of the situation is not completely within my control. Yadomaru Lisa liked Baiye? To be honest, Baiye could not tell. Instead of saying that Yadomaru Lisa liked Baiye, it was better to say that Yadomaru Lisa liked Baiye. He was aroused by lust. After all, the content of the book that Yadomaru Lisa usually carried around. However, it was not suitable for children. Baiye had secretly peeked at the contents of the book that Yadomaru Lisa usually held in her arms several times. Who would know? Yadomaru Lisa, the deputy captain of the 8th Division, was usually very calm. How could she have such a personality? Longing. Baiye's words stunned everyone present. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Hiriko Shinji clenched his right fist and slammed it hard on the ground. Hiriko Shinji had wanted to use the fact that Yadomaru Lisa liked Baiye. He wanted to change Baiye's mind. After all, although Baiye was on Aizen's side. However, Hiriko Shinji was able to see through it. The mastermind behind the disappearance of Rukongai's soul. It was not Baiye, it was Aizen, who was standing in front of Hiriko Shinji. As long as Baiye was willing to change sides, perhaps he wanted to capture Aizen. It wasn't impossible, it was just that, all of this. Hiriko Shinji only thought so. Baiye, as expected, you and I are the same kind of people. Aizen's black-rimmed glasses glinted. If Yadomaru Lisa knew what Baiye wanted to do, would she still like Baiye as before? Probably not, right? In that case, advertisement rather than Yadomaru, Lisa had fallen in love with Baiye. Or rather, Yadomaru Lisa was on Baiye's body. He had found a goal that he could look forward to. After all, if one truly wanted to understand the thoughts of Ri and Yi, it was a very difficult thing to do, even if Aizen was his partner. She wanted to truly understand Baiye's thoughts, it was also impossible. AIBG, Shihouin Baiye is too cold-blooded. Is Rangaku really suitable to be with him? No, I must stop Rangaku from being with him. Otherwise, Rangaku's life will be in danger because of Shihouin Baiye. Ichimaru Jin looked at Baiye with a tinge of fear in his eyes. When Ichimaru Jin saw the collaboration between Baiye and Aizen, he was shocked. Although he hated that Baiye was pursuing Matsumoto Rangaku. After all, Matsumoto Rangaku and Ichimaru Jin were childhood sweethearts. If possible, Ichimaru Jin did not want others to pursue Matsumoto Rangaku. However, Ichimaru Jin thought it through later. If Baiye was really together with Matsumoto Rangaku, that would be the case. It might be a good thing. It was much better than Matsumoto Rangaku's current state. Ichimaru Jin was the reason why Aizen took away part of Matsumoto Rangaku's soul. He could even give up everything he had and lurk around Aizen by any means necessary. His goal was to truly kill Aizen, as for the price he had to pay. No matter how big it was, Ichimaru Jin would not feel any pity. However, Ichimaru Jin finally understood one thing. It was Baiye and Aizen in front of him, they were the same type of people. They were both cold-blooded and emotionless. Even Yadomaru Lisa, the woman who liked Baiye. However, even Ichimaru Jin himself did not know whether Yadomaru Lisa liked Baiye or not. However, since Hiriko Shinji had said so, most likely, these words were not lies. Baiye could easily use her to carry out Hollow's experiment. In the future, when she was with Matsumoto Rangaku day and night, Matsumoto Rangaku's life would definitely be in danger. This was something that Ichimaru Jin could not tolerate. Therefore, Ichimaru Jin decided to do one thing: advertisement. He had to use all his strength to stop Baiye and Matsumoto Rangaku from being together. Well, I've told you enough, cheese. Baiye smiled and walked to Ichimaru Jin's side, rubbing his short silver hair. It had to be said, Ichimaru Jin was still very cute when he was a teenager. The premise was that one had to ignore Ichimaru Jin's lion-like personality. After Baiye rubbed his short silver hair, Ichimaru Jin frowned but did not avoid it. Ichimaru Jin knew that Baiye would not attack him. After all, Baiye and Aizen were both companions, in a sense. Ichimaru Jin and Baiye were considered companions. Then, Captain Hiriko, let's continue our conversation. When did you realize that I was the mastermind behind all this? Aizen looked at Hiriko Shinji and asked. Aizen was really curious. Since when did Hiriko Shinji suspect that he was the mastermind behind the disappearance of Rukongai's soul? If that was really the case, why didn't Hiriko Shinji report this to Nightmare Soul Society? Or should he directly report it to Yamamoto Genryusai? Since you were still in your mother's womb, Hiriko Shinji sneered. I see. Aizen was not angry and closed his eyes slightly. I've always thought that you were a dangerous and untrustworthy man. That's why I chose you to be the vice captain of my team. It's to keep an eye on you, Aizen. Hiriko Shinji said through gritted teeth. Yes, I understand. Thank you very much, Captain Hiriko. Fortunately, you didn't trust me at all. That's why you didn't notice. Aizen said softly. Didn't I say I noticed it a long time ago? Hiriko Shinji glared at Aizen. No, you didn't notice, right? In the past month, the one who walked behind you wasn't me. Aizen explained with a smile. What? Hiriko Shinji opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Hiriko Shinji was sure, during this period of time, Aizen should have been by his side, there was no mistake about it. I can make the enemy mistake everything in this world. This is the true ability of my Zanpakuto Kyōka Suigetsu. Therefore, this ability is called complete hypnosis. Aizen held the Zanpakuto in his hand. The cold gleam of the blade shone brighter under the moonlight. Chapter 145 I chose you, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Did you say complete hypnosis? Hiriko Shinji turned his head in shock. How can Shinigami's Zanpakuto ability be this terrifying? How could he have such an ability, at this moment? Hiriko Shinji also understood what was going on. Why, in the past month? Hiriko Shinji had seen Aizen with his own eyes. Why would Aizen say those words just now? At the same time, Hiriko Shinji also understood. Why when Aizen was in the Spiritual Arts Academy? He liked to release his Zanpakuto ability in front of the students. So Aizen's Zanpakuto ability, it was not the so-called flowing water Zanpakuto at all. It was the hallucination Zanpakuto. Aizen must have liked to release his Zanpakuto ability in front of others. Releasing Zanpakuto's Shikai, it was because he wanted to hypnotize others. However, Hiriko Shinji did not expect this at all. Aizen's Zanpakuto was so powerful, even Hiriko Shinji, the 5th Division captain, was not immune to Aizen's Zanpakuto ability. This kind of ability was simply too terrifying, even a captain could not be immune to it. Hiriko Shinji could not imagine, in the entire Gode 13 Division and Soul Society, who could be immune to Kyōka Suigetsu's complete hypnosis? Could it be? In the entire Gode 13 Division, except for Yamamoto Genryusai, the head captain. The others, were they all affected by Aizen's Kyōka Suigetsu? When he thought of this, Hiriko Shinji's heart could not help but tremble. If the truth was what he thought it would be, then why would Baiye side with Aizen? Could it be because of the influence of Aizen's Kyōka Suigetsu? Advertisement after all, Aizen had just said the true ability of Kyōka Suigetsu. If Baiye was really affected by Aizen's Kyōka Suigetsu, then, did it mean that everything Baiye was doing now, was it all because of Aizen's control, complete hypnosis? Is this the true ability of this man? Ichimaru Jin narrowed his eyes. His expression did not change at all, he was still smiling. Ichimaru Jin had joined the 5th Division. Moreover, he had killed the former 3rd seed of the 5th Division in front of Aizen for a few years. However, Ichimaru Jin did not know what Aizen's Zanpakuto ability was. Flowing water Zanpakuto's ability. It was impossible for him to have such an ability. Ichimaru Jin was very clear on this point, but what was Aizen's ability? Ichimaru Jin did not understand. It was only now that Ichimaru Jin finally understood the situation. Aizen's Zanpakuto ability, so it was an ability like complete hypnosis. But Aizen's Zanpakuto is too powerful. Then, what method should he use to kill Aizen? Aizen didn't have much trust in Ichimaru Jin right now. Under normal circumstances, Aizen would bring Ichimaru Jin with him. But only when it came to something really important. Aizen would never bring Ichimaru Jin with him. Furthermore, Ichimaru Jin would also need to stay hidden in Aizen for a while. Find out how to be immune, or the ability to break Aizen's Kyōka Suigetsu. Otherwise, with Ichimaru Jin's strength, he would not be able to defeat them. If he wanted to kill Aizen with his own hands, it was simply unrealistic. Kyōka Suigetsu's true ability is not bad, but does he think Shinji and the rest are dead for sure? Baiye's eyes flickered as he thought to himself, Captain Hiriko, you must be thinking that since my Zanpakuto is complete hypnosis, does that mean I have already used hypnosis on Baiye? What Baiye is doing now should be under my control, right? Unfortunately, your guess is wrong. My Kyōka Suigetsu can't help you, Mr. Baiye. Advertisement Aizen seemed to have seen the doubt on Hiriko Shinji's face and chuckled. Impossible. Hiriko Shinji's pupils shrank. If Baiye was not under the influence of Aizen's Kyōka Suigetsu, how could he do such a thing? Aizen is right, he still can't hypnosis me, Baiye said calmly. Hiriko Shinji still couldn't believe that this was real. The two of them did not continue to explain. Aizen smiled and said, you are a very sharp person, Captain Hiriko. 0. Begging for fresh flowers, if the way you usually get along with me is like the way other captains get along with their adjutants. You might have a chance to see through me, but you didn't. Because you don't trust me, you often keep a distance from me and don't talk to me. You also don't give me any information and won't interfere in my matters. The corners of Aizen's mouth curled up as he slowly sheathed his Zanpakuto. Hiriko Shinji recalled all the things that had happened before. That's why you didn't notice that I had switched with someone else. The man who was my substitute was just an ordinary soldier. I asked him to remember my daily activities and how I deal with you, the other captains, and the way I deal with you. 0. If you know me well, you should be able to. And you should be able to notice the difference in me. From my habits or my actions, ours. The reason why you're here now is because you don't understand me at all. Now you understand, Captain Hiriko, Aizen smiled. Blue sand. Hiriko Shinji bent his body slightly and sat on the ground. He stared at Aizen as if he wanted to kill him. There's one more thing. You told me that you chose me as your vice captain because you wanted to keep an eye on me. That's a mistake. Aizen said with a smile after seeing that Hiriko Shinji had not changed. What did you say? Hiriko Shinji stared at Aizen like a dead fish. Just as the captain has the right to appoint the vice captain, the team members also have the so-called right to refuse, although the actual exercise of this right is very rare. However, there is still a way for me to not be your vice captain. Why can't I do that? Aizen pushed his glasses and reached out his right hand as if he wanted to hug the whole world, because it's too ideal. Your suspicion and vigilance towards me is like adding wings to a tiger for my plan. Do you know? You didn't choose me, but I chose you, Captain Hiriko. Hiriko Shinji knelt on the ground and lowered his head. Chapter 146. It's just that one sample is missing. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Aizen looked at Love Kawa and the others who were close to the hollow and chuckled. Perhaps you should apologize to your companions. It is because you were chosen by me that you and your companions are in such a predicament. Aizen's words, it could be said to be murderous. From the very beginning, Aizen had already discovered it. Hiriko Shinji, the captain of the 5th Division. He wanted him to be the deputy captain of the 5th Division. What kind of purpose was it for, however, Aizen's choice of Hiriko Shinji? He didn't care at all, after all, no matter what. With Hiriko Shinji's help, Aizen wanted to implement the plan. He would have more confidence, as long as he could better implement Aizen's plan. Even if he temporarily held the position of Deputy Captain of the 5th Division, 297. What could he do? Anyway, with Hiriko Shinji's character, there was a high probability that he would not let him control the people of the 5th Division. However, Hiriko Shinji would never have thought the reason why Aizen agreed. It was not because of Hiriko Shinji's choice at all. It was because of Aizen's own choice, in a sense. Hiriko Shinji letting Aizen be the Deputy Captain of the 5th Division was to help Aizen. If it was not because of this reason, Aizen would not have agreed. However, although this was indeed the case, however, during this period of time, Hiriko Shinji was still a little too much of an eyesore. If Hiriko Shinji continued to hinder Aizen, it might have a certain impact on Aizen's plan. Therefore, Aizen wanted to use the disappearance of Rukongai's soul to attract Hiriko Shinji, Love Ikawa, Toribashi Rojiro, and the others outside of Soul Society. As long as they could be attracted outside of Soul Society, perhaps he would be able to completely wipe them out. As long as these people could be completely wiped out. Then, what Aizen was going to do next, advertisement. Thus, there was no need to restrain himself. What's more, Hiriko Shinji and the others were all captains. They were used as the materials for Aizen's hollow experiment. They were also a very good high-quality material. Even in Soul Society, to find materials like Hiriko Shinji and the others. It was also a very difficult thing. Aizen, Hiriko Shinji shouted, stood up suddenly, and pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist. Before Hiriko Shinji could launch an attack, a layer of white substance gushed out from his mouth and nose, covering his shoulders and most of his face. What's going on? After Hiriko Shinji noticed, he looked at Aizen, who was opposite to him, and then looked at his own body, his pupils suddenly constricted. At first, Hiriko Shinji thought that he wasn't like Muguruma Kensai and the others. However, what Hiriko Shinji did not expect, he did not know when he fell into the trap. This was something that Hiriko Shinji did not expect. At this moment, Hiriko Shinji finally understood. Why did Muguruma Kensai, who was originally fine, turn into a virtual creature? Even Hiriko Shinji himself, under the influence of the layer of white substance on his body. His body became extremely heavy, he even had a feeling that he wanted to fall into a deep sleep. If it weren't for Hiriko Shinji's strong will, he wouldn't have been able to do so. Most likely, Hiriko Shinji had long wanted to fall into a deep slumber. However, even if his will was very strong, he also understood that if he did not get rid of Aizen as soon as possible, Hiriko Shinji would definitely turn into a beast like Muguruma Kensai just now. I am very grateful that you took the bait with this level of provocation, said Aizen. Shinji, it seems like your mission is over. Baiye pretended to be pitiful and said. Damn it, is it the same for me? When did this happen? Hiriko Shinji did not expect that he would fall into the trap as well. Tisk. Tisk. Love Ikawa, Yadomaru Lisa, and Hashijin, who were lying on the ground, were severely injured and unconscious. Suddenly, a layer of white substance appeared on their heads. A ryatsu of emptiness began to erupt from their bodies. Advertisement, Aizen, what the hell is going on? Hiriko Shinji turned around and asked Aizen agitatedly when he saw the changes happening to his companions one after another. However, in the next moment, the layer of white substance on Hiriko Shinji's face began to corrode him. Hiriko Shinji let out a series of painful screams. Tusen Kanami was expressionless as he walked to Aizen and Baiye's side without saying a word. As expected, when you are excited, the hollow will move faster. Aizen looked at Hiriko Shinji in front of him and said without a hint of surprise. It seems like these semi-finished products are no longer useful, they can only be used as samples, take them. Baiye smiled faintly. Yes. Tusen Kanami lowered his head slightly and said respectfully. Kill. Baiye spat out a word softly. Yes. Tusen Kanami nodded and pulled out a Zanpakuto from his waist, and fired a shunpo. Stop. Hiriko Shinji, who was still being corroded by the hollow, shouted loudly. Tusen Kanami ignored him and slashed Hiriko Shinji's shoulder with his Zanpakuto. Tisk. Blood spurted out from Hiriko Shinji's shoulder. Hiriko Shinji said in a deep voice, continue attacking, it's just one less specimen. That's right. Some sacrifices can create a new ideal world, looks like Baiye understands me. Although I don't know what you are trying to do, if you think that everything will go according to your wishes, then you are wrong. Just as Tusen Kanami was about to kill Hiriko Shinji came from the side and sent him flying. Aizen was surprised by Baiye's actions. In order to create our ideal world, some sacrifices are inevitable, aren't they? Hiriko Shinji tilted his head slightly and started to think about what Aizen said to him. Aizen looked at Hiriko Shinji in surprise. Oh, Baiye, you are really cruel. I remember that Captain Hiriko and the others are your friends. What should we do now? Tusen Kanami asked, clang. He took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart and slowly calmed down. Aizen smiled and did not seem to mind. Aizen smiled faintly. The hollow has already reached this stage and it still has self-awareness? Aizen. Baiye smiled faintly. Chapter 147 The Benefits of Hollow, improved in all aspects. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. As for Aizen, Hiriko Shinji was just a sample. Anyway, he already had samples of Love Akawa and Yadomaru Lisa. Even if Hiriko Shinji was killed by Tusen Kanami, Aizen would not feel that it was a pity. After all, from a certain perspective, Aizen did not need so many samples, and this time, Hollow's experiment. It was obvious that it had failed, whether it was Hiriko Shinji or Yadomaru Lisa. They were just some failed products. As for these failures, Aizen didn't care about them at all, if that was the case. If that was the case, Aizen would not have any regrets. But what made Aizen feel the most pity was, it was probably because Hiriko Shinji and the other captains came to conduct Hollow's experiment. But they ended up with such an outcome, although Aizen was a little disappointed with the outcome. 08 however, he was just a little disappointed. As for the rest, that was all he could do. I understand. Tusen Kanami nodded respectfully to show his respect. Since Aizen had already spoken, then Tusen Kanami did not have to hold back on Hiriko Shinji anymore. When Tusen Kanami attacked Hiriko Shinji just now, he just wanted to make Hiriko Shinji lose his ability to fight temporarily. That way, it would be easier for Aizen to bring Hiriko Shinji and the others back for research. But now that Aizen had said that he did not need Hiriko Shinji as a research material, Tusen Kanami was ready to go all out. Sample, is it? What you say is really interesting. When Hiriko Shinji heard Aizen's words, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. He glared at Aizen coldly. Hiriko Shinji did not expect this, that is until now. Aizen still wanted to humiliate them. This made Hiriko Shinji very unhappy. The reason why they ended up like this was because of Aizen. It was all because of Aizen. However, Aizen's tone sounded as if he was looking down on them. This made Hiriko Shinji very unhappy. Advertisement. No, not unhappy, but very angry, if there was a choice. Hiriko Shinji should have just killed Aizen from the start. He should not have chosen to put Aizen in the 5th division. He should have made Aizen the vice captain of the 5th division. After all, making Aizen the vice captain of the 5th division might have been a mistake from the start. Who knows? Clang, clang, clang. Tusen Kanami did not say a word. He rushed up to Hiriko Shinji and swung his Zanpakuto. Every move was fatal. He wanted to kill Hiriko Shinji with a single blow. Tusen Kanami did not expect this. Hiriko Shinji was severely injured. He almost did not even have the strength to fight. But only a little time had passed. Not only did Hiriko Shinji's strength become stronger than before. In fact, he could even suppress Tusen Kanami, who was in perfect condition. Tusen Kanami did not expect this at all. Could it be that Hollow's experiment did not fail? But if Hollow's experiment on Hiriko Shinji did not fail, why did Hiriko Shinji become like this? According to what Aizen told Tusen Kanami back then, Tusen Kanami. If the Hollow's experiment was successful, Hiriko Shinji's increased strength and Ryatsu. It shouldn't be just a little bit. Obviously, Hiriko Shinji's Hollow hadn't succeeded yet. Aizen didn't have any desire to make a move. He just stood there and watched. A strange light flashed in Aizen's eyes. He seemed to be observing Hiriko Shinji. The extent of Hiriko Shinji's erosion by the Hollow. It seemed to be out of Aizen's expectation. However, this was also within reason. If even Hiriko Shinji, a captain, could be eroded by the Hollow so quickly, then, Hiriko Shinji, this guy, there was no way he could become the captain of the 5th division. After all, it wasn't easy to become the captain of the 5th division. If Hiriko Shinji didn't have a certain level of strength himself, advertisement, there was no way he could become the captain of the 5th division. Moreover, among the current captains of the Godai 13, almost every captain had learned and mastered Bankai. Except for Baiye, however, the current Baiye had already learned Bankai. It was just that no one knew about it. If others were to find out that Baiye had mastered Bankai so quickly, they would be shocked. They would probably be shocked to death. Even in the history of the Soul Society, Shinigami learned Bankai the fastest. It took him more than 10 years to learn Bankai, but Baiye? It took him less than 10 years. He learned Bankai in such a short time. Such an amazing talent. If others knew about it, they probably wouldn't believe that such a thing could happen. However, this was also a reasonable thing to do, if he had such an amazing talent. If someone else found out about it, then, this wouldn't have happened. After all, in a sense, or in other words, 780 was from a certain perspective. Aizen's talent and Baiye's talent, but they were both very good. Aizen, it seems that the Hollow experiment this time wasn't too much of a failure. Shinji has already suffered such a heavy injury that he can't even use Bankai and Shikai. Ah, yes. His Ryatsu, speed, and strength have all increased by quite a bit. It seems like he's being suppressed. If Ichimaru Jin were to go up against Hiriko Shinji instead, he would have lost. This made Ichimaru Jin feel a little surprised. Tusen Kanami seemed to be completely suppressed by Hiriko Shinji's attack. Moreover, Tusen Kanami was not injured at all, but even so. Baiye glanced at Hiriko Shinji and said with a smile. Tusen Kanami wasn't just a captain, he would be killed by Hiriko Shinji in an instant. In the battle between Tusen Kanami and Hiriko Shinji, Tusen Kanami still couldn't kill Hiriko Shinji, who had just been severely injured. He can still fight with Baiye for such a long time and can even suppress him. After all, no matter what, Aizen's emotions didn't change at all. He nodded slightly. Ichimaru Jin looked at the battle between Hiriko Shinji and Tsusankanami not far away and said with a smile. Chapter 148. You are really excellent experimental materials. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. The Hollows experiment had its pros and cons, however, purely from the battle just now. However, Baiye could clearly feel one thing. That was Hiriko Shinji, even though he had been influenced by Hollow. His body and soul began to merge with the Hollow. However, on the other hand, Hiriko Shinji's own strength and Ryotsu. He also began to have the support of the Hollow's power. Under the support of this power, Hiriko Shinji's own strength. He also received a lot of improvement, especially when Hiriko Shinji was unable to use Shikai and Bankai. He was actually able to completely suppress Tsusankanami, a captain-level fighter. This surprised Baiye a little. One had to know, Tsusankanami was not using Bankai now. However, don't look at the time when Tsusankanami was not using Bankai. His strength was not that strong, if someone really thought so. That would be too naive. After all, Tsusankanami had just finished off a vice-captain-level fighter with one slash. Even if it was a captain-level fighter like Love Akawa. In a sudden situation, when Tsusankanami launched a sneak attack. It only took an instant for Tsusankanami to finish it off. Was this not enough to prove Tsusankanami's own strength? If this was not enough to prove Tsusankanami's strength, then it would be a little too strange. Baiye, your observation is very sharp. However, Captain Hiriko should not be able to hold on for too long. Aizen nodded and smiled. The series of changes that Hiriko Shinji and the others had undergone were completely within Aizen's expectations. Hiriko Shinji's experiment with the Hollow now, it was already considered a failure. However, one thing was undeniable. That was, the captain-level and vice-captain-level fighters like Hiriko Shinji and the others had been affected by the Hollow. Advertisement his strength had also increased by quite a bit. Looking at it from a certain perspective, the strength of Hiriko Shinji and the others could be considered to be not bad. However, Aizen felt a little strange. Even now, Baiye still had no intention of saving Hiriko Shinji and the others. It was as if Baiye didn't care about the lives of Hiriko Shinji and the others. However, Aizen didn't want to ask too much about it. Aizen initially thought that Baiye would want to save Insomnia Marulisa after knowing that Yadu Marulisa was affected by Hollow. However, Aizen did not expect Baiye to behave in such a manner. It was as if he did not care about the safety of Yadu Marulisa and Hiriko Shinji at all. This surprised Aizen, however, he was only a little surprised. Baiye was not going to save Yadu Marulisa. In that case, Aizen would not hold back. He was going to keep Yadu Marulisa and the others as his experiment subjects. It seems like everything is within your expectations, Aizen. Baiye smiled faintly. Hiriko Shinji and the others were considered to be captains and vice-captains due to their own Ryotsu. In terms of the amount of time he had persevered, it could be considered quite long. However, without the help of external forces, especially without the help of a collapsing force. If they wanted to rely on their own strength to resist Hollow's influence. This was something that would never happen. Baiye was very clear about this point. If Baiye could not even understand such a simple thing, then, Baiye would not be able to become partners with Aizen, the big boss. One had to know that from a certain perspective. The reason why Aizen and Baiye became partners was because the two of them just wanted to make use of each other. If it wasn't because they wanted to make use of each other, then perhaps this wouldn't have happened at all. Whether it was Aizen or Baiye, they were very clear about this point. It was also because both of them were very clear about this. Therefore, if there was no need to do anything, the two of them would definitely not fall out with each other because of this. However, one day in the future, advertisement if they were to fall out with each other. If that was the case, then the truth was probably not something that could be achieved in this way. Even Tsusankanami, Aizen's most loyal subordinate, was very clear about this point. Currently, the two of them were still on good terms. Aizen did not reply. Instead, he looked at Hiriko Shinji and Tsusankanami who were fighting in the distance. What's going on? After sending Tsusankanami flying with a slash, Hiriko Shinji stood on the spot and felt the changes in his body. His expression changed drastically. He did not know if it was because of the discomfort or something else. It was as if he was not the one fighting. Before Hiriko Shinji could catch his breath, he saw Tsusankanami rushing towards him with a Zanpakuto in his hand. Clang! Hiriko Shinji and Tsusankanami's blades clashed. The sound of weapons clashing could be heard and sparks could be seen. In the next moment, the two of them were in midair and engaged in an intense battle. Hiriko Shinji swung his sword downwards, smashing Tsusankanami to the ground. Bam! Don't worry, everything is within my expectations. Aizen smiled and looked at the people around him who were being eroded by Hollow. Even Hiriko Shinji was in good condition earlier. Aizen slowly pulled out his Zanpakuto from his waist and walked towards Hiriko Shinji. Lastly, please remember one thing. A betrayal that is visible to the naked eye is easily discovered. The truly terrifying thing is a betrayal that you cannot see through, Captain Hiriko. If this continues, I might win. Tsusankanami's body fell heavily to the ground. At this time, a lot of white substance appeared on the surface of his body. You've really surprised us, but it seems like this is the end of the story. Hiriko Shinji leapt down from the sky and muttered to himself as he gasped for air and began to recover his strength. Why, I'm very sorry, I'll finish him off right away. The surrounding people began to unconsciously groan in pain. Also, it seems like Hollow's speed varies from person to person. Farewell. You are all excellent experimental materials, said Yi Futian. Tusen Kanami pushed the large rock off his body and stood up. He looked at Baiye and Aizen apologetically. Thanks to Zhao, his body was buried by dozens of large rocks. Let's end this, Captain Hiriko. Chapter 149. Do you like the gift I gave you? Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes? Damn it, Hiriko Shinji let out an unwilling roar. To be honest, Hiriko Shinji did not want to die in this place. Especially now that he did not know if his companions were dead or alive. If there was a way, Hiriko Shinji wanted to kill Aizen and the others first. But he did not know why. The rate at which Hiriko Shinji's body was mutating was simply too fast. It did not give him any time to mentally prepare himself. Even if Hiriko Shinji wanted to resist, there was nothing he could do. After all, in a sense, Hiriko Shinji had been greatly affected by the erosion of the hollow. If not for Hiriko Shinji's strong spiritual power and willpower, he would not have been able to survive. He would not have been able to hold on for so long. But even if he could not hold on for too long, according to Hiriko Shinji's original plan, he should have been able to hold on until reinforcements arrived. After all, they had been fighting for such a long time here. Now, in Quiet Soul Society, he should be able to discover that a battle has taken place here. Whether it was Love Aikawa, Yadomaru, or Lisa, their Ryotsu, they had all disappeared from 310. The people from Quiet Soul Society should have been able to find out. However, Hiriko Shinji had overlooked a fatal problem. Previously, the people from Quiet Soul Society knew that Muguruma Kensai's Ryotsu had disappeared because Aizen and the others did it on purpose. If Aizen and the others did not do it on purpose. If the people from 9th Division were able to discover the disappearance of Muguruma Kensai's Ryotsu, it would be impossible. This was something that was simply impossible to achieve. After all, Aizen had already told them the true abilities of Aizen's Kyōka Suigetsu. However, Hiriko Shinji really didn't know what to do now. After all, Aizen was not the only dangerous person here. Even Tusen Kanami was a captain. Moreover, this was not the person that Hiriko Shinji feared the most. The person that Hiriko Shinji feared the most was Baiye. One should know how powerful Baiye was. Hiriko Shinji wasn't sure. However, there was one thing that Hiriko Shinji was very clear about. Baiye's strength was enough to defeat most of the captain-level people in Quiet Soul Society. Advertisement if Baiye didn't even have that much strength. That would be a little too sad. After all, no matter what, Baiye's strength was unparalleled in Feihang. Baiye had yet to learn and master Bankai's abilities. However, in terms of strength, Baiye was not to be underestimated. If they dared to underestimate Baiye's strength, in that case, he would really be a fool. Hiriko Shinji was able to become the captain of the 5th Division. Was he an idiot? It was obvious that Hiriko Shinji was not an idiot. Otherwise, Hiriko Shinji would not have been able to become the captain of the 5th Division. Moreover, Hiriko Shinji was very clear about one thing. In the entire Quiet Soul Society, unless Yamamoto Genryusai, the head captain, came here personally. Only then would he be able to expose Aizen and Baiye's conspiracy. If other captains came here, no matter how many captains came, they were just here to die. Hiriko Shinji was very clear about this. If Hiriko Shinji couldn't understand something as simple as being hungry, then, how could Hiriko Shinji become like this? Aizen raised his Zanpakuto and was about to swing it down. Suddenly, a figure appeared on Aizen's right and slashed at him. Aizen took a step back and the armband on his left arm was chopped off. Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi appeared in front of Aizen in a black cloak. Oh, AIBH, looks like we have another interesting guest. Aizen said in surprise. Aizen was surprised by the arrival of Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi. Aizen had originally planned for this to happen. Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi should still be in Quiet Soul Society. They shouldn't have had the time to leave Quiet Soul Society and come here. However, what was happening now was different. This was out of Aizen's expectation. After all, in the entire Quiet Soul Society, there were people who were worthy of Aizen's attention. Advertisement: there were only 2 people in total. The first person was naturally Baiye. The second person was Urahara Kazuki. Before Urahara Kazuki became the captain of the 12th Division, he was only the 3rd officer of the 2nd Division. But Aizen was very clear about it. Urahara Kazuki's IQ was terrifying. It could be said that in the current Soul Society, there was no one who could match Urahara Kazuki in terms of IQ. There was no such person. Even Aizen himself. He wanted to be smarter than Urahara Kazuki, who was valued by Aizen. It was simply an impossible thing. This point, Aizen himself was very clear about this. If Aizen couldn't even understand such a simple logic, then, Aizen wouldn't have been able to plan for so long. What's the matter, Captain Urahara and Captain Tsukabishi? Aizen held his Zanpakuto and glanced at Urahara Kazuki with a smile. This is bad. We've been discovered, Ichimaru Jin said with a smile. Let me kill them. Tusen Kanami placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and was about to pull it out. No, it's fine, Aizen said. But Tusen Kanami wanted to say something, but he saw Aizen looking at him indifferently. Yes, I've already said it's fine. Yes, please forgive my presumptuous words. Tusen Kanami knelt on one knee, sweating profusely as he hurriedly apologized. Lord Baiye, when Urahara Kazuki saw the familiar items on the captains and vice-captains, he also noticed Baiye's presence. His pupils constricted. Urahara Kazuki didn't expect to see Baiye in this place. Moreover, when he saw Love Akawa, Yadomaru Lisa, and Hiroyuki's mask and the Ryotsu on them, he realized that they were similar to voids. Urahara Kazuki had a vague idea of what was going on. However, Urahara Kazuki didn't want to confirm that all these were orchestrated by his good friend Baiye. How is it, Urahara, do you like my gift? Baiye said with a smile. Chapter 150. Why are you lying? Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Your Highness Baiye. Tessai Tsukabishi bowed slightly and said in a deep voice. Tessai Tsukabishi didn't address Baiye as captain. Instead, he addressed him as Your Highness. This was because back then, Tessai Tsukabishi was part of Yoruichi's personal guard. This title had been passed down. However, Tessai Tsukabishi felt that the situation wasn't good. Baiye was here as well. Moreover, looking at Baiye's posture, it seemed to have something to do with the changes in Hiriko Shinji and the others. This made Tessai Tsukabishi very shocked. Could it be that the disappearance of Rukongai's soul previously? Was it all related to Baiye? But if that was the case, why would Baiye do such a thing? For Baiye to do such a thing, was there any benefit to it? After all, Baiye was now the captain of the 10th Division. Moreover, Baiye was a member of the Shihouin family, one of the 4 aristocratic families of the Soul Society. To do such a disgraceful thing, it shouldn't be of any use at all. Moreover, to do such a thing, if others found out about it, the consequences would be very serious. Tessai Tsukabishi couldn't understand why Baiye would do such a thing. Why would he do such a thing? Wasn't he afraid of being found out by others? Previously, during the captain's meeting, Tessai Tsukabishi had already felt the anger of the head captain, Yamamoto Genryusai. Baiye must have participated in the captain's meeting. He should have been able to clearly feel Yamamoto Genryusai's anger. If Yamamoto Genryusai found out about it, he would definitely not forgive Baiye. Long time no see, Tessai. Baiye smiled. Baiye and Tessai Tsukabishi had naturally met before. However, Genfa Tai Li had left the 2nd Division more than 10 years ago. Baiye rarely saw Tessai Tsukabishi anymore. Even though Baiye rarely saw Tessai Tsukabishi anymore, he was still very curious. However, as long as Tessai Tsukabishi met Baiye, they were all very respectful to Baiye. Even Tessai Tsukabishi, who had become the kid leader, was no exception. Advertisement, Mr. Baiye, is this the surprise you prepared for me? It was really surprising, Urahara Kazuki said in a deep voice. Urahara Kazuki had always thought that Baiye was referring to a surprise. She wanted to sneak out of Soul Society just like he did. To support the Japanese. However, when Urahara Kazuki saw the scene around him, he was shocked. He instantly understood what was going on. The surprise that Baiye mentioned. It was not what Urahara Kazuki had imagined, it was the complete opposite. This made Urahara Kazuki feel very surprised. Baiye had colluded with others, conducting Hollow's experiments in secret. Urahara Kazuki couldn't figure out the reason behind this. Is it because he wants to get the Hogyoku from Urahara Kazuki? However, if Baiye really wanted to get the Hogyoku from Urahara Kazuki, back then, Baiye could have easily snatched Urahara Kazuki's Hogyoku away without a problem. After all, the Hogyoku from Urahara Kazuki, if Baiye was willing, he could have just taken it away. Urahara Kazuki was well aware of this. Although Urahara Kazuki and Yoruichi were considered to be quite strong, they were still considered to be quite strong. But compared to Baiye, Baiye was different, it was nothing. Kazuki, why did you come, you idiot? Hiriko Shinji said as he struggled to stand up. Hiriko Shinji saw Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi coming. He didn't feel happy. After all, Aizen, Baiye, and Chusen Kanami were here. They were all captain level. As for Ichimaru Jin, he was completely ignored by Hiriko Shinji. After all, Ichimaru Jin was known as a genius. Hiriko Shinji had heard about him before, but Hiriko Shinji was very sure of one thing. Ichimaru Jin definitely didn't have the strength of a captain level. If Ichimaru Jin really had the strength of a captain level, Aizen had already asked Ichimaru Jin and Chusen Kanami to attack him. But since Aizen didn't do that, that could only mean one thing. Advertisement Ichimaru Jin didn't have the strength of a captain level at all. This was the only reasonable explanation, if there wasn't such an explanation. It didn't make sense at all. What's that weird mask of yours? 0, flowers, 0. Urahara Kazuki pretended to be surprised and said. Of course, Urahara Kazuki could see it too. She knew what the white mask on Hiriko Shinji and Yadomaru Lisa was. But Urahara Kazuki wanted to liven up the atmosphere. After all, the atmosphere was too depressing, whether it was Baiye's appearance, or the hollow on Hiriko Shinji and the others, it was all the same. After all, the hollow on Hiriko Shinji and the others. Urahara Kazuki had already seen through it a long time ago. However, even with the current Urahara Kazuki, it was still impossible for him to perfect the hollow. Urahara Kazuki was very clear about this. 0. If Urahara Kazuki couldn't understand such a simple logic, then, Urahara Kazuki wouldn't be able to become the captain of the 12th Division. Moreover, Urahara Kazuki had done a lot of research on the hollow before this. But later on, Urahara Kazuki felt that the research on the hollow was too dangerous. And there was no way to break the boundary between the Shinigami and the Hollow. Therefore, Urahara Kazuki gave up on all of this. If Urahara Kazuki didn't give up, maybe there wouldn't be such an ending. However, even Urahara Kazuki didn't give up, there wasn't a good solution. You really know how to talk, Hiriko Shinji said while gasping for breath. Baiye-kun, Aizen Vice Captain, what are you doing here? Urahara Kazuki turned around and looked at Baiye and Aizen as he asked in a calm voice. It's nothing. As you can see, Captain Baiye and I coincidentally found the captains of the recovery team who were injured from the battle. We're trying to save them. Aizen said with a smile. That's right. Vice Captain Aizen and I came here to save them. After all, they don't look very good now. Baiye came to Aizen's side and said with a smile. Shihouin Baiye, Aizen, you guys are really shameless. Hiriko Shinji staggered to his feet and said angrily. Why are you guys lying? Urahara Kazuki lowered his head and said. Chapter 151 You are indeed a man as I expected. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Lie? Do you have any doubts about a captain and a vice captain trying to save the other captains? Aizen chuckled. Until now, Aizen had no intention of answering Urahara Kazuki's question directly. At the same time, Aizen wanted to see if Urahara Kazuki was the man he thought he was. That is, if Urahara Kazuki was able to discover him by relying on his surroundings. Maybe Urahara Kazuki could make Aizen think more highly of him. But if he couldn't, then Urahara Kazuki's value. Aizen's impression of him would be greatly weakened. If Urahara Kazuki's value was greatly weakened in Aizen's heart, then Urahara Kazuki wouldn't be of much use, after all, from a certain point of view. The reason why Aizen would talk so much to Urahara Kazuki was because of this. 217 was because Aizen wanted to see Urahara Kazuki's own capabilities. If Urahara Kazuki wasn't that capable himself, then Aizen would really look down on him. After all, a long time ago, Aizen had already noticed Urahara Kazuki's existence. Although Urahara Kazuki was only the third officer of the 2nd Division at that time. But it was undeniable, Urahara Kazuki's intelligence. However, Aizen immediately noticed it. If Aizen hadn't secretly tested Urahara Kazuki a few times, he wouldn't have done it. Aizen might have wanted to invite Urahara Kazuki to join his side. However, Aizen understood one thing very well. People like Urahara Kazuki were completely different from Baiye. It was impossible for him to join them in the past 100 years. If Urahara Kazuki was really willing to join them, maybe Aizen's plan would work. That way, he would be able to complete it earlier. However, the development of the situation was not as easy as Aizen had imagined. If it was really that easy, Aizen didn't have to keep testing Baiye. Previously, when Aizen went to test Baiye, Baiye was completely unprepared. Most importantly, he wanted to see if he could kill Baiye. If he couldn't kill Baiye, advertisement in that case, Aizen could only give up. Fortunately, things were just as Aizen thought. With Aizen's current strength, it was unrealistic for him to kill Baiye. It was even impossible for him to kill Baiye with time. If it was that easy to kill Baiye, Zhang Tai would have thought that Baiye would be dead. Then Aizen would have done it a long time ago. How could he have waited until now? After all, in a sense, although such a thing could be considered very good, it was not a bad thing. But it was just a good thing. It wasn't worth it for Aizen to do too many meaningless things. If he did too many meaningless things, he would not be able to do it. Then, wait for Aizen's words. The only thing that could happen was that they would be discovered. If someone really found out about it, then Aizen wouldn't be able to tolerate it. If it was really because of Urahara Kazuki and Baiye. This caused Aizen's second plan to be delayed. Aizen would never allow that to happen. Aizen knew this. Aizen himself was very clear about this. If Aizen couldn't even figure out such a simple thing, he would have been killed. Aizen would have been killed. No, that's not what I'm concerned about. Injured because of a battle. You call this an injury? How can you lie? This is hollow. Urahara Kazuki shook his head and said, Urahara Kazuki never cared about such things. If Urahara Kazuki really cared about such things, he wouldn't have been able to discover Hollow's existence like before. The moment Urahara Kazuki arrived here, Urahara Kazuki understood what was going on. No matter if it was Hiriko Shinji or Love Kawa, or Yadomaru Lisa and the others, the white mask on their faces. Or perhaps it was the illusory Ryotsu on their bodies. All of them pointed to one thing. Advertisement Hiriko Shinji and the others were the victims of Hollow's experiment. And the one who did all these things, it was obvious that it was either Baiye or Aizen. However, Urahara Kazuki was more inclined to believe that it was Baiye. After all, only Baiye knew about Urahara Kazuki's Hollow research. If Baiye wanted to steal the information or make a copy of it without anyone noticing, it would be easy for Baiye to do so, but until now, Urahara Kazuki still didn't know why Baiye wanted to do so. After all, Hollow's research, Urahara Kazuki had announced his failure a long time ago. Of course, that was only because Urahara Kazuki didn't use Hogyoku's power. Urahara Kazuki created Hogyoku back then. Moreover, Hogyoku couldn't be destroyed by him. Urahara Kazuki had asked Yoruichi to help him seal Hogyoku's existence. Even though Hogyoku's existence has been sealed, it's still a mystery. Hogyoku's power that had been increasing was also starting to slow down. However, there would be a day when the seal would fail. Urahara Kazuki was well aware of this. If there was a day when the seal on the jade body completely lost its effect, then it would be a day when the seal on the jade body completely lost its effect. If Urahara Kazuki is still unable to find a way to destroy Hogyoku, he will be able to do so. It's not you, Urahara Kazuki was surprised. Hirako Shinji had never heard Urahara Kazuki mention such a thing before. But since things have escalated to this point, perhaps there's no need to use such ambiguous words. Baiye said with a smile. Aizen did not answer Urahara Kazuki's question. He slowly sheathed his Zanpakuto. Aizen's expression did not change at all. Hirako Shinji was stunned. Is it you? After the disappearance of the souls, the 4.0 team members disappeared one after another. Now that things have escalated to this point, I'm afraid that this is the Hollow's experiment. Someone is secretly conducting it. Hirako Shinji didn't expect Urahara Kazuki to know what the Hollow experiment was. Vice Captain Aizen, Tessai Tsukabishi was also surprised that Urahara Kazuki knew about it. Urahara Kazuki, you're the man I expected. It's great that you're here tonight. Urahara Kazuki said slowly as he looked at Baiye and Aizen. Urahara, it's useless for you to look at me like that. Hollow's experiment wasn't led by me. I'm just an accomplice at most. Do you think that with my ability, I can carry out Hollow's experiment? The consequences would be very serious. This was something that Urahara Kazuki didn't want to see. Chapter 152 Question from Urahara Kazuki. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. At first, Aizen was still worried about what kind of excuse to use. Only then could they fool Yamamoto Genryusai, the head captain of Silent Soul Society. Now, Urahara Kazuki, the 12th Division leader, and Tessai Tsukabishi, the head of the kids, appeared here. In that case, everything would fall into place, as long as all of this was done. Everything would be pushed to Urahara Kazuki, then, there wouldn't be much of a problem. After all, no matter what, Urahara Kazuki was the 12th Division leader. Tessai Tsukabishi was the leader of the group of kids. If the two of them were really the leaders of Hollow's experiment, then, there was no doubt about the whole thing. One had to know. Urahara Kazuki was the 12th Division leader. Now, his main responsibility was to research and invent all kinds of tools. This was something that the entire Gode 13 knew very well. There was no need for any exaggeration. Plus, Urahara Kazuki and the others were still secretly leaving Silent Soul Society before they received orders from Yamamoto Genryusai, the head captain. Sneaking out. Then why is it 08? Urahara Kazuki was the leader of the disappearance of Rukongai's soul. Otherwise, why would Urahara Kazuki sneak out? Moreover, whether it was Aizen or Baiye. Aizen's Kyōka Suigetsu's complete hypnosis was used. The others in Silent Soul Society, it was impossible for it to have any influence. It was impossible for anyone to discover their whereabouts. Aizen was very clear about this. If Aizen couldn't even figure out such a simple thing, then, Aizen couldn't have done it in such a short time. To this extent, one had to know that whether it was the disappearance of the soul, advertisement, or perhaps there were other reasons. It was all because Aizen had Kyōka Suigetsu's complete hypnosis that they could do this. If Aizen didn't have Kyōka Suigetsu's complete hypnosis, it was impossible for them to do this, on this point. Everyone present was very clear in their hearts, if they couldn't even understand such a simple thing. Aizen's plan would have been discovered by others. If Aizen's plan was discovered by others, not to mention Hollow's experiment, even Aizen's own safety was not guaranteed. After all, Aizen was not inferior to Yamamoto Genryusai, the head captain, in terms of Ryatsu. However, there was one thing that Aizen was very clear about. If Yamamoto Genryusai used Ryujin Jaka's Bankai, Aizen might be able to use Kyōka Suigetsu's complete hypnosis. But compared to Yamamoto Genryusai's Bankai, it would only result in both sides suffering losses. Before Aizen of all of this, Aizen definitely didn't want to have a direct confrontation with Yamamoto Genryusai, the head captain. On this point, whether it was Aizen, Tusen Kanami, or Baiye, all of them knew this very well. Don't look at how Yamamoto hasn't made a move in the past few decades. However, this doesn't mean that Yamamoto Genryusai is weak. If Yamamoto Genryusai was weak, then, Yamamoto Genryusai wouldn't have been the head captain for so many years. Ever since the establishment of the Gode 13th Division, the position of head captain has always been held by Yamamoto Genryusai. As for other people who want to hold the position of head captain, there is no one who can do it. Originally, Yamamoto Genryusai was the next head captain, and he had high hopes for the next head captain. He was the head of the 8th Division, Kyoraku Shunsui. But after Baiye, the head of the 10th Division, appeared, Yamamoto Genryusai had already changed his mind. If only Baiye could get rid of his lazy personality, perhaps Yamamoto Genryusai would pass the head captain position to him. But even if Yamamoto Genryusai had worked hard for a long time, Baiye's lazy personality didn't change at all. Now, Yamamoto Genryusai didn't want to change Baiye's mind. Advertisement, looks like it's you, Aizen's vice captain. Urahara Kazuki looked at Aizen with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Originally, he thought that the time of the soul disappearance was related to Hollow's experiment. It was all led by his friend, Baiye. It seemed that the truth of the matter was not as simple as he had imagined. It was Aizen, the vice captain of the 5th Division. This was out of Urahara Kazuki's expectation. After all, Aizen, the vice captain of the 5th Division, was very strong. Obviously, in Urahara Kazuki's mind, Aizen's strength couldn't be compared to Baiye's. But now that he thought about it, Urahara Kazuki realized. Maybe he guessed wrongly. Maybe, the Aizen Sosuke standing in front of him wasn't just a vice captain. Otherwise, a prideful person like Baiye would not be able to talk to Aizen as an equal. Any kind of equal exchange, it was built when both sides were evenly matched. If one side's strength was too strong, then the other side's strength would be too strong. There was no way to have an equal exchange of 500 points. Urahara Kazuki was very clear about this point, therefore, Urahara Kazuki had some guesses. Maybe Aizen, the vice captain of the 5th division, was as strong as Baiye. Or maybe he was slightly stronger than Baiye. After all, even Tsusenkanami, who had the strength of a vice captain, was very respectful. When he faced Aizen, he was very respectful, not to mention Aizen's strength. If Aizen didn't have the strength of a vice captain, could it really make Tsusenkanami so respectful? Obviously, it was impossible. Baiye-kun, why did you betray Soul Society? Why did you do such a thing? You should know that even if you are the captain of the 10th division, one of the 4 noble families of the Soul Society, if the head captain finds out that you and vice captain Aizen are the culprits behind the disappearance of the souls, he will be furious. This will definitely incur the wrath of the head captain. Do you have something that you can't say? Urahara Kazuki looked at Baiye and started to question him. Your Highness Baiye, please stop. If Lord Yoruichi saw you doing such a thing, he wouldn't want to see it either. Your Highness Baiye, you should know better than me. Tessai Tsukabishi said in a deep voice, trying to persuade Baiye. Chapter 153 Overthrow the existing aristocratic order. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Whether it was Urahara Kazuki or Tessai Tsukabishi, they didn't want Baiye to go down this path. After all, the disappearance of the soul, it had already attracted the attention of Yamamoto Genryusai, the head captain. If Yamamoto Genryusai knew about it, these things. If it was all done by Baiye, the captain of the 10th division, and Aizen, then, the consequences would be very serious, this point. Even if Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi didn't say it out loud, Baiye should be able to find out as well, if Baiye himself didn't know about it. It was likely that Baiye himself was already dead. After all, the head captain of the Godei 13th division had a very bad temper. Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi weren't very clear about it. However, there was one thing that both of them were very clear about. Yamamoto Genryusai, the head captain, would never allow anyone to break the rules. Especially if the people who broke the rules were the captains of the Godei 13th division. If there was really a captain of the Godei 13th division who broke the rules. Once Yamamoto Genryusai, the head captain, found out about it, Urahara Kazuki didn't even need to think about it to know what would happen. At that time, waiting for Baiye and Aizen, the best result would be that they would be stripped of their Shinigami identity and all their Reiki. It could even be said that the situation was even more serious. They would even send the 2 of them to the execution platform. This point, Urahara Kazuki was very clear about it. Even if Baiye was the captain of the 10th division in the Shihouin family, one of the 4 noble families of the Soul Society. At most, Baiye would be immune to the death penalty. But he would be imprisoned for at least a few hundred years. After all, what Baiye and Aizen had done this time, it was too serious. Whether it's Hirako Shinji, Love Ekawa, or Toribashi Rojiro and the others, they're all very powerful. They were all captains. It had only been less than a day. The entire Soul Society had lost nearly half of its captains. If Yamamoto Genryusai could tolerate Baiye for such a serious matter, advertisement that would be really strange. Although Yamamoto Genryusai, the head captain, was very optimistic about Baiye, the captain of the 10th division. But this didn't mean that Baiye could be so unscrupulous. Usually, Baiye didn't go to the 10th division to deal with the internal affairs. So be it. After all, this was what Yamamoto Genryusai, the head captain, promised to Baiye. But to commit such a serious crime, if Yamamoto Genryusai didn't punish Baiye, in that case, wasn't it a little too unreasonable? If he really didn't punish Baiye, if that was the case, things would really get serious. In a sense, after Baiye had committed such a serious crime, there was only one path that awaited Baiye: plead guilty, guilty, guilty. Kazuki, who was, a friend, he had some understanding of his character. If Baiye was willing to admit his guilt so easily, then, there would be no need for him to do all these things. Whether it was Urahara Kazuki or Tai Li, they were all very clear on this point. Aizen, Captain Urahara is trying to instigate Captain Baiye. Are we just going to watch? Ichimaru Jin revealed his signature smile, like a cunning fox, and said with a grin. If he could take the opportunity to sow discord between Aizen and Baiye, then, Ichimaru Jin would be more than happy to do so. After all, Ichimaru Jin did not like the idea of a powerful person like Nakaya working with Aizen. Moreover, Ichimaru Jin already knew one thing: Baiye was pursuing Matsumoto Rangaku. This was something Ichimaru Jin could not tolerate. Moreover, according to Ichimaru Jin's understanding of Baiye, as long as Baiye was willing to spend a little more time, he would definitely be able to win Matsumoto Rangaku's heart. What if Matsumoto Rangaku really got together with Baiye? Ichimaru Jin could not imagine what would happen if Aizen and Baiye's relationship was exposed one day in the future. Would Matsumoto Rangaku be implicated by Baiye because of this? By then, Matsumoto Rangaku's life might be in danger because of Baiye. This was something Ichimaru Jin did not want to see. Advertisement therefore, when Ichimaru Jin saw the opportunity to sow discord between Baiye and Aizen. He would definitely hold on to it properly. If Ichimaru Jin couldn't even grasp such a simple logic, then he would be the one to blame. Then, Ichimaru Jin would not have been able to stay by Aizen's side for such a long time. After all, Aizen was a very suspicious person. Ichimaru Jin had been lurking by Aizen's side for the past few years. But it was very frightening. He was afraid that he would be discovered by Aizen if he was not careful. If Aizen found out about this, he would be in trouble. No matter if it was Ichimaru Jin himself or someone related to Ichimaru Jin. They would all be killed by Aizen mercilessly. Ichimaru Jin was very clear on this point. If Ichimaru Jin couldn't even comprehend such a simple logic, then he would be in trouble. Ichimaru Jin had probably ended long ago. It was not easy to infiltrate Aizen's side. If the job of lurking around Aizen was really that simple. In that case, there was no need for Ichimaru Jin to be so afraid. If Ichimaru Jin was killed by Aizen, it would be a small matter. However, deep in Ichimaru Jin's eyes, there was a glimmer of light. Don't worry, Jin. Baiye is worthy of our trust. If anyone were to hurt Matsumoto Rangaku, he would be killed. Ichimaru Jin replied with a smile. Aizen smiled and didn't care at all. It was normal for him to fail, however, Ichimaru Jin would never allow it. It was as if he was a good person. If it was really that easy to succeed, that would be strange. Understood, Lord Aizen, Baiye said with a smile. It's simple. I only have one goal, which is to overthrow the current aristocratic order and build a new utopia. No one can harm Matsumoto Rangaku. Ichimaru Jin was already prepared for this when he came to Aizen's side to lurk. Ichimaru Jin would fight to the death with that person. Urahara, Tessai, you asked me why I did it, right? Ichimaru Jin didn't care at all. Although Ichimaru Jin usually had a smile on his face, he was not the type of person to be fooled by. Chapter 154 I want to rule the Soul Society. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Overthrow the current aristocratic order? Build a new utopia? These words were just to deceive Aizen and the rest. Baiye did not have the time to do such boring things. Instead of doing such things, he might as well accompany his little sister courtesan Belle. One had to know. Baiye was not someone who liked to do such things. If Aizen had not been inviting Baiye, what's more, a series of things had happened. Baiye would not have made up such a reason, however, now that Aizen was working with Baiye. Baiye would use this reason as a direction to work with Aizen. That was also a good choice, wasn't it? After all, what was Aizen's goal? Wasn't it to stop others from dominating him, if that was the case? Then, the lie that Baiye made up, for Aizen, this was a win-win situation. If it was not a win-win situation, Aizen would not work with Baiye. One had to know. The premise of Baiye and Aizen working together. It was just a problem. Baiye and Aizen were still on par with each other. If the two of them weren't on the same level, that would be the case. Aizen's character was 963, it was impossible for him to work with Baiye. This point, whether it was Baiye's verification, Aizen was very clear in his heart. If Baiye couldn't even understand such a simple thing, he would be in trouble. Then, Baiye would not have been able to coexist peacefully with Aizen for such a long time. One had to know that Baiye was able to coexist peacefully with Aizen for such a long time. It was because both of them knew very well. Why did the two of them have the foundation to cooperate? If it was not for this premise, it was impossible for both of them to work together. After all, it was impossible for Baiye and Aizen, two powerful people, to work together and become companions. Advertisement, it was absolutely impossible, especially since both of them were very powerful. In addition, both of them understood one thing. If they had a choice, the two of them would definitely kill each other as soon as possible. Of course, as long as they worked together to a certain extent. Both of them would definitely fall out with each other. This point, both of them were very clear in their hearts. If the two of them couldn't even understand such a simple thing in their hearts, then both of them would be a little murderous, but were both of them really fools? It was obvious that the two of them were not fools at all. If both of them were really fools, it was impossible for them to have such powerful strength at such a young age. One had to know that the two of them now possessed such powerful strength. It was not something that could be easily obtained. If it was really that easy for the two of them to obtain powerful strength, then things would not have turned out to be like this. If both of them turned out to be like this was a very difficult thing to do. Overthrow the current aristocratic order? Sir Baiye, you and Sir Aizen are the same. Tusen Kanami's expression did not change at all, but there was a trace of worship in his heart. Even though Tusen Kanami knew very well what was going on. Why would Baiye say something like that? That was when Baiye was working with Aizen previously. He had already made one thing clear. Aizen and Baiye were able to overthrow the current aristocratic order. However, the premise was that they could not harm the rule of the Shihouin family, one of the 4 aristocratic families of the Soul Society. As long as they did not harm the rule of the Shihouin family. Then, no matter what Aizen or Tusen Kanami wanted to do to destroy the Soul Society, Baiye would not care too much about it. As long as Baiye did not care too much about it, then, the chances of success were very high, one had to know. Right now, in the entire Soul Society, was there anyone who was stronger than them in terms of pure strength? Of course there was. However, there were only a few people who were more powerful than them. Advertisement Tusen Konami and Aizen did not care about them at all. The only people that the two of them cared about were Baiye and Yamamoto, the head captain of Genryusai. As for Yamamoto Genryusai, if he found out about their plan, would he make a move? She definitely would. However, if Yamamoto Genryusai made a move, if so, the consequences would be severe. Yamamoto Genryusai, the head captain, was indeed very strong. Especially Yamamoto Genryusai's Bankai, it could even destroy the entire Soul Society. However, this also meant that Yamamoto Genryusai would not make a move normally. He would not use Bankai at all, because Yamamoto Genryusai, as the head captain, knew one thing very well. That was, if he used Bankai, this time, the consequences were extremely serious. When that time came, even if he could destroy the people led by Baiye, it would be a devastating blow to the Soul Society. It was also unpredictable, after all, in a sense. Yamamoto Genryusai's Bankai was indeed very strong. But that was all there was to it, so what if it was strong? As long as Yamamoto Genryusai's restriction was not lifted. Normally, as the head captain, he would never use Bankai. Therefore, it would not be of much use to Aizen and Tusen Konami. Tusen Konami and the others were very clear about this. Overthrow the current aristocratic order? Build a new utopia? Lord Baiye, could it be that you're thinking of overthrowing the rule of the Shihouin clan? You haven't forgotten, have you? The Shihouin family is also one of the rulers of the Soul Society. The Shihouin family will never agree to what you want to do. Urahara Kazuki quickly said. Yes, Her Excellency Urahara is right. Your Highness Baiye, your idea is too dangerous. Tessai Tsukabishi said in a deep voice, who said that I want to overthrow the Shihouin family. Don't you think that the current aristocrats are too decadent? There are too many rulers in the Soul Society. What I want to do is to get rid of all those rotten nobles. Only our Shihouin family will be left. I want to rule the Soul Society. I want to be the king of the Soul Society. Baiye slightly raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. Chapter 155. Is this reason enough? Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Baiye's words sounded like a chunibyo, but it was undeniable. Baiye's words. To a certain extent, Baiye was speaking from the bottom of his heart. As long as Baiye was given enough time. So what if the current Spirit King was powerful? So what if he was omniscient and omnipotent? He would be killed by Baiye in the end. Baiye was very clear about this. Baiye's Ryotsu did not have any Shinigami boundary. As long as he had enough attribute points, then Baiye could continue to become stronger without any limit. Just like the other Shinigami, they all had their own boundaries. Whether it was the head captain Yamamoto or Genryusai, or Aizen, the big boss, would be fine. After all, they had their own Shinigami boundary. As long as their total Ryotsu increased to a certain level, their Ryotsu would not be able to continue growing. Baiye had already seen this from Aizen, 9 years ago, when Hiroyuki saw Aizen's Ryotsu for the first time and compared it to now. He had already discovered one thing. That would mean that more than 9 years had passed. Aizen's Ryotsu did not increase at all. What did this mean? This meant that Aizen had now reached his own boundary. There was simply no way to become even more powerful through any means. It was because of this reason. Aizen wanted to use Hogyoku's power to break his own Shinigami boundary. Only Hogyoku's power could help Aizen break his own boundary. As for other things, there was no way to break his own Shinigami boundary. Aizen was very clear about this point. Advertisement. One must know that Aizen was a very talented person. It only took him a few hundred years. He started from an ordinary Shinigami's Ryotsu. His Ryotsu was now comparable to Yamamoto's head captain Genryusai. Just how terrifying was this? In a sense, Aizen's talent can even be said to be stronger than Yamamoto's head captain Genryusai. One must know that Yamamoto Genryusai is indeed very strong. However, the reason why Yamamoto Genryusai was able to be so powerful was because of his strength. It was completely tempered by time. If Yamamoto Genryusai's age was the same as Aizen's. Once the two of them started fighting, the one who will die will definitely be Yamamoto Genryusai, there is no doubt about it. Baiye was the only one who knew about this. Most likely, no one would know about it. However, even if it was just this, it was still a very terrifying existence. Become the king of the Soul Society? Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi's pupils shrank as they stared at Baiye in disbelief. The two of them did not expect Baiye to have such thoughts. Furthermore, it was such a terrifying thought. Become the king of the Soul Society? Let the Shihouin family rule the entire Soul Society? Does Baiye want to replace the Soul King? Become the new Soul King? Such a terrifying thought. Urahara Kazuki did not even dare to think about it. Urahara Kazuki thought that Baiye had a reason for not saying it. Or maybe it's because of the Hogyoku in Urahara Kazuki's hands. That's why he did this. Urahara Kazuki finally understood what was going on. Why is Baiye doing this? Urahara Kazuki had to admit. Baiye's strength was very strong, before he had learned Bankai. His strength had surpassed most of the captains in Soul Society. Advertisement, however, Baiye's horrifying idea was too horrifying. It was no wonder that Baiye did not want to tell them about it previously. Even if it was Urahara Kazuki himself, he probably wouldn't tell them the reason why he was doing this. because no one would be willing to believe Baiye's words. However, Urahara Kazuki believed in Baiye. If there was really someone who could rule the Soul Society, then that person would be the only one who could rule it. Then, Baiye, who was standing in front of Urahara Kazuki, might be able to do it. However, if Baiye really wanted to do this, they would have to do it. 0. Asking for flowers, it was definitely a very difficult task. Urahara Kazuki was very clear about this, no matter what. Urahara Kazuki only wanted to stop Baiye's actions. Besides, Urahara Kazuki could not just watch Hiriko Shinji and the others die in the hollow experiment led by Baiye and Aizen. No matter what, Hiriko Shinji and the others were Urahara Kazuki's friends. If Urahara Kazuki couldn't even understand such a simple thing, then he would have to give it a try. What a pity, but there's one thing you're wrong about. Urahara, those people in the Zero Squad don't care about who the ruler of the Soul Society is. The only thing they care about is the existence of the Soul King. As long as the Soul King still exists in this world, they don't care about anything else, understand? After all, the two of them have seen us, it might affect our next plan. That's right, is this reason enough, Squad Zero? Join you? Baiye shook his head and chuckled. He looked at Aizen and smiled faintly. Since the two of them are not going to join us, let's kill them. What do you think? Those people? That's impossible, Mr. Baiye. I advise you to give up on such a terrifying idea. You probably don't even know how powerful the people above the Soul Society are. Baiye said with a smile. Give up on this idea. Follow me back to the Soul Society and ask for forgiveness from the head captain. Aizen's eyes flashed with a glint. I admit that Baiye-kun is very strong, and you have a powerful Zanpakuto ability. But even so, with your current strength, it is impossible for you to defeat the Zero Squad. Urahara Kazuki rejected Baiye's suggestion. It would not be easy to become the captain of the 12th Division. Urahara, Tessai, I've explained so much to you. You should understand my thoughts now. So, are the two of you ready to join us? Even if you're the head captain, it's unlikely that you're a match for those people. It's absolutely impossible for you to achieve your goal of ruling the Soul Society. Then, Urahara Kazuki would not be able to understand this at the age of a few hundred. He would become the captain of the 12th Division. Advertisement Chapter 156 Big Kito's Long Shock. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Baiye knew that Aizen would never kill Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi. After all, Aizen was planning to use the two of them to cover up the disappearance of the souls behind the scenes. If he killed Urahara Kazuki and Urahara Kazuki just like that, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Then, Yamamoto Genryusai, the head captain, would attach great importance to this incident. Perhaps, Yamamoto Genryusai might even do it himself. After all, if Nightmare Soul Society lost more than half of their captain class members in one go, the consequences would be disastrous. If Yamamoto Genryusai didn't care at all, if that was the case, then it would be a little too ridiculous. Obviously, Yamamoto Genryusai wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. If Yamamoto Genryusai made such a low-level mistake, it would be impossible. 883. It was simply an unrealistic thing. This point, whether it was Aizen or Baiye, they understood it very well. If the two of them couldn't understand something as simple as a human face, then the two of them wouldn't be able to carry out this plan. If they wanted to try this plan, it would be impossible. It wasn't something that could be done easily. If this plan could be carried out so easily, then Aizen wouldn't have tested Baiye so many times and made Baiye choose to cooperate with him. This was something that was simply impossible to happen. Of course, whether it was Baiye or Aizen, they knew this very well. If the two of them couldn't even understand such a simple thing, then the two of them wouldn't be able to carry out such a close cooperation. Are you ready to fight? Ichimaru Jin smiled as he pulled out the short sword from his waist. Ichimaru Jin knew that no matter if it was Aizen or Baiye, either one of them had the strength to crush Tsusankanami and Ichimaru Jin. Especially Aizen's terrifying Ryotsu, it was even more terrifying. Advertisement Ichimaru Jin didn't know how powerful Aizen's Ryotsu was. But there was one thing that Ichimaru Jin was very clear about. If Aizen wanted to kill Ichimaru Jin, he would have to do it. It was definitely a very simple matter. Ichimaru Jin was very clear about this. If Ichimaru Jin couldn't even understand such a simple thing, then Ichimaru Jin wouldn't have been able to stay by Aizen's side for so many years. Ichimaru Jin was also very clear about one thing. That was, if Aizen and Baiye were willing to do so, he could definitely kill Tessai Tsukabishi and Urahara Kazuki in an extremely short amount of time. Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi were both very strong and could be considered as captain-level players. However, their strength could only be considered to be not bad. They couldn't be compared to Baiye and Aizen. Ichimaru Jin was very clear about this. Baiye, Aizen, I will definitely destroy Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi. Tsusankanami pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist and said with a determined look. As long as he could create the ideal world in Tsusankanami's mind. Therefore, it was inevitable to make some sacrifices. Tsusankanami was very clear about this. Before that, Tsusankanami's heart would never waver. If there was a day when he wavered, Tsusankanami had already told Aizen about this the day they met. That was to let Aizen kill him. He must not let Tsusankanami, whose heart had wavered, ruin his plan with Aizen. He would never allow that to happen, even if Tsusankanami had to pay with his own life. Tsusankanami would not hesitate. if Tusen Kanami had to pay with his own life. If he could create a new world, Tusen Kanami was very willing to do so. But if there was no other way to solve this problem, advertisement, then Tusen Kanami would have no other choice. However, Tusen Kanami was more inclined to hope that his plan with Aizen would succeed. Tusen Kanami hated the rotten aristocratic system. If I really have a choice, Tusen Kanami would definitely destroy the current order of the nobles. Tusen Kanami was very clear about this. No need to do anything, Baiye-kun. We have achieved our goal. Let's retreat. Aizen smiled. After saying this, he turned around and walked forward. Baiye smiled and did not say anything as he followed Aizen. Ichimaru Jin and Tusen Kanami saw that Aizen and Baiye were about to leave, so they sheathed their Zanpakuto and followed closely behind them. Wait, Aizen, Baiye-kun, I haven't finished my sentence. Urahara Kazuki was about to rush forward to intercept them. Please move away, Urahara. Tessai Tsukabishi raised his right hand and shouted. As Aizen walked forward, he chanted, 8 Kings of Virtue, Splitting Void. Tessai Tsukabishi looked at the scene in front of him in shock. Boom. Only a bottomless crater was left on the ground. A huge transparent protective wall appeared behind Aizen and the others. The next moment, Tessai Tsukabishi released a Kido, Hado, 88 Flying Dragons Strike Thieves. A mere vice captain can use Splitting Void to stop my Kido attack? A huge beam of light shot out from his palm and shot towards Urahara Kazuki. Boom. It set off a powerful shockwave, forcing Tessai Tsukabishi and Urahara Kazuki to lie flat on the ground. The trees and the ground within thousands of meters were torn apart. As for the transparent protective wall behind Aizen and the rest, a series of cracking sounds could be heard as spiderweb-like cracks appeared on it. The wall broke apart and turned into spiritual droplets before disappearing into thin air. How is this possible? Urahara Kazuki also quickly jumped to a spot not far away. A shockwave that was over 100 meters long slammed heavily on the protective wall, producing a loud bang and endless sparks that extended for thousands of meters. The earth and trees in the surroundings were torn apart by this violent attack. One after another, huge craters were left in the ground. After that, Tessai Tsukabishi's Kido attack turned into spiritual particles and dissipated into the air. As the sparks and smoke dissipated, Aizen and the others also disappeared. Chapter 157 The Cure for Hollow? Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Tessai Tsukabishi did not expect this to happen. Aizen Sosuke was just a deputy captain of the 5th Division. How could he be so strong? He was only a vice captain. How could he be so strong? If it was someone from the kid team who blocked his attack. If it was Baiye, the 10th Division captain, Tessai Tsukabishi could still accept it. However, the person who blocked Tessai Tsukabishi's attack was actually Aizen, the vice captain. Tessai Tsukabishi couldn't accept this. Tessai Tsukabishi was very clear about this. If Tessai Tsukabishi couldn't even comprehend such a simple logic, then he would be in trouble. Tessai Tsukabishi would not be able to become the head of the kid team. It's not easy to become the kid leader of a group of kids. If it was that easy to become the kid leader of a group of kids, it would be very easy to become their leader. Then, before Tessai Tsukabishi became the head of the kids, this position had been vacant for a long time. Just like the 10th Division captain position, it was vacant. Now, this position was still vacant. It was not an easy task to fill up the vacant positions in the 08 team. In a sense, to become a captain, one had to be as good as the head of the kid team. Apart from one's own strength, one had to be able to meet all the requirements. Otherwise, if any random person could become the team leader, it would be very difficult. In that case, wasn't it a little too simple? If things could really be that simple, no one would be so passionate about becoming the head of the kid team. The ability to become a captain wasn't something that could be done by just anyone. If anyone could become the head of the kid team, how could the position of 10th Division captain be vacant for such a long time? One had to know that from a certain perspective, the head of the kid team. In the entire Quiet Soul Society, it was only second to the head captain, Yamamoto Genryusai. But now, Aizen, the vice captain, was so powerful. Tessai Tsukabishi found it hard to believe. Usually, even if it was a head of the kid team, it would be very difficult for their Bakud to stop the kid team's attack. Advertisement, however, when Tessai Tsukabishi saw Aizen's relaxed expression, he understood one thing. Aizen's strength was still very strong. If Aizen wasn't that strong, then it would be impossible. Wasn't that a little too frightening? But after thinking about it, he could understand. After all, Baiye and Aizen were on the same side. If Aizen was not so powerful, it would be worse. With Baiye's strength, why would he be willing to work with Aizen? Although Tessai Tsukabishi and Baiye did not spend a long time together. However, there was one thing that he was very clear about. That was from a certain perspective. Baiye's personality was still as arrogant as ever. If Baiye wasn't so arrogant, Lin Yichin would have accepted it. That was a little strange. However, Baiye's character was arrogant. If Aizen could not come up with something that was on par with Baiye, then Baiye would not be able to compete with them. It would be impossible for them to become Baiye's partner. After all, Aizen was only the vice captain of the 5th Division. If Aizen was really not that strong, then Aizen would not be that strong. There was no way he could talk to Baiye as an equal. Moreover, Tessai Tsukabishi could clearly see one thing just now. Whether it was Tusen Kanami or Tusen Kanami, it was still Ichimaru Jin and Ichimaru Jin. They had a lot of respect for Aizen, the vice captain. If it was Ichimaru Jin, then so be it. After all, Ichimaru Jin was only the third officer of the 5th Division. For people like Tessai Tsukabishi and Urahara Kazuki, they were nothing. With the strength of the two of them, they did not care about Ichimaru Jin's strength at all. Although Ichimaru Jin was a genius of the Spiritual Arts Academy. However, in Urahara Kazuki's heart, Ichimaru Jin was only so-so. To Urahara Kazuki, the current Ichimaru Jin was not even as threatening as Tusen Kanami. Although Tusen Kanami's position was not even comparable to Ichimaru Jin, the genius of the Spiritual Arts Academy. Advertisement, however, Tessai Tsukabishi was very clear about one thing. That is, Tusen Kanami's strength is very strong. He was at least at the level of a captain, if Tusen Kanami was not even at the level of a captain. There was no way he could defeat or ambush Hiriko Shinji, Yadomaru Lisa, and the others. Moreover, there was one thing that he was very clear about. In a sense, their strength was still very strong. After all, if one wanted to possess such a powerful strength, they would have to be extremely powerful. It was not something that could be done in a short period of time. This meant one thing. No matter if it was Aizen or Tusen Kanami or the rest of them, they would still be able to deal with them. It was very likely that they were already in the Godai 13. They had been in hiding for many years, however, Aizen had suddenly revealed himself. Was it just to ambush Hiriko Shinji, Love Ekawa, Yadomaru Lisa, and the others? To use them for Hollow's 247 experiment? If that was the case. Wasn't this a little too unreasonable? I'm really sorry, it seems that they have escaped. Tessai Tsukabishi looked ahead and said in a deep voice. No, it's okay. Mr. Tessai, what are Aizen and Baiye trying to do? Urahara Kazuki's tone had a hint of doubt. Until now, Urahara Kazuki still couldn't figure out what Baiye and Aizen wanted to do. Was it not for Hollow's experiment? Why did they leave so easily? Roar. At this time, the erosion of Hiriko Shinji's hollow increased, and it let out a roar that sounded like it was coming from the void. Hiriko Shinji's body was kneeling on the ground. Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi did not have time to think. They quickly ran to Hiriko Shinji's side. They started to examine Hiriko Shinji carefully. Captain Hiriko. Urahara Kazuki called out Hiriko Shinji's name. Let's put aside Prince Baiye and Aizen's matter for now, Mr. Urahara. It's more important to treat Hiriko and the others' injuries now. Tessai Tsukabishi said in a deep voice, but the hollow has already corroded to this extent. I can't treat it here. Urahara Kazuki looked down at Hiriko Shinji and frowned. Chapter 158 Forbidden Technique, Time Stop and Space Transfer for Flowers. Urahara Kazuki had done some research on Hollow's experiment. It was just that there was no equipment available. There was no way to treat Hiriko Shinji and the others, who had half of their consciousness eroded by Hollow. After all, no matter how talented Urahara Kazuki was, no matter how powerful he was. Without the aid of certain equipment, there was simply no way to achieve this. Urahara Kazuki was very clear about this. If Urahara Kazuki couldn't even understand such a simple principle, then he would be the one to blame. Then, Urahara Kazuki would not be able to become the captain of the 12th Division. After all, it wasn't easy to become the captain of the 12th Division. If it was really such an easy thing, then, why would Aizen do such a thing? One must know that even Aizen himself had never thought of doing such a thing. If it was not for the fact that the current situation was very urgent. Urahara Kazuki did not want to tell Tessai Tsukabishi about this. After all, in a sense, Hollow's experiment, whether it's in Quiet Soul Society or Central 46, it's absolutely forbidden. If it was really that easy to get out of the cave. Once other people found out about this, they would be in big trouble. The consequences would be very serious. Whether it was Urahara Kazuki or Tessai Tsukabishi, they were very clear about this. If the two of them couldn't understand this simple logic, then they wouldn't have become like this. One must know that in a sense, strength was king. If one wasn't strong enough, then they wouldn't have a high status in the Goding 13th Division. Whether it was Urahara Kazuki or the others, they were very clear about this. If they could not understand such a simple logic, they would be dead already. He was already dead. It was impossible for him to continue living in this world. Whether it was Urahara Kazuki or himself, they were very clear about this. After all, regarding Hollow's research, Urahara Kazuki had been researching it since a long time ago. However, at that time, Urahara Kazuki's research on Hollow. It was only to a certain extent, just throw him away. Advertisement. If Urahara Kazuki did not abandon Hollow's experiment, it would have been impossible for him to become like this. One must know that Urahara Kazuki understood one thing very well. Whether it was Hollow's experiment or not, or perhaps it was the Hogyoku that Urahara Kazuki had created. After all, it was just a new technology that would corrupt people. If he secretly researched it alone, then forget about it. If other people found out about this, they would be in trouble. The consequences would be very serious, especially if Yamamoto Genryusai, the head captain, found out. If Yamamoto Genryusai, the head captain, found out. Urahara Kazuki's matter would be very serious. Yamamoto Genryusai, as the head captain, Genryusai might be able to tolerate other things. But regarding Hollow's experiment, and the Hogyoku that Urahara Kazuki created, Yamamoto Genryusai, as the head captain, would definitely not tolerate it. Because Yamamoto Genryusai, as the head captain, also understood one thing very clearly. And that was that the current Soul Society absolutely could not allow such a thing to appear. Since ancient times, was there really no one who studied the boundary between Shinigami and Hollow? There was, and it was not just Urahara Kazuki alone. But those people, where did they go now? They were already killed by Yamamoto Genryusai, the head captain. After all, this kind of thing, in a sense, it was already considered a very taboo research. This kind of thing should not exist in this world. This point, they were very clear in their hearts. If these people couldn't even understand such a simple principle, then they would be in trouble. How could Yamamoto Genryusai, as the head captain, be called the strongest Shinigami in the Soul Society? After all, the strongest Shinigami in the Soul Society was the name. It was not just a name. It represented that Yamamoto Genryusai, as the head captain, was the strongest person in the Soul Society. Aizen and Baiye did not want to have a conflict with Yamamoto Genryusai, the head captain. From this, it could be seen how strong Yamamoto Genryusai was. Advertisement Aizen's current Ryotsu was close to Yamamoto Genryusai, the head captain. But even so, Aizen still wanted to hide in the Godei 13 division. One must know that with Aizen's own strength, Aizen was able to defeat Aizen. As long as Aizen wanted to, he could become a head captain anytime. If Aizen wanted to become the next head captain, he would have to do it himself. It wasn't impossible. Aizen's Ryotsu was not only very strong. Aizen's Zanpakuto's Kyōka Suigetsu was also very powerful. In the entire Godei 13 division, even Yamamoto Genryusai, the head captain, was affected by Aizen's Kyōka Suigetsu. Your Excellency Urahara, you seem to know the whole story, since you are familiar with the meaning of the unfamiliar word, hollow, then presumably, you also know Hollow's method of dealing with it. Can I make such a conjecture? Tessai Tsukabishi looked at Urahara Kazuki and asked. I know, but it's like a gamble, Urahara Kazuki said calmly. I understand. It's better to have a way than to not have a chance. Tessai Tsukabishi nodded and stood up. I will bring the 8 of them to the 12th Division's dormitory in this state. As long as we have the dormitory's facilities, we can save their lives. Tessai Tsukabishi walked to Hiriko Shinji, Love Ikawa, and the others. Bring them to the dormitory in this state? How is that possible? What are you going to do? Urahara Kazuki asked doubtfully. I will use time stop and space shift, Tessai Tsukabishi replied. What did you say? Urahara Kazuki's pupils suddenly shrank. Both are forbidden techniques, and they are now strictly prohibited, so, from now on, please turn a blind eye to it. Tessai Tsukabishi opened his hands, and a green light was released from his hands. It directly enveloped Hiriko Shinji and the other 8 people's bodies and welcomed them. The range of this green light began to expand rapidly. In an instant, it expanded to hundreds of meters wide. The dazzling green light directly pressed down on the sky. The surrounding figures of Urahara Kazuki and the others had also disappeared. Chapter 159 Tusen Kanami's Puzzlement. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. 5th Division's quarters. At this moment, Baiye, Aizen, Ichimaru Jin, and Tusen Kanami had returned to Quiet Soul Society. In the captain's room, the 4 of them stood at the side. Baiye-kun, it seems like no one will be able to stop us from now on. Aizen pushed his glasses and smiled. Yes, Hiriko, Shinji, and the others had been completely eliminated by Aizen. Even though the hollow experiment was considered a failure this time, it was still considered a failure. However, it was not a bad thing for Aizen, as long as they could eliminate all those people who were in their way. Even if Hollow's experiment had failed, it would not be a big deal. Aizen had understood one thing a long time ago, that was, if he wanted to completely eliminate them. This wasn't a simple matter. If it was really that simple, Aizen would not have become like this in the past. The reason why Aizen wants to create Hogyoku is because Aizen wants to create Hogyoku. It was all because of one thing. He did not want anyone to control him again. This was Aizen's wish. It was also what Aizen wanted the most. If it wasn't for this reason, then, when Aizen first entered the Spiritual Arts Academy, it was impossible for it to be only at this level. When Aizen was in the Spiritual Arts Academy, the talent that he displayed could be considered as lung cancer, but it was not bad. However, Aizen's talent, in the eyes of some people, it was just like this. One had to know that from a certain perspective. When Aizen entered the Spiritual Arts Academy, he had completely hidden his Ryotsu. If Aizen did not hide his Ryotsu, it would not have been like this. It would not have become like this. If Aizen did not know about it, it would not have been like this. Wasn't that a little too pitiful? But was it really like this? If it was really like this, advertisement, then why did Aizen choose to do this in the past? After all, this would not benefit Aizen in any way. With Aizen's talent, as long as Aizen was willing, he could have just dropped it out of the game. The reason why Aizen did not want to reveal it. It was only because of one reason. Aizen knew very well. Above the Godei 13, there was a 0 division, and the person who created the Soul Society was the legendary Soul King. Was the Soul King powerful? Aizen did not know how powerful the Soul King was. However, there was one thing that Fei King understood in Aizen's heart. If Aizen did not have the same power or potential as the Soul King, if he didn't want to expose his existence, he would definitely not do so. After all, Aizen knew one thing. If Aizen were to expose himself, he would not be able to do so. Yamamoto Genryusai would not let him go so easily. One must know how powerful Yamamoto Genryusai is as a captain. Aizen had never seen the head captain Yamamoto Genryusai in action before. However, there was one thing that Aizen was still suffering from: lung cancer. If he wanted to kill Aizen, he would have to. It wasn't such a simple matter. If it was really that simple, Aizen would not have become like this. Aizen would have become like this. This was not what Aizen wanted to see. If Aizen really wanted to see this happen, he would have to do it. Then Aizen would not have done such a thing in the past. If Aizen did such a thing, if Aizen still wanted to complete his plan, he would have to. A certain amount of preparation was needed. If Aizen did not prepare at all, then Aizen was really an idiot. But would Aizen really, make such a choice? Obviously, Aizen would not have made such a choice. Advertisement: if Aizen really made such a choice. If Aizen had made such a choice, then Aizen would have become a captain long ago. How could she have ended up like this? Aizen would never want to see such a thing happen when he was in his current state. Whether it was Aizen or Tusen Kanami, both of them were well aware of this. If Aizen and Tusen Kanami couldn't even understand such a simple logic, then they would have to face the consequences. Then Aizen would have died a long time ago. Both of them were well aware of this fact. From a certain point of view, the reason why the two of them had become like this was because of their relationship. It was all because of one reason. That was because he wasn't strong enough. If the two of them could become a little more powerful, that would be the case. Perhaps things wouldn't have turned out the way they did now. One had to know that from a certain perspective. The reason why Tusen Kanami's friend was killed by a noble. The reason why the noble who killed Tusen Kanami's friend was not punished at all. It was all because Tusen Kanami was too weak. If Tusen Kanami wasn't so weak, he would have been able to win. Things would not have turned out like this. However, Tusen Kanami couldn't be blamed for this. After all, Tusen Kanami did not want to end up like this. If Tusen Kanami had a choice, he would still want to kill that noble. However, Tusen Kanami knew one thing very well. That was, no matter who came to see it. They all knew that Tusen Kanami's strength was only so-so. Although his strength was not bad, he was still very strong. But it was just not bad. That's right, Tusen Kanami had the strength of a captain. But so what? Wasn't it still a little too weak? Aizen, you have to be careful. I can't believe the Hollows experiment failed. That's a little surprising. Based on your expectations, shouldn't a captain be able to fulfill the Hollow's basic requirement? A total of 8 captains and vice-captains failed. Looks like your experiment needs to be improved. Baiye said with a smile. The Hollow's experiment might have something to do with the individual's strength. But forget it. Since the results are out, the Hollow's experiment is not perfect. Let's end it here. Aizen shook his head. Master Aizen, why didn't we leave Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi behind? Tusen Kanami was confused. Chapter 160: The disappearance of the soul requires a person behind the scenes. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. It was obvious that Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi were strong enough to defeat them. He was only at the level of a captain, even if the two of them were considered to be quite strong. But they had Baiye and Aizen on their side for 100 years. The strength of the two of them could be considered to be very strong. That is, if the two of them were willing to help. They would definitely be able to kill Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi. They were very clear about this point. However, these people understood one thing very clearly in their hearts. However, there was one thing that they were very clear about. No matter if it was Baiye or Aizen, they were both quite strong. Even if Baiye was the only one who took action, he would still be able to win. He was definitely capable of killing the two of them. However, Aizen stopped Baiye, who was about to attack. This made Tusen Kanami very confused. After all, no matter what, Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi had already discovered them. If the two of them hadn't died, if the two of them returned to Quiet Soul Society, if they reported to the Go Day 13, it was very likely that these people would be killed directly. If that happened, it would not be fun. If their plan was discovered by Genryusai Yamamoto, what awaited them? That would be the joint attack of the Go Day 13. Although they had lost half of their captains, but don't forget that Genryusai Yamamoto was still alive. He was not dead yet. As long as Genryusai Yamamoto was not dead, then the entire Soul Society would not be in any danger. Tusen Kanami's lung cancer was very clear about this. Tusen Kanami was very certain about Baiye and Aizen's strength. But at the same time, Tusen Kanami was very clear about one thing. Whether it was Baiye or Aizen, advertisement, they would not be a match for Genryusai Yamamoto. If the two of them were really a match for Yamamoto Genryusai, then that would be the end of it. Then, there was no need for them to continue hiding. One had to know that hiding was not an easy task. Previously, he had concealed his identity as a part of his plan to complete his future. Then, with their current strength, there was no need for them to continue hiding. However, even if Aizen and Baiye worked together, they would not be able to defeat him. After all, Genryusai Yamamoto's strength is very strong. If Yamamoto Genryusai wasn't strong enough, then he wouldn't be able to do anything. How would he be able to hold the position of head captain for so many years? For so many years, this wasn't a simple matter. It must be known that from a certain perspective, the strength of the two of them was very strong. Even if Aizen and the others worked together, if they wanted to fight against the Go Day 13 now, it was not very realistic. If it was really such a realistic thing, then it would be really simple, but it was a pity. In their hearts, they still understood the nature of lung cancer. If it could be solved so easily, then it would be a miracle. There was no need for these people to become like this. Aizen-sama, with our strength, if you and Captain Baiye worked together, you could have easily killed Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi, right? Could it be that you were afraid of something? Or, are you planning something? Ichimaru Jin was a little curious. He smiled and said. Ichimaru Jin knew very well that Aizen would never do anything irrational. Since Aizen was not prepared to kill Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi. Then, no matter if it was Tessai Tsukabishi or Urahara Kazuki. Perhaps to Aizen, it had an extremely important position. As long as the two of them were still important to Aizen. Then, it meant one thing. That they were still useful to Aizen. If they were not useful to Aizen, with Aizen's character, there was no way he would let the two of them continue to live. Advertisement 0. Begging for fresh flowers. Ichimaru Jin was very clear about this point. If Ichimaru Jin couldn't even understand such a simple logic, he would not be able to hide by Aizen's side. The reason why Ichimaru Jin was able to hide by Aizen's side. It was not only because Ichimaru Jin was strong, if it was only because of such a simple logic. In that case, how could Ichimaru Jin have become like this? After all, Ichimaru Jin didn't want to see the current state of affairs. If there was a choice, Ichimaru Jin hoped that Aizen and Soul Society would fight against each other. This way, Ichimaru Jin could find an opportunity. 0. Especially Ichimaru Jin, now that he knew about Aizen's Zanpakuto ability. Ichimaru Jin wanted to kill Aizen. It would be very difficult to achieve. At least, before Ichimaru Jin found a way to counter or nullify Kyōka Suigetsu, he would be able to do so. Ichimaru Jin was prepared to stay by Aizen's side and continue to lurk. If Ichimaru Jin couldn't even understand such a simple logic, he would have been discovered and killed by Aizen. However, even Aizen would not be able to kill Ichimaru Jin so easily. If it was so easy to kill Ichimaru Jin, wouldn't it be a little too boring? After all, Ichimaru Jin had been hiding by Aizen's side for so many years. With Aizen's character, how could he not notice it? If Aizen really didn't notice it, then Aizen would be too stupid. If you ask me, Aizen, you are too cautious. Baiye pretended to be indignant. Hollow's experiment is already over. Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi's lives are naturally to help us. Aizen said with a smile. Aizen-sama, what do you mean? Tusen Kanami revealed a look of sudden realization. That's right. Just as you thought, there must be a mastermind behind the disappearance of Rukongai's soul. Aizen smiled. Chapter 161 Urahara Kazuki is the best candidate. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Aizen had seen the words that Urahara Kazuki had said to him before. Naturally, it was because Urahara Kazuki was the best scapegoat for them. This was because Aizen knew one thing very well, that was the disappearance of Rukongai's soul. It was not an accident, it was caused by someone. Then, Yamamoto Genryusai, the head captain, had placed so much importance on this matter. How could Aizen not care about his own safety, if Aizen was really going to do that? Perhaps it would expose the existence of these people in advance. Therefore, after Aizen came out of the court session, he had already made all the preparations in advance. Originally, Aizen was looking for another candidate. However, Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi sneaked out on their own. In that case, there was no need for Aizen's 743 to play any dirty tricks. There was no need to do those little tricks at all. This was because Aizen understood one thing. It was more than enough to have Urahara Kazuki as the best scapegoat. If even Urahara Kazuki could not do anything about it, then Aizen did not have any good ideas. After all, District 8, led by Hiriko Shinji and the others. They had all died in the Hollow's experiment, that was right. From Aizen's point of view, Hiriko Shinji and the others had been greatly affected by the Hollow. It was impossible for them to survive. Although Aizen had seen it before, he knew it. Urahara Kazuki had mentioned about the Hollow before. But he did not think that Urahara Kazuki had a way to treat Hiriko Shinji and the others who were already in the Hollow. Even if Aizen himself wanted to treat Hiriko Shinji and the others. Even if he used the power of Hogyoku, there was absolutely no good way to deal with it. If there was really a way to cure Hiriko Shinji and the others of the Hollow. Advertisement then, Aizen might think highly of Urahara Kazuki. But it was a pity. Aizen was very clear about one thing. Hiriko Shinji and the others would definitely not be able to survive. I see. I understand now, Aizen-sama, Tusen Kanami said with a little surprise. Tusen Kanami was still worried about what method Aizen was going to use to hide what happened today. But now, it seemed that Tusen Kanami did not have to worry about it. Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi had taken the initiative to send themselves to Aizen. It was like adding wings to a tiger to their plan. Since the two of them took the initiative to send themselves to Aizen, then, Aizen had no reason to reject them. If Urahara Kazuki and Urahara Kazuki knew that everything about him was part of Aizen's plan, they would not be able to do anything to him. What kind of thoughts would he have? But, no matter what would happen to the two. Anyway, for Aizen and the others now, the disappearance of Rukongai's soul was no longer a big deal. Because now, someone had come to help them. You're really something. Sir Aizen, with Urahara Kazuki, the captain of the 12th Division, as the mastermind behind the disappearance of the souls, we can finally answer to the head captain. This method is a good choice for us. As expected of Aizen-sama, Ichimaru Jin's eyes flashed as he complimented Aizen with a smile. Ichimaru Jin felt that it was a little strange. With Aizen's character, he would not let Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi go. But now, Aizen was willing to let Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi go. This made Ichimaru Jin feel a little puzzled, but the suspicion in Silver's heart. It was finally solved, so, this was what Aizen was thinking. If this was what Aizen was thinking, if that was the case, then everything would make sense. If this was not what Aizen was thinking, then, this was a little too strange. After all, in a sense, whether it was Urahara Kazuki or Tessai Tsukabishi. Advertisement, the best way was to push all the blame to Urahara Kazuki. Even Ichimaru Jin himself was very clear about this. If Ichimaru Jin couldn't even comprehend such a simple logic, then he would be in trouble. Then, Ichimaru Jin would have been dealt with long ago. Ichimaru Jin was very clear about this point. If even he couldn't solve such a simple problem, then he would have to give it a try. Then, Aizen would not be able to trust Ichimaru Jin in the future. This was a fatal blow to Ichimaru Jin. This was something that Ichimaru Jin would never allow to happen. If Ichimaru Jin allowed such a thing to happen, there would be no need for things to turn out this way. Things would turn out this way, although Ichimaru Jin did not think of a way to deal with Aizen and Baiye. But now, Ichimaru Jin had a vague idea of how to deal with them. But before that, he needed to find a suitable opportunity. Letting Urahara be the scapegoat is not a bad choice. Baiye-kun, we are comrades. I will help you with this matter later. If there was no suitable opportunity, Aizen did not mind and waved his hand. Ichimaru Jin showed an apologetic expression. There was no way he could succeed. Aizen, since you've prepared everything, I'll return to the 10th division first. Aizen-sama, Captain Baiye is such a cold person. I remember that Captain Hiriko and Urahara Kazuki were Captain Baiye's friends for many years. How could he kill them so directly? That's really scary. Aizen said with a smile. Ichimaru Jin revealed a fearful expression and said with a smile. Yes, Silver, you can leave first. Alright, that's all for now. Baiye nodded and chuckled. Just as he was about to walk out, he stopped and turned around. By the way, I need you to help me solve one more thing. In order to prevent Urahara and Tessai from framing me, I'll have to trouble Aizen to create a scene where I'm staying in Quiet Soul Society tonight. I'm counting on you. Both of them were very clear about this point. Aizen glanced at Ichimaru Jin indifferently. Sorry, I almost forgot. Baiye smiled faintly and used Shunpo to vanish from the spot. Silver, you talk too much. Baiye is our comrade. In order to create a better world, some sacrifices are inevitable. Chapter 162. The Harm of the Forbidden Technique. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. In the secret underground research base of the 12th Division. Then, a green light appeared. Urahara Kazuki, Tessai Tsukabishi, Hiriko Shinji, and the others appeared. At this time, Hiriko Shinji and the others had all lost their consciousness and were in a coma. If Tessai Tsukabishi did not use the forbidden technique of time stop, they would have been unconscious. Their bodies would have been corroded by the Hollow's forbidden technique. At that time, even if Urahara Kazuki wanted to save them, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Urahara Kazuki was very clear about this. Wow, it's really powerful, Mr. Tessai. When Urahara Kazuki saw where he was, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. It had to be said, no wonder Tessai Tsukabishi is the leader of the group of kids. He could even use the forbidden technique of time stop and space shift easily. This wasn't a simple matter. It must be known that even in Quiet Soul Society, ordinary people wouldn't be able to use a forbidden technique of this level. Even if the person using the forbidden technique was a captain, it would still be very difficult. Even Urahara Kazuki himself would not be able to use the forbidden technique, let alone other people. It was also an impossible thing. Was forbidden technique really that powerful? It must be very powerful. If the forbidden technique was not powerful enough, it would not be banned by Quiet Soul Society. It was precisely because the forbidden technique was too dangerous. If it was not banned, it would be very dangerous. It was very likely that it would lead to very serious consequences. At that time, something bad might happen. Urahara Kazuki was very clear about this. If Urahara Kazuki couldn't even understand such a simple principle, then he would be the one to blame. Then, Urahara Kazuki would not be able to become the captain of the 12th Division. After all, it was not easy to become the captain of the 12th Division. Advertisement. If it was really that easy to become the captain of the 12th Division, then, Urahara Kazuki would not have been the third captain of the 2nd Division. After all, how many years had it been since Urahara Kazuki became the third officer of the 2nd Division? It had been at least a few decades. If Yoruichi was not the captain of the 2nd Division, he knew Urahara Kazuki's ability and strength. He would not have recommended Urahara Kazuki to Captain Genryusai Mimoto. If he recommended Urahara Kazuki to become the new captain of the 12th Division. If something happened to Urahara Kazuki in the future, Yoruichi, as the one who recommended him, had to bear some responsibility. If it was not because of this important reason, if that was the case, there wouldn't be so few captains now. One must know that the reason why there were so few captain-level players was because there were two reasons for this. First, there were too few people who could learn and master Bankai. If it weren't for the fact that the number of people who had learned Bankai and mastered it was too small, the number of people who had learned it was too small. Urahara Kazuki would not have been able to become a captain. The second reason was that even if he had the strength of a captain. However, if no one recommended him, there was no way to bring him down. Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi were well aware of this fact. If the two of them couldn't even understand such a simple logic, then they would be in trouble. They would have been killed long ago, they would not have become like this. Moreover, why would Silent Soul Society prohibit the use of this level of forbidden technique? It was all because of one reason, and that was the time stop and space shift that Tessai Tsukabishi had just used. Even in the entire Go-Day 13 division, there were only a handful of people who could use it. It could even be said that only Yamamoto Genryusai, the head captain, could use it. As for the others, they could not use it at all. Both of them were very clear about this point. It was precisely because Tessai Tsukabishi knew this very well. Just now, when he released the two kids, he was shocked. Advertisement, that was why he specifically asked Urahara Kazuki to keep it a secret. Otherwise, if Urahara Kazuki spread the news, it would be a huge problem for them. The consequences would be severe. As for how severe the consequences would be, even if Tessai Tsukabishi did not say it, Urahara Kazuki should be able to understand it himself. If Tessai Tsukabishi could not even understand such a simple thing, he would have been killed long ago. It was impossible for him to become the captain of the captains. It's not easy to become the leader of a group of kids. If it was really that simple, in the past few decades, Tessai Tsukabishi would not be the only captain of the captains. The degree of rarity was extremely high, if he could not even understand such a simple thing. Tessai Tsukabishi and the others would already be dead by now. No matter who it was, they were all very clear about this point. Everyone knew this very well in their hearts. That's good. Urahara Kazuki, what is hollow? Tessai Tsukabishi asked. If he did not know how serious this matter was, he would not have chosen to help Urahara Kazuki. It was also because the two of them knew very well what the reason for this matter was. Helping Urahara Kazuki to cover up this kind of thing was very powerful for anyone. How was it possible for him to live to such an extent? That was why he chose to help Urahara Kazuki. If he did not know how serious this matter was, he would not have chosen to help Urahara Kazuki. Urahara Kazuki should have been killed long ago, if he could not even understand such a simple thing. At least, he still needed to have his own strength. Urahara-sama, you praise me too much. Now that we have arrived at the address you mentioned, can we begin the treatment of Hirako and the others? If you need any other facilities, please let me know immediately. If he did not have any strength at all, he would have been killed long ago. Urahara Kazuki shook his head. If there is anything I can do, I will definitely help you. That's all. That's enough. Tessai Tsukabishi let out a long sigh and said in a deep voice. It was not a simple matter to live to this point. Chapter 163, Amazing Sense of Oppression. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Until now, Tessai Tsukabishi still didn't know what the hollow was. Why was it able to cause such damage to captain class members like Hirako Shinji? One must know that captain class members were already at the peak of the Soul Society's strength. Although they weren't immune to all damage, but there was one thing that he was very clear about. And that was, if captain class members like Hirako Shinji wanted to die. It was definitely a very difficult thing to do, if it was really that easy to kill a captain class member. Then, in the entire Soul Society, there wouldn't be so few captain class members like Shinigami. If it was really that easy to kill a captain class member, then, why did the Go-Day 13 division become like this? The current state of the Soul Society was not something that Yamamoto Genryusai wanted to see. If Yamamoto Genryusai wanted to see this, then, he wouldn't have created the Go-Day 13 division. One must know that the reason why the Go-Day 13 division was created. It was completely because of a very simple reason. As for what the reason was, even he himself understood it very well. If he didn't understand it himself, then, he wouldn't have become like this. Becoming like this was definitely not something that he wanted to see. It was even more impossible that Urahara Kazuki wanted to see. Since Urahara Kazuki knew about the hollow, then, he was willing to believe that Urahara Kazuki must have a way to solve it. Or a way to cure it, although he didn't know whether there was a way to solve it or not. But, it was better to have a way than to have no way at all. If he didn't do anything, then, it would be a little too sad. If he really didn't do anything, he would have been dead long ago. They were very clear about this point in their hearts. If they couldn't even understand such a simple thing. Advertisement, it was likely that these people had already been completely killed long ago. They wouldn't have become like this at all. After all, from a certain point of view, strength was the only way to go. If they didn't have any strength at all, there was no way to become a captain class member. If it was so easy to become a captain class member, then, after so many years of the Soul Society, it was impossible that there were only so few captain class members. Becoming a captain class member was something that many people dreamed of. If it wasn't because their strength wasn't up to standard, it was impossible for them to reach this level. It was very difficult to reach this level of strength. The most serious thing in this world was to make a choice. If they didn't make a good choice, there was no way to do it. After all, strength was the foundation of the Soul Society. If they didn't have any strength at all, what awaited the others was only death. This was a path they had to take. But, he was willing to choose this path, too. Obviously, this was an unrealistic thing, if it was really an unrealistic thing. Why did Urahara Kazuki, When Urahara Kazuki was researching the hollow, he had made a lot of preparations. If he didn't make any preparations at all, why would Urahara Kazuki do hollow's research? From a certain point of view, hollow's research was very powerful. One must know that the power in this aspect was still very powerful. If hollow's power could be fused with Shinigami's Emperor Might. If the improvement he could get was huge, it would be a huge improvement. If it wasn't for this, Aizen wouldn't have paid such a huge price to study hollow's research. After all, researching hollow's research had a certain probability of exposing his existence. For people like Aizen, if there was no absolute benefit, they wouldn't study it at all. They were very clear about this point. If they couldn't even understand such a simple logic, advertisement, they would have died a long time ago. If they had really died because of such a simple matter, they would have died. Wouldn't it be a little too sad? If he really died because of such a ridiculous reason, it would be ridiculous. In that case, the only thing that awaited them was death. From a certain point of view, Urahara Kazuki wasn't an idiot. If Urahara Kazuki was really a big man, then he wouldn't have been able to become the captain of the 12th Division. He wouldn't have been defeated for so many years. One had to know that being a captain didn't mean that one would always be a captain. Without the help of external forces, perhaps that was the case. But if he didn't have much strength himself, then, what awaited Urahara Kazuki was to be killed. It was just like how Ghost Yan City's Kenpachi represented this path. If it wasn't because of this reason, Ghost Yan Cheng's Kenpachi wouldn't have turned into such a sad state. Ghost Yan Cheng Kenpachi did not want to see him end up in such a sorrowful state. In the process, I created a substance that can break the boundary between Hollow and Shinigami in an instant. If it was really that easy to become a captain, then that would be the case. Tessai Tsukabishi stared at Hogyoku in shock. In the end, he was killed by Baiye. What's this substance? Urahara Kazuki lifted the cloth and revealed Hogyoku's appearance. One had to know that even though Ghost Town's Kenpachi was the captain, so what? Until Onishi Kenpachi died, no one was willing to help Onishi Kenpachi. Urahara Kazuki took off his hood and walked to a safe. After entering the password, he took out something covered by a white cloth and walked over slowly. Tessai Tsukabishi was a little puzzled. The so-called hollow is one of the answers I came up with when I was researching Shinigami's soul. It's called Hogyoku. How could it have become like this? I'm going to use this to heal Captain Hiriko and the others. Hogyoku. What's with this pressure? From this, it could be seen how serious the situation was. How could it have become like this? Chapter 164. Only 20% sure at most. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Tessai Tsukabishi could clearly feel the Hogyoku in front of him. Urahara Kazuki had created a brand new substance that exuded an oppressive aura. If Tessai Tsukabishi was not in his position, he would not be able to feel it. The existence of the Hogyoku. Tessai Tsukabishi could clearly see one thing. The Hogyoku is still sealed, but even if the Hogyoku is sealed, it is still powerful. The Hogyoku is still very powerful. Tessai Tsukabishi could not imagine how powerful the Hogyoku is. What kind of existence is the Hogyoku? How can it be created? Urahara Kazuki had said that he created the Hogyoku himself. But Tessai Tsukabishi did not know how Urahara Kazuki did it. If Hogyoku could be created so easily, it would be a miracle. That means Hogyoku is too cheap, but is that really the case? If Hogyoku is such a cheap item, it will be very expensive. How can the Hogyoku become like this? The Hogyoku's existence is only in front of Tessai Tsukabishi. Tessai Tsukabishi could already feel the Hogyoku's power. Although Tessai Tsukabishi does not know what the Hogyoku's power is, if the Hogyoku is so important to Urahara Kazuki, the Hogyoku must be very powerful. If the Hogyoku's power is not so terrifying. Based on Tessai Tsukabishi's understanding of Urahara Kazuki will never make such a choice. Huff. Urahara Kazuki wouldn't benefit from such a choice at all. Tessai Tsukabishi is also a captain. Although his Zanpakuto's power is not very powerful, it is still very powerful. But his kid ability is very powerful. If he wasn't so strong, he wouldn't be able to become the kid leader of the kid club. It's not easy to become the kid leader of a group of kids. Advertisement. If it was really such a simple thing, he wouldn't have been the only one who could do it after so many years. He is very clear about this. But even the Shinigami's Ryotsu is nothing compared to the Hogyoku in front of him. If Hogyoku's AICF wasn't so strong, it wouldn't be like this. It will become like this. Tessai Tsukabishi does not want to be safe. If they really want to be safe, they will not be safe. In the past, Urahara Kazuki would not have wanted to create something like Hogyoku. There's only one possibility to create something like Hogyoku. To break the boundary between Shinigami and Hollows. However, how could it be so simple to break the boundary between Shinigami and Hollow? If breaking the boundary between Shinigami and Hollow was really that simple, then Seiji wouldn't be able to do it. As Kazuki, Tessai Tsukabishi, he had become so passive now. This was something that they definitely didn't want to get quickly. After all, Hogyoku is very powerful. These people were very clear in their hearts. Especially if Urahara Kazuki doesn't even know the abilities of the Hogyoku he created. That means he can't create Hogyoku in the first place. Is this enough to save them? So Captain Hiriko and the others can be saved? Tessai Tsukabishi asked in a deep voice. Urahara Kazuki's Hogyoku could help Hiriko Shinji, Love Ikawa, Yadomaru Lisa and the others who were already in Hollow. In that case, he will not care about Urahara Kazuki's purpose in creating Hogyoku. However, until now, he had only been able to sense one thing. That was the pressure that Hogyoku gave him. It was even more terrifying than Yamamoto Genryusai, the head captain. However, there was one thing that he was very clear about. Hogyoku is definitely a very dangerous thing. If Hogyoku's existence wasn't so dangerous, Urahara Kazuki wouldn't be willing to seal Hogyoku. Advertisement. The reason why he was like this in the first place. It was completely because of one reason. He knew Urahara Kazuki's character very well. He would never do anything that he wasn't confident in. But is it really Urahara Kazuki's will to create something like Hogyoku? If it wasn't Urahara Kazuki's own will, who could have made Urahara Kazuki create this Hogyoku? No, I've said it before, this is just a gamble. Even if I use Hogyoku's ability, the possibility of restoring Captain Hiriko and the others to their original state is only 20%. Urahara Kazuki shook his head. 20%? Tessai Tsukabishi's pupils shrank. Yes, only 20%, if I don't have Hogyoku's help in these machines. If I want to heal Captain Hiriko and the others, I'm afraid the success rate is less than 1%. Urahara Kazuki said in a deep voice. If it's only 20%, isn't it too dangerous? Tessai Tsukabishi asked. No, we can only rely on Hogyoku. Urahara Kazuki said with a serious expression. After a short pause, Urahara Kazuki continued. Without Hogyoku, I'm afraid the success rate would be even lower. Mr. Tessai, you might not understand, but Captain Hiriko and the others' hollow corrosion is too serious. Even though they already have the help of your time stop. But if you want to truly heal them, without Hogyoku's help, it's impossible. If I rely on my own strength, even if I have a thorough understanding of the hollow, the terrifying power in the souls of Captain Hiriko and the others are already fused with Hogyoku's soul. Right now, they have already fused tightly with the power of void. If we were to rashly disrupt their fusion, the best outcome would be that all of their souls would collapse and they would die. If we really let their souls collapse and they die directly, then everything we've done just now will be in vain. Is this something you want to see? Tessai Tsukabishi opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he swallowed his words in the end. Chapter 165. This is the only way. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Tessai Tsukabishi knew that Urahara Kazuki's method had a low success rate in treating Hiriko Shinji and the others. He was a little worried. After all, the success rate was only 20%. Even if Tessai Tsukabishi was willing to believe in Urahara Kazuki's method. However, he would never joke about the lives of Hiriko Shinji and the others. If he was willing to joke about the lives of Hiriko Shinji and the others. If that was the case, he wouldn't have risked his life to use the Kid Forbidden technique. After all, once the Kid Forbidden technique was used, there would definitely be traces left behind. If the other members of the Godate 13 found out about this, they would be punished. What was waiting for him was to be punished. Now, he could walk this path. Moreover, Tessai Tsukabishi was the leader of the Kid Forbidden technique. Tessai Tsukabishi knew that he had broken the law. He would definitely be punished severely. If he didn't receive any punishment, then, he would be too pitiful. Even so, he was willing to do it. Tessai Tsukabishi didn't have much contact with Hiriko Shinji and the others. In fact, these people had a very good relationship with him. In fact, he was able to become the leader of the Kid Forbidden technique because Hiriko Shinji and the others helped him. If they hadn't helped Tessai Tsukabishi, if Tessai Tsukabishi and Yoruichi had helped him, if he wanted to be in his current position, it would be a very difficult thing to do. However, although it was a very difficult thing to do, but that was all there was to it. Yes, it was very difficult, but if he didn't do it when he encountered a difficult situation, if he didn't do it, he would probably regret it for the rest of his life. If he spent the rest of his life blaming himself and regretting it, even it wouldn't forgive itself for what it had done. He had the power to save them, but he didn't do it. It was also because of this that Tsukabishi chose to do this. Otherwise, just based on his relationship with Urahara Kazuki, it was absolutely impossible for him to do this. Tessai Tsukabishi was very clear about this. Advertisement. If he couldn't even understand such a simple logic in his heart. If he couldn't understand it, then he wouldn't be in his current position. But now, Jouei was still facing the difficulties of flying. If he really didn't do anything, he would have been fine. In that case, he would never agree to it. Of course, all of this was because of one reason. Normally, if he didn't get any help, he would never agree to it. It was one thing to agree, but it was another thing to disagree. These two things couldn't be compared to each other. He was very clear about this. If he couldn't even understand such a simple logic, he would have been killed a long time ago. How could it have become like this? Becoming like this was not something he wanted to do. One had to know that from a certain perspective, Tessai Tsukabishi and Urahara Kazuki were very close. If it weren't for the fact that they were very close, he wouldn't have chosen to help Urahara Kazuki. Tessai Tsukabishi heard that Baiye wanted to become the king of the Soul Society and rule the Soul Society. He was very surprised. The current ruler of the Soul Society was one of the 4 aristocrats of the Soul Society. Baiye was also a member of the Shihouin family. The Shihouin family was also one of the rulers. He didn't expect Baiye to have such a huge ambition. This was something that Tessai Tsukabishi didn't expect. He had known Baiye a long time ago. However, when he met Baiye at that time, he only felt that Baiye was an anomaly. Perhaps it was because Baiye's sister was the second division leader, Yoruichi. Tessai Tsukabishi respected Baiye very much, however, it was only respect. As for other things, he didn't think much about it. But if that was the case, then things would be a little tricky. The reason why he respected Baiye was because of this. Advertisement. The biggest reason was because of the second division leader, Yoruichi. 0. Begging for fresh flowers. If it weren't for Yoruichi, he might not respect Baiye anymore. However, he didn't expect Baiye to be so powerful. Baiye was so powerful that it wasn't easy to get his hands on him. If it was that easy to get his hands on him, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi definitely didn't choose the word month. If it was really their U-shaped Anjay, they wouldn't have turned out like this. They would look the same now. If Vice Captain Aizen and Baiye-kun are responsible for the disappearance of a series of souls, then I'm afraid they didn't even consider the possibility of healing the hollow. Apart from this method, there's no other way, Urahara Kazuki said with a solemn expression. Yes, I think so too. But the most important thing now is to heal Captain Hiriko and the others. As for the problem of Baiye-kun and Vice Captain Aizen, we can only put it aside for now. Your Excellency Urahara. Urahara Kazuki collected his thoughts and said. Understood. Tisk, we'll do as you say. I have a feeling that Prince Baiye isn't such a person. Tessai Tsukabishi said in a deep voice. Tessai Tsukabishi said. Urahara Kazuki said softly. After hearing Baiye's name, Urahara Kazuki's eyes flashed. He muttered to himself, becoming the king of Soul Society and ruling Soul Society. This dream is too far away from us. Is there really no other way? Tessai Tsukabishi nodded. Your Highness Baiye, did you really join forces with Aizen? Tessai Tsukabishi was a little confused. However, I feel that something is wrong with the fact that Baiye-kun and Vice Captain Aizen worked together and created this series of events. Maybe this is what Baiye-kun wants to do from the beginning. No, I can only say that I'll try my best. As for whether I can successfully heal Captain Hiriko and the others, even I'm not confident. Is it just for such a ridiculous reason? 5SF Chapter 166 Mandatory Arrest Warrant. The next morning, at the break of dawn, Urahara Kazuki woke up from a chair and looked around at Hiriko, Shinji and the others who were lying on the ground. A hint of sadness appeared on his face. Urahara Kazuki wanted to use Hogyoku's ability to heal Hiriko, Shinji and the others. It was a pity. Urahara Kazuki had used Hogyoku's power. There was still no way to heal them. This made Urahara Kazuki feel very sad. Because Urahara Kazuki knew one thing very well, since Urahara Kazuki had no way to heal Hiriko, Shinji and the others from the hollow, Urahara Kazuki had no way to heal them. This could only mean one thing. In other words, Hiriko, Shinji and the others were finished. If it wasn't for the fact that Hiriko, Shinji and the others' hollow erosion was too serious, Urahara Kazuki might have had a chance to succeed with the power of the 4070 Jade. As for now, if Urahara Kazuki was given enough time, he would be able to do it. Perhaps Urahara Kazuki could still succeed, but would there really be enough time for Urahara Kazuki? Urahara Kazuki didn't know, and he didn't want to find out. Because Urahara Kazuki knew one thing very well, Aizen and Baiye were still in Quiet Soul Society. Even if Urahara Kazuki wanted to find a way to heal Hiriko, Shinji and the others, now was the time. Furthermore, it was definitely not now. Instead, he should have reported everything that happened last night to Quiet Soul Society. However, before that, Urahara Kazuki wants to contact Yoruichi. If he didn't contact Yoruichi and directly reported to Quiet Soul Society, then, once Yamamoto Genryusai gets angry, he will be able to do it. The consequences would be very serious. Urahara Kazuki didn't know why Baiye would do such a thing. What was he trying to do? If Baiye really wanted Hogyoku, Baiye could just ask him for it. Urahara Kazuki had also clearly told Baiye about this. If Baiye wanted to use Hogyoku, he could just ask him for it. Advertisement. Urahara Kazuki and Yoruichi had already made an agreement with Baiye. But Urahara Kazuki didn't expect Baiye to do such a thing. Was there any benefit for Baiye to do such a thing? There shouldn't be any benefit. One should know that Baiye's current strength was already at the level of a captain. Besides, Baiye's strength was much stronger than the average captain level players. If he wasn't so strong, what would happen then, if that wasn't the reason? In that case, why did Urahara Kazuki become like this? If he had become what he was now, this was something Urahara Kazuki didn't want to see. If Urahara Kazuki wanted to see this happen, of the world Kazuki. If that was the case, Urahara Kazuki wouldn't have tried to persuade Baiye back then. Urahara Kazuki didn't know what Baiye and Aizen were after by working together. But Urahara Kazuki didn't believe that Baiye wanted to rule Soul Society. Although Urahara Kazuki and Baiye had only known each other for less than 10 years, Baiye had never met Urahara Kazuki. However, Urahara Kazuki had a rough understanding of Baiye's character and what kind of person he was. Urahara Kazuki was very sure of one thing. Baiye was definitely not the kind of person who wanted to rule the Soul Society. If Baiye was really such a person, then, as early as when Urahara Kazuki created Hogyoku. With Baiye's strength, he could easily take Hogyoku away from Urahara Kazuki. Urahara Kazuki was very clear about this. If Urahara Kazuki couldn't even understand such a simple logic in his heart, then he would be the first one to do so. Then, Urahara Kazuki would not have known Baiye for so many years. Baiye's strength was not the only reason why they had known each other for so many years. More importantly, there was another reason. Baiye's own strength was not bad. If not for the fact that Baiye's strength was trash, he would not have been able to defeat Baiye. Then, Yamamoto Genryusai would not have made Baiye the 10th Division captain. Advertisement. What's more, Yamamoto Genryusai wants Baiye to be the next head captain. However, Baiye's personality was still too lazy. As a result, Yamamoto Genryusai did not feel at ease passing the position of captain to Baiye. If Baiye could prevent his lazy character from deteriorating. Urahara Kazuki was very sure of one thing: Baiye would definitely be the next head captain. Urahara Kazuki was not the only one who knew this. Even the Godei 13 Division captains in Quiet Soul Society knew this very well. Urahara Kazuki felt extremely regretful when he saw the ferocious mask on Nishikori's face. Mr. Urahara. Tessai Tsukabishi could tell that Urahara Kazuki was not in a good mood. I'm sorry, Mr. Tessai. I failed. Urahara Kazuki's voice was calm, but there was a hint of sadness in his voice. I'm going outside to get some fresh air. Baiye's figure appeared in front of Urahara Kazuki as he spoke in a flat voice. Urahara Kazuki lowered his head when he saw Baiye. He knew it was impossible to resist. He raised his head and looked at the blue sky in the sky. Urahara Kazuki, captain of the 12th Division, and kid leader, Tessai Tsukabishi, Central 464.9 has issued an arrest warrant for both of you. Please come with me. Mr. Baiye, what are you trying to do? Urahara Kazuki's pupils constricted as he asked in surprise. Urahara Kazuki heaved a sigh of relief and walked out of the room. He felt a little disappointed. If you want to resist, of you. A soldier with a weapon responded respectfully. Then, 4 soldiers pointed their weapons at Urahara Kazuki's neck. Please come with us, Mr. Urahara Kazuki. Urahara Kazuki walked to a courtyard in the team building. Yes, Captain. Urahara Kazuki lowered his head and did not resist. He frowned and no one knew what he was thinking. Suddenly, dozens of armed soldiers in Death Tyrant's uniform appeared in all directions around Urahara Kazuki, looking at him with vigilance. Take them all away. What's going on? Baiye waved his hand and used Shunpo to disappear. I understand. Chapter 167 Yoruichi, are you going to save him? Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. At the 2nd Division's dormitory, after arresting Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi, Baiye went to the 2nd Division's dormitory alone. Early this morning, Baiye received the Hell Butterfly from Central 46. They ordered Baiye to lead a team to arrest Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi. Baiye knew it very well. Central 46 would give such an order. It was highly possible that someone was behind this. Perhaps it should not be someone. Instead, it should be Aizen. Baiye was very sure of it now. In Central 46, at least some of them had been controlled by Aizen's Kyōka Suigetsu. Otherwise, they would not have given such an order. After all, Central 46 was superior to the Godei 13th Division. They were directly under the Spirit King. If Aizen was not in Central 46, these little tricks would only make sense. If that was the case, Baiye's curiosity would be piqued. Master Baiye, did Urahara Kazuki really break the law? What kind of punishment will he receive? Sui Feng, who was in Baiye's arms, asked doubtfully. Even now, Sui Feng still felt strange. Wasn't Urahara Kazuki in Quiet Soul Society yesterday? Why would Central 46 send Baiye, the 10th Division's leader, to arrest Urahara Kazuki early this morning? Could it be that Urahara Kazuki had done some forbidden research and was discovered by someone? Otherwise, logically speaking, the people from Central 46 shouldn't have given such an order. After all, Urahara Kazuki was the 12th Division's leader. If he could be arrested so easily, then it would be a very serious matter. Unless the people from Central 46 had discovered something. Or they had obtained some evidence against Urahara Kazuki. Otherwise, they would not have done such a thing. Sui Feng was very clear about this point. If Su Feng couldn't even understand such a simple thing, he would be in trouble. Advertisement. Then Sui Feng would not be able to become the 3rd officer of the 2nd Division. After all, it wasn't easy to become the 3rd officer of the 2nd Division. In a sense, this is the case. The position of the 3rd seat official was already considered very good. It was only second to the vice captain and captain. If even the position of the 3rd seat official was considered weak, then what kind of position was it? Was it considered powerful? However, there was one thing that could be seen from this. That was because Sui Feng's own strength was considered to be pretty good. If Sui Feng's strength was very weak, he would be able to defeat Sui Feng. It was impossible for it to turn out like this. This was not what Su Feng wanted to see at all. Sui Feng was very clear about this point. Besides, although Sui Feng hated Urahara Kazuki very much, he didn't care about him at all. But Sui Feng was also clear about one thing. That was Urahara Kazuki. Normally, he might be very powerful. Very quickly and arrogantly, however, at some point in time, he had to deal with some matters. Urahara Kazuki would never do such an irrational thing. If Urahara Kazuki really did such an irrational thing, he would be in trouble. Urahara Kazuki would have died a long time ago. Urahara Kazuki was very clear about this point. If Urahara Kazuki could not understand such a simple thing in his heart, there was no way he could be the captain of the 12th Division. If it was really so easy to be the captain of the 12th Division. After Sayazo Kirase left the 12th Division, it was impossible for Urahara Kazuki to be the captain of the 12th Division. Moreover, Urahara Kazuki would never be trusted by Yoruichi like this. So, that's right. Urahara Kazuki was very trusted by Yoruichi. In a sense, Yoruichi trusted Urahara Kazuki very much. Otherwise, Yoruichi would not have recommended Urahara Kazuki to be the captain of the 12th Division. If it was not for Yoruichi's recommendation, advertisement. Even if Urahara Kazuki had learned Bankai and mastered it, it was impossible for him to be the captain of the 12th Division. Sui Feng was very clear about this point. Since Central 46 has issued an arrest warrant for him, they must have gotten hold of some key evidence about Urahara. Otherwise, with their character, they wouldn't do such a thing. After all, no matter what, Urahara usually acts like a salted fish, but no matter what, he is still the captain of the 12th Division. Without any concrete evidence, even Captain Yamamoto will have a hard time dealing with him. As for what kind of punishment Urahara will receive, I'm not very clear. It depends on what kind of law he has violated. If it's not serious, I'm afraid he'll only receive a slight warning. If it's too serious, I'm afraid Urahara will be dead this time. Baiye gently stroked Sui Feng's beautiful face and chuckled. Baiye, of course, knew what Urahara Kazuki had done. It could be said that Urahara Kazuki was not guilty of anything. But, Urahara Kazuki had sneaked out of Serene Soul Society yesterday. He even brought along Tsukabishi 470 Tessai, the head kid of the 12th Division. This matter had become very serious, especially Aizen, the big boss. He probably wouldn't let Urahara Kazuki off so easily. Urahara Kazuki was the best scapegoat. Urahara Kazuki did not sleep last night. He insisted on going to the crime scene. Now that Aizen had finally caught Urahara Kazuki as a scapegoat, how could he not seize this opportunity? If Aizen did not seize this opportunity, if that was the case, then Aizen was too stupid. But was Aizen a fool? It was obvious that Aizen was not that kind of person. If Aizen was really that kind of person, if that was the case, Aizen would not use this plan. This plan was actually quite good for him. I see. Sui Feng nodded. That's right, Baiye said. Then, does Yoruichi-sama know about this? Sui Feng asked softly. She should know by now, Baiye said with a smile. At this moment, Yoruichi-sama walked over with an ugly expression. She was holding a set of clothes in her hand. Yoruichi-sama, are you going to save Urahara? Baiye smiled when he saw Yoruichi-sama. Chapter 168 Persuading Yoruichi. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Baiye looked at Yoruichi's expression. He knew that Yoruichi must have known that Urahara Kazuki had been arrested. He wanted to save Urahara Kazuki, however, Yoruichi had a way to save her. He probably wanted to save her directly, as for whether this method was good or not. Baiye didn't want to comment too much, he could only say. If Yoruichi wanted to save her like this, there was only the matter of the coquettish woman. That was Yoruichi's position as the captain of the 2nd Division. There was a high chance that he wouldn't be, this point. Baiye understood very well in his heart. If Baiye couldn't even understand such a simple thing in his heart, then, Hiroyuki was really stupid enough, one had to know. Yoruichi wasn't an ordinary person now. Yoruichi was the captain of the 2nd Division. He was also the current head of the Shihouin family. If he went to save Urahara Kazuki without considering any consequences, then, Yoruichi's guilt would be waiting, it would be very big. When the time came, he might even implicate the Shihouin family. Even if he was the head of the family, there would be no exception. One had to know that even the current head captain, Yamamoto Genryusai, he would never have made such a choice. If such a thing were to be done, it would be impossible. It would be very serious. If nothing really happened, then it would be the end of the story. Then, why would Central 46 still need to do? It was precisely because someone needed to punish these people. That was why he had such a thought. If there was no need for someone to punish them, there wouldn't be the current punishment at all. Yoruichi was very clear about this point. Until now, he still didn't quite understand. However, although Baiye was very clear about Yoruichi's reason for doing so. However, Baiye wouldn't tell him that directly. Moreover, Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi's lives wouldn't be in too much danger. In that case, why would Baiye try to persuade Yoruichi? This wouldn't benefit Baiye at all. There was no benefit to it. Advertisement Baiye wouldn't do it at all. That is, unless there were really benefits to it. Perhaps only Baiye would do it. As for the current matter, if he were to do it day and night, in that case, Baiye would be an idiot. However, Yoruichi didn't even think about his own identity. Thus, he made such a choice. If that was the case, was he still fit to be the leader of the 2nd Division? But if Yoruichi wasn't fit to be the captain of the 2nd Division, who else could become the leader of the 2nd Division? In a sense, Yoruichi's choice was a very wrong choice. If Yoruichi hadn't made such a choice, perhaps there were still many ways to save Urahara Kazuki. However, Yoruichi did not make such a choice. Instead, he went to find a different U-type Ange. This was clearly something that was destined to fail. Since this matter was destined to fail, then, even if Baiye dissuades Yoruichi, Yoruichi probably wouldn't agree either. Baiye didn't know much about Yoruichi's personality. However, after all, he had lived with Yoruichi for so many years. If Baiye couldn't even understand such a simple logic, then, Baiye would have died long ago. Baiye was very clear about this point in his heart. Yoruichi-sama, are you really going to save Urahara Kazuki? But he has already been captured. If you go, the consequences will be very serious. At that time, not only will you not be able to save Urahara Kazuki, but you will also be implicated. Is it really worth it? It shouldn't be worth it, right? Sui Feng said softly. After hearing what Baiye had just said, Sui Feng was speechless. She was very worried about Yoruichi. If Sui Feng wasn't even worried about such a simple matter, then Sui Feng couldn't have been by Yoruichi's side all the time. If Sui Feng was really such a person, then Baiye couldn't have liked Sui Feng so much. Moreover, he even wanted to marry Sui Feng. After all, Sui Feng's status wasn't very high. If Sui Feng's status was very high, then she wouldn't have become like this. One had to know that if he had become like this, Sui Feng wouldn't want to see this. Advertisement. If Sui Feng really wanted to see this happen, then Sui Feng would be a little silly. In a sense, this is the case. Sui Feng's actions were very powerful. If Sui Feng's actions weren't powerful, Baiye really didn't know who could become as powerful as Sui Feng. After all, Sui Feng's strength was very good, even among the entire Godai 13 division. Sui Feng's Zanpakuto ability was also very powerful. In the original work, if Aizen's Ryotsu wasn't much more powerful than Sui Feng's Ryotsu, he wouldn't have become like this. Then, he wouldn't have become like this. In the original work, there was only one reason why Sui Feng's Zanpakuto ability didn't work on Aizen. That was because his Ryotsu was too weak. If only Sui Feng's own Ryotsu could be a little more powerful, then he wouldn't have become like this. Sui Feng's Bankai might not be very powerful. However, Sui Feng's Shikai was still very infrequent. In a sense, Sui Feng's Shikai, and Baiye's Demon Eyes of Death. It was worth a try. If Sui Feng's Ryotsu could grow to be as powerful as Yamamoto's Captain Genryusai in the future, perhaps Sui Feng's Shikai would also become extremely powerful. It didn't matter, unless Baiye could get the complete version of Hogyoku in the future. He could use it to improve Sui Feng's Ryotsu. No, I just want to find a place to train. If Sui Feng couldn't understand such a simple thing, Sui Feng said softly, otherwise he wouldn't have become like this. Is that so? Or else, Yoruichi-sama, you'd better not go. Yoruichi said with a grin. Then, Sui Feng would have been killed. Yoruichi shook his head. Don't worry, why would I save Kazuki? Knight said with a firm face. Of course, Baiye said with a faint smile. Su Feng himself was very clear about this. It was precisely because he had eliminated this reason that things had turned out this way. Why it was simply impossible to achieve this. Chapter 169 God-given soldiers. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Yes. Yoruichi knew that Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi had been arrested. He already had an idea in his mind. That was to save Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi by himself. However, Yoruichi knew one thing very well in his heart. That was, once Yoruichi really went there, then, waiting for Yoruichi. There was only one way to go, when the time came. Yoruichi might even be severely punished. However, even if Yoruichi was severely punished, Yoruichi wouldn't have the slightest bit of regret. If he really regretted it, if that was the case, he wouldn't have recommended Urahara Kazuki to be the captain. After all, he was under a lot of pressure when he made Urahara Kazuki the captain. If it was really that easy to become a team leader, then it would be very difficult. Then, how could things develop so smoothly? If things were to develop so smoothly, that would be the end of it. Then, it would be really strange, but even if it was true, it was just that. Yoruichi didn't want to drag Baiye and Sui Feng into this mess. It was enough for him to do this alone. If he implicated Baiye, then Yoruichi wouldn't have it easy. After all, Yoruichi knew 463 Chu very well. The relationship between Baiye and Urahara Kazuki could be considered good. However, it could only be considered a good relationship. In addition, Baiye was Yoruichi's younger brother. In the future, he might even be a candidate for the captain. Yoruichi would never do such a thing. However, if Yoruichi wanted to save Urahara Kazuki and the others, if it was just him alone, he would be able to do it. Maybe he could succeed, but it was more likely that he would fail directly. After all, Yamamoto Genryusai, the captain, was still in Soul Society. If Yamamoto Genryusai, the captain, wasn't in Soul Society now, then, Yoruichi's action might still have a certain possibility. Advertisement, however, all of this was just a simple matter. As far as he knew, Yoruichi was very clear about one thing. That was, the strength of the people guarding Urahara Kazuki and the others wasn't very strong. With Yoruichi's own strength, it was very easy to save Urahara Kazuki and the others. If even Yoruichi couldn't save Urahara Kazuki and the others, then, no one would be able to save Urahara Kazuki and the others. One must know that although Urahara Kazuki and the others are quite strong, they can't be compared to the others. But they were just not bad, if Yoruichi didn't go to save them himself. With Urahara Kazuki and Tsukabishi's strength, if they wanted to escape, it was definitely a very difficult thing to do. At that time, even Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi would have to be captured and sent back to prison. At that time, waiting for them, would probably be sent to the execution stand. This was something that Yoruichi didn't want to see. Whether it was Urahara Kazuki or Tessai Tsukabishi, Yoruichi had a very good relationship with both of them. If Yoruichi had a bad relationship with both of them, it was impossible for him to make such a choice. Is that so? But, Yoruichi, you should be very clear about one thing. Urahara and Tessai have been captured by Central 46, which means that those people must have some kind of evidence. If there is no evidence, they would never issue such an order. And, you should also know that I went to capture Urahara and Tessai Tsukabishi today. Do you think that your idea can really be realized? I advise you to give up this unrealistic idea. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. Don't forget that the chief captain is still here in Quiet Soul Society. Do you think you can save both of them with your own strength? AICD, don't be so naive, okay? Such a naive character is not like a second division captain at all. Baiye laughed contemptuously. To be honest, if it was possible. Baiye didn't want to see Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki escape to the modern world. This was because Baiye was very clear about one thing. Urahara Kazuki did have a wish, but, so what? So what if he was wrongly accused? Aizen Sosuke was here. Advertisement with Urahara Kazuki's own strength. It was impossible to overturn the case, unless Baiye's own strength was much stronger than Aizen's in the future. Baiye might be able to kill Aizen completely, if he couldn't. Perhaps Baiye would never be hungry. Baiye was very clear about one thing. Aizen's strength was very terrifying. Baiye had the ability of the demon eyes of death perception. He could talk to Aizen as an equal. However, this was merely a conversation between equals, Malice Day. Ri wasn't qualified to talk to Aizen about other things. Even if Baiye had learned Bankai and mastered it. But so what? So what if he learned Bankai? It was still the same. Even if that was the case, Baiye didn't think he was a match for Aizen. Aizen's strongest strength wasn't his Kyōka Suigetsu. It was Aizen's Ryatsu and Kido. Ryatsu was comparable to Yamamoto's head captain Genryusai. It was Aizen's biggest reliance, Yoruichi-sama said casually. If Baiye had a choice, he would definitely choose to use Aizen as a Satoshi. I found one. If Aizen wasn't that strong, this meant that Aizen's strength was still very strong. Baiye nodded. Baiye wouldn't have made such a choice. Baiye wasn't a good person. Didn't you always want to know what our Shihouin family's heavenly armaments are? I see. As for the fact that Baiye didn't kill Aizen. By the way, Baiye, do you want to come with me? I have something to tell you. It's very important. I understand that. As I said earlier, I just want to find a place to train. Yoruichi-sama said with a smile. Baiye wouldn't be so afraid of Aizen. Sui Feng said softly, if it wasn't because of this reason. Yes, Yoruichi-sama. Baiye is right. Chapter 170 Interrogation from Central 46. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Yoruichi originally didn't want to bring Baiye along. However, Yoruichi suddenly thought of something just now. That was in their family. There was also a prop. It could perfectly hide one's Ryatsu and aura. If Baiye had used this item, he would have been defeated. Perhaps he could really go with him, however, although that prop could perfectly hide one's Ryatsu and aura. However, it would still consume a lot of spiritual power. The black cloak that Urahara Kazuki had researched back then. It was precisely from this prop that he was able to create it. If it wasn't because of this prop, no matter how much of a genius Urahara Kazuki was, Urahara Kazuki would never be able to create such an invention. One had to know. An invention like this was very powerful. Moreover, in the Shihouin family, there were also many useful inventions. However, such useful inventions, most of them wouldn't be of much use to captain-level experts. Even if some of them could help captain-level experts improve their strength. They also needed to meet certain harsh conditions. Or else, when Yoruichi knew that Baiye wanted to see what good things there were, he had already taken them out. It was precisely because of Yoruichi, the current head of the family. It was very clear, with Baiye's current strength. Those props in the family, they were basically useless to Baiye. Yoruichi didn't take them out, however, since the situation was already so serious. Then, even if Yoruichi didn't want to take them out, they wouldn't be of much use. Yoruichi was very clear about this point. If Yoruichi couldn't even understand such a simple principle, then, Yoruichi would have died long ago. In Yoruichi's heart, he was very familiar with Abi. However, now that they had already concealed themselves. Advertisement then, even if Yoruichi took out this prop. That was fine too. After all, although Yoruichi knew that Urahara Kazuki had developed some props. However, some props were placed somewhere. Yoruichi wasn't very clear about it. If Yoruichi was really clear about it, then, there was no need to take out his family's props for Baiye. Oh, was this a heaven-sent weapon? I remember that you wouldn't give it to me when I asked you for it. Why are you suddenly giving it to me now? Do you want to do something? Yoruichi, you still haven't given up on that idea? You're really hopeless, Baiye exclaimed softly. Baiye had asked Yoruichi for it so many times. Yoruichi didn't want to give it to him. Now, she was suddenly giving it to him. Wasn't it to save Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi? In addition to the first reason, Baiye really couldn't think of any good friends. As for why Yoruichi still had this idea, it was purely because of one reason. Yoruichi himself was well aware of one thing. That was the reason why Urahara Kazuki and the others were captured. It would be very difficult for him to leave the Central 46. If Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi could really make it out alive. In that case, Yoruichi didn't have to make such a choice. Baiye was very clear about this point. if Baiye couldn't even understand such a simple logic. Then Baiye was really a big idiot. After all, in a sense, there were two. If Baiye couldn't even understand such a simple logic, then Baiye couldn't become the first division captain. That was right. Baiye was indeed very lazy, but this didn't mean that Baiye was a fool. That was if Baiye was really an idiot, there was no way he could become the 10th division captain. Yoruichi-sama, haven't you given up on saving Urahara Kazuki and the others? You should know that with your strength, there's no way you can save Urahara Kazuki and the others. Advertisement, also, maybe the reason why Urahara Kazuki were arrested is because they did something bad and were reported by someone. That's why such a thing happened. If not for this reason, Urahara Kazuki, as the 12th division captain, wouldn't have ended up like this. Sui Feng said softly. Zero, I'm begging for flowers. Sui Feng understood Urahara Kazuki and the others' personalities. No matter if it was Urahara Kazuki or Tessai Tsukabishi. Or perhaps it was Tessai Tsukabishi, in his heart. They couldn't be compared to Yoruichi and Baiye's status. Sui Feng was very clear about this point. If Sui Feng couldn't even understand such a simple logic, then he would be in trouble. Then Sui Feng wouldn't have been able to follow Yoruichi for so many years. It was precisely because Sui Feng knew exactly what was going on. That was why it made sense. If Sui Feng couldn't even understand such a simple logic, then, how could Sui Feng be in charge of the Qing army? It wasn't easy to be in charge of the Qing army. Zero. If it was that simple, Yoruichi wouldn't have asked him to be in charge. I told you, I'm just going to train. You two are so annoying. Yoruichi curled his lips. I won't go with you. If you want to go, you can go by yourself. But, Yoruichi, I want to remind you that once you go, you should know the consequences. I don't want the next time I see you, it will be me who has to capture you. Baiye didn't continue to persuade him and rejected him decisively. On the high platform, there were elders from the Kuchiki family, the Shihouin family, and the Tsunamio family, which were the four noble families of the Soul Society. Urahara Kazuki asked. Baiye-sama, are we really going to let Yoruichi-sama do such a thing? Sui Feng asked softly. Interrogate. Urahara Kazuki was confused. What's going on? Yoruichi nodded and used Shunpo to disappear on the spot. Please understand the situation, captain of the 12th division. Below, Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi stood in place with their hands shackled. In the central underground conference room, we asked you to come here to interrogate you. 40 sages and 6 judges were sitting under a screen. You shouldn't speak, except to answer questions. A sage said in a deep voice. Baiye said with a smile. We didn't give you the right to speak, did we? I understand. Don't worry about him, since it's his own choice, let him bear it. Chapter 171. You have no right to ask questions, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Urahara Kazuki did not expect that the people from Central 46 had arrested him and Tessai Tsukabishi because of this. However, Urahara Kazuki didn't think of one thing. Then why would they want to capture the two of them? Could it be that something had happened? That is, if something really happened. In that case, it shouldn't be like this. Moreover, they had even mobilized Baiye, the captain of the 10th division. Baiye was the captain of the 10th division. She was with Aizen last night. And now, he actually dared to return to Quiet Soul Society. Weren't they worried that Urahara Kazuki and Jia-Ling Taili would report Baiye and Aizen? Or maybe Aizen and the other two were in Quiet Soul Society. What if he still had other tricks up his sleeve, if that was really the case? In that case, wasn't 710 a little too scary? Urahara Kazuki really couldn't figure out the reason for this. But if that was really the case, then, Aizen and Baiye clearly left Nightmare Soul Society together with the two of them last night. Could it be that there was someone in Nightmare Soul Society who could hide their tracks? This should be something that was absolutely impossible. Urahara Kazuki was very clear about this. If Urahara Kazuki couldn't even understand such a simple logic in his heart. In that case, Urahara Kazuki would not be able to become the captain of the 12th division. Being able to reconcile accounts was not something that could be done with words alone. Moreover, because of Hiriko Shinji, Yadomaru Lisa, and others, because of Hollow. As a result, he lost his sense of self. He did not have the time to tell Urahara Kazuki Aizen's Zanpaku's true ability. Therefore, Urahara Kazuki walked into the trap set by Baiye and Aizen step by step. If Urahara Kazuki knew the true ability of Aizen's Zanpaku, then, Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi would not have chosen Kaizen to come to Quiet Soul Society. Because Kaizen's arrival here meant one thing. That meant that they were definitely going to die. If they couldn't even understand such a simple logic, they would have been burned to death by the sun just now. One must know how powerful Baiye was, advertisement. And how powerful Aizen was. Urahara Kazuki wasn't very clear in his heart. But there was one thing that Urahara Kazuki understood very well. If Urahara Kazuki couldn't even understand such a simple logic, Urahara Kazuki would have died a long time ago. It was precisely because Urahara Kazuki understood what was going on. He wanted to know the reason for all of this. Perhaps it had something to do with Baiye and Aizen's. If it wasn't because of this, the two of them wouldn't have ended up like this. After all, in a sense, the strength of these people could be considered to be very good. Whether it was Urahara Kazuki or Tessai Tsukabishi, both of them possessed the strength of team captains. If the two of them couldn't even understand such a simple logic, they would understand. They would have died a long time ago. The reason why Urahara Kazuki was able to create Hogyoku. It was completely because of one reason, and that was because Urahara Kazuki's own research and development ability was very strong. If Urahara Kazuki's own research and development ability was not strong enough, there was no way to create something as terrifying as Hogyoku. Although Hogyoku was the raw material, the biggest reason was that Hogyoku had the strength of a psionic king. But if it was someone else who came, it would be different. Could they really create something like Urahara Kazuki? Obviously, it was impossible. If they could really create it, things wouldn't have ended up like this. After all, the reason why Urahara Kazuki was so vigilant now was because of this. It was completely because of the creation of Hogyoku. Urahara Kazuki, in particular, had no idea why these people had called him here. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't know why they called him here. If that was the case, Urahara Kazuki would really be an idiot. But was Urahara Kazuki an idiot? It was obvious that Urahara Kazuki was not an idiot at all. Advertisement: if other people wanted to learn Bankai, it would take at least 10 years. But what about Urahara Kazuki himself? It only took him 3 days to learn Bankai. Just how terrifying was this power? Although a large part of the reason was because Urahara Kazuki had used the divine body reincarnation technique. If he didn't use the divine transformation, Urahara Kazuki wouldn't have been able to learn Bankai at all. But there was one thing that couldn't be denied. That was because Urahara Kazuki himself was very powerful. If Urahara Kazuki himself wasn't that strong, then he would have been able to defeat him. How could he end up like this? How could he end up like this? This was something that Urahara Kazuki didn't want to see happen. In a sense, the reason why Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi became like this was completely because of one reason. That was because the two of them were too weak. If the strength of the two of them could become a little stronger, that would be the case. Perhaps the two of them wouldn't have ended up like this. You used the result of your evil research, Hollow, on a total of 8 captains in the outskirts of Rukongai, led by the 5th Division captain, right? Tsukabishi Tetsu 4.8 stood to the side and didn't say anything. I'm sorry. Urahara Kazuki hurriedly turned around. His pupils shrank as he asked. Urahara Kazuki lowered his head slightly. Urahara Kazuki was startled and shouted. Urahara Kazuki answered honestly. A judge scolded loudly. Please wait a minute. Who told you that? A sage behind Urahara Kazuki asked. Was it for the hollow experiment? Where were you last night at around 12 o'clock? You don't have the right to ask. I was in the forest in the outskirts of Rukongai. The judge said with a hint of anger in his voice. Both of them were very clear about this point. A judge asked. Who said that? Chapter 172. You can't doubt your credibility. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. A mere sinner. How could he have this right? Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi didn't have the right to say such words. They didn't have the right to say such words. If they had the right, it wouldn't have become like this at all. The reason why they were going to trial him now. It was completely because they already had concrete evidence. If they didn't have concrete evidence, they wouldn't have gone to trial them. If it weren't for the fact that they already had concrete evidence, based on his current status and identity, he would not be able to escape. They didn't have the right to go to trial the rock-breaking baptism. If they didn't go to trial Bu Yenshi, then, who would go to trial them? One had to know the reason why these people would do such a thing. It was completely because someone had already reported to them. There was concrete evidence about these two people. If it wasn't because they already had concrete evidence, they wouldn't have forced O8 to capture them here. If they didn't forcefully capture them here, they would probably be living well in the 12th Division. If they lived well in the 12th Division, then, how could there be so many people who wanted to kill them? It was obvious that these people were doomed. The whereabouts of this judge were also very clear. If these people couldn't even figure out such a simple thing, then they would be in trouble. They would have been killed. If these people were so easily taken away by others, then, in that case, how could these people become the ones to be judged? If they, the judges, couldn't even understand such a simple principle, they would have been killed. Advertisement: it was precisely because these people knew very well how great was the responsibility of these people. That was why they wanted to capture them. If it wasn't for the fact that they knew very well how much guilt these two people had, they wouldn't have made such a choice. It should be known that in a sense, the laws these two people had violated were very serious. Even the person with the highest authority in the pavilion. There was no way to protect them. Everyone present was very clear about this point. If they couldn't even understand such a simple thing, how could they have been in this position for so long? One had to know that they had been able to stay in their current positions for so long. It was completely because they were very, very fair and open. If it weren't for the fact that they were very, very fair and open, it was impossible for it to become what it is now, This was because this was not what they wanted to see at all. What they wanted to see was prosperity. If it wasn't for Wing's prosperity, they wouldn't have done such a thing. If they wanted to do such a thing, it was simply a disgraceful thing. If it wasn't for Pu Yan and Shizu who had done such a hateful thing, he wouldn't have ended up like this. It could be said that the two of them had become like this. It could even be said that he would have to bear a very serious crime. It was completely because the two of them were simply too weak. In this world, only the powerful had the right to speak. Those who were weak had no right to speak at all. Everyone was very clear about this. If they couldn't even get rid of such a simple thing, they would have been completely killed and disappeared from this world. Everyone present was well aware of this fact. If they couldn't even understand such a simple thing, how could they have been judges for so many years? It was precisely because they understood one thing very clearly in their hearts, that Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi were guilty of a lot of things. That was why they made such a choice. Otherwise, these sages wouldn't have done such a thing. You have to know their own words. Their strength was very, very, very weak. Advertisement, it could even be said that they might not even be able to defeat an ordinary member. But, since they were so weak, how did they become judges? It was completely because the person with the highest authority trusted them very much. Moreover, they were also very powerful in their positions. If this very important reason, they couldn't have waited for you in this position for so long. If they couldn't even understand such a simple thing, they would have been killed a long time ago. It was precisely because these people knew very well what they had to do now. That was why they wanted to do such a thing. If it wasn't for this reason, why would they do such a thing? If they had a choice, they wouldn't have thought that the 940 wanted to capture them. If the operation to apprehend the two of them failed, they would be in trouble. It was very likely that it would lead to a very serious consequence. However, if it led to a very serious consequence, how were they going to deal with the aftermath? Did Vice Captain Aizen and Captain Baiye say that? Urahara Kazuki lowered his head slightly and asked in a deep voice. I'm warning you for the second time, Captain of the 12th Division. If there's a third time, we'll add to the list of crimes. A sage with the number 39 on the screen sneered. It was all Aizen and Baiye's doing. We only went into the forest to save Hiriko and the others. Urahara Kazuki shouted loudly, it's ridiculous to lie to this extent. The 5th Division's vice captain didn't leave Soul Society last night. A sage said straightforwardly, what did you say? Urahara Kazuki's pupils shrank suddenly. 124 ordinary members and one captain-level member made such a statement. As for the 10th Division's vice captain, Baiye, he stayed in Soul Society last night and followed all the members of the 10th Division to patrol Soul Society. The 10th Division's vice captain and all the officers of the 10th Division testified. You can't doubt their credibility. The judge on the high platform snorted coldly. Chapter 173 Slandering the nobles is an extra crime. If any random person could question the words of a great aristocrat, then where would they put their faces? If anyone could do that, they would be able to do it. Then, was it necessary for them to become aristocrats? There was no need for this at all. Everyone present was very clear in their hearts. One had to know. The great aristocrats were one of the rulers who ruled this world. Casually, just like the two of them, if an ordinary commoner could easily subdue an aristocrat, it would be impossible for him to do so. In that case, who would be able to serve them sincerely from now on? If there was no one to serve them sincerely from now on, that would be the end of it. Then, what was the point of them doing all these things? And if there was not much point at all, then there was no need for them to waste their efforts to do such things. Because there was no benefit to be gained from such things at all. Ask, would there be anyone who would not want benefits? It was impossible for them to want benefits in this world. There were very, very, very many people. If there was no one in this world who was willing to want benefits, then the interests in this world would begin to collapse. If there was really a day when it began to collapse, then the interest group that represented them would also collapse. This was something that they would never allow to happen. If they allowed such a thing to happen, then they would really be big idiots. Advertisement, but for these people to be able to achieve their current status. Were they really fools? If they were fools, they would not be able to become the aristocrats they were now. And the reason why the aristocrats had become like this, it was completely because these people were very powerful. If these people were not powerful, how could they become aristocrats? One had to know that becoming an aristocrat was not such a simple thing. Becoming an aristocrat, if it was really such a simple thing, then it was impossible to save them since ancient times. Only this little bit could become an aristocrat, if it was really only this little bit. If people could become aristocrats, then it would be too sad. They would never allow such a sad thing to happen. If such a thing happened, then it would be too much of a pity. One had to know that the reason why these people had become like this, such fairness, impartiality, and openness was all because of one reason. That was, these people were very fair. If someone submitted evidence to them, and the evidence was very solid, then they would definitely go forward and arrest the culprit. If someone submitted evidence to them, if they did not go forward to arrest him, then it would be a little too expensive and useless. This was very clear about their whereabouts, if they could not even understand such a simple thing. How was it possible for them to have their current status and status? If they had become their current status, it would not be simple at all. If it was really such a simple thing, how could there be only 46 people in this position? One had to know that if these 46 people wanted to become aristocrats, that was a very, if this matter was really a very simple matter, then it would be very easy. Then there was no need to go through so much trouble. The reason why they went through so much trouble to arrest these two people was completely because when they arrested these two people, someone had already submitted evidence to them. If it wasn't for the fact that someone had already submitted evidence to them, However, according to the laws and regulations, they were absolutely not allowed to let these two people go. Advertisement: if he let these two people go so easily, then he would not be able to do anything. Then it would be too much of a pity. If that was the case, then they were really too irresponsible in this position. If these people were not responsible at all, then it was very likely that they would lose their current status and aristocratic status. If these people really lost their aristocratic status, then the only thing that awaited them was death. If they really died, then so be it. But they were not alone. They still had their own families behind them. If these families did not want them to die, they would also make a great sacrifice. If they did not want to make any sacrifice, it was impossible for them to become like this. It was impossible for them to become like this. This was not what they wanted to see at all. If this was really what they wanted to see, things wouldn't have turned out like this. It was not what they wanted to see at all. One must know that the reason why these aristocrats could become aristocrats was not only because they were in a high position. The most important thing was that they had captain-level strength behind them. If they did not have captain-level strength behind them, it was impossible for them to grow to become like this. One must know that the reason why the entire Soul Society became like this was completely because of their aristocratic status. If these aristocrats did not help others, then the situation would not have become like this. It was impossible for them to have caused the current situation. The current situation was completely caused by these nobles. Get lost. His Highness Baiye and Aizen did not leave Quiet Soul Society. How is this possible? How arrogant. How is that possible? Qian Le Zhao. Despicable people. How dare you frame a great aristocrat? We saw them enter the forest with our own eyes last night. How dare you make such a lie? Tessai Tsukabishi said with a face full of shock. That's right. If no one helped these nobles, then the only thing that awaited them was death. This was something that they absolutely couldn't allow to happen. The judge from the Shihouin family on the high platform said in a cold tone. You're simply courting death. Urahara Kazuki was startled and said in disbelief. Big Kid Captain Tessai Tsukabishi, are you questioning Central 46? The two of you should know that you framed a vice captain and a captain. Especially Captain Baiye, who is a great aristocrat. Your crimes have increased by one level. In an instant, the sages and judges in the conference hall started to scold. Chapter 174. The third floor of Mao's underground prison. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. What kind of punishment would there be for framing a great aristocrat? These people were not very clear, but there was one thing they did understand very, very well. If they could not even understand such a simple thing, they would not be able to become aristocrats. One had to know that everyone who became an aristocrat had to understand one thing. It was also a very important thing. That was, if anyone dared to frame an aristocrat. Especially the aristocrats of the aristocrats, who were also great aristocrats. They were also one of the rulers who ruled this world. Now, the two people they arrested actually dared to slander a great aristocrat. They were simply extremely arrogant. One had to know that since ancient times, they had dared to slander a great aristocrat. Those who were still alive and well, there were only a few of them in total. If it weren't for the fact that both of them were captain level, they would have been sent to the execution platform a long time ago. If the two captain level were really sent to the execution platform, then the only path waiting for them would be death. Even if the two of them were captain level, it would be useless. Even if they were, the high-end combat power in this world was inevitable. One had to know that there were captain level experts who were more powerful than the two of them. The two captains could only be considered to be in the middle of the top forces in this world. And if they were only average in combat power, there would be no calendar to attract their attention. If two mere captain level experts could attract their attention, it would be a little too ridiculous. One had to know that the family behind them, almost every family had a captain level or vice captain level expert behind them. If they couldn't even understand such a simple thing, advertisement, how could they hold such a high ranking position? It had been so long, so many years. So many years of holding the position was not a small number. One had to know that almost every one of them had held this position. At least a few, at more than 10 years, and at least 100 years. If he didn't make anything after so many years, then it would be a waste. Then even the family behind them, it was impossible for them to continue to support them like this. This was something that all of them understood very well in their hearts. They were nobles. The identity of the aristocrat was not just a representation of the word aristocrat. It also represented the hope that they bore, were it not for the complexity of the hopes they bore. It was impossible for him to make such a choice. It was not their own will to make such a choice. If it was their own will, things wouldn't have turned out this way. The current situation was not what they wanted to see at all. If that was really what they wanted to see, things wouldn't have turned out this way either. It was very serious for him to become like this, one had to know. No matter who dared to slander a great noble, the consequences were very serious. Even if that person could be one of the captains, there was no exception. If a random captain could slander a great noble, then that would be the end of it. Then how could the great aristocrats become the rulers of this world? If an ordinary captain was able to slander and frame a noble, then it was impossible for a normal captain to do so. Wasn't the identity of a great noble a little too worthless? If the identity of a noble was really so worthless, in that case, it was impossible that there were only the 4 great aristocratic families in the world. Advertisement, only these 4 great aristocratic families had the identity of a great noble. As for the other aristocratic families, they were only very small aristocratic families. Only the identity of a great noble was worthy of people's longing. If it weren't for the fact that these people were worthy of people's longing, they wouldn't have received so much protection. It was not easy to receive so much protection. If it was really a very easy thing, then it wouldn't be worth it to let so many people start to daydream. They were very sure of this in their hearts. If they couldn't even be sure of such a simple thing, then they would have been completely killed. It wouldn't have turned out like this, however. It was precisely because these people knew how important the identity of a great noble was that they understood very well that the two captain-level people in front of them. They actually dared to make such a choice. This really made them feel extremely ridiculous. If it weren't for this reason, the two of them. These people might really let go of the two captain-level people in front of them. If they really let go of the two captain-level people in front of them, they might really let them go. Maybe it would bring some benefits to their families or themselves. But although it could bring some benefits to them, it might bring some benefits to their families or themselves. However, there was another important reason, and that was that they would offend a great noble. The thought of offending a great noble was not something they were willing to accept. If they were really willing to accept the consequences of offending a great noble, they wouldn't. Making such a choice, is not something that these nobles want to see. If they were really willing to see such a thing happen, then it wouldn't be like this. They wouldn't have turned out like this. They wouldn't have turned out like this at all. Reporting to everyone. Suddenly, a Shinigami from the inner court appeared in the conference hall, knelt on one knee, lowered his head, and said respectfully. Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi quickly turned their heads. The originally noisy voices also quieted down. We just found a lot of evidence that is suspected to be related to the Hollow from the 12th Division's research tower. The Shinigami of the inner court squad began to report honestly. What? Urahara Kazuki was stunned. Impossible. How could this be? Tessai Tsukabishi's pupils constricted. The evidence is conclusive. The judge on the high platform knocked on the gavel and said in a deep voice, the judge will now announce the verdict. Big Kid Captain, Tessai Tsukabishi, for the crime of using the forbidden technique, colluded with the former 12th Division Captain, Urahara Kazuki, to frame a great noble, Shihouin Baiye. This crime will be increased by 1 level and transferred to the 3rd floor of the underground prison, multi-purpose prison, for 1,000 years as punishment. Chapter 175 Deprive all spiritual power and exile forever. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Since they now had enough evidence to convict them, then these nobles would never let go of a person who dared to slander the immigrant noble. Even this person who slandered them. He had the strength of a captain. There wouldn't be the slightest bit of surprise in a person's life. On this point, everyone present understood this very well in their hearts. But these people couldn't even understand such a simple thing. They had no way to become nobles. One had to know that becoming a noble was not such a simple thing. If becoming a noble was such a simple thing, then they were really these people. How could they become like this? One had to know that if these nobles were to face a great noble, they would be very servile. If it weren't for the fact that these people were very servile, it would be impossible for them to become a noble. One had to know that becoming a noble, was a very difficult thing. If they became a noble, if it was really a very easy and simple thing, then there wouldn't be so many Shinigami in this world. Those who wanted to become a noble had to know that so many Shinigami wanted to become a noble. It was completely because, after becoming a noble, the power and status that they could hold would also be greatly improved. If there was no way to obtain a very large improvement, with the strength of these people, they wouldn't want to become a noble at all. You have to know that the strength of these people was only equivalent to the strength of an ordinary Shinigami. If it was only equivalent to the strength of an ordinary Shinigami, advertisement there was no way to become a noble at all. To create a noble was very powerful. In a sense, Tessai Tsukabishi, she was very powerful. It only took her a few decades to become a captain-level strength. The age of the God Slayer was too young, and Ji Li was too young. If it was less, it wouldn't have become the current situation. But it had become the current situation. It wasn't just because of their strength. One had to know that in this world, the more powerful a person was, the longer their lifespan. Therefore, he was sentenced to 1,000 years of imprisonment. It wasn't much, according to his captain-level strength. He could live for at least thousands of years. If he could live for thousands of years, then it was impossible for him to die of old age in prison. Everyone's actions were very clear. If these people couldn't even understand such a simple logic, then they wouldn't be able to understand it. In that case, how could these people hold such important positions? If these people couldn't understand this matter, then they couldn't possibly pass such a verdict. After all, the crime that Warren had committed in the post wasn't that great. If he had committed a very serious crime, it would be a very serious crime. Then they wouldn't give him a trial. So, to know that such a light crime, such a light trial, it was only for 1,000 years, compared to a mere 1,000 years. Its lifespan of thousands of years was not even worth mentioning. If he had a lifespan of several thousand years, he would be imprisoned for at least 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, he would still be able to come out alive. However, if he dared to fight back, then the result. Since ancient times, no one had dared to go against them. Advertisement once the trial was announced then, waiting for that person. Therefore, he could only obediently enter the trial method that they followed. If that person didn't want to enter according to their trial method, Then even if that person was a captain-level person, he wouldn't have the slightest accident. Everyone present was very clear about this in their hearts. If they, the nobles, couldn't even understand such a simple thing, they would have been killed long ago. How could they have held their current position for hundreds of years? After all, these people had held their current positions for hundreds of years. If they hadn't changed at all after so many years, it would be a little too ridiculous, but unfortunately. For flowers, the reason why War and Iron Disaster was sentenced to 1,000 years. It was completely because of one thing. That was, he dared to slander a great noble. If he hadn't slandered a great noble, perhaps he would only be locked up for 100 or 200 years, but if it was only 100 or 200 years, then he would be able to escape. If that was the case, then thousands of years of lifespan was just a drop in the ocean for him. The time of imprisonment was just a drop in the ocean for him. His overall lifespan was just like that. Everyone present was very clear about this in their hearts. Point 0. If everyone present couldn't understand such a simple thing in their hearts, they wouldn't be able to become nobles. One must know that in front of the great nobles, these great nobles could only bow and bend their knees. Even nobles like them could only bow and bend their knees in front of great nobles, let alone Tessai Tsukabishi. What right did he have to slander a great noble? Moreover, he dared to do such a rebellious thing. He was simply too arrogant. He was arrogant about his own affairs, arrogant about his own people. In the end, he had to pay the price. Tessai Tsukabishi, do you have any objections to Central 46's verdict? A judge asked. No objections. Tessai Tsukabishi knew that he had no evidence to prove his innocence now, so he shook his head. Urahara Kazuki, captain of the 12th Division, for researching and carrying out taboo activities, deceiving his colleagues, framing great noble Shihouin Baiye, and causing his colleagues to be seriously injured, he will be stripped of his spiritual power and confiscated of his Zanpakuto. He will be permanently exiled to the modern world, and will not be allowed to return to the modern world. After Urahara Kazuki heard the verdict, his eyes began to lose their luster. He didn't react at all. Also, as a victim of evil experiments, the pitiful captain of the 5th Division and the other 8 captains will be dealt with strictly according to the standard of dealing with nobles. As for the punishment of Hiriko Shinji and the others, it was also handed down. Chapter 176. Forcibly interrupt the trial. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Although allowing the 8 captains to succeed the lightning succession stone was worthy of their sympathy. But the law could not be changed. They all understood it very well in their hearts. Since they were now contaminated, then only death awaited them. Even if the 8 of them were all captain level, there would be no exception at all, if there was even the slightest bit of surprise. If that was the case, then these people were a little too laughable. If they were to let them go so easily, then how could these people who had been contaminated be cured? They would stay in their place. If there was a bad situation or a serious error in the future, then the 8 captain level people who were contaminated by 577 should. What kind of choice should they make, if that was the case? Then what kind of choice should they face? This kind of choice, if they did not treat it well. It was simply unrealistic. If they did not treat this matter well, then it was very likely that it would affect their status. Everyone present was very clear about this in their hearts. If these nobles could not even understand such a simple thing, they would have been completely killed by someone. They were very, very clear about this in their hearts. One had to know that the reason why these people would make such a trial. It was completely because these people did not want to pay attention to these 8 captain-level experimental subjects. Advertisement. Moreover, these 8 captain-level professionals had long lost their personal consciousness behind this chess game. If after losing their personal consciousness, then was there a need for these people to continue living? At all. There was no need for them to continue living. And if these people did not need to continue living, then it was very reasonable for them to make this trial in the disgust of everyone present. If it wasn't for the fact that they made this judgment very reasonable, they wouldn't have. Then even other people would feel displeased with what they were trying to judge. And if other people were not happy with the punishment of these nobles, they would not be able to accept it. Perhaps it would have a certain impact on their own status. If it would have a certain impact on their own status, then how could they allow such a thing to happen? If they could allow such a thing to happen, if that was the case, they wouldn't have ended up like this. This was not what the nobles wanted to see. If these nobles really wanted to see such a thing happen, then they would have to face the consequences. It wouldn't have resulted in the current situation. This resulted in the current situation. This was not something they wanted to see at all. If this was really what they wanted to see, then they would be happy to see. He wouldn't have ended up like this. He knew that in a sense. Compared to the high-end products in this world, 8 captain-level people were extremely powerful. This was especially true for the people on their side. His words were very important to him, if it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice. They still wanted to keep the 8 captains alive. Unfortunately, they didn't have a choice. If he really had a choice, how could he have ended up like this? After all, their strength was only equivalent to a normal Shinigami, and the 8 captain-level Shinigami were all women. There were only 13 people on their side with such strength, and now they had lost 8 people all of a sudden. How big of a blow would that be to them? Advertisement. They were very clear about this point. If they couldn't even understand such a simple thing, then they would have to face the consequences of their actions. It was impossible for them to continue to hold this position. If they wanted to continue to hold this position, they needed brains, skills, and strength. If they didn't have all of these, it was impossible for them to continue to hold this position. If they wanted to continue to hold this position, it would be very, very, very difficult. This was something that they all knew in their hearts. Was very, very, very clear. If they couldn't even understand such a simple principle, they would have been dead long ago. And if they really didn't understand anything, then the families of their families wouldn't let them continue to hold this position. In that case, the families behind these people wouldn't allow them to continue to hold this position. He knew that there were many people who wanted to continue holding this position. If it weren't for the fact that many people wanted it very much, the situation wouldn't have turned out like this. Everyone present was very clear about this in their hearts. If they couldn't even understand such a simple thing, they would have already lost their minds. From a certain point of view, Hiriko Shinji and the others were definitely dead. There was no doubt about that. How could it be? Please wait a moment. Urahara Kazuki's originally lifeless eyes suddenly became spirited, and his emotions also became excited. At this moment, the door of the conference hall was kicked open. A figure draped in white cloth and covered his face with a mask appeared in everyone's line of sight. Catch him. Who are you? Step down immediately, lowly person. Who allowed you to enter the conference hall where the trial is going on? The three of them all used shunpo and left the place. The Shinigami, who was kneeling on one knee, wanted to subdue the figure, but she used white hits to knock him out in an instant. After seeing the sudden appearance of the figure, the sages and the judges became a little frightened, and they loudly reprimanded the figure. There's a thief. Someone come. Then, the shackles on Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi were also broken into two. The figure nodded slightly at Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi. The sages and the judges, who were originally high and mighty, began to shout in panic. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? They were afraid that the thief in front of them would attack them. The figure didn't make any response. A shunpo appeared beside Urahara Kazuki and Suri. Quick! Chapter 177 Recognizing Yoruichi's Identity? Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. He's too arrogant. He's too arrogant. How dare he barge into the meeting room? Who is this thief? Is he an accomplice of Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi? He's too arrogant. Where are all the guards? After Yoruichi left the meeting room with Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi, the sages and the judges were all furious. This was the highest meeting room of Central 46. How dare someone barge in here without permission? He even rescued Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi right in front of them. He didn't take them seriously at all. He was simply too arrogant. Moreover, the guards who were guarding this place. How could they have come to this point? No one came in. This made them feel even more displeased, if they had a choice. This time, they swore to make these people pay a huge price. Otherwise, they would be Central 46's people in the future. How would they be judged? Oh wait, if any random person was able to interrupt their trial, they would not be able to do so. In that case, wouldn't they become mere decorations in the future? This was something they would never allow to happen. If they had allowed such a thing to happen, they would have done it. Then, wouldn't it be too sad? They were very clear about this point. If these people couldn't even understand such a simple principle, then they would be in trouble. They would have died a long time ago. However, even though they knew what was going on this time, they didn't know what was going on. It was very likely that the guards around them were not to be blamed. However, these people still felt very unhappy in their hearts. Especially since Yoruichi didn't take them seriously at all. This made them feel even more displeased. If they had a choice, they would definitely want to kill them completely. If there was no U-shaped Enzawa advertisement in that case, there was no other way. Although there might be no other way, but there was one thing they were very clear about. From today onwards, they would be laughed at by the people in Quiet Soul Society. One had to know that these people had always been high and mighty. They wouldn't have become what they were now. If they were really going to end up like this, it would be the end of it. They wouldn't have become what they were now, if they had a choice. They would definitely not let Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki go so easily. If they really let them go so easily, then, wouldn't their research classes be useless at all? Yes. This was something that these people would never allow to happen. To a certain extent, they, who were high and mighty, would never allow such a thing to happen. One must know that from a certain point of view, the reason why these people had become like this was entirely because of these people. If it wasn't because of those people, then it would be. These people wouldn't have become what they were now. However, even if they could recognize Yoruichi's identity, he would definitely not expose it, if they were exposed. Perhaps to Yoruichi, the captain of the 2nd Division and the current head of the Shihouin family. It would be a fatal blow. This was something that the Shihouin family, one of the 4 noble families of the Soul Society, would never allow to happen. If they were really willing to allow such a thing to happen, they would get out. They wouldn't have become what they were now, of course. What they wanted the most right now was to capture Yoruichi, Urahara Kazuki, and Tessai Tsukabishi and the rest of them. If Urahara Kazuki, Tessai Tsukabishi, and Yoruichi couldn't be captured by now, then, everything would be just empty words. This was something that they would never allow to happen. If they were really willing to let such a thing happen. If that was the case, the wise ones and inquisitors wouldn't be so angry. One had to know that the reason why these people became so angry was because they were all furious. Was that it was a very easy thing to do, advertisement. That was what happened today. They would definitely be able to get out. If there was no way to pass on what had happened today to Li Chu, then then they wouldn't have become what they were now. Yamamoto, the captain of the Godai 13, was a member of the head captain Genryu Sai. Although in terms of position, to a certain extent, he was indeed more powerful than them. However, there was one thing that they were very clear about. That was, they understood one thing. That is, from a certain point of view. Strength was the king. The strength of these sages and judges was only equivalent to that of an ordinary Shinigami member. It could even be said that, from a certain point of view, with the strength of these people, even the average Shinigami team member might not be able to defeat them. If all of them had the strength of a captain, that would be the case. If that was the case, they wouldn't be so passive now. You know, they would have become so passive now. This was something that they definitely didn't want to see. If these people really wanted to see such a thing happen, they would do so. Then, they wouldn't have become like this now. One had to know that although these people's status was very high, they were still very powerful. But, in a certain sense, their strength wasn't much at all. If they were very powerful, they wouldn't have become like this now. Did you recognize the identity of this thief? An old man next to Elder Shihouin asked in a deep voice after seeing that he hadn't spoken for a long time. When this person saw Yoruichi's figure just now, he always felt that he was a little familiar. But, he didn't directly point it out. I don't know, let's deal with it according to the rules. Elder Shihouin's expression didn't change at all, and he said in a deep voice. For his own family head, if he couldn't recognize him. That would be really strange, but what made him puzzled was. Why did Yoruichi come here, and interrupted the trial? He saved Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi. Chapter 178. The Shock of Sealing Court. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Yoruichi was the captain of the 2nd Division. He was also the current head of the Shihouin family. He had done such a disgraceful thing just to come out. He simply didn't put the family in his eyes. If it wasn't for the Shihouin family, he would have already told them about this matter. But it was a pity. For the family, he could only hide it for Yoruichi. After all, no matter what, the current Yoruichi was the captain of the 2nd Division after all. At the same time, he was also the current head of the Shihouin family. If outsiders knew about it, as the current head of the Shihouin family, one of the 4 noble families of the Soul Society, he actually did such a thing, it would probably have a bad impact on the Shihouin family. This was something that the Shihouin family would never allow to happen. If such a thing really happened, when the time came, if it really affected the reputation of the Shihouin family, it wouldn't be good at all. This was something that they didn't want to see at all. If they really wanted to see such a thing happen, then, he wouldn't have chosen to remain silent just now. It was precisely because they understood how serious this matter was. That was why he made such a choice just now, or else. He wouldn't have made such a choice at all, however, even if he chose to hide it. But the people around him, especially the people of the Kuchiki family, who also recognized Yoruichi's identity. It was just that because Yoruichi was the current head of the Shihouin family, the group didn't directly point it out. If it wasn't for this reason, they would have pointed it out long ago. After all, the Shihouin family's Baiye, the Kuchiki family still had a great debt of gratitude to him. Advertisement. If it wasn't for this reason, the Kuchiki family wouldn't have made such a choice. Making such a choice, it wasn't something that the Shihouin family wanted to see at all. Or if it was really what the Kuchiki family wanted to see, then it would be better for them. Then, it wouldn't have become like this. Since you've already said so, then this matter is decided. Everything will be done according to the rules. Since that thief dared to interrupt our Central 46's trial, then, no matter what his identity is, or what background he has, he will be severely punished. Does anyone have any objections? On the high platform, the elder from the Kuchiki family said in a deep voice. Since even the Shihouin family's own people didn't object. Then, making such a choice now, without a doubt, this was the best thing that could happen. If even such a simple principle couldn't work, then Lin Mengyo wouldn't be able to do it. Then, wouldn't it be a little too sad? One had to know that the slander they had just received was very serious. If they didn't find it, from then on, which Shinigami would obey them? If no one's would obey them, so, even if they were still here, what great use would it be for them to stay? There wasn't much use for it at all. If he didn't even understand the most basic principle of inviting, then he wouldn't be able to do it. Would be long would be dead, and it was precisely because these people knew the situation. That was why they made such a decision. No problem. Since no one has any objections, then let's vote by a show of hands. If you agree to sign the secret order talisman, the entire court will search for that thief, Urahara Kazuki, and Tessai Tsukabishi. Raise your hands. I'll go first. I agree. The elder of the Shihouin family knew that he couldn't continue to remain silent. He was the first to speak, and he had another purpose. The secret order talisman was usually issued to the captains of the Godai 13. Only captain-level people had this kind of strength. To search for Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi. After all, even if the two of them weren't fighting Shinigami. Advertisement, but the strength of the two of them was at the captain level. If the Shinigami they sent was too weak, they would have no choice. There was no way to hunt them down, but if there was no way to hunt them down, this was an ending they definitely didn't want to see. At the same time, after this meeting ended, he still had to tell Baiye about this secretly in the hell butterfly that he gave to Baiye. The person who saved Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi. It was very likely to be Yoruichi. He was very clear about one thing. Since Yoruichi had already done such a thing, he had no choice but to accept it. This meant that Yoruichi was no longer qualified to continue to be the head of the Shihouin family. And now, the candidate for the head of the Shihouin family. Only Shihouin Baiye and Shihouin Shiro Yamamune could be the head of the Shihouin family. Shihouin Shiro Yamamune's strength was only equivalent to that of a vice-captain. There was no way he could be compared to Baiye, the captain of the 10th division. If he really had the strength to be on par with Baiye, then he wouldn't have become like this. Baiye's personality was indeed a little lazy. But Baiye's strength was still worthy of everyone's respect. We don't have any objections. I don't have any objections either. Since that thief dared to barge into Central 46's meeting room, he should want to see this result. I agree. I agree too. The sages and judges present all agreed to this matter one by one. After the sages and the judges had all agreed, the sages and the judges had all agreed. This money order was officially issued. Rule. After this order was issued, what happened in Central 46's underground meeting room was also known by all the Shinigami in Soul Society in a short period of time. These people admired the mysterious person who saved Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi. Who was he? Hey, have you heard? Urahara Kazuki, the captain of the 12th division, and Tessai Tsukabishi-sama, who were supposed to be on trial, were rescued by a mysterious person during the trial. This is really shocking. Who could do such a thing? Shout. I've already heard about it. I heard that all the guards around the conference hall were knocked unconscious. Now, Central 46 has sent a secret order to the Godai 13th division, so all the captains in Soul Society have been dispatched and started to search. Chapter 179. Secret Order Talisman. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. The Shinigami team members who were patrolling Soul Society. After hearing this shocking news, Li Yundong was shocked. All of them were dumbfounded. After all, what did Central 46 represent? It was the highest judicial institution in the Soul Society. As long as it was them who issued the judgment, even Yamamoto Genryusai, the head captain, could not change it. It could even be said that it was impossible to change it. If it was really possible to change it, it will. If that was the case, they wouldn't have ended up in this state. Becoming like this was not something they wanted to see at all. If that was really the case, then it was something that these people were willing to see. It would not have become like this. The current situation was not what they wanted to see at all. However, the entire Shinigami team in Soul Society was guessing who the mysterious person who saved Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi was. But in the end, they did not find anything, only the captains of the Godai 13 division. Only then could they know some of the inside story. Because they all understood one thing very well, that was the captain of the 2nd division, Yoruichi. He mysteriously disappeared. Moreover, the timing was so coincidental. 407 Yoruichi, the captain of the 2nd division, had a very good relationship with Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi. If the mysterious person who saved Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi was really Yoruichi, then it was understandable. After all, whether it was Urahara Kazuki or Tessai Tsukabishi, they had both served as Yoruichi's personal guards. And they had been serving in the 2nd division all this time. If this was really the case, in that case, the search operation would become very difficult. One had to know, Yoruichi, Urahara Kazuki, and Tessai Tsukabishi together. They had the strength of 3 captains. What did it mean to have the strength of 3 captains? Even if it was veteran captains like Kyoka Suigetsu and Jashiro Yugataki. If he wanted to defeat 3 captain-level people working together, he would have to be very careful. Advertisement, it was impossible to do it without spending some time. Furthermore, whether it was Urahara Kazuki, Yoruichi, or Tessai Tsukabishi, their strength, among the team leaders, this one wasn't the weakest. If their strength was still the weakest, then they would be the weakest. It was impossible for him to become a captain, if it was really that easy to become a team leader. It was impossible for so many people to want to become a captain. From a certain perspective, they were fighting, in the Godai 13th division. How many captains were there in total? There were only 13 people in total. And now, Hiroko Shinji and the others, the 8 captains and vice-captains had all fallen into the hollow's corrosion. The number of captains in the Godai 13th division immediately decreased. It was average. Their numbers were reduced by half. It was huge. One had to know that in the past several hundred years, there had been no change in the world. Quiet Soul Society was no longer able to take advantage of the situation. Such a huge loss was not something that Yamamoto wanted to see as the captain of the army. Because of this, Yamamoto Genryusai, the captain of the team, was very angry. Although he didn't know what kind of role Urahara Kazuki played in all of this, he didn't know. But Yamamoto Genryusai, the captain, however, he felt that something had happened. That Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi might not be the mastermind behind the disappearance of the soul at all. Maybe they were behind the disappearance of the soul. Something was hidden. If they weren't hiding something, it wouldn't have become like this at all. He was very clear in his heart. Or else, there was no way to explain it. Urahara Kazuki, the captain of the 12th division, didn't continue to be the captain. Why did he study the Hollow's research? AIDC, if Urahara Kazuki really wanted to study the Hollow, he would have to. Could it be that the 12th division couldn't study it? Advertisement, obviously, this was simply impossible. You know, the Hollow's research, there was no compulsion to use Shinigami's soul for research. If there was a compulsion to use Shinigami's soul, that would be strange. Not to mention, now the evidence pointed to Urahara Kazuki. Moreover, he found information about the Hollow's research in the 12th Division. Everything was more official. Urahara Kazuki was the mastermind behind all of this. But even so, he still had some doubts, logically speaking. According to his understanding of Urahara Kazuki shouldn't be the kind of person who would do such a thing. Originally, Yamamoto Genryusai, the captain, wanted to wait for the Central 46 trial to be over and personally talk to Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi to ask about what had happened. But he was not as confident as he was. Urahara Kazuki was rescued by Yoruichi. That's right. Others may not know that Yoruichi was the one who rescued Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi. Baiye was watching Sui Feng train Xing Jun when a hell butterfly flew to his shoulder and stopped. Now, Yamamoto Genryusai could only hope. Sui Feng, don't worry, I'm here. Go gather Shi Jujin and the other officials and search. If Baiye and the other captains couldn't succeed. Baiye smiled and looked at everyone. As for you, all of you follow me and search the entire Dark Soul Society. It completely messed up his plan. Sui Feng also received the news. He raised his right hand, indicating that he didn't need to train for the time being. He walked over to Baiye and asked softly, Sir Baiye, someone rescued Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi. Could it be Yoruichi-sama? If Baiye and the other captains could successfully capture Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi. Baiye closed his eyes slightly, then opened them and let out a sigh of relief. Yoruichi, you went to rescue them after all. Yoruichi's action. This was something that he definitely didn't want to see. How could he not know Yoruichi's identity? A group of officials, led by Shiba Ishin, appeared on both sides of Baiye and asked in a deep voice. But to Yamamoto Genryusai, the captain, in that case, perhaps only he, the head captain, could do it himself. At this moment, in the 2nd Division's dormitory. Captain Baiye, what should we do? When that time came, he would be very, very angry. Chapter 180 I can't help her, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Understood, Captain Baiye. With Shiba Ishin as the leader, the other officials nodded their heads heavily. They were all very clear about one thing. That was what happened today. The impact was too bad, or else, the people from Central 46. They wouldn't have given such an order, if the people from Central 46. If they didn't respond to anything, isn't this a little too useless? This way, it wasn't something they wanted to see. If such a thing happened, if it was really something they wanted to see. It wouldn't have turned out like this, it wouldn't have turned out like this. It wouldn't have been something they wanted to see at all. One had to know that, on a certain level, although Shiba Ishin didn't know Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi. It could be said that he didn't know them at all. But now, such a big thing had happened. Yoruichi, the captain of the 2nd Division, didn't see anyone. Shiba Ishin, the vice captain of the 10th Division, already had some guesses in his heart. Perhaps it was the person who saved Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi. It was very likely that it was Yoruichi, the vice captain. If it was really Yoruichi, then it would be a good idea. If that was the case, things would really become very bad. Such a thing, they would never allow it to happen. One had to know, Yoruichi didn't just represent himself. He also represented the members of the Godei 13 Division. He also represented the Shihouin family, one of the 4 aristocratic families of the Soul Society. If Yoruichi's matter hadn't been dealt with well, then, how would the Shihouin family face the other members of the Soul Society in the future? How would the other members of the Soul Society be able to obey them? Everyone present was very clear about this point in their hearts. If they couldn't even do such a simple thing, they wouldn't be able to do it. They would have been completely killed. Advertisement. It wouldn't have turned out like this at all. However, at this moment, Sui Feng gently pulled Baiye's arm as if she wanted to say something to him. However, because Shiba was waiting wholeheartedly, the officials were standing beside him. Sui Feng didn't say a word. Shiba Yixin and the other officials also noticed Sui Feng's little trick. They knew that Sui Feng was the 3rd seed of the 2nd team. He must have something to say, she wanted to tell Baiye. In that case, they would only be an eyesore if they continued to stay here. If that was the case, in that case, they might as well leave this place first. Give the space here to Baiye and Sui Feng. This was the most correct choice. If it wasn't the correct U-shaped Anjay, it was absolutely impossible to create the current situation. One had to know, Shiba was wholeheartedly loyal to the 10th Division. But he knew his captain very well, what a narrow-minded man he was. If he were to be hated by his own team leader, the consequences would be very serious. When the time came, what kind of punishment would they receive? Even they themselves didn't know. Back then, Shiba Yixin had only offended Baiye verbally. He was almost finished by Baiye. Now, if Shiba Yixin still dared to provoke Baiye, he would really be courting death. Therefore, Shiba Yixin didn't want to provoke Baiye at all. If Baiye didn't insist on pestering the Shiba family, Shiba Yixin didn't want to bother with Baiye at all. However, what could he do about it? The Shiba family was one of the 4 aristocratic families known as the Soul Society. However, in terms of strength, it was still a matter of looking at it from what aspect. It was impossible for them to compare to the Shihouin family. Not to mention compared to the Shihouin family, which was also one of the 4 aristocratic families of the Soul Society. They couldn't even compare to Baiye, the captain of the 10th Division. If they could really be compared to each other, then it would really be strange. However, even if that was the case, Shiba Yixin could only reluctantly endure this. After all, if Shiba Yixin couldn't bear it, advertisement, what could he do? He had no other way at all. Shiba Yixin hadn't learned Bankai. Of course, even if he had learned Bankai, it wouldn't be of much use. 0. Begging for flowers, according to Shiba Yixin's estimation. Even if he had learned Bankai, he would definitely not be a match for Baiye. Shiba Yixin was very clear about this point. If Shiba Yixin couldn't even understand such a simple logic, then, how could Shiba Yixin become the vice captain of the 10th division? It wasn't that simple to become the vice captain of the 10th division. If becoming the vice captain of the 10th division was as simple as sleeping with him as it was supposed to be, then it would be great, but it was obvious that the truth wasn't as simple as he thought. If it was really as simple as they thought it would be, then, in the entire Goding 13 division, it was impossible that there were only a few vice captains. 0.00 These vice captains didn't just have to be powerful to be the vice captain. They needed to have a certain background. If they didn't have a certain background, Shiba Yixin couldn't possibly become the vice captain in such a short time. However, there was a worried look on his face. Baiye shook his head. Baiye smiled and waved his hand. Go ahead, I'll meet up with you later. No, I can't help him. Yoruichi-sama interrupted Central 46's trial without permission and saved Urahara and Tessai. He has violated Soul Society's laws. It wasn't that simple to become the vice captain of the 10th division. Sir Baiye, according to the news from the Hell Butterfly, a mysterious person saved Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi. Could that person be Yoruichi-sama? Shiba One Piece and the others nodded and used Shunpo, disappearing from sight and leaving Ri and Yi's line of sight. He became the vice captain of the 10th division. Yoruichi-sama did it. Baiye nodded. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Sui Feng was obviously worried about Yoruichi-sama's safety. Sui Feng asked softly, Sir Baiye, can you help Yoruichi-sama? Yoruichi-sama isn't in trouble, is he? Sui Feng asked softly. Besides, Central 46 has already sent us a secret token. I can't help him. Now that such a big thing has happened, Yoruichi-sama is nowhere to be seen. Chapter 181 The whole court hunted Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. If Baiye wanted to save Yoruichi, it was still very simple. However, Baiye was very clear about it. There was a high probability that Aizen was watching him now. For his future plans, it was impossible for Baiye to save Yoruichi, Urahara Kazuki, and the others. However, Baiye was very clear about one thing. They were Yoruichi, Urahara Kazuki, and Tessai Tsukabishi. It was impossible for anything too big to happen. At most, they would be exiled to the modern world. Being exiled to the modern world was not a big deal. Even if they were really in the modern world, they might even be able to deal with Aizen better. One must know the plan that Aizen was going to carry out now. Basically, they were going to stay in the Soul Society. If it wasn't because of this reason, then Aizen would not want to use the souls of the ordinary residents of Rukongai and Shinigami. Carry out Hollow's experiment. Although Hollow's experiment, Aizen had already announced that it had failed, but this did not mean that there was not a big problem. One must know, even if Hollow's experiment failed, then there was the matter of Chao Biao. It would not be long before Aizen would be ready to head to Hueco Mundo, as long as they were in Hueco Mundo. That would be the beginning of the Arankar, as long as they started the Arankar. That could only mean one thing. Baiye could go and find those beautiful female Arankars. Whether it was Haribel or Nero, these two female Arankars of the Great European faction were very close to each other. As for Samuel Aporo, who cared if he died? Even if Samuel Aporo was dead, Aizen would still be able to find someone to replace him. In this world, it was not as if Samuel Aporo's absence did not mean that the world could not revolve. If they couldn't make money without Samuel Aporo, then they wouldn't be able to do so. Wouldn't that be a little too sad? For Baiye, there was no regret in killing Samuel Aporo. After all, Samuel Aporo wanted to kill Baiye at that time. Advertisement. If Baiye didn't say anything, he would have. If he let Samuel Aporo go just like that, Baiye would definitely not be willing to do that. Even if Baiye was willing to let Samuel Aporo go, Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki would definitely not be willing to do that. Moreover, if Baiye had not killed Samuel Aporo by himself, he would not have been able to do so. How could he have become the 10th division captain? Baiye did not have a choice back then. If he really didn't kill Samuel Aporo, then that would be the case. With Baiye's strength and experience, he was not qualified to be the 10th division captain. He became the captain of the 10th division. It was not a simple matter. If he became the 10th division captain, if it was really such a simple and relaxing thing, then it would be so easy. He wouldn't have left the position of captain of the 10th division empty for so many years. It had been vacant for so many years, but it did not mean that no one in the Godei 13 division had learned Bankai. Learning Bankai was a difficult task for Shinigami. It was indeed a difficult task, but in the Godei 13 division, there were still one or two people who learned it. Urahara Kazuki and the others had learned Bankai. But after Urahara Kazuki learned Bankai, there was no way to become a captain directly. It was only after Yoruichi recommended him that he could become the 12th division captain. If it was not for Yoruichi's recommendation, with Urahara Kazuki's own words. If he wanted to become a captain, it would take him at least 100 or 200 years. So many years. It was a very long time. Even Aizen, who had a Ryatsu comparable to Yamamoto Genryusai, the head captain. Aizen's current position was only the deputy captain of the 5th division. If Aizen were to reveal his true strength, he would not be able to do anything. Maybe he could really become a captain. However, what Aizen hated the most was the existence that controlled him. If there was really someone controlling his existence, that would be the case. Aizen would never agree to become a captain, not to mention those who were above the Gotei 13 division, and those who were alive. Soul King and the 0 division. Advertisement. This was something that Aizen did not want to see. If Aizen really wanted to see this happen, then Aizen would not have made such a choice in the first place. With Aizen's very, very good talent, he would be able to defeat Aizen. As long as he entered the Spiritual Arts Academy and was exposed. Now, the #1 genius of the Soul Society was no longer Ichimaru Jin. Instead, it was Aizen himself, but since Aizen had chosen not to be exposed. This meant that Aizen had greater ambitions. If Aizen wasn't so ambitious, he wouldn't have done it. It would not have become what it was now, it would have become what it was now. This was not something that Aizen wanted to see, from a certain perspective. Baiye and Aizen belonged to the same person. Both of them hated others who used the rules to control them. Otherwise, the two of them wouldn't have become partners. Su Ryan said that the relationship between the two of them was a little shaky. But there was one thing that Aizen was very clear about. That is, no matter what, before Baiye's strength increased by leaps and bounds. Both of them would never fall out with each other. Both of them understood this simple logic very well. If they could not even understand such a simple logic, it was impossible for the two of them to have such powerful strength now. Possessing such powerful strength, it was not something that could be obtained easily. If it was something that could be obtained easily, if that was the case, the two of them wouldn't be so happy working together. If Aizen and Baiye's partnership was not happy, 5.7. With Aizen's own strength, it was impossible for them to carry out this plan. I understand, Sir Baiye. Please be careful. Sui Feng nodded and said softly. Don't worry, you go too. Baiye touched Sui Feng's hair and smiled faintly before disappearing on the spot. Yoruichi-sama, Sir Baiye, please don't have any snow. Sui Feng said softly as she looked at Baiye's departing figure. At the same time, after Central 46 gave the order, the patrolling Shinigami on the streets of Soul Society. The number increased by more than 10 times. They were searching everywhere for Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi. Every few meters, there would be a team of Shinigami members carefully searching the area. They would not let go of any hiding place. Chapter 182. A new prosthetic skeleton trial product. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. In the 5th Division's quarters, Aizen was writing calligraphy. Standing beside him were Ichimaru Jin and Tusen Kanami. Aizen-sama, Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi have been rescued. Will this affect our next plan? If the head captain finds out that we are the mastermind behind the disappearance of the souls, it will be really bad. Ichimaru Jin said with a smile. There was a hint of worry in his tone. However, no one knew if Ichimaru Jin was worried or not. Perhaps even Ichimaru Jin himself did not know if he was worried or not. After all, from a certain point of view, Ichimaru Jin was just a spy by Aizen's side. If Ichimaru Jin was not by Aizen's side, it would not have happened. Things would not have turned out like this. Ichimaru Jin's current situation was not what he wanted to see. If Ichimaru Jin really wanted to see this happen, then Yin Kai would really be a big idiot. But was Ichimaru Jin a fool? It was obvious that Ichimaru Jin was not a fool at all. If he was really like this, then how could he have been a spy in Aizen for so many years? If he was not discovered by anyone, if that was really the case. Wasn't this a little too sad? That was right, he definitely did not want to see something like this happen. Ichimaru Jin knew exactly how powerful Aizen was. Now, Ichimaru Jin understood that if he wanted to kill Aizen with his current strength, he would have to. This was something that was simply impossible. If this matter was really that simple, then it would not be Ichimaru Jin's turn to make a move. Ichimaru Jin was very clear about this point. If Ichimaru Jin could not even understand such a simple logic, he would have been killed by someone. Advertisement. If it was directly exposed to the sun by other people. In that case, how could Ichimaru Jin have become like this? That's right, Aizen-sama. I've said it before. If we had joined forces with Baiye-sama and killed Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi, there wouldn't be such trouble. If that was the case, I'm afraid Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi would not be able to cause any trouble for us. Aizen-sama, you should be very clear about this. Tusen Kanami lowered his head slightly and said respectfully. When Tusen Kanami saw Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi appear, he wanted to join forces with Baiye and Aizen to join forces. Both Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi were killed in an instant. However, since Aizen had spoken, it was Zhao Yu who spoke. He stopped Tusen Kanami from attacking. Therefore, Tusen Kanami could only give up on this idea for now. Besides, Aizen had already explained to them why he didn't let them kill Urahara Kazuki and Tessai the Withered Ruin. Tusen Kanami could only accept Aizen's explanation for now. After all, no matter what, to create the ideal Shikai in Tsusankanami's heart, Aizen's existence was essential. If Aizen's existence could be replaced, then Tsusankanami would not be so loyal to Aizen. It was because of this important reason that Tsusankanami would make such a choice. Otherwise, with Tsusankanami's personality, it was impossible for him to make such a choice. One had to know, in a sense, Tsusankanami's strength was at the level of a captain. Moreover, Tsusankanami had already learned Bankai. If not for the fact that Tsusankanami had already learned Bankai, he would not have been able to do so. If that was the case, Tsusankanami wouldn't have ended up like this. Tsusankanami definitely didn't want to see his current state. If there was really no other way, in that case, Tsusankanami had no choice but to make that choice. However, this choice was only made when there was no other choice. Advertisement: only Tsusankanami would choose to make such a choice. If there was really a choice, Tsusankanami would never want to make such a choice. Tsusankanami knew this very well in his heart. If Tsusankanami could not understand such a simple logic in his heart, then Tsusankanami would not be able to become the 5th captain of the 9th division. If he wanted to become the 5th captain of the 9th division, this wasn't a simple matter. Silver, yes, I can understand the anxiety in your hearts. Also, I already know the real identity of the person who rescued Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi. He should be the 2nd captain, Shihouin Yoruichi. Now that Shihouin Yoruichi has rescued Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi, it means that there is a case to be made. That means that they have been convicted. Whether it's Urahara Kazuki or Shihouin Yoruichi, they can no longer stay in the Soul Society. This has no impact on our plan. I am a little surprised that we can eliminate so many enemies in one go. Aizen put down the brush in his hand and said with a smile. Urahara Kazuki, Tessai Tsukabishi, Hiriko Shinji, Love Kawa, and the others were all eliminated in one go. All 680 of them were eliminated from the Soul Society. This was the plan that Aizen was going to implement next. There were still great benefits, if there were no benefits at all. Somewhere in the Soul Society, there was a training ground built by Urahara Kazuki and Yoruichi. Normally, Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki would do their daily training in these training grounds. Training grounds like this one. There were dozens of them in the Soul Society. However, there was one training ground every day. Only Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki knew the specific location. Yoruichi, Urahara Kazuki, and Tessai Tsukabishi. Thank you, Yoruichi. Urahara Kazuki heaved a sigh of relief and thanked him. No need to thank me. As for why you didn't tell me about this yesterday, I will teach you a lesson later. Yoruichi pulled off the white cloak and mask that covered his body and said calmly. Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi could only smile awkwardly and move their wrists. I moved all 8 of them here. I even moved the prototype of the new artificial skeleton that you are still working on. Yoruichi said as he looked at Hiriko Shinji and the others beside him, as well as a wooden box that contained something. Chapter 183. I will not be implicated. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Earlier, after Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi were arrested by the people of Central 46, there was no way they could get away with this. Yoruichi had already chosen this idea. After all, Yoruichi had wanted Baiye to rescue Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi with him. But, unfortunately, Baiye had rejected Yoruichi. Regarding this, Knight did not die much, although Baiye had rejected him. However, Yoruichi wouldn't be angry just because Baiye didn't help him. After all, no matter what, Baiye was his biological brother. Baiye was his family. In that case, how could Knight be angry with Baiye over such a small matter? After all, Baiye had saved both Urahara Kazuki and Yoruichi's lives. If Baiye had not saved their lives, Yoruichi would have been angry. Perhaps when they were outside Shizoku Soul Society. When they were fighting against Meino's Grande Vasto Lord, their superior, Samuel Iporo. The 2 of them had already been killed by their superior, Meino's Grande Vasto Lord Sale Iporo. How was it possible for them to survive until now? It wasn't easy to survive until now. If Yoruichi could not understand such a simple principle, he would not have been able to become the captain of the 2nd division and the head of the Shihouin family. However, Yoruichi had chosen to rescue Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi alone. Then, there was only one thing. Yoruichi was the captain of the 2nd division and the head of the Shihouin family. Yoruichi would have completely abandoned them. Yoruichi was very clear about this. If Yoruichi couldn't even understand such a simple logic, then he would be in trouble. Yoruichi couldn't have survived to this point, to be able to survive to this stage. This was not what Yoruichi wanted to see. If this was really what Yoruichi wanted to see, then he would not have ended up like this, in a sense. Yoruichi's actions were his personal behavior. The Shihouin family would not be responsible for Yoruichi's actions. Therefore, even if Yoruichi's identity was discovered in the future, in that case, the Shihouin family would never help Yoruichi. Yoruichi was very clear about this. Advertisement. If Yoruichi couldn't even understand something as simple as this, then he would be in trouble. Then, Yoruichi would have wasted so many years. After all, Yoruichi could become the head of the Shihouin family. It was all because of him. Yoruichi had the strength of a captain. Yoruichi could become the head of the Shihouin family. If Yoruichi's strength had not reached the level of a captain, there was no way he could have become the head of the Shihouin family. Yoruichi was very clear about this. If Yoruichi couldn't even understand something as simple as this, then he would be in trouble. If that was the case, then Yoruichi was a complete failure. In a sense, since Yoruichi had already chosen this path, he had no choice. In that case, he would be the next patriarch of the Shihouin clan. There was a high probability that it was in the hands of Yoruichi's two younger brothers. However, according to Yoruichi's guess, there was a high probability that Yoruichi's younger brother would become the next head of the Shihouin family. As for Baiye, it was obvious, according to Yoruichi's understanding of Baiye. Baiye had a lazy personality. If Yamamoto Genryusai hadn't chosen Baiye to be the captain of the 10th Division. With Baiye's personality, it was impossible for him to become the captain of the 10th Division. Moreover, he wanted Baiye to be the head of the Shihouin family. That was even more impossible. Yoruichi was very clear about this. If Yoruichi couldn't understand such a simple logic, then Yoruichi couldn't be the head of the Shihouin family. He had been the head of the Shihouin family for so many years. One had to know. Yoruichi had been the head of the Shihouin family for so many years. It was all because Yoruichi's strength was too strong. He had reached the level of a captain. After all, even in the Shihouin family, one of the four noble families of the Soul Society. Those who had the strength of a captain, there were only a few people in total. These people were very clear about this point. Advertisement. If these people couldn't even understand such a simple principle, then they would be in trouble. They would have been eliminated long ago. However, would these people really seek death and be eliminated by others? Obviously, this was something that would never happen. If such a thing really happened, then, there would be more than 4 noble families of the Soul Society. There would only be 3 of them, or even fewer. On a certain level, it was insignificant. The 4 noble families of the Soul Society were the rulers of the Soul Society. As for the others, they were only the rulers in name. As for the Soul King, he was only the king of the Soul Society in name. As for the Soul King, the other members of the Soul Society were in awe of the Soul King. But that was all. For them, the Soul King was just an ornament. How could the others? Yoruichi was very clear about this. If Yoruichi couldn't understand such a simple logic, then he would have to do it. Right now, Central 46 has already given the order. The entire Quiet Soul Court is searching for the 3 of us. Time is of the essence, so let's not waste any more time. From the moment you heard Hiriko mention this incident, you can imagine the worst development. As the best countermeasure against the worst development of the good king. Yoruichi raised his head and said, "You've seen through everything, huh? What an annoying person." Urahara Kazuki smiled and said, "Are you qualified to say that?" Yoruichi put his hands on his waist and said angrily, "Mr. Tessai, please use time stop on Captain Hiriko and the others. Then please set up 2 or 3 layers of barriers here." Urahara Kazuki looked at Tessai Tsukabishi with a solemn expression and said, "Chivalrous warrior." Understood. Tessai Tsukabishi nodded. "From now on, within 20 hours, I want to create a total of 10 Ryotsu artificial skeletons for the 2 of us in Hiriko's group of 8. Urahara Kazuki said in a deep voice, "What about Mr. Yoruichi?" Tessai Tsukabishi looked at Yoruichi and asked with some doubt. "Don't worry about me. I won't be implicated," Yoruichi chuckled. Chapter 184 Lurking in the World. Come up with a solution to Hollow. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Yoruichi was the captain of the 2nd Division. He was also the head of the Shihouin family. Even if his identity was exposed, he definitely wouldn't be implicated too much. Yoruichi was very clear about this. If Yoruichi couldn't even understand something as simple as this, then he would be in trouble. Yoruichi would not be able to save Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi. Yoruichi was going to save the 2 of them, but it was done after careful consideration. If it wasn't for this reason, then, Yoruichi would not be able to go alone. As for, Yoruichi would not be able to hide in the modern world. Don't forget, Yoruichi could transform into a cat. After transforming into this form, this meant that Yoruichi's Ryotsu would be completely hidden. If one looked at it from a certain perspective, Yoruichi's ability was Fei Haikang's good luck. If it wasn't for Yoruichi's ability, he wouldn't be able to say such a thing. One had to know that he would say something like that. This wasn't a simple matter. If it was really a simple matter, Yoruichi would not have made such a choice. If one looked at it from a certain perspective, Yoruichi would not have done so. He only knew one thing. Yoruichi knew very well, the mastermind behind the disappearance of Rukongai's soul. It was definitely not Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi. Because Knight knew Urahara Kazuki's character very well. One had to know, after Urahara Kazuki created Hogyoku. After discovering that Hogyoku was very dangerous, he was very determined to completely destroy Hogyoku. Such a person, how could he carry out the disappearance of Rukongai's soul because he wanted to carry out the Hollow's research in private? About this point, Yoruichi would never believe it. He would never want to believe that such a thing would happen. Therefore, the mastermind behind the disappearance of Rukongai's soul. There was definitely another person hiding, advertisement. Or another force. And this force, Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi should know who it was. Or else, Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi now knew that the Central 46 people wouldn't talk back to them. It was because of this reason. If Yoruichi, AIDG, wants to find evidence, it's impossible for them to do so. It was a very troublesome matter. Megumi, however, no matter how troublesome this matter was, Yoruichi still wanted to find it, if he did not find anything. If that was the case, then Yoruichi was truly too useless. This point, Yoruichi was very clear in his heart. Yoruichi was very clear in his heart, if Yoruichi could not even understand such a simple reason. After all, in a sense, whether it was Urahara Kazuki or Tessai Tsukabishi, the two of them, Yoruichi had known each other for many years, would definitely not just sit back and do nothing. If Yoruichi just sat back and did nothing, then, it would be very difficult for Yoruichi to succeed in the future. This point, Yoruichi was very clear in his heart. If Yoruichi could not even understand such a simple reason, he would have been completely dead long ago. It was precisely because Yoruichi was very clear about the specific situation of this matter. That was why it changed into what it was now, or else. With Yoruichi's character, how could he not understand it? If Yoruichi really did not understand anything, then, Yoruichi would really be useless. From a certain point of view, whether it was Urahara Kazuki or Tessai Tsukabishi, both of them were very clear about one thing. That was, there was definitely someone plotting behind the scenes. Or rather, there was a conspiracy behind the scenes. If there was not a conspiracy behind the scenes, it would not have led Yoruichi to make such a choice. It was precisely because Yoruichi knew about the situation of this matter. That was why he made such a choice, even if Yoruichi really could not become the captain of the second division in the future. Advertisement Yoruichi would definitely work hard because of this. If Yoruichi really didn't do anything, then he would be the one to do it. If he just quietly waited for death like this, it was not Yoruichi's character at all. Whether it was Urahara Kazuki or Tessai Tsukabishi, they were very clear about this point in their hearts. If the two of them couldn't even understand such a simple principle, then they would be in trouble. Then, it would be impossible for them to achieve such a level of success. It wasn't something that could be accomplished with a simple task. From a certain point of view, it was difficult to know. Although Yoruichi was already the captain of the second division now. But, on some matters, Yoruichi still could not deal with it well. When Urahara Kazuki was still in the second division, perhaps he could help Yoruichi deal with it well. But now, Urahara Kazuki had left the second division and joined the 12th division. It was obvious that Urahara Kazuki could not help Yoruichi deal with the affairs of the second division. Therefore, during this period of time, Yoruichi felt a headache coming on. If it wasn't for this reason, then, Yoruichi would not have made such a choice. Is there really no problem, Yoruichi-san? Didn't you just say that Silent Soul Society has already begun searching for us? And, Yoruichi-san, it will take 20 hours, do your best to figure it out, you must. That's right. The reason why I asked Mr. Tessai to set up 2 or 3 layers of enchantments here is to isolate the Ryotsu on us. After I create the artificial skeleton, I will sneak into the main world and spend some time. As long as the Ryotsu on us is not discovered, there won't be any problems. The two of us have never brought a stranger here before, Jiyu Zaiju said. Tessai Tsukabishi nodded heavily. Tessai Tsukabishi asked in a deep voice. It will take a certain amount of time. Find a way to deal with this hollow. If the Goding 13th Division wants to find us, then we'll find them. Urahara Kazuki looked at Hiroko Shinji, and the others and said with a firm expression. This place is within the entire Soul Society. Kazuki and I are the only ones who know the exact location. Urahara Kazuki said with a smile. In 20 hours, with the ability of the Godei 13, they should be able to find us. Don't worry, Tessai, Yoruichi said nonchalantly. I understand. I will set up the enchantments now. Chapter 185. Who did all this? Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Urahara Kazuki knew very well that if he wanted to get rid of the Hollow's influence on Hiroko Shinji, Love Aikawa, and the others, even for him, it was very difficult, unless Urahara Kazuki was willing to spend a long time. If he was using Hogyoku's ability, perhaps only Urahara Kazuki could solve the Hollow's problem. And now, the most important thing for Urahara Kazuki, Tessai Tsukabishi, and Yoruichi. It was not to get rid of the Hollow's influence on Hiroko Shinji and the others. It was to create a fake skeleton first, to go to the modern world. As long as Urahara Kazuki and the others could escape to the modern world, perhaps only Urahara Kazuki and the others could create a perfect hollow. Or else, it was absolutely impossible to create a perfect hollow. This point, Urahara Kazuki was very clear in his heart. If Urahara Kazuki could not even understand such a simple principle in his heart, then, Urahara Kazuki would have died long ago, from a certain perspective. Urahara Kazuki might indeed be the person with the highest IQ in the Soul Society. But, the highest IQ did not mean that Urahara Kazuki was very powerful. If the highest IQ meant that Urahara Kazuki was very powerful, then Urahara Kazuki would not have become like this. One had to know. The reason why Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi ended up in their current state was because of their relationship with Japan. It was completely because their own strength was too weak. If it was not because their own strength was too weak, they would not have become like this, if the strength of the two of them. If he could be stronger than Aizen and Baiye, he would be able to defeat Baiye. Then, when they met Aizen and Baiye yesterday, Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi had already attacked Baiye and Aizen. However, it was a pity. Even if Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi were to join forces, they would still be able to defeat Seiji. They might not be a match for Baiye alone, this point. Urahara Kazuki was very clear in his heart. If Urahara Kazuki couldn't even understand such a simple principle, then he would be the one to blame. Then, Urahara Kazuki would not be able to become the 12th Division leader. Becoming the captain of the 12th Division was not a simple task. Advertisement, of course. Even with the addition of Yoruichi, it was impossible to achieve a better result. Urahara Kazuki was very clear about this point after he had done a flying shovel. Your Excellency Urahara, Your Excellency Yoruichi, I have already used time stop on Hiriko and the others. I have also set a barrier around them. You can start creating the fake skeleton now. Tessai Tsukabishi let out a long sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and said in a deep voice. For Tessai Tsukabishi, even if he was the leader of the kiddos, he had used so many high-level kiddos in one go. As for his own spiritual power, it consumed a lot of spiritual power. If he did not consume any spiritual power at all, then it would be strange. He would be hungry. If it were the other Godei 13 division leaders, they would not be as relaxed as Tessai Tsukabishi. It could be seen from here. Tessai Tsukabishi's own strength was very strong. If Tessai Tsukabishi's own strength was not so strong, it would not have become like this, one had to know. In a sense, Tessai Tsukabishi was the leader of the kiddos. It was still very powerful, perhaps in terms of head-on strength. Perhaps Tessai Tsukabishi would not be able to defeat any of the captain-level players. However, from the perspective of support, Tessai Tsukabishi's strength, it was undoubtedly very, very powerful, this point. Whether it was Yoruichi or Urahara Kazuki, they both understood this very well. This point, Urahara Kazuki understood this very well. If Urahara Kazuki couldn't even understand such a simple principle, then, in that case, Urahara Kazuki would not be able to become the captain of the 12th division. After all, the big kid is more important than the team leader. It was much rarer. It could be said that he is the leader of the Soul Society. There were only a few people in total. As for saying he was a captain, how many people were there? Only Yamamoto Genryusai, Yunohana Retsu, and Shojiro Sasaki would be able to do so. Only these 3 millennium-old Shinigami could truly understand the situation. Advertisement. As for the others, there was no way to find out. 0. Begging for fresh flowers. This point, these people were very clear in their hearts. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Tessai. Urahara Kazuki nodded at Tessai Tsukabisshi. This time, he had indeed worked hard on Tai Li Ji. If not for Tessai Tsukabishi's help, perhaps Urahara Kazuki wanted to save Hiriko Shinji, Love Ekawa, and Yadomaru Lisa. It could be said that this was an impossible thing. Especially Nishikori. The current solar world had been completely corrupted by Hollow's influence. If Urahara Kazuki had not used Hogyoku's ability, he would have been killed. The Hollow's words temporarily appeased the Hollow in their bodies. I'm afraid. Hiriko Shinji, Love Ekawa, Yadomaru Lisa, and others. Now, one by one, their souls had already collapsed and they had died. One had to know. The reason why they hadn't died yet was because they were still alive. It was all because Urahara Kazuki had used Hogyoku's ability. For the time being, the situation had stabilized. It was just the state of their bodies. If it wasn't for this reason, then all of them had died long ago. Hiriko Shinji, Love Ekawa, Yadomaru Lisa, and the others. Urahara Kazuki walked up to the wooden box with a solemn expression and said, Don't worry, leave it to me. That was why this accident happened. The person who made Urahara Kazuki feel the most regret. This made Urahara Kazuki feel very guilty and remorseful. Yoruichi, please help me and Mr. Tessai to pay attention to the surrounding situation later. It was probably Urahara Kazuki's vice captain, Nishikori. Since the two of you went outside Nightmare Soul Society yesterday, you must have seen that person, right? Yoruichi asked. By the way, Kazuki, who is the mastermind behind the disappearance of Rukongai's soul. Things wouldn't have turned out like this. It was precisely because of Urahara Kazuki that the 9th Division had requested for reinforcements. If Urahara Kazuki hadn't sent Nishikori over, he wouldn't have been able to do it. I'm counting on you. Yoruichi chuckled. Who framed you and Mr. Tessai? Urahara Kazuki sent Ri Shiri over to provide support. Next, I'm going to start making artificial skeletons. Chapter 186. Difficult. Tessai Tsukabishi. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Yoruichi was very clear that since the disappearance of Rukongai's soul was not done by Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi, then, there must be someone else. But who exactly was that person? Yoruichi didn't quite understand. Moreover, who was the one who framed them? Yoruichi wasn't very clear either, but there was one thing that Yoruichi was very clear about. It didn't matter who the person behind the scenes was. Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi definitely knew the true identity of that person. Or else. Early this morning, the people from Central 46. It was impossible for them to directly arrest Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi. This meant that Urahara Kazuki must have discovered something. If Urahara Kazuki hadn't discovered it, it wouldn't have turned into the current situation. This point, Yi, 847, was very clear in his heart. If Yoruichi couldn't even understand such a simple principle, Then, Yoruichi wouldn't be able to become the leader of the second division. Moreover, the second division was originally a division that was very good at gathering information. Moreover, Knight was the leader of the second division. If he didn't even know about this matter, he would be fooled. If that was the case, then Yoruichi was a failure as the captain of the second division. Yoruichi would never give in to this point, he would never admit it. Although, Baiye had already mentioned this matter to Yoruichi a long time ago. But there was one thing that Yoruichi would never admit, that he was that person. If Yoruichi was going to admit it like that, wouldn't it mean that Yoruichi was not as good as Baiye, his brother? This was something that Yoruichi would never allow to happen. If Yoruichi really allowed such a thing to happen, then, Yoruichi wouldn't have made such a choice. Yoruichi who made such a choice. It wasn't something that he wanted to see at all. From a certain point of view, Yoruichi's soulmate had become like this. A large part of the reason was because of Baiye. If Baiye wasn't a major factor in Yoruichi's success, then. And it wouldn't have turned out like this, one had to know. If one looked at it from a certain perspective, advertisement. Yoruichi chose to do this. Yoruichi wanted to prove that he was smarter than Baiye, his younger brother. He was just more powerful. If it wasn't for this reason, then Yoruichi wouldn't have made such a choice. Yoruichi, the person behind the disappearance of Rukongai's soul, is the vice captain of the 5th division, Aizen Sosuke. The hollow on Captain Hiriko's body was also his doing. However, there seems to be something hidden within. Urahara Kazuki said in a deep voice, since Yoruichi brought it up. Urahara Kazuki wouldn't hide too much from Yoruichi. Furthermore, Aizen was the one who did all this in the first place. However, Urahara Kazuki was worried that Yoruichi wouldn't be able to accept that Baiye was also Aizen's accomplice. Therefore, Urahara Kazuki didn't tell Yi-san about this. If Yoruichi knew that Baiye was involved in this matter, he would be in deep trouble. Perhaps he would feel very angry, or perhaps he would feel very puzzled. In short, before Urahara Kazuki found any concrete evidence, Urahara Kazuki didn't want to tell Yoruichi about this. Moreover, Urahara Kazuki also felt that it was very strange. Baiye and Aizen were clearly in the forest last night. Why? The people from Central 46 would tell Urahara Kazuki that Baiye and Aizen had been staying in Soul Society all this time and had never left. This made Urahara Kazuki feel very strange. Could it be because Aizen or Baiye had created a soulmate? Or something had been created, something that could cover up the two of them. But something like a soulmate, Ryotsu was definitely completely different from the person himself. On this point, Urahara Kazuki understood very well in his heart. On this point, Urahara Kazuki understood very well in his heart. If Urahara Kazuki couldn't even understand such a simple principle, then, Urahara Kazuki wouldn't be able to become the captain of the 12th division. After all, a soulmate was a soulmate. It wasn't like Urahara Kazuki hadn't studied it. If Urahara Kazuki didn't know about this, then it meant that Aizen or Baiye had created a soulmate. It was very likely that on a technical level. Advertisement, it had far exceeded Urahara's own salary. This was the thing that shocked Urahara Kazuki the most. It was also the thing that surprised Urahara Kazuki the most. One had to know. A soulmate. This thing, it had been studied a long time ago. However, it was only used to carry the Shinigami. After going to the modern world and carrying out missions. It was just something that was needed. As for other things, they didn't need it at all. The deputy captain of the 5th division, Aizen Sosuke? It's actually him. Yoruichi's pupils suddenly shrank as he said in shock. Yoruichi was definitely not as high as the modern world, the person who did this series of things. It was actually a deputy captain of the 5th division. Yoruichi originally thought that the mastermind behind this should be a captain. However, a mere deputy captain of the 5th division. How could he escape from Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi? This was simply unrealistic. One had to know, when a captain faced a deputy captain. It was definitely a crushing situation. It could be said that Kazuki, Tessai, Aizen is just a deputy captain. Tessai Tsukabishi said in a deep voice. His face revealed a trace of difficulty and he didn't say anything for a long time. As for Aizen's accomplice, one had to know that, to a certain extent, a captain and a deputy captain were simply not on the same level. After all, a captain could use Bankai. Bankai was used to deal with those who hadn't learned Bankai yet. Yoruichi-sama, you might not know this, but Aizen Sosuke is not just a vice captain. Yesterday, he used Chant Breaks, Splitting Void, to block my Hado 88. Aizen Sosuke is at least a captain. There was no way to crush. Yoruichi asked. If 0.1 had such a big advantage, then it would be a little too sad. It was absolutely impossible to defeat a captain. Who is his accomplice? Even if 10 deputy captains attacked a captain together. Tell me, other than Aizen, who else is there? There should be no way to escape from the two of you, right? It was a completely crushing situation. Chapter 187 Urahara Kazuki hiding the truth. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. At this point, Tessai Tsukabishi couldn't continue. After all, no matter what, Baiye was also Yoruichi's younger brother. Tessai Tsukabishi and Urahara Kazuki were exactly the same. They all thought that Baiye had some kind of difficulties that caused him to do such a thing. Otherwise, with Baiye's identity, as the captain of the 10th division and a member of the Shihouin family, How could he possibly do such a thing? One had to know that if he did such a thing, he would not be able to do it. Once someone found out about it, it would be very troublesome. The consequences would be very serious. Tessai Tsukabishi knew this very well. Although Tessai Tsukabishi and Baiye weren't on very good terms, Baiye's relationship with Tessai Tsukabishi wasn't that good. However, there was one thing that Mighty Ellie knew very well. Baiye was Yoruichi's younger brother. This time, Yoruichi not only went to Central 46 to save Urahara Kazuki and himself. Moreover, after doing such a thing, he had already come out. Yoruichi thought. There was no way for him to return to the Soul Society. He could only follow the two of them and escape to the modern world. If he wasn't forced to do so, there was no way Tessai Tsukabishi would tell Yoruichi about this. Because if Jiyosu were to tell Yoruichi about this matter, then it would only cause more trouble for Yoruichi. As for other things, it wasn't a big deal at all. On this point, Tessai Tsukabishi was very clear in his heart. If he couldn't even understand such a simple principle in his heart, then he wouldn't be able to become the big kid leader of the kids. Becoming the big kid leader of the kids wasn't such a simple thing. If it was that easy to become the leader of a group of kids, then it would be easy to become the leader of the kids. Then, Tessai Tsukabishi wouldn't be in such a difficult position as he was now. If one looked at it from a certain perspective, Yoruichi was now the person that the two of them worshipped. Advertisement. If he wasn't forced to do so, he absolutely did not want to say such words. After all, it didn't matter if it was Aizen or Baiye. They were now on the opposite side of the two of them. Especially Aizen. A mere deputy captain of the 5th Division could do such a thing. Aizen could even cooperate with Baiye. That could only mean one thing. Aizen's strength was at least on par with Baiye. If Aizen's strength was much lower than Baiye's, Baiye couldn't possibly be Aizen's partner. On this point, no matter who it was, they all knew this very well. On this point, Tessai Tsukabishi was very clear in his heart. If he couldn't even comprehend such a simple logic in his heart, then he wouldn't be able to become the big kid leader of. It's not easy to become the leader of a group of kids. If it was that easy to become the leader of a group of kids, then it would be easy to become the leader of the kids. If that was the case, Tessai Tsukabishi would not be in such a difficult position as he was now. From a certain point of view, it was big. Tessai Tsukabishi was in such a difficult position. It was because of the two of them and Urahara Kazuki. Now, he was certain of one thing. He didn't care about Central 46's capture of them. Or about other things. Or about the disappearance of Rukongai's soul. It was all related to Baiye and Aizen. If the two of them were peaceful, Urahara Kazuki wouldn't be able to understand such a simple principle. Then, the two of them had been together for so many years. Obviously, the two of them could see it. What Aizen and Baiye wanted to do was definitely not so simple. If what Aizen and Baiye wanted to do was really that simple, then Baiye and Aizen would be able to do it. They wouldn't be in such a state now. Baiye, who had become like this, wasn't someone they wanted to see sleeping with. If one looked at it from a certain perspective, advertisement. The reason why the two of them ended up in such a state. It had something to do with Baiye. It could even be said that Tessai Tsukabishi also suspected one thing. That was the person who wanted to report Urahara Kazuki and him to Central 46. It was very likely that it was Baiye, Aizen and me. However, there was another thing that made him feel very strange. It was Baiye and Aizen. They had already left Hell's Garden last night. Tsukabishi knew this very well in his heart. After all, Mighty Ellie and Urahara Kazuki had seen it with their own eyes. If the two of them hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it was impossible for him to say such words. If the two of them weren't like this, they wouldn't have ended up in such a state. They wouldn't have ended up in such a state. It wasn't something that the two of them wanted to see at all. Although the reason why Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi wanted to leave Hell's Garden last night was because they came to the forest. Both of them knew one thing very well. Baiye and Aizen were not going to give each other a good-night kiss. Why did the two of them do such a thing last night? The most important thing now was to find a way to deal with Captain Hiriko and the others. They were affected by Baiye and Aizen's Hollows experiment. Both of them had a very important 477 relationship with the time when Rukongai's soul disappeared. The Protection Society would have ended up in such a state. Moreover, they used Hiriko Shinji and the others in Hollow's experiment. As for other things, we can put them aside for now. Yoruichi, it's not a big deal. The person beside Aizen is just an ordinary Shinigami. You don't even know him. It was all because of one reason. What happened last night? There's no need to continue asking. Seeing Tessai Tsukabishi in such a difficult position, Yoruichi didn't continue to ask. Instead, he looked at Urahara Kazuki and shouted, "Tell me, Kazuki. If the two of them didn't have such a relationship. If it wasn't for Baiye and Aizen's Hollow's experiment. Kazuki, since Tessai doesn't want to talk about it, you should do it. After all, the reason why Hiriko Shinji and the others ended up in such a state. Who was the person beside Aizen Sosuke?" Urahara Kazuki's eyes flickered. He was prepared to hide the truth. Chapter 188 Amazing News. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. He had the same thought as Tessai Tsukabishi. Urahara Kazuki didn't want to tell Yoruichi the cruel truth. If Yoruichi knew, if he knew the truth, he was afraid that Yoruichi would do something bad. Urahara Kazuki didn't know what would happen, he knew. Others might not know how close Yoruichi and Baiye were. But Urahara Kazuki knew how close Baiye and Yoruichi were. He knew it very well, he knew it. Urahara Kazuki knew it very well. If he couldn't even comprehend such a simple logic in his heart, then Urahara Kazuki wouldn't be able to become the captain of the 12th Division. If becoming the captain of the 12th Division was such a simple thing, then Urahara Kazuki wouldn't be in such a difficult situation. Although Yoruichi and Baiye seemed to be very close to each other. However, Urahara Kazuki understood one thing very well. He knew why Baiye and Yoruichi were so close to each other. It was all because Baiye had been asking Yoruichi to introduce him to a beautiful big sister, which was why it was like this. However, this did not mean that the relationship between the two of them was bad. If the relationship between the two of them was really bad, then Baiye couldn't have saved Urahara Kazuki and Yoruichi from the hands of his superior, Manos Grande Samuel Aporo. He knew his superior, Manos Grande Samuel Aporo, was very powerful. Urahara Kazuki and Yoruichi knew it very well. If Urahara Kazuki and Yoruichi's shinobi couldn't even understand such a simple principle, then shinobi wouldn't be able to. Then, Urahara Kazuki and Yoruichi couldn't have become Baiye's friends. It was precisely because Urahara Kazuki knew that this matter was going to happen that he wanted to cover up the truth. After all, the most important thing for them now wasn't to find out the truth or to find the reason to save Hiriko Shinji and the others. If they couldn't find a way to save Hiriko Shinji and the others in time, if they were to rely on their current strength, then they couldn't deal with Aizen and Baiye, this point. Whether it was Urahara Kazuki or Tessai Tsukabishi, both of them were very clear about this. Advertisement. If Urahara Kazuki and Yoruichi couldn't even understand such a simple ollie in their hearts, then Urahara Kazuki. The two of them had probably been killed by their previous superior, Manos Grande Vasto Lord. If the two of them had really been killed by their superior, Manos Grande Vasto Lord Sale Aporo, they would have been killed. How could Wei Bin have ended up like this after a long time? After becoming like this, it was not something they wanted to see at all. No matter what you say, after all, both of them were captain-level fighters. If it wasn't for last night, if Aizen and Baiye were both very strong, they would be able to defeat Baiye. The two of them and Urahara Kazuki wouldn't have killed Baiye and Aizen. If Urahara Kazuki really wanted to do so, Urahara Kazuki wouldn't have made such a U-shaped Anzawa. This point, Urahara Kazuki was very clear in his heart. If he couldn't even comprehend such a simple logic in his heart, then Urahara Kazuki wouldn't have been able to become the captain of the 12th Division. If becoming the captain of the 12th Division was really such a simple thing, then Urahara Kazuki wouldn't have been in such a difficult situation. One had to know whether it was Baiye's or Aizen's strength. Even if he and Tessai Tsukabishi were to join forces, it would still be impossible. They might not be a match for Baiye and Aizen. Urahara Kazuki still had some doubts. What kind of method did Baiye and Aizen use? How could they deceive the people from Central 46? This matter, until now, Urahara Kazuki still couldn't figure it out. If only Urahara Kazuki could figure out the reason for this matter and be willing to help you. Urahara Kazuki might be able to prove his and Tessai Tsukabishi's innocence. But if they couldn't prove it, then the two of them and Yoruichi would be a total of 3 people. They wouldn't be able to appear in the Soul Society in the future. As long as they appeared in the Soul Society, there was only one path that awaited the 3 of them. That was to be hunted down by others. Advertisement. Whether it was Urahara Kazuki or Yoruichi, they were very clear on this point. This point, Urahara Kazuki was very clear in his heart. If he couldn't even understand such a simple logic in his heart, then Urahara Kazuki wouldn't be able to become the captain of the 12th Division. If becoming the captain of the 12th Division was really such a simple matter of sleeping with him, then Urahara Kazuki wouldn't be in such a difficult situation now. After all, from a certain point of view, the 3 of them were sinners now. If it weren't for the fact that the 3 of them were already sinners now, they wouldn't have become like this now. It turned into a smile. The current situation wasn't what the 3 of them wanted to see at all. And what they wanted to see happen, one had to know that no matter what. There was only one reason why the 3 of them had become like this, and that was because no matter what was said, the 3 of them had become like this. In a sense, this was the case. The 2 of them and Yoruichi had already died in the path of the people who had passed by. If the 3 of them didn't work hard, maybe they would really be discovered. Kazuki, the reason why you and Tessai want to hide the identity of the person is because of someone I know? Okay. Tessai Tsukabishi looked at Kazuki and asked in a deep voice. Your Excellency Urahara? Or is he also one of the 4 aristocrats of the Soul Society? Urahara Kazuki smiled bitterly. Yoruichi, what I'm going to say next may surprise you, but please control your emotions. Still, Tessai Tsukabishi understood this very well in his heart. No matter who it was. In that case, if the 3 of them were really discovered by someone, they would definitely be discovered. After pondering for a moment, Yoruichi asked, no matter what his identity is, you 2 can tell me. I also want to know who did all this. If they couldn't even understand such a simple logic, they wouldn't have made such a choice, then, needless to say, there was no way the 3 of them would be able to survive. Yes. Chapter 189. How could it be Baiye? Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Urahara Kazuki continued to hide it, it would be useless. After all, now that Yoruichi had interrogated him like this, then he would continue to hide it. He was afraid that Yoruichi himself would not be happy. Maybe Yoruichi would do something bad to them, that would not be good. This was not what Urahara Kazuki wanted to see, if Urahara Kazuki really wanted to see such a thing happen. If that was the case, Urahara Kazuki wouldn't have chosen to hide the truth with Hairgrip and Tai Li. Because, for the two of them, this was the only way. There was no benefit at all, since it was something that did not bring any benefits. There was no point for the two of them to continue to do this. On this point, Urahara Kazuki was very clear in his heart. On this point, Urahara Kazuki was very clear in his heart. If he could not even understand such a simple truth in his heart, then, Urahara Kazuki would not be able to become the captain of the 12th Division. If becoming the captain of the 12th Division was really such a simple matter of serving in bed, then, Urahara Kazuki would not be in such a difficult situation now. After all, from the perspective of a certain 503, if Urahara Kazuki did not tell the truth of the matter, it might lead to a very serious consequence. That was, if Yoruichi could not find the answer from the two of them and Urahara Kazuki. Maybe he would even enter the Quiet Soul Society. If Yoruichi was the only one who entered Seiyu Naruto, then, Urahara Kazuki would not be afraid, after all. No matter what, Yoruichi's Shunpo speed, it was still very, very scary. It could be said that, among the captains of the entire Godei 13th Division, not many people's Shunpo speed could be compared to Yoruichi's. On this point, Urahara Kazuki and Wuren Tessai understood each other very well. If the two of them could not even understand such a simple truth. If that was the case, the two of them would not have grown to their current level. He had grown to the level of a captain. It was not a simple and easy task to serve the bride in the bedroom. Advertisement if it was really a simple and easy thing. In that case, right now, in the Goding 13th Division, someone with the strength of a captain, it's impossible for them to fight you alone. In a sense, yes, the strength of a captain was already considered very strong. If even the strength of a captain was not considered very strong, then Urahara Kazuki really didn't know what kind of strength could be considered strong. Especially if Yoruichi went to find Baiye, perhaps Baiye would even arrest Yoruichi. One had to know the identity of the person behind all this. Who was it? It was obvious that it belonged to Baiye and Aizen. The strength of these two people was very strong. If the two of them weren't so powerful, Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi could no longer feel Ruichang's worries. One had to know, no matter if it was Baiye or Aizen, any one of them had terrifying strength. If it wasn't for this reason, things wouldn't have turned out like this. The current situation was not something that the two of them wanted to see. If it was really something that they wanted to see, then, after the two of them returned to Soul Society, including Urahara's salary, the first choice was a matter of course. That was to find Yamamoto Genryusai as soon as possible and explain this matter to him. Baiye and Aizen were both very powerful, but compared to Yamamoto Genryusai, the captain's strength, they were definitely no match for him. The Urahara Kazuki and the Tessai Tsukabishi were well aware of this. This very point, Urahara Kazuki was very clear in his heart. If he couldn't even comprehend such a simple logic in his heart, then Urahara Kazuki wouldn't be able to become the 12th Division's captain. If becoming the 12th Division's captain was really such a simple thing, then Urahara Kazuki wouldn't be in such a difficult situation. If the two of them couldn't even understand this situation, in that case, why didn't Aizen and Baiye directly reveal their existence? Obviously, Baiye and Aizen were still afraid of the Godei 13 Division of Soul Society. Since the two of them were afraid of the Godei 13 Division, this could only mean one thing, that is, no matter what advertisement the strength of the two of them, they definitely couldn't be compared to Yamamoto Genryusai, the captain. This very point, Urahara Kazuki was very clear in his heart. If Urahara Kazuki couldn't even understand such a simple logic in his heart, then he would be the first one to do so. He would have been killed by Aizen and Baiye, this very point. Urahara Kazuki was also very clear about this very point. At first, Urahara Kazuki was a little confused, after Baiye and Aizen saw the two of them appear. Why didn't they prepare to attack the two of them? Until now, Urahara Kazuki finally understood one thing. That was, Baiye and Aizen completely wanted to use Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi as scapegoats. If it wasn't because they wanted to use the two of them as scapegoats, then it wouldn't have become like this, then it would become like this. The reason was a very simple matter. He wanted Urahara Kazuki to act as the Empress this time. The disappearance of Rukongai's soul, the mastermind behind this. It was also because of Urahara Kazuki's arrival, that the current situation would become like this. If Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi, Baiye. Urahara Kazuki shook his head and looked at Yoruichi. The person with Aizen is Baiye. Yoruichi crossed his arms and said, the two of them would really have lived in vain. Both of them understood it very well. Urahara Kazuki, do you really want to say it? This very point, if they couldn't even understand this very basic reason. If that's the case, then fine. Urahara Kazuki sighed softly. How could it be? It's okay. Yoruichi will know about this sooner or later. Kazuki, go ahead and speak. I'd like to see who exactly has the guts to do such a thing. Perhaps even Aizen and Baiye couldn't successfully frame the two of them. Yoruichi's pupils suddenly shrank. What? Tessai Tsukabishi said in a deep voice. If they didn't come here, chapter 190 Unbelievable Yoruichi. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Urahara Kazuki said that the person who was with Aizen was Baiye. How was that possible? How could Baiye do such a thing? Besides, last night, Baiye didn't even leave Serene Soul Society. Of this, Yoruichi knew it very well. If Yoruichi couldn't even understand such a simple logic, then Yoruichi couldn't become the captain of the second division. If he wanted to become a captain, it wasn't something that could be achieved by one's own strength. If one's own strength was sufficient, wasn't that a little too simple? Besides, Yoruichi was also very clear about one thing. That was the disappearance of Rukongai's soul. How could Baiye and Aizen do it? That was simply unrealistic. That was right. Yoruichi admitted that Baiye's strength was indeed very, very strong. However, Baiye didn't have any research ability of this. Yoruichi himself was very clear about this. If Yoruichi couldn't even understand such a simple logic, then Yoruichi couldn't have done such a thing. One had to know. If Baiye had really done such a thing, it would have been a huge problem. In addition, what Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi said just now. If Aizen himself had the strength of a team leader, then he would not be able to defeat Aizen. That meant that after Baiye's presence last night, two people with the strength of a captain. Besides, Baiye's own strength was so strong. It would be very easy to kill Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi. If Baiye was willing, he should be able to kill those two people directly. He wouldn't let go of Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi. Of this, Yoruichi understood the situation very well. If Yoruichi couldn't understand such a simple logic, then Yoruichi wouldn't have become like this, hungry. Advertisement Yoruichi didn't want to see the two of them go their separate ways. Besides, why did Baiye do such a thing? Was it just to use Hiriko Shinji and Love Ikawa to do the hollow experiment with Yadomaru Lisa and the others? Or should he just kill all of them? However, to Baiye, this was nothing. What good would it do? There were no benefits at all. Yoruichi was very sure of that. But if there were no benefits at all, then why did Baiye do it? Yoruichi didn't think that Baiye would do such a thing. What if Baiye was really someone who liked to do such things? He didn't say anything and ended up like this. He ended up like this. This was something that Baiye didn't want to see. Of this, no matter whose species it was, they still understood it very well. If he couldn't understand such a simple logic, he couldn't have ended up like this. One had to know. Yoruichi didn't want to believe this. It was all because of one very important reason. Yoruichi knew Baiye's character very well. He also knew Baiye's lazy character. He would never do such a thing. That's right. Urahara Kazuki did create a terrifying thing like Hogyoku. However, after Urahara Kazuki had created such a terrible thing, he had no choice but to accept it. It wasn't just because Urahara Kazuki didn't want to destroy Hogyoku anymore. If Urahara Kazuki really wanted to destroy Hogyoku, there was no way to solve this problem, if there was really another choice. Urahara Kazuki wouldn't do such a thing, of this. Urahara Kazuki was very clear in his heart. If he couldn't even understand such a simple logic in his heart, then Urahara Kazuki wouldn't be able to become the captain of the 12th division. If becoming the captain of the 12th division was really such a simple thing. If that was the case, Urahara Kazuki wouldn't be in such a difficult situation now. After all, tiredness wasn't in a sense. The reason why Urahara Kazuki exposed Hogyoku's secret to Baiye was because he knew about it. It was completely because Baiye was very powerful. If Baiye was not so powerful, he would not have been able to defeat Baiye. Advertisement then, Urahara Kazuki wouldn't have made such a choice. 0. Urahara Kazuki, who made such a choice, was also a very big test for himself. If there was no test, wasn't this a little too sad? But if there really was no test at all, then, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Therefore, Yoruichi wouldn't believe that such a thing would happen. Moreover, Yoruichi wouldn't believe that such a thing would happen. If Yoruichi was willing to talk about such a thing in detail. In that case, Yoruichi wouldn't have personally rescued Urahara Kazuki and Tetsukina Tsurugi. One had to know, whether it was Urahara Kazuki or Tessai Tsukabishi. The relationship between the two of them, no matter what. It couldn't be compared to the relationship between Yoruichi and Baiye. No matter what, Baiye and Yoruichi were like family. If they were relatives, if they couldn't trust each other, things wouldn't have turned out like this. One had to know that the reason why things had turned out this way was completely due to a very simple reason. If it wasn't for this simple reason, things wouldn't have turned out this way. How could things turn out this way? The reason why the two of them failed was purely because of this simple reason. If it wasn't for this reason, did the two of you see wrongly? Pretend to be His Highness Baiye? Tessai Tsukabishi frowned. The person Mr. Tessai and I saw last night was indeed Baiye. With the strength of Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi, who were both captains. Baiye's Ryotsu can't be disguised, or did someone pretend to be Baiye? Baiye didn't even leave Soul Society last night, how could he meet the two of you? Yoruichi asked with a confident look, if one looked at it from a certain perspective. Yoruichi yelled in disbelief. It can't be wrong, Yoruichi. Urahara Kazuki shook her head and said the cruel truth. Impossible. Kazuki, Tessai, chapter 191. That's the truth. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Yoruichi didn't believe it at all. Baiye wouldn't do such a thing. Moreover, Yoruichi knew very well, last night, Baiye didn't leave Soul Society at all. This point, before Yoruichi, he had already understood it from the secret maneuver. It was precisely because of this important reason. Yoruichi had just questioned Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi. If the person that Urahara Kazuki and Tessai saw last night wasn't Baiye at all, what if it was someone else pretending to be him? Then, wouldn't Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi have wronged Baiye? If the two of them really wronged Baiye, wouldn't that mean a very serious consequence? Baiye wouldn't do such a thing at all. However, Yoruichi had just raised the question, 1603. Urahara Kazuki immediately refuted him. This made Yoruichi somewhat incredulous. Moreover, Urahara Kazuki refuted his words. It clearly expressed one thing. That was, last night, Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi clearly felt Baiye's Reiatsu. Looks could work overtime, however, there was such a thing as Reiatsu. There was no way to simulate it at all. Everyone's Reiatsu was different. Even Urahara Kazuki herself, she could only create a prop that could completely hide her Reiatsu. As for saying, if she wanted to simulate someone else's Reiatsu, it was something that was simply impossible to happen. This point, everyone present was very clear in their hearts. If even Reiatsu could be simulated, wasn't this a little too frightening? However, if it wasn't what Baiye did, then, last night, Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi saw the person that the two of them saw. Who was it? Yoruichi thought about it for a while. Advertisement. He still couldn't think of a good result. If only Yoruichi could think of the result so easily. In that case, wasn't it a little too sad? After all, Yoruichi himself was the captain of the 2nd Division. Furthermore, he was the current head of the Shihouin family. If he couldn't even understand such a simple thing, in that case, how could Yoruichi have the qualifications to become the current head of the Shihouin family, one of the 4 major noble families of the Soul Society? He didn't have the right to do so. This point, these people were very clear in their hearts. If they couldn't even understand such a simple logic in their hearts, then they would be in trouble. He had been killed long ago. How could it have become like this? He had become what he was now. This wasn't something they wanted to see happen at all. If Baiye hadn't done it, then who would be able to compete with Aizen? The experiment that instigated the disappearance of Rukongai's soul. Moreover, Hiriko Shinji, Love Ekawa, Yadomaru Lisa, and the others were all affected by Hollow. This point, this was the reason they didn't want to see it all. That is, if they were willing to see such a thing happen, they wouldn't have become what they were now. One had to know. After Punin or Ni and the others were eroded by Hollow's influence, they couldn't be treated at all. If they really had a way to treat Hiriko Shinji and the others Hollow, then Urahara Kazuki wouldn't have become a headache for them now. If they wanted to treat him, it would take time. It wasn't such a simple thing. If they wanted to treat Hollow, if it was really such a simple thing, then it would be a little too fast, if they looked at it from a certain perspective. The reason why these people had become what they were now, it was completely because of one reason. If it wasn't because of this reason, these people wouldn't have become what they were now. Becoming what they were now was not something they wanted to see at all. Whether it was Urahara Kazuki, Heiwi Temple, or Yoruichi, they didn't want to see such a thing happen. This point, Urahara Kazuki was very clear in his heart. If he couldn't even understand such a simple reason in his heart, advertisement, then Urahara Kazuki wouldn't have been able to become the 12th Division leader. If becoming the captain of the 12th Division was really such a simple matter of serving him in bed, then Urahara Kazuki wouldn't have been in such a difficult situation now. After all, if one looked at it from a certain perspective, if Urahara Kazuki was willing to see such a thing happen, then Urahara Kazuki wouldn't have asked Yoruichi to invite Ryu and Yi to help. But Urahara Kazuki didn't expect that Baiye would actually do such a thing. One had to know whether it was Hiriko Shinji, Love Ekawa, Yadomaru Lisa, or the others. They all had a very, very good relationship with Baiye. Baiye could actually be so ruthless, he let them be influenced by the Hollow. Besides, Baiye should be very clear about one thing. That was the influence of the Hollow. It was irreversible. Once they were influenced by the Hollow, unless they could control the power of the Hollow, or else, if they relied on their own power, there was no way to break free from it. This point, Urahara Kazuki believed that Baiye should be very clear about it. If Baiye couldn't even understand such a simple reason in his heart, then, it was impossible for Baiye to have worked with them for so many years. Worked together for so many years, it wasn't that simple. One had to know the reason why Baiye did this now. Even Yoruichi didn't know about it. 0.7 The reason why Baiye did such a thing. One had to know Yoruichi was Baiye's biological sister. Even he didn't know about it, not to mention Urahara Kazuki, Tessai Tsukabishi, and the others. Kazuki, did you get the wrong person? Yoruichi still held on to the last glimmer of hope and asked softly. Your Excellency Urahara, I have a feeling that the Highness Baiye I saw last night was different from the one I knew. Tessai Tsukabishi said in a deep voice. Urahara Kazuki said in a deep voice, Yoruichi, although I don't want to believe this. But you should know about my ability. My ability may not be as good as yours and Baiye's. But Baiye and we have known each other for so many years. I can't possibly mistake his Ryotsu, can I? That's the truth. Chapter 192. Please trust us. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Urahara Kazuki had thought about it a long time ago. Why did Baiye do such a thing? One had to know. Why did he do such a thing? For Baiye, there was no benefit at all. Moreover, according to Urahara Kazuki's understanding of Baiye, Baiye would not do such a thing that would not benefit him. But Baiye had already done such a thing, then. This could only mean one thing. This matter was very, very serious. If it was really not serious, wouldn't it be a little too sad? From a certain point of view, this was true. Baiye chose to do such a thing. It was completely because of a very simple reason. If it was not because of this simple reason, it would not have caused the current situation. One had to know. This point, Urahara Kazuki was very clear in his heart. If he could not even understand such a simple reason in his heart, then Urahara Kazuki would not have been able to become the captain of the 12th division. If it was really so simple to become the captain of the 12th division, then Urahara Kazuki would not have been in such a difficult situation. After all, back then, Urahara Kazuki only intended to expose this matter. It was completely because Urahara Kazuki trusted Baiye and Yoruichi. If it was not because Urahara Kazuki trusted Baiye and Yoruichi very much, Urahara Kazuki's salary would not have caused the current situation. It would have caused the current situation. It was not something that Urahara Kazuki wanted to see at all. One had to know. It was just that the current situation was not something that anyone wanted to see at all. If it was really something that anyone wanted to see, it would not have caused the current situation. Advertisement. Whether it was Hogyoku's ability or the experiment about Hollow. It could be said that Urahara Kazuki had told Yoruichi and Baiye everything without holding back. If it was not because of the two of them, it would not have caused the current situation. Thus, the current situation was created. This was not what Urahara Kazuki and Yoruichi wanted to see. Until now, Urahara Kazuki didn't know. Why would Baiye do such a thing? One had to know. If he did such a thing, Baiye's goal. Could it be that he really wanted to create a new utopia? If Baiye and Aizen really wanted to create such a utopia, they would have to do it. That meant one thing. This was because Baiye and Aizen's Yixin were too big. If Baiye and Aizen's frontal lobes were not so huge, he wouldn't have done such a disgraceful thing. That's right. What Baiye and Aizen were doing now was too outrageous. If other people knew about it, if Baiye and Aizen were the culprits behind this series of events, then the consequences would be very serious. Even if Baiye was the captain of the 10th division and a member of the Shihouin family, there was no way they could protect Baiye. This point, everyone present, including Urahara Kazuki and Yoruichi, knew it very well. If the two of them couldn't even understand such a simple logic, then, how could the two of them become captains? One must know that it's not so simple to have the strength of a captain. If it was really that easy to become a team leader, then it would have been much easier. B. In the Godai 13th division, it was impossible for them to only have the strength of a captain. One had to know. It had been many years since the Soul Society had a history. But there were captains. There were only a few of them. It could be said that the total number of people was not even 100. It could be seen from such a small number of people. The strength of a captain was very precious. Advertisement. If he really couldn't even understand such a simple principle after so long, then Urahara Kazuki, Tessai Tsukabishi, and Yoruichi could not have achieved their current status. It wouldn't be easy to achieve the status that the three of them had now. One had to know that the three of them only had a chance to cooperate. Why would Yoruichi save the three of them? It was completely because of a very simple reason. Yoruichi's relationship with the two of them, including Urahara Kazuki's relationship, was very good. If it wasn't because of such a simple reason, then the relationship between the three of them would not have become so good. Bai Chunian and Nian Heng were so good, if one looked at it from a certain perspective. It was still due to Urahara Kazuki's own strength. His strength was very good. If it wasn't because Urahara Kazuki's own strength was very good, it would not have become what it was now. It would not have become what it was now. She was not the one they wanted to see at all. One had to know. The reason why they became what they were now was purely because of 563. If it wasn't because of this pure reason, then the three of them would have become what they were now because of UK's ability. One had to know. The three of them became what Shana was like on purpose. It was completely because of Urahara Kazuki himself. One thing was very clear about. That was, if Urahara Kazuki couldn't even understand such a simple reason, then Urahara Kazuki could not have become the captain of the 12th division. One had to know. Become the captain of the 12th division. It wasn't as simple as that, if one looked at it from a certain perspective. The three of them became what they were now on purpose. They were the ones who asked for it. Yes, Yoruichi-san, what Urahara said just now is not wrong. It is indeed the case. If it wasn't because the two of us saw it with our own eyes, it wouldn't have become like this, Tessai Tsukabishi said in a deep voice. Yes. Mr. Tessai is right. The two of us really saw it with our own eyes. Yoruichi, you must believe us. The person we saw last night was indeed Baiye. Urahara Kazuki said with a serious expression, although I don't know what Baiye and Aizen are planning, please believe what we're saying. Chapter 193 Unbelievable answer? Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Urahara Kazuki knew. He and Tessai Tsukabishi, the only people he could trust now. Only Yoruichi in front of him, as for the others in Soul Society. Even Yamamoto Genryusai, the captain, Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi would never be willing to believe. As for, why would the two of them choose to believe Yoruichi rather than Yamamoto Genryusai, the captain? It was completely because of one reason. Urahara Kazuki understood one thing very well. That was last night. Baiye and Aizen had already left Soul Society. But, until now, Soul Society still hadn't discovered anything. Then, it also meant that, in Soul Society, it was very likely that there were still helpers with Baiye and Aizen. If it wasn't because of this reason, then Baiye and Aizen wouldn't have done what they were doing now. They would have done what they were doing now. It wasn't a simple matter. From a certain point of view, this was true. Baiye and Aizen's sphere of influence in Gode 13 was still very large. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done it. Then Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi wouldn't have not trusted the others in Soul Society. It was precisely because of this important reason that was why Urahara Kazuki made such an important choice. If it wasn't for this reason, Urahara Kazuki wouldn't have done such a thing. It was entirely because Urahara Kazuki didn't know who to trust now. If she couldn't even trust Yoruichi in front of her. Then Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi, I really don't know who you are in detail. You have to know, Yoruichi had personally rescued the two of them alone. If it wasn't because of Yoruichi, advertisement, then Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi would only have a very, very cruel path waiting for them to take. That would mean that he would be thoroughly judged by someone else. They understood this very, very well in their hearts. If they couldn't even understand such a simple principle, they would have been completely killed long ago. It would have been impossible for them to become like this. Becoming like this wasn't something they wanted to see at all. If they couldn't even understand the most basic and simple requirements, they couldn't have done something like this. She had made such a provocative remark like she was doing now. It wasn't something they wanted to see at all, you have to know. The reason why they wanted to be like this, the answer was very simple. If they couldn't even understand such a simple answer, they would have been completely killed by Aizen and Baiye. How could they have survived to this point? To survive to this point? It wasn't a simple matter. If it was really a simple matter, then it would have to be done. And it wasn't possible for the hungry pit to become like this. One must know that from a certain point of view, the reason why the two of them ended up like this was completely because of a very simple reason. If the two of them, Tessai Tsukabishi and Urahara Kazuki, couldn't even understand such a simple reason, they wouldn't have ended up like this. If they had become like this, it wasn't something they wanted to see at all. You have to know, whether it was Urahara Kazuki or Tessai Tsukabishi, the two of them trusted Yoruichi very, very much. If the two of them couldn't even trust the person who saved their lives, then there was really no one in this world who could gain their trust. Moreover, it had to be said that Yi Shi had indeed helped them a lot. If Yoruichi hadn't helped them rescue Hiriko Shinji, Love Ekawa, Yadomaru Lisa, and the others, with the current status of Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi, there was no way for him to go to Quiet Soul Society and save them. The two of them were very clear about this point in their hearts. It was precisely because of the simple matter between the two of them that they could understand this principle. If they couldn't even understand such a simple principle, it was impossible for them to do something like this. If he did something like what he did now, he would have done it. Advertisement, it wasn't a simple matter at all. If it was really an easy thing to do, it was impossible for so many people to want to become captain level strength. One had to know that although captain level strength was indeed very powerful, Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi understood one thing very clearly in their hearts. If the two of them couldn't even understand such a simple principle, then Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi, the two of them, back then, there was no way for them to become captain level strength. To become captain level strength, it wasn't as simple as just one of them. It was such a simple matter and such a difficult matter. If it wasn't for this important reason, it wouldn't have caused such a ridiculous thing. It would have caused such a ridiculous thing to happen. It was completely because Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi trusted Yoruichi very much in their hearts. If it wasn't because the two of them trusted Yoruichi so much, it was impossible for him to do such a thing. Looking at it from a certain perspective, the two of them trusted Yoruichi so much, and Yoruichi. I did ask Baiye-kun about it. Until now, I still don't believe the authenticity of Baiye's words. Urahara Kazuki let out a bitter laugh, since the two of you have already seen Baiye. In that case, Kazuki, Tessai, with your personalities, you definitely wouldn't do nothing, right? You should have asked Baiye personally, Lang. He specially went forward, Joudas, to save the two of them. But it's just that the answer Baiye gave is too unbelievable. Yoruichi wouldn't have risked his life. He also trusted Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi very much. Didn't you ask Baiye why he did such a thing back then? Tessai Tsukabishi puckered his brows and didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked at Urahara Kazuki. Yoruichi asked softly, Your Excellency Urahara did ask His Highness Baiye. Or else. Even though Yoruichi was the fastest person in Shunpo, Chapter 194. The purpose is to create a new world. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Creating a brand new world. Such a thing. Was it really possible to do it? If Baiye and Aizen could really do such a thing, didn't it mean that Baiye could really become a person at the level of the Spirit King? If Ryo could really become a person at the level of the Spirit King, then, maybe they could really do such a thing, but Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi didn't want to believe it. Or to say, they didn't want to believe that such a thing could happen. According to the information that Urahara Kazuki consulted, they could feel it very clearly, how powerful was the Spirit King's power. If the Spirit King's power wasn't so powerful, then how could the Spirit King be able to create a world earlier than Orange Yellow? One had to know, creating a world wasn't such a simple thing. If it was really such a simple thing, it wasn't that simple. In a sense, this was the case, the reason why their strength became like this. It wasn't such a simple thing, one had to know. 130. The reason why they chose Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi to be captains. It wasn't such a simple thing. If it was really such a simple thing, it wouldn't have become like this. Creating a brand new Shikai wasn't something that could be done in this world. Even Yamamoto Genryusai, the head captain, couldn't do it like this. Make it like this, it was a completely meaningless thing. On this point, everyone knew this very well in their hearts. If they couldn't even understand such a simple thing, then, whether it was Urahara Kazuki, Tessai Tsukabishi, or Yoruichi, any of the three of them, it was absolutely impossible for them to become like this. On this point, advertisement everyone understood it very well. If they couldn't even understand such a simple thing, it was impossible for them to become like this. He had transformed into his current appearance. It wasn't a simple thing, one had to know, in a certain sense. The reason why these people's lives were still in the hands of these people was because of this. It was completely because of a very, very simple reason. That was, they weren't greedy at all. If they were very, very greedy, it wouldn't have become like this, it wouldn't have become like this. It wasn't a simple thing, it wouldn't have become such a simple thing. It wouldn't have been so easy, it wouldn't have been necessary to become like this. It would have become like this, it wasn't something that they wanted to see at all. If it was really the kind of affair that these people wanted to see, it wouldn't have become like this. Whether it was Urahara Kazuki, Tessai Tsukabishi, or Yoruichi, they were very clear. If they couldn't even understand such a simple thing, it wouldn't have become like Shana, from the other side. The reason why they had become what they were now was because of this. It was all because of one reason. If it wasn't because of this reason, it was impossible for it to turn into something that would make Yamato even more powerful. However, if there was no way to obtain even the slightest change from number one, then the value of these people, for Urahara Kazuki, Tessai Tsukabishi, and the others, they wouldn't have any value at all, if there was a choice. Then there was still the most important method. If there wasn't this most important method, it wouldn't have been possible for them to reach this point. It would have become like this. It wasn't a very, very simple thing. If anyone could go to Tiger Zuo for this kind of thing, then it would be impossible for them to get Urahara Kazuki and holding scrap iron to do it. Advertisement. Although whether it was Urahara Kazuki or Tessai Tsukabishi, their strength had already reached the level of a captain. But it was only at the level of a captain. It was impossible for them to have the strength of a captain. To do such a thing, if he wanted to do something like this, it would be impossible. It wasn't something that could be seen by some people. If it was really so easy to do it, it wouldn't have become like this. It should be known that whether it was Urahara Kazuki or Mighty, they were often unwilling to believe that such a thing would happen. If they were willing to let such a thing happen and deteriorate, then it would be a little too sad. The two of them, including Urahara Kazuki, trusted Baiye very, very much. If the two of them didn't trust Baiye very much, it wouldn't have become like this. Bai Chunian would have become like this. It wasn't something that they wanted to see. If the two of them, including Urahara Kazuki, were willing to see such a thing happen, it wouldn't have become like this, from a certain point of view. The reason why the two of them became like this, it was completely because the two of them were very strong. If the two of them were really weak, then they would be able to defeat the two of them. No matter who it was, they were very clear in their hearts. What does Baiye want to do? This is the reason why Baiye wants to cooperate with Aizen. This point. Back then, Yoruichi couldn't have saved Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi with his own hands. Urahara Kazuki understood very well, why does he want to cooperate with Aizen? It would be impossible for them to reach this point. Yoruichi could also understand why Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi didn't tell her the truth. Yoruichi said softly, Urahara Kazuki said slowly. This point. Well, Mr. Tessai, since Yoruichi wants to know, then I'll tell you directly. Baiye told us personally that he wants to create a new world. Why did he do such a thing? Tessai, Kazuki, you two can tell me directly. If this matter was really related to Baiye, then it would really put the two of them in a difficult position. Then, if they couldn't even understand such a simple reason. Chapter 195. Huge ambition. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Until now, Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi, they still couldn't understand. What did Baiye's words mean? Could it be? Did Baiye really want to work with Aizen to destroy the Order of the Soul Society? But, That is, if Baiye really did that, with Baiye's own strength and Aizen's strength. It was absolutely impossible to do that, this point. Whether it was Urahara Kazuki, or Tessai Tsukabishi was very clear in his heart. One had to know, is the current head captain Yamamoto Genryusai still alive and well? Could it be that Baiye and Aizen still had some plans to deal with Yamamoto Genryusai? If that was really the case, then, it would be really bad. But if the truth wasn't what Urahara Kazuki thought it was, then, how would Baiye and Aizen deal with Yamamoto Genryusai, the head captain? Using absolute strength to crush him? Impossible? Yamamoto Genryusai's strength could be said to be the strongest Shinigami in the entire Soul Society. But if they didn't use strength, Urahara Kazuki really couldn't think of anything that could defeat Yamamoto Genryusai. Yamamoto Genryusai's strength as the head captain was very, very strong. That was a Millennium Shinigami. Urahara Kazuki was very sure of Baiye and Aizen's strength. They were stronger than the average captain level. However, they were only slightly stronger than ordinary captain level players. For someone at the level of a head captain, it didn't have much use at all. Moreover, the Go-Day 13, they were not the strongest team in the Soul Society. In terms of temperament, they were still the 5 members of Team Zero. Just how strong were the members of Squad Zero? Urahara Kazuki was not a very strong follower. But there was one thing that Urahara Kazuki was very clear about. That was, the members of Team Zero were definitely stronger than Yamamoto Genryusai, the head captain. Advertisement. But if Baiye and Aizen couldn't even defeat Yamamoto Genryusai, the head captain. Not to mention dealing with the members of Team Zero. But if there was no way to deal with the members of Team Zero, if they relied on their current strength, they would be able to do so. It was absolutely impossible to have much of an impact on the others. On this point, everyone's heart was very clear about this. If Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi couldn't even understand such a simple logic, it would not have become like this, if it had turned into the current situation. This was something that neither of them wanted to see. That is, if the two of them were willing to see such a thing happen. It would not have become like this, and, if Baiye and Aizen wanted to destroy the current aristocratic order, they would have to do so. This meant that the rule of Baiye and the Shihouin family, one of the 4 major aristocratic families of the Soul Society, had been destroyed. This could only mean one thing. Then, however, Baiye's ambition was too big. Create a brand new world. Kazuki, what do you mean? Does Baiye want to destroy the Soul Society? Or is he working with Aizen to destroy the Soul Society? However, based on my understanding of Baiye, he wouldn't do something like that. Yoruichi frowned and asked in confusion. Create a brand new Shikai. This was within Yoruichi's understanding. This meant that Baiye was most likely trying to destroy the Soul Society. But, why would Baiye do such a thing without any rhyme or reason? Based on Yoruichi's understanding of Baiye, his brother, Baiye would never do such a thing. If Baiye was really capable of doing such a thing, it would be impossible. It would not have been until now. Yoruichi didn't know anything about Baiye. No matter what, Yoruichi was also the head of the 2nd division. If he couldn't understand anything, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Yoruichi didn't want to see things turn out this way. Advertisement. If you look at it from a certain perspective, Yoruichi would never want to believe that such a thing would happen. Moreover, he had known Baiye for so many years. Zero, begging for flowers. If they couldn't even understand such a simple logic, why would Yoruichi do such a thing? The belief that supported Yoruichi represented Baiye's family. If it wasn't for this important reason, Yoruichi wouldn't have made such a choice. The reason why Yoruichi was willing to make such a choice. There was a very, very important reason. If it wasn't for this very, very important reason, Yoruichi wouldn't have made such a decision. How could Yoruichi be willing to do that? It was only because of grayish-white that it became like this. One must know, if you look at it from a certain perspective. The reason why the two of them turned out this way was entirely because of this important reason. If it wasn't for this important reason, how could Yoruichi do such a thing? If Yoruichi didn't stop Baiye's character at all, how could she live with Baiye and starve for so many years? If Yoruichi was really that kind of person, then it would be a good idea. He didn't have the qualifications to become the 2nd division head. It wasn't that easy to become the 2nd division head. Even though the Shihouin family was one of the 4 aristocratic families of the Soul Society. However, if they wanted to casually let someone into the 2nd division, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Becoming the leader of the 2nd division wasn't an easy task. It could even be said that this was an impossible thing. If it could be done so easily, then it would be impossible. Then the Shihouin family wouldn't just be one of the 4 aristocratic families of the Soul Society. They would be the leader of the 4 aristocratic families of the Soul Society. Whether it was Urahara Kazuki, Tessai Tsukabishi, or Yoruichi, all of them understood this very well. Yoruichi, you guessed wrong, if it's according to what Baiye said. Baiye has never wanted to destroy the current Soul Society. Baiye just wants to overthrow the current aristocratic order and only keep the Shihouin family's rule. According to what Baiye said, he wants to be the king of the Soul Society. I have to say that Riki-kun is very ambitious, Urahara Kazuki explained while making the artificial skeleton. Chapter 196. Have unavoidable difficulties? Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Urahara Kazuki had been thinking about Baiye all this time. But, Urahara Kazuki hadn't forgotten the most important thing for him right now. He knew. Urahara Kazuki was the most important thing for the two of them right now. It wasn't to find and think about why Baiye did what he did. What he wanted to do the most right now, it was to try his best to do it in the shortest time possible. To complete the creation of all the artificial skeletons. If he couldn't do it at the designated time, if he could complete the creation of all the artificial skeletons. Then, waiting for the two of them, Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi. Including Yoruichi's own, only the members of the Godei 13th Division. They were all captured. If the three of them, they were really captured by the Shinigami of Soul Court. If they were all discovered, 837, then, the fate that awaited them would be very tragic. On this point, whether it was Urahara Kazuki, Tessai Tsukabishi, or Yoruichi, they all understood Fei Haking. If the few of them couldn't even understand such a simple logic, then they would be in trouble. Then, they would have been captured a long time ago. It was even more impossible for them to become like this, hungry. One had to know the reason why the three of them became like this. It wasn't something that they wanted to see at all. If one looked at it from a certain perspective, the reason why those people ended up in this state was because of him. It was completely because of a very, very simple reason. If it wasn't because of this nonsense from a very, very simple reason, the few of them wouldn't have been able to create the current situation. If one looked at it from a certain perspective, the reason why they chose to do such a thing. It wasn't a very easy and simple thing, if what they did. If it was really a very easy and simple thing, advertisement. It wouldn't have become like this, if one looked at it from a certain perspective. If they wanted to escape from the Shinigami's pursuit, they would have to be careful. Then, they had to create the artificial skeletons as soon as possible. If they couldn't do it in the stipulated time, if they created the artificial skeletons, there was only one very, very serious path that awaited them. On this point, anyone understood it very, very clearly in their hearts. If they couldn't even understand such a simple logic, they would have been completely dead long ago. What if he was killed by someone else? Then, the idea that they wanted to expose Aizen and Baiye's conspiracy. It was something that was simply impossible, but if this was really an impossible thing to happen, then it would be impossible for her to serve him in bed. In that case, it meant that a very, very serious thing had happened. This was a very serious matter. This represented a very serious matter. If it wasn't for the current matter was too serious. The two of them, including Urahara's salary, would never tell Yoruichi about it. Overthrow the current aristocratic order? And want to become the king? Let's make the real family the real master. How could Baiye do something like this? How? This is unbelievable. This is not the Baiye I know. According to my understanding of Baiye, he would never do such a thing. Kazuki, Tessai, both of you should know Baiye's character. With his character, he would never have such thoughts. Both of you should know this very well. Yoruichi was stunned and shouted loudly, obviously. Urahara Aizen's words just now, the impact on Yoruichi's body was too great. If it wasn't for this reason, then, Yoruichi wouldn't have found it so hard to accept. One had to know, no matter what, if Baiye really wanted to do such a thing with his character. Back then, when Baiye faced his superior, Menos Grande Sail Leporo, Baiye was defeated. Advertisement there was no need for him to save Urahara Aizen and Yoruichi. Because Baiye himself understood one thing very, very well. Whether it was Urahara Kazuki or Yoruichi, they would mess up his plan. If Baiye really wanted to kill the two of them back then, he would have done so. Based on their strength at that time, there was no way they could stop Baiye. Moreover, Baiye didn't even need to do it himself. He just needed to threaten superior, Samuel Leporo of Menos Grande Vasto Lord. He could kill Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki directly. This point, Yoruichi understood the situation very well. If the two of them couldn't even understand such a simple logic, then they would be in trouble. They wouldn't have made such a choice, one had to know. The reason why the two of them chose to let Baiye help them destroy Hogyoku was because of Baiye. It was all because of Yoruichi and Urahara's salary that they were willing to believe in Baiye. If it wasn't for this important reason, given the strength of the two of them, they would be able to do it. They wouldn't have done such a thing. Hungry, looking at it from a certain perspective. There was only one reason why the two of them ended up like this. That would mean that the two of them believed that Baiye would be the one to obtain the Europa League. If the two of them were not willing to believe in Baiye at all, they wouldn't have exposed Hogyoku to Baiye so brazenly. One had to know, no matter who created Hogyoku, it didn't matter. Or what kind of identity the creator had, it didn't matter to them at all. If 1.1 didn't mean anything, then it would be fine. Wasn't this a little too sad? Yoruichi-sama, I admit that what you just said is indeed very reasonable. Besides, you're not the only one who thinks this way. Sir Urahara and I think the same. Both of us guessed that Aizen might have threatened His Highness Baiye with something. In other words, His Highness Baiye has some difficulties, that's why he did such a thing. Tessai Tsukabishi said in a deep voice while maintaining the barrier. I see. Yoruichi said. Yeah, that's right, Yoruichi. Tessai's opinion is the conclusion we came to after a long discussion last night. Perhaps Mr. Baiye really has his own difficulties. Urahara Kazuki said with a smile. Chapter 197 Yoruichi who doubts life. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Urahara Kazuki knew Baiye's personality very well. If Urahara Kazuki couldn't even understand such a simple logic, how could it be possible? He had known Baiye for so many years. One had to know. The time Urahara Kazuki and Baiye had known each other. It wasn't just a few years. If Urahara Kazuki and Baiye had only known each other for such a short period of time, they wouldn't have become like this. Hungry, they would have become like this. This wasn't something that Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi wanted to see. If one looked at it from a certain perspective, Urahara Kazuki. The reason why he thought of Baiye in this way, it was completely because of a very simple reason. If it wasn't because of such a simple reason, Urahara Kazuki wouldn't think of Baiye in this way. This point, no matter if it was Yoruichi or Tessai Tsukabishi, they all knew what was going on in their hearts. One had to know. They knew what Baiye's personality was like. Urahara Kazuki didn't dare to say that he knew it very well. But there was one point. Urahara Kazuki understood it very well. If Urahara Kazuki couldn't even understand such a simple logic and matter, then Urahara Kazuki wouldn't have been the captain of the 12th Division for so many years. One had to know that it took so many years to become the captain of the 12th Division. If it was really an easy thing to do, she wouldn't have turned into her current state. He would have become like this. This wasn't something that captain-level people like them wanted to see or see happen. If these captain-level people were really willing to see such a ridiculous thing happen, then they would be willing to do so. They wouldn't still think that Baiye was doing the right thing after they found out about it. One had to know. When Urahara Kazuki found freedom, he only found Hogyoku. When he was about to destroy Hogyoku, however, he came up with a shocking conclusion in Philadelphia and Huajie City. If Urahara's current strength and ability were to be relied on, then Urahara's current strength and ability would be enough. There's no way to get rid of Hogyoku. Advertisement. If Urahara Kazuki couldn't even understand something as simple as this, then, how did Urahara's salary get stuck? How did it become like this? After all, from a certain perspective, the reason why Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi were wanted by Central 46 was because of Fei Chenggang's simple reasoning. If Duck Neck wasn't for this very, very simple reason, Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi would never do something like this. The person who did this was not one of them at all. Furthermore, the two of them could clearly feel it. When Baiye and Aizen were on the other side, that feeling of helplessness. If not for the fact that Urahara Kazuki could clearly feel this, he would not have done it. With Urahara Kazuki's personality, he would never have chosen to do such a thing. He would have done such a thing. It was not something that Urahara Kazuki and Yoruichi wanted to see. Furthermore, no matter who it was basically impossible to trust the two of them now. This point, Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi understood it very clearly. After all, Baiye's current identity was the 10th Division captain. And Baiye himself was a member of the Shihouin family, one of the 4 aristocratic families of the Soul Society. Ask. Such a person. Was there really a reason to do Hollow's experiment? Was it just for the illusory research that could break the boundary between Shinigami and Hollow? There was no need for this at all. One had to know. No matter who it was, the two of them understood it very clearly in their hearts. Even if Urahara Kazuki himself was conducting Hollow's experiment. When it reached a certain point, in the end, Urahara Kazuki stopped Hollow's experiment. Otherwise, with Urahara Kazuki's own ability of benzene sulfonic acid, if he wanted to completely perfect Hollow's experiment, it wasn't impossible for her to have served him in bed. If Urahara Kazuki could not even do such a simple thing, then how could Urahara Kazuki be qualified to become the 12th Division captain? To become a captain with the strength of a captain. But it was still not that simple. Advertisement if it was really that simple. Urahara Kazuki and the others would not have such an attitude now. One had to know. In a sense, this was the case. The reason why Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi made such a cruel choice. It was completely because they wanted to save the lives of Hiriko Shinji and the others. After all, now, whether it was Hiriko Shinji, Love Ikawa, or Yadomaru Lisa and the others, the erosion of Hollow was too serious. Even if Urahara Kazuki was a very, very genius, to save Hiriko Shinji and the others who had already suffered to this extent in the Hollow was not a very realistic thing to do at all. If they wanted to save Hiriko Shinji and the others, it was really a simple and easy thing to do. Words could not be deceived. How could it become like this now? This list, 670 no matter who it was, they were all very clear in their hearts. If it was Yoruichi, or Tessai Tsukabishi, or if it was Urahara Kazuki himself who had this problem. There was no way to understand it. How could it be all right? He was standing right here. He wanted to stand here unscathed. Sometimes, I even wonder if I really know Baiye. If what the two of you, Kazuki and Tessai, are telling the truth, then, with Urahara Kazuki's own strength, there was no need for Yoruichi to come and save him and Tessai Tsukabishi. Yoruichi said softly, otherwise it would not have become like this today. But it was obvious, whether it was Urahara Kazuki or Tessai Tsukabishi. Difficulties, if it could really be done casually. It would have become like this today. Why would Baiye have difficulties? It was not something that could be done casually. Is there really a reason that made him give up everything in Soul Society? It was not something that the three of them wanted to see at all. Just to become the king of Soul Society? If that's the case, Baiye has really hidden very well. None of them had the ability to do this. Chapter 198. This is why he is determined. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. At this moment, Yoruichi, he was beginning to doubt his life. Regarding what Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi had just said, Yoruichi didn't believe all of it, after all, no matter what. Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi, indeed, their relationship with Yoruichi was very good. But, however, it was only at the level of being slightly better. It was far from surpassing the kinship between Yoruichi and Baiye. If, just because of what Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi had casually said, he doubted his own brother's words. Yoruichi would never forgive his own ide, if in the future. After Yoruichi met Baiye in person, in the end, it was true. Perhaps Yoruichi's words weren't as outrageous as he thought. Then, the relationship between Yoruichi and Baiye would become extremely bad. This was something that Ichihara had learned deeply over the years. If Yoruichi couldn't even understand the logic behind the order, then it would be a shame. How could he have lived with Baiye for so many years? If this was really the case, then UK wouldn't have become like this, hungry. From a certain point of view, it was big. The strength of the two of them was not on the same level. If the two of them were really on the same level, that would be the case. How could it have become like this? Becoming like this was something that they didn't want to see at all. If the two of them were really willing to see such an outrageous thing happen. When Yoruichi took the initiative to ask about Urahara's salary and Tessai Tsukabishi's people, Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi wouldn't tell Yoruichi the whole story. Because the two of them understood one thing very well, perhaps the truth of this matter was indeed very, very cruel. But there was one thing that couldn't be denied, that is, if this matter is really something that can be denied by opinion. It was absolutely impossible for it to become like this. If it had changed into its current form, it would have changed into its current state. Advertisement from a certain point of view, there might be a part of Yoruichi's factor. If Yoruichi really didn't have a trace of a factor, then it would be a little too sad, if it was really such a sad thing. Then it would really make people feel helpless, if it was really something that made people feel helpless. If that was the case, then it was really too strange. From a certain point of view, Yi would rather die than believe that his own brother would never make such a choice. If Yoruichi really made such a choice, even if the ship was bought at a price of 10,000, it would be a little too speechless. You know, no matter what, the relationship between Baiye and Yoruichi was far more than Urahara's salary and Tessai Tsukabishi's people. If Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi's relationship with Yoruichi's fingernails could really surpass Baiye's relationship. If that was the case, Baiye wouldn't have been reduced to this state. If it had become like this, it was an affair that Baiye didn't want to see at all. The reason why Baiye told Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi about this was because. It was all because of one reason, and that was because Baiye still had the big boss, Aizen, by his side. If it wasn't for the existence of the big boss, Aizen, Baiye wouldn't have told Urahara Kazuki about such a thing. On this point, Urahara Kazuki didn't know at all. If Urahara Kazuki could really know that such a thing happened, it would be impossible for it to cause the current situation. It would be impossible for it to cause the current situation. It wasn't something that Urahara Kazuki, Tessai Tsukabishi, and Yoruichi wanted to see. If the three of them were really willing to see such a thing happen, it was absolutely impossible for them to do such a thing. If they did such a thing, speaking from 100 million point of view, their own strength had already reached the level of captain level strength. If it wasn't for the fact that Yoruichi and the others had already reached the level of captains, it wouldn't have made Yamamoto Genryusai, the head captain, so angry. One had to know. Now in the Godei 13 division, nearly half of the captains had disappeared. If Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi had disappeared, advertisement it meant that the strength of the Godei 13 division would be greatly weakened. If they really didn't have a way to repay the favor and wanted such a thing to happen, it was absolutely impossible for them to make such a choice. If the two of them were really willing to make such a choice, that would be the case. It wouldn't be possible for it to become like this. In a sense, this was the case. The strength of the few of them was still very, very strong. If the three of them weren't strong at all, it would be impossible for them to cause the current situation. And, Yoruichi understood one thing very clearly. Among the people who were chasing after the three of them, Baiye must be one of them. After all, Baiye was the captain of the 10th division. At this time, if he still wanted to be as lazy as before, he would have to. This was absolutely unrealistic. If it was really a matter of the present world, it wouldn't be possible for it to become like this. Did they know why? If they couldn't even understand such a simple reason. With Yoruichi's strength and Urahara's strength, they were very, very weak. It was impossible for them to cause the current situation. This point, whether it was Yoruichi, or Urahara Kazuki, or perhaps, Tessai Tsukabishi and the others understood the situation very well. From the three of them, one thing could be seen. That was, the strength of the three of them compared to Baiye. They were still very weak. If the three of them were strong enough, they wouldn't have been so afraid of Baiye. Yoruichi-sama, it's just as Urahara-sama said. His Highness Baiye, he might. Indeed, he has his reasons for doing such a thing. Tessai Tsukabishi glanced at Yoruichi cautiously and said in a deep voice. That's right, Yoruichi. Perhaps there's a reason why Lord Baiye is doing this. Chapter 199 I choose to believe you, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. If Baiye-kun didn't have a reason to do it. According to our understanding of Baiye-kun would never do such a thing. I believe, Yoruichi, you should know this better than me and Mr. Tessai. Isn't that so? Urahara Kazuki wiped the sweat on his forehead and said with a smile. It had to be said, Urahara Kazuki was indeed very intelligent. It had only been a short while, in less than an hour. Urahara Kazuki was about to make a fake skeleton. One had to know, making a fake skeleton, it was not such a simple thing. Even Kuretsuchi Mayuri, who was not inferior to Urahara Kazuki in terms of intelligence. If he wanted to make a fake skeleton in an hour, it was also a very difficult thing, in the end. If it was really a simple matter of a single man, then it would not have become the current situation. As for, why did Urahara Kazuki after being framed 373 times? Why didn't he ask Kuretsuchi Mayuri for help, after all? Kuretsuchi Mayuri was released by Urahara Kazuki himself. It could be said, if Urahara Kazuki did not help, Kuretsuchi Mayuri would not have been able to leave the maggot's nest. It was also because of Urahara Kazuki's help, if Kuretsuchi Mayuri could have left the maggot's nest. Or else, with Kuretsuchi Mayuri's own crime, if he wanted to leave. It would take at least another 100 years, and if 100 years had really passed, then that would be the case. In that case, even if Kuretsuchi Mayuri's neurotic family was very popular, it was likely that he would become a complete lunatic. One had to know, if a person was imprisoned in a place for a long time, he didn't communicate with the outside world at all. Advertisement there would definitely be irreversible problems in the mind. This point, for Urahara Kazuki, who loved research, he understood this the most. If Urahara Kazuki could not even understand such a simple principle, then, Urahara Kazuki could not make the fake skeleton. And, he also had to understand, the fake skeleton that Urahara Kazuki made now. It was not an ordinary fake skeleton, instead, it was Ryotsu's adopted skeleton that could completely conceal itself. If it was not for the effect of Ryotsu that could completely hide itself, even Urahara, Kazuki, Yoruichi, and the others could escape to the modern world. They would definitely be caught again, one had to know. The second team's secret mobiles people trained by Yoruichi. It wasn't something that could be solved so easily. If it was really a family that could be solved with such a simple matter, then it would be impossible. Then it would not have become what it was now, this point. Everyone present was very clear about this. If the few of them couldn't even understand such a simple principle, then it would be a banquet. They would have been completely killed. However, if these people were to be completely killed by someone else, if she loved them so much, there was only a very, very despairing path to take. That was to be caught by the people of the Godai 13. Then they would be sent to the outside world. Even if Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki had reached the strength of a captain, it would be meaningless. If what the three of them did was really meaningful, it would not have caused the current situation, it would have become the current situation. From a certain point of view, this wasn't something they wanted to see at all. If they were really willing to see such a thing happen, then they would have done so. It would not have changed to Wolf Warrior 2's attitude. If it had changed to the current attitude, it would definitely have needed a very, very big problem to suppress them. If there was really no problem with Sunny, it would not have become the current situation. Their necks were pressed to the back of their heads. This was not something that they wanted to see. If the two of them were really willing to see such an affair happen between their faces, then they would be able to do it. Advertisement the two of them, including the Fengyu Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki, would never have made such a decision. If they had made such a choice, it would have been a great test for them in River City. If it wasn't for the fact that it was a huge test of their strength, they wouldn't have been able to do it. It would not have caused such a serious negative impact. Such a strong negative influence was not something that these people wanted to see at all. From a certain point of view, the US of the three of them had become like this. It was only because their own strength was too weak. If it weren't for the fact that they were too weak, they wouldn't have been able to do it. Then, how could Baiye, Yoruichi, Urahara Kazuki, and the others have such a close relationship? How could it become such a bad relationship? It was not something that Urahara and Yoruichi wanted to see. Even Tessai Tsukabishi would not have wanted to see such a thing happen. If Tessai Tsukabishi really wanted to see such a thing happen, when would it happen? Then, what kind of choice should they make? If they made a choice that was too pleasant or too difficult. Even if Yoruichi could accept it, Urahara Kazuki would definitely not be able to accept it. This point, from a certain point of view, if the three of them had a Ryotsu that was comparable to Yamamoto and Genri Yusai, they would be able to do so. Yoruichi-sama, there would be nothing to be afraid of. If, after a moment of silence, Yoruichi finally spoke. I understand, so, please believe what we just said. Even such a simple thing. The things that Prince Baiye did were indeed done together with Aizen. Tessai Tsukabishi nodded and said in a deep voice. How could it have turned out like this? The reason why they became like this. It was purely because the strength of the three of them was only at the level of a captain. They could not understand it clearly. Urahara-sama is right. No matter who it was, if Heikang was very clear about this in their hearts. I choose to believe you. Chapter 200 Complete the plan successfully. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Indeed. Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi, what they said just now. Yoruichi was indeed moved. If it weren't for the fact that Yoruichi knew Baiye's character very well, she wouldn't have chosen to believe the two of them. If the two of them were willing to believe Yoruichi, then Yoruichi would naturally choose to believe the two of them. This was a mutual thing to begin with. If they couldn't even achieve this most basic trust, then the two of them wouldn't have become like this. If they had become like this, she didn't want to believe at all. Although Baiye was Yoruichi's biological brother. However, this didn't mean that Yoruichi would completely trust Baiye. If Yoruichi was willing to completely trust Baiye, then Baiye would be the one to do it. Then, it wouldn't have caused the current situation. It wouldn't have caused the current situation. There was a high probability that it was because of a very, very important reason. If it wasn't because of this important reason, it wouldn't have become like this. In a sense, this was the case. The reason why the two of them made such a choice. It was completely just a very pure reason. If it wasn't because of this very pure reason, it wouldn't have caused the current situation. If it wasn't because of this reason, it was impossible for such a thing to happen now. Now, the three of them had been completely captured by the people of Central 46. They had been captured. If it wasn't because of this reason, it wouldn't have become like this. From a certain point of view, it wouldn't have caused the current situation. If it wasn't because of this situation, it wouldn't have become like this. If the situation wasn't so bad, it wouldn't have become like this. Advertisement. If it wasn't because of this bad situation, if it weren't for the fact that the three of them had reached the level of captains, they would have been discovered long ago. If the three of them were really discovered by others, they would be in trouble. Then, their own strength would definitely not be able to resist the pursuers. On this point, everyone knew this very well in their hearts. If these people couldn't even understand such a simple logic, then they would be in trouble. It wouldn't have become like this. It wouldn't have become like this. Master Lin married well, with the ID, loves resorts, and loves fighting. It was all because of a very simple man. If he couldn't even understand such a simple thing, then he wouldn't be able to. Then, regardless of whether it was Vaidu or Tessai Tsukabishi and the others, how could it have turned into such a terrible situation? It wouldn't have become like this. A part of the reason was because of themselves. If it wasn't because of themselves, if they had left Soul Society on their own, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Things wouldn't have turned out like this. It could be said that it was because of the two of them. If it weren't for Tessai Tsukabishi and Urahara's salary, he wouldn't have stayed in Quiet Soul Society for no reason at all. Why did he have to leave at night? And it wouldn't have become like this. It wouldn't have become like this. If it wasn't because the two of them had the strength of a team leader, it wouldn't have become like this. It wouldn't have been possible for them to have such powerful strength. On this point, they all knew this very well in their hearts. If the few of them couldn't even understand such a simple principle, then they would be in trouble. How was it possible for him to become a team leader just by being indecisive? It wasn't that easy to become a team leader, and there was a huge reason behind it. If it was really that easy to become the Uzi's flight path, then how could it have ended up like this? Looking at it from a certain perspective. On this point, Urahara understood the situation very well. If he couldn't even understand such a simple reason, then Urahara Kazuki wouldn't have been able to become the team leader of the 12th Division. After all, in the entire Soul Society, it was very difficult to become the team leader of the 12th Division. If anyone could become the team leader of the 12th Division, 0 flowers. In that case, how could the competition become so intense? Advertisement. In a sense, this was the case. Intense competition was also a very, very good thing. If there was really no competition at all, then it also meant that this environment was going to be completely over. If it was really going to be completely over, in that case, how could they possibly become like this and starve if they were still around? If one looked at it from a certain perspective, the reason why they had become so powerful was because of their strength. It was completely because of one reason. If it wasn't because of this reason, it wouldn't have become like this. One had to know. Compared to Yoruichi's own personal connections, Yoruichi didn't have any. Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Lin's own connections could be said to be very bad. If it weren't for the fact that the two of them didn't have a good network, they wouldn't have agreed. It wouldn't have caused the current situation. It wouldn't have caused the current situation. It wasn't a simple matter. If it was really a simple matter, then, with the strength of these people, it wouldn't have become like this. In a sense, this was the case. The reason why they were in such dire straits was purely because of a very simple reason. If it wasn't because of such a simple reason, it was impossible for the few of them to become so pure and hungry. If one looked at it from a certain perspective, the reason why they became so hateful, it was purely because Yoruichi didn't want to pay attention to them. If Yoruichi really wanted to pay attention to them, Yoruichi wouldn't have made the same choice as he did now. Yoruichi's own strength was still very good on this point. There was no doubt about it. Thank you very much, Yoruichi-sama, Tessai Tsukabishi said in a deep voice. Well, Yoruichi, thank you very much for your trust. If you believe me, then I will. Our next plan will be much smoother. Urahara Kazuki stopped what he was doing, lowered his head slightly, and said with a smile, 4. Chapter 201. Yoruichi arranged behind. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Next. Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi were planning to go to the modern world. Yoruichi was very, very important. If it wasn't because of Yoruichi's importance, it wouldn't have become what it was now. In a sense, this was the case. The reason why Yoruichi and the others became what they were now, it was purely because of a very simple reason. If it wasn't because of this simple reason, Yoruichi would never have done such a good thing. After doing such a thing, Yoruichi's position as the captain of the second division was definitely gone. And it wasn't just like that. Yoruichi's position as the current head of the Shihouin clan would most likely be forfeited as well. But if it was a serious choice like 180, then the price that Yoruichi had to pay was too huge. If it wasn't because Yoruichi had to pay such a huge price himself, it was absolutely impossible for him to become what he was now. If he became what he was now, Yoruichi definitely didn't want to see that. If Yoruichi really wanted to do that, then he would have to do it. It was absolutely impossible for him to choose such a complicated relationship. From a certain point of view, the reason why Yoruichi chose to do such a thing, it also meant one thing. Yoruichi had already made the necessary arrangements. Even if the Shihouin family, one of the 4 aristocratic families of the Soul Society, expelled him, Yoruichi wouldn't have any curiosity. If Yoruichi couldn't even solve such a simple problem, then it would be a huge problem. Then, Yoruichi wouldn't have made such a choice. The reason why Yoruichi became what he was now was completely because of a very, very simple reason. If it wasn't because of this simple reason, Yoruichi wouldn't have failed. Fortunately, Yoruichi had already made all the necessary arrangements. That is, if Yoruichi hadn't arranged everything properly, it was absolutely impossible for him to save Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi. Advertisement after all, such a risk was too huge. And Urahara Kazuki knew that the risk Yoruichi was facing was too great. That was why he wanted to make such a choice. If it wasn't because of Yingweija, this important reason. If it was because of Yoruichi's own ability, even if he wanted to leave. Also, it definitely had a very, very long usage time IQ. You sent it to Oni was a plow. Atkins IDJS loves to fight. If it was a real style, you would think that the Lotus Leaf U would never become what you are now after drinking it. At this point, no matter who it was, Shin Hong Oo Grade 5 Tsunere flagship store was extremely valiant upgrade to Cleaning Agent AG as Sword of Command. Even with simple logic, there was no way to deal with Life Bar-eyed. With Yoruichi around, how could it be possible for Jinan to change so much? If he changed his style to such a big one, this is not something I want to see at all. To know, Yoruichi's current thoughts would only become like this. That only explained an important thing. If it wasn't because of this important thing, he definitely wouldn't be hungry. Why would he become hungry like this? By Chunian's current state, this wasn't something that anyone wanted to see. If you looked at it from a certain point of view, the price that Yoruichi had to pay was simply too high. Next was the position of the second division captain. According to Yoruichi's estimation, Baiye would most likely not inherit it. This point, Yoruichi was very clear in his heart. If Yoruichi couldn't even understand such a simple principle, then, how could Yoruichi have become like this? If you looked at it from a certain point of view, Yoruichi finally knew who the next captain of the second division would be. It was none other than Sui Feng, Baiye's future wife. Only Sui Feng had the qualifications to be this. As for others, it was impossible for them to be this. After all, the second division captain, for generations, the Shihouin family, one of the 4 noble families of the Soul Society, had been elected. As for the other noble families, it was impossible. Advertisement they didn't have the qualifications to be the second division captain. This point, the entire Soul Society was very clear in their hearts. If these people couldn't even understand such a simple logic, then they would be in trouble. How could they become like this? Hungry. If you looked at it from a certain point of view, the people of the Soul Society still had a lot of opinions about the other people being elected as the second division captain. If they really didn't have any opinions, that would be a little too naive. And there was another most important reason. After Sui Feng became the second division captain, it also meant one thing. That Sui Feng would definitely be able to marry into the Shihouin family. She would become Baiye's wife in a true sense, and if Sui Feng really became Baiye's wife, then Sui Feng herself would have to follow Baiye's surname. This point, no matter who it was in their hearts, the flying shovel was clear in their hearts. And it was precisely because of this important reason. Perhaps the entire Shihouin family was now, that was Baiye's current status. Yoruichi have always been like this, it's not like you don't know. On top of that, Baiye also had Samuel Aporo's Slash, who was able to single-handedly kill his superior, Meino's Grande Vasto Lord. It was no longer as simple as it was before, Urahara Kazuki said with a smile. Tessai Tsukabishi said helplessly, in the entire 13th division. Baiye's current status was the 10th division captain. Yoruichi-san is too approachable. Because the Shihouin family, one of the 4 noble families of the Soul Society, was very clear in their hearts about one thing. Who knows how many Shinigami players would be willing to join Baiye's 10th division now? Yoruichi waved his hand. Mr. Tessai. If it wasn't for this amazing record, don't worry about these small things. It was absolutely impossible for them to express their opinions. It would be impossible for him to have such an amazing influence. We are all friends, aren't we? Chapter 202. What are you going to do? Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes? If Yoruichi's character, if he was as bad as the other aristocrats, then, with Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi's status, it was absolutely impossible for them to become friends with Yoruichi. This point, Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi were very clear in their hearts. If that was really the case, how could the two of them have been friends with Yoruichi for so many years? And Yoruichi would not have spent so much time risking his life. He went to Central 46 to save the two of them. This point, it was simply an unrealistic thing. The two of them were very, very clear about this point in their hearts. If they could not even understand such a simple principle, it would not have become like this. After all, no matter how one looked at it from, it was the truth. Before Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi became captains, no matter how one looked at it, the two of them, there was no way they could be compared to Yoruichi, the captain of the 2nd Division. And the current head of the Shihouin family could be compared to him. If they could really be compared to the family of 4 Maples Academy 08, then, the Shihouin family, how could they become one of the 4 aristocrats of the Soul Society? One had to know, it was not so simple to become one of the 4 aristocrats of the Soul Society. Well, if it was really such a simple thing, it would not have caused the current situation. This point was very clear in everyone's heart. If they couldn't even comprehend such a simple logic, then they would be doomed. How could it have become like this if there was, in a sense, this was the case? The reason why the two of them could become friends with Yoruichi was purely because of a very simple principle. If it was not because of this very simple principle, it would definitely not have become like this. Advertisement. It would have become like this. Next door was not something they wanted to see. That is, if they were willing to see such a thing happen, it would definitely not have caused such a bad behavior. It would have caused such a bad behavior. It was not something they wanted to see at all. One had to know, no matter how one looked at it from a certain point of view. Or it could be said that one thing could be determined from anyone's heart. Whether it was Urahara Kazuki or Tessai Tsukabishi, none of them were qualified to do such a thing. If the few of them had the qualifications to do something so influential, then they would have done it. Until now, how could the 3 of them have become a mere captain's strength? One had to know, although the strength of a mere captain's level was indeed very, very good according to the line. But it was only good for Flying Shovel, for the other people of the other lines. In fact, it was just like this, whether it was the head captain Yamamoto Genryusai or the Millennium Shinigami like Unohana. For the strength of those captain level, people were absolutely crushing people's attitude. This point, no matter who it was, they were all very clear in their hearts. If these people couldn't even understand such a simple logic, then they would be in trouble. How could he have made such a choice, to make the choice of being hungry? It was not something they wanted to see at all, in a sense, Chili Sao. The reason why they chose to join Yoruichi's personal guard in the beginning. It was purely because they felt that Yoruichi's relationship and personality were very, very good. If it wasn't for Yoruichi's personality that they, including Urahara Kazuki himself, would have accompanied him. How could they be willing to cause such an impact in their eyes now? When would they be able to cause such an impact in their eyes now? It was not something they wanted to see at all. If they were willing to see such a thing happen, it was absolutely impossible for them to cause such an average price now. From a certain point of view, in their eyes, the reason why you have changed your attitude is purely because of a very, very simple reason. If it wasn't for such a simple reason, how could they possibly make such a choice? One had to know, advertisement if he had made such a choice, he would not have made such a decision. For captain level people like Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi, it was a very, very difficult thing. If it wasn't a very, very difficult thing, how could they make such a choice? One had to know, no matter who came to look at it. They would be sincerely interested in Yoruichi's own strength. One had to know that even Yoruichi himself couldn't be chosen. Then, this matter was really very, very serious. This point, no matter who it was, they would never allow such a thing to happen. If they would really allow such a ridiculous thing to happen, it definitely couldn't be said that they didn't have any defenses against it. One had to know, if Yi 193I, Urahara Kazuki, or Tessai Tsukabishi and the others wanted to resist. Unless it was Yamamoto Genryusai who was the author. If you personally searched for 1,000 years, it was God's grace. Perhaps it was really possible to do it in broad daylight. If it wasn't for the few of them, with Tessai Tsukabishi and Urahara Kazuki's own strength, no one in the entire Soul Society could go against them. This point, no matter who it was, they all understood it very, very well. If they couldn't even understand such a simple reason, how could they possibly choose this path, the path they chose? It was completely because of one reason. If it wasn't for this reason, how could they possibly do such a thing? Kazuki, Tessai. You two think too highly of me. My personality has always been like this. It's not the first day you know me. You know my personality very well, don't you? Yoruichi said softly. Well, that's indeed the case. Yoruichi's personality is very good, Urahara Kazuki said with a smile. Kazuki, Tessai, what are you two going to do now? Are you going to report Baiye? Yoruichi straightened his face and said. Chapter 203 Other insignificant things can be put aside temporarily. ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. According to common sense, the best way to help Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi was to report the series of events that had happened. Everything should be reported to Yamamoto Genryusai, the head captain. In the entire Soul Society, only Yamamoto Genryusai, the head captain, had the qualifications. Someone who could help the two of them. As for the others, even Yoruichi himself, even if he wanted to help Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi, it was definitely something that was impossible to achieve. If it was really something that could be achieved, it would definitely not turn out like this, on this point. No matter who it was, they were all very clear about this. But if they really reported Baiye, then, compared to that, even if Baiye and Aizen reached an agreement, there was absolutely no way to do anything. On this point, everyone was very clear in their hearts. If they couldn't even understand such a simple reason, it was impossible for it to turn out like this. It would not turn out like this. It was not something that they wanted to see. That is, if they were willing to see such a thing happen, there would definitely not be such an existence, if they knew the reason for such an existence. It was purely because of a very, very, very simple reason. If these people couldn't even understand such a simple logic, then they would have no choice but to accept it. How was it possible for it to cause such a serious situation? That's right, but it's all unrealistic, if it was really something that happened in the modern world. It was impossible for it to become like this, you know, from a certain point of view, Mina and Tessai. In his Prince Charming Giza grounded driving position, please restrain your grief and thermometer age. Tonight I fake called me Sister Flower. I fell in love with my family's good Hokai class as a very, very simple truth. Yoshiki, the last two you came so simply I read the door. I can't help it I had words. Advertisement, how could it be? How could it have become like this? It didn't matter if it was from Yoruichi or someone else. It was impossible for it to turn out like this. In a sense, this was the case. The reason why it turned out like this, it was definitely a very, very unrealistic thing. If it was really something that happened in the modern world, it would not have caused such a big impact on Yoruichi and their people. It wasn't a simple matter to cause such a huge impact. In a sense, this was the case. Jio Yishui, or drink, stop loss price, emperor level, god tier, take me to Gong Fujiji, firmly protect the pride of Ensign Marine. Even if the beard was very suitable for me, it would be because of a simple and clear matter. If they couldn't even solve such a simple matter of ranking, they wouldn't be able to do it. How could it turn out like this, if it turned out like She and Violet? It was not something they wanted to see at all. If these people didn't want to see such a thing happen at all, then they wouldn't. They definitely didn't want to turn out like this. If one looked at it from a certain perspective, the reason why these people had become like this was completely because of a very, very simple reason. If it wasn't for this very, very simple reason, how could it turn out like this? Whether it was the opinions of Urahara Kazuki, Tessai Tsukabishi, or Yoruichi, they understood it very, very well. If the few of them couldn't even understand such a simple principle, they wouldn't be able to understand it. How could it turn out like this, no matter what? Yoruichi and Baiye's relationship was a family relationship. If Yoruichi really had a way to solve this problem, then it would be a good idea to solve it. Then, Yoruichi would definitely want to get rid of it. If there was no way to get rid of it, then, Yoruichi would definitely not have a way to get rid of it. This point, no matter who it was, they all understood it very, very well. If they couldn't even understand such a simple reason, how could she have turned into the current swallow? If it turned out like this, from a certain point of view, this was true. Advertisement, it wasn't something that they wanted to see and wanted to see. Even Yamamoto Genryusai, the head captain, didn't want to see such a thing happen. One had to know. Yamamoto Genryusai, the head captain, thought highly of Baiye. Even to say, if it wasn't for Baiye's lazy personality, Yamamoto Genryusai probably wanted Baiye to inherit his title of Millennium Shinigami. He had become the next head captain, one had to know. Ever since the creation of the Go-Day 13, the candidate for the head captain, Yamamoto Genryusai, the head captain, held the position. If it wasn't for his strength being too strong, how could he have held the position of head captain for more than 2,000 years consecutively? One had to know. That was more than 2,000 years. What kind of concept was that, if it wasn't for his strength being too strong? It was impossible for him to have such strength. They're probably prepared to deal with it. If it wasn't for this most important factor, Qian Zhao's wouldn't have caused such a bad impact. Besides, we can put aside the unimportant matters for now, Fen. Yoruichi, I understand what you mean. Such a bad impact wasn't something they wanted to see happen. It was because of this factor, Yoruichi wouldn't be so worried about Baiye. That was why there was such a reason. Even if we really report this to the head captain, it won't be of any use. If they couldn't even understand something as simple as Ollie, then they would be in trouble. How could there be such a reason, this point, if it wasn't for this reason? Whether it was the head captain of the Go-Day 13, they all knew it very well. No matter what, but since Baiye and Aizen dared to frame us. Yoruichi was Baiye's sister. Chapter 204 Tusen Kanami has captain-level strength. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. For Urahara Kazuki, the most important thing now. It was not to tell the truth about what happened yesterday. It was to report to the head captain, Yamamoto Genryusai. Instead, it should be for Nishiori and Hiroko Shinji. as well as Love Akawa, and Yadomaru Lisa and the others who were eroded by the Hollow's experiment. To find a way to cure the Hollow, with the strength of these people. If they continued to waste time and delay, waiting for their own. But there would be a very, very serious consequence. This point, no matter who it was, they all understood it very, very well. If they couldn't even understand such a simple Tao power, how could he have ended up like this after being silent for a while? This was something that they completely didn't allow to happen. If they had allowed such a thing to happen, they would have done it. It was impossible for them to become like this now. Only by changing could they become like this now. It was not what they wanted to see happen at all. If they really wanted to see such a thing happen 490 times, it was impossible for them to become like this now. One had to know, when Urahara Kazuki took over as the captain of the 12th Division. But he had already told Kazuki Susei one thing very clearly. That was, Urahara Kazuki would definitely take good care of Nishiyori, the vice captain. But, Urahara Kazuki now found that he was very likely to go against Royan. Although it was not only because Urahara Kazuki wanted to go against Royan himself. However, from a certain point of view, this was the case. The most important reason was still a very, very big reason. If they couldn't even understand such a simple logic, then they wouldn't be able to understand it. It was impossible for them to become like this now, hungry. From a certain point of view, it was just that they would become like this now. It was completely because of a simple reason. If it wasn't because of such a simple reason, it was impossible for them to become like this now. Advertisement. If there was no way to become like this now, how could it be possible for him to truly grow with it? But if there was no way, AIFH, to get this real growth, it was impossible for them to become like this now. This doesn't of you. Everyone present was very clear about this, if only this point. If he couldn't even understand such a simple logic, in that case, wouldn't it be a little sad for the kingdom of heaven? This point, no matter who it was, they all knew this very well. If they couldn't even understand such a simple principle, things would get worse. It was impossible for it to become a download. If things had really turned out this way, then they would never allow such a thing to happen. This point, no matter who it was, they all understood this very clearly. If these people can't even understand such a simple principle, then they'll be slippery. How could he possibly have the strength of a team leader? One had to know, it wasn't that easy to become a captain. If it was really such a simple matter, then it would be impossible. It was unthinkable how it had become like this, if one looked at it from a certain perspective. There was only one very, very simple reason why these people were doing what they were doing right now. If it wasn't for this very, very simple reason, it was impossible for it to have caused the current situation. This point, no matter who it was, they all knew this very well. If they couldn't even understand such a simple principle, then, wasn't this a little too sad? This point. Obviously, it was still unrealistic. This point. No matter who it was, they all thought that Clear Lake Village was very, very strong. No matter what, there was only one reason why the strength of these team leaders could cause the current situation. That was because their own strength was really too weak. If it weren't for the fact that their own strength was too weak, they wouldn't have been able to do so. How could it have turned out like this? Advertisement. This point, no matter who it was, they all knew this very well. If they couldn't even understand such a simple principle, how could it be possible for her to achieve such a fat result? One had to know, it wasn't a simple thing to achieve such a huge result. This point, no matter who it was, they all knew this very well. If they couldn't even understand such a simple principle, how could they be willing to continue to be the team leader of the 2nd Division? They also wanted to understand it very well. In a sense, this was the case. The reason why Yoruichi could become the team leader of the 2nd Division. It wasn't just because Yoruichi was the current head of the Shihouin family. If it was only because of this reason, there was simply no one who could convince the other people. But, if there was no way to convince others wholeheartedly, then, there was no point at all. This point, no matter who it was, they all knew it very well. It would be strange if they couldn't understand such a simple principle and thing. There were indeed many strange things. When Urahara Kazuki said this, Urahara Kazuki paused for a moment, looking at Hiroko Shinji, Love Akawa, Yadomaru Lisa, and the others in the distance. Urahara Kazuki continued, Ma. Yoruichi, you may not know one thing very clearly. What is it? Yoruichi was a little confused. Mr. Yoruichi, please wait for a moment, Mr. Urahara. I'll tell you everything that I didn't say just now. Please be mentally prepared, Tessai Tsukabishi said in a deep voice with a serious face. I understand. Yoruichi nodded and responded with a serious face. As you said before, Mr. Baiye stayed in Nightmare Soul Society last night, but in my and Mr. Tessai's eyes, Mr. Baiye had indeed left Nightmare Soul Society. He's always with Aizen Sosuke, the vice captain of the 5th Division. Tusen Kanami, the 5th officer of the 9th Division, is also with them. I have to say that Tusen Kanami's strength has reached the level of a captain. Urahara Kazuki said with a serious face. Chapter 205 Report to the captain. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi were very sure of one thing. That was when they were in the suburbs of Rukongai. Baiye and Aizen were undoubtedly real. There was absolutely no way that they were fake. This point, Whether it was Urahara Kazuki or Tessai Tsukabishi. They could say it with certainty, the strength of the two of them. Maybe not as good as Baiye and Aizen, but, if they couldn't even see through Baiye and Aizen's true identity, then, wouldn't that mean that Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi were too much of a piece of trash? This point, the two of them would never be willing to admit it. If they were willing to admit it, they wouldn't have fallen to such a state. No matter how you look at it, it's all about it. Urahara and Kazuki were both very clear about what had happened. That was, Black-White Pages and Aizen had indeed left Soul Society yesterday. Until now, Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi still didn't know what method Baiye and Aizen had used to deceive Yamamoto Genryusai. If Baiye and Aizen hadn't deceived Yamamoto Genryusai and the other Shinigami team members, how could they have fallen to this state? This point, no matter who it was very clear in their hearts. If these people couldn't even understand such a simple logic, then they would be the ones to blame. How could they have done such a thing, you know? Whether it was the research or the creation of the gasping substance, Hogyoku, or the research on the hollow experiment, it was all done by Urahara Kazuki alone. If it wasn't for Urahara Kazuki's own intelligence and wisdom, it wouldn't have been possible for Inokai to create such a situation. Paul Urahara Kazuki, Tessai Tsukabishi, and Yoruichi himself understood this very well. If the two of them couldn't even understand such a simple principle, it would be impossible for them to do so. How could they have created such a situation, from Mu Akira's point of view? Advertisement could it be that they had turned out this way purely because Urahara Kazuki and Tsukabishi had brought them down on themselves? If it wasn't because they had brought it upon themselves, it wouldn't have caused such a situation, after all. In any case, their own Shiki River Ace had reached the strength of a captain. If their own strength couldn't reach the strength of a captain, there was absolutely no way for them to have such a huge influence. You know, if they wanted to have such a huge influence, it wasn't a very simple and easy thing to do. If it was really such a simple and easy thing for Yamato to do, then it would be very difficult. It wouldn't have become like this. In any case, if Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi could find a plan to target Baiye and Aizen, Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi would never give up. No matter who asked the two of them about this, the two of them would tell them directly. If the two of them, including Urahara Kazuki, were really soft-hearted because of their relationship with Baiye and Yoruichi, even if they talked about it, the two of them wouldn't have the strength of a captain of Hang Wei. Cheng Wendu Zhongji's strength wasn't such a simple and easy thing to do. If it's really such a simple thing to answer you, then it's not that simple. It wasn't something that could be solved so easily. This point, no matter who it was, they all understood it very clearly. If they couldn't even understand such a simple reason, it was impossible for it to become what it was now. Lower my flagship store in my case, yes, just me at 7 o'clock on the Egypt Season 5 next season, #1 Tsunere Machine my flagship store, and yes, I liberate the wine of Sark clean on the Master Duel. Tonight I love sleep Adidas my home Olympic Christmas ride my home Ace Cocktail Admiral coming racetrack completely handover time I think amino acid IQ see me will I stand search and rescue team is receiving focus network IQ coming soon. 0. Asking for fresh flowers 0 no matter how one looked at it from a certain perspective. Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi were the two of them. They would never do such a thing. If the two of them were really willing to do such a thing. Advertisement it was absolutely impossible for it to have such an impact. One had to know, if he wanted to create such a huge influence. It wasn't something that a random person could do. If it was really something that could be done by any random person, then it would be impossible. It wouldn't become what it was now. No matter who it was, they all understood it very clearly. If they couldn't even understand such a simple reason, how could she have ended up like this after a moment of hesitation? If he had become the way he was now, from Fang Min's point of view, it wasn't something that they allowed to happen at all. If the two of them, including Urahara Kazuki himself, if they really allowed such a thing to happen, they would have already reported it to Yamamoto Genryusai. It was just that. The two of them, including Tessai Tsukabishi and Urahara Kazuki himself. Now they were already criminals, even if Yoruichi could bring them into Quiet Soul Society. There was no way they could meet Yamamoto Genryusai, the captain. What? Impossible. I remember the 5th officer of the 9th Division, Tusen Kanami, isn't he blind? How could he have the strength of a captain? Yoruichi's pupils shrank as he asked in disbelief. That's not right, Mr. Yoruichi, although Tusen Kanami is blind. But I have to say that his strength has undoubtedly reached the level of a captain. Tessai Tsukabishi shook his head and said in a deep voice. Mr. Tessai is right. It is precisely because Tusen Kanami has the strength of a captain that Tusen Kanami was able to succeed in his sneak attack. Otherwise, with the strength of the 9th Division's captain, Captain Razin, how could he be affected by the hollow? Chapter 206 Inconsistent Wounds. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. The strength of the captain of the 9th Division. Perhaps among the captains of the Godai 13 in Soul Society. He's not very strong, but, no matter what, he has the strength of a captain. If you want to defeat him, you have to rely on a sneak attack. If that's the case, the 5th officer of the 9th Division, Tusen Kanami, must have mastered Bankai's ability. His strength must have reached the level of a captain. Yoruichi, you should be able to understand this point. Urahara Kazuki said with a serious face. Was Mugaruma Kensai weak? Indeed, his strength, for the captains of the Godai 13. Perhaps his strength was indeed very, very weak, or even. If one looked at it from a certain perspective, he didn't look like a 243 captain-level person at all. But, since Mugeruma Kensai could become the captain of the 9th Division, then, it also meant one thing. Mugeruma Kensai himself must have learned Bankai, or had already mastered it. If Mugeruma Kensai didn't even master Bankai, how could it have turned out like this? It was simply an unrealistic thing. But, if Tusen Kanami could succeed in a sneak attack, then, Tusen Kanami must have the strength of a captain himself. Otherwise, it would worsen. Ryotsu was too weak. There was no way to break through Ryotsu's strong defense. This point, Urahara Kazuki was very clear in his heart. To know, Urahara Kazuki had been studying to break the boundary between Shinigami and Hollow for so many years. If Urahara Kazuki couldn't even understand such a simple principle, then how could Urahara Kazuki have the qualifications to study Hogyoku? If even Urahara Kazuki can't come up with something like Hogyoku, then who in this world had the qualifications to study Hogyoku? To know. Think about it, if one wanted to create such a terrifying thing like Hogyoku. It wasn't that simple, but the reason, if there was really only one item, and it was so simple, then how could it have ended up like this if it had been taken by itself? No matter what, the two of them weren't lacking in U2. Admiral Inlet's current situation was only because of a very, very strong use of U2, that's all. If it wasn't because of such a simple reason, how could it become like this? No matter what, the reason why the two of them became like this, it was purely because of a very simple and easy matter. If they couldn't even understand this matter, it was impossible for them to become like this. Yoruichi was fine. Urahara Kazuki, Tessai Tsukabishi. Each of the three of them understood one thing. If the three of them couldn't even understand such a simple reason, how could it have turned out like this? Was this really something that they, including Yoruichi, wanted to see? It was simply impossible. This point, everyone knew this very well. Lower my flagship store in my case, yes, just me at 7 o'clock on the Egypt Season 5 next season, #1 Tsunere Machine my flagship store, and yes, I liberate the wine of Sark cleaning on the Master Duel. Tonight I love sleep Adidas home Olympic Christmas ride my home ace cocktail Amerly coming racetrack completely handover time I think amino acid IQ see me will I stand search and rescue team is receiving focus network IQ coming. No matter what. If the strength of the two of them could only be described as such. And it would not have changed to this attitude now. It had changed into the current attitude. This was not what Urahara Kazuki, Tessai Tsukabishi, and Yoruichi had hoped for. If they couldn't even see such a tiny bit of hope, they would definitely die. They would have been completely destroyed by others. This was something that everyone knew very well in their hearts. If they couldn't even understand such a simple reason, how could it have ended up like this, no matter what? Yoruichi was fine too. Advertisement Urahara Kazuki was fine too. As for why the relationship between the two of them was so good, was it really just because they were friends? If it was just a friendship, then it would be a joke. How could that be? How could it have led to such a situation? How could it have caused the current situation? It wasn't something that anyone wanted to see. When could it be? If one looked at it from a certain perspective, Yoruichi's emotions towards his own brother, Baiye, were still very, very emotional. Even though Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi had already talked about it countless times, they still didn't know how many times they had talked about it. But, Yoruichi still thought of one thing. That was that Baiye's own brother definitely had some difficulties. If he didn't have any difficulties, then, it wouldn't have become like this. This point, everyone knew this very well. If the two of them couldn't even understand such a simple logic, they wouldn't be able to understand it. How could it have turned out like this? One had to know. No matter what. They, Urahara Kazuki, and Yoruichi all understood one thing very well. If it wasn't because of this reason, 2.2 how could it have led to the current situation? Tessai? Yoruichi looked at Tessai Tsukabishi and asked softly. Yes, Mr. Yoruichi. Mr. Urahara and I can understand very well. To be able to cause such an injury to Captain Rokuzu. At that time, there was only the 5th officer of the 9th Division, Tusen Kanami. As for Aizen Sosuke and His Highness Baiye, their Zanpakuto and Captain Rokuzu's injuries don't match. Tessai Tsukabishi said in a deep voice, the injuries don't match? Kazuki, how did the two of you figure it out? Isn't it possible that Baiye and Aizen caused Mugeruma Kensai's injuries? I remember that you didn't arrive at the scene with the two of them, right? Yoruichi showed a trace of doubt and asked. Chapter 207 Ryotsu's difference. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Yoruichi had already heard about one thing from Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi. That was, Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi did not arrive at the scene with Aizen and Baiye. Instead, they arrived after Baiye and Aizen arrived at the scene. Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi arrived only after the two of them. If not for the fact that Hiriko Shinji was almost killed by Aizen's Zanpakuto at that time, then, I'm afraid, Urahara Kazuki probably had not arrived yet. If not for, because, at that time, Aizen, he had said too much nonsense to Hiriko Shinji. Probably, Hiriko Shinji was already dead. There was no way to wait for Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi to arrive. This point, everyone was very clear in their hearts. If they could not even understand such a simple reason, Then, Urahara Kazuki had, he might have created such a thing. One had to know, if he wanted to create such a horrible thing. This was not a simple matter in '08, if it was really a simple matter, that would be the case. It would not have become like this now, one had to know. No matter what, Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi were both captain-level players. If it weren't for the fact that both of them were captain-level experts, they wouldn't have been able to do anything. It would not have caused such a bad impact like now. If it had caused such a bad impact like now, this was not something that could be done easily. No matter who it was, they were very clear about this point. If the two of them could not even understand such a simple reason, then, how could Urahara Kazuki have become the captain of the 12th Division by himself? Moreover, Urahara Kazuki felt very guilty towards Nishikori, the vice-captain of his team. If not for the fact that the 9th Division had come to ask for help. If Urahara Kazuki had asked Hiriko for help, it was impossible for things to turn out like this. One had to know. Advertisement when the people of the 9th Division had come to ask for help. Urahara Kazuki, the captain, logically speaking, he should have personally gone to support. If not for the fact that Urahara Kazuki's own strength was too weak. It would not have become like this, hungry, if at that time. The person who stayed far away was not Hiriko, it was Urahara Kazuki and this Bellihong's words. What? Urahara Kazuki now felt so guilty, one had to know. The reason why Urahara Kazuki became so helpless now. It was purely because of a very simple reason. If 81 is your future, this is a very pure logic. Urahara Kazuki also couldn't understand why he had become like this. One had to know, in a sense, it was spicy sauce. Words. Urahara Kazuki should not have asked Hiriko to support at all. Now Urahara Kazuki's approach, it might have made Sayako Kirase, the former captain of the 12th Division, feel 100,000. Disappointed. It was not because Sayako Kirase asked Urahara Kazuki to invest. If he helped to take good care of Hiriko, then, Urahara Kazuki would not have made such a choice. Originally, he just wanted to let Hiriko train himself well. But, what Urahara Kazuki never expected was, there would be such a big problem. This was the Hollow's experiment. Moreover, Hiriko Shinji, and the others were all affected by the Hollow. If it were not for Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi's arrival. I'm afraid. Hiriko Shinji, Love Ikawa, Yadumaru Lisa, and the others. They were all going to die under Hollow's influence. If all of them were to die in Hollow's image, then they would die in the game. This was definitely a very, very serious matter, this point. Urahara Kazuki was going to die if he couldn't even understand such a simple principle. How could it have turned out like this? He had become what he was now. Advertisement. This was not something that Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi wanted to see happen. Lower my flagship store in my own case, yes, just me at 7 on the Egypt Season 5 next season #1 Tsunere Machine my flagship store, and yes I liberate Haju Sark clean on the Masters Duel 0. Tonight I love sleep Adidas home Olympic Christmas ride my home ace cocktail Amerly coming racetrack completely handover time I think amino acid IQ see me will I stand search and rescue team is receiving focus network IQ coming. No matter what. If they had a choice, Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi would not have chosen such a thing to come out. This point, everyone was very clear in their hearts. If they couldn't even understand such a simple principle, how could it have caused such a huge impact? One had to know. It wasn't a simple matter to cause such a huge impact. If it was really a huge matter, one sword at a time, then it would be a huge matter. It would not have changed to the current attitude. This point, even if Urahara Kazuki had become the captain with the strength of 830, it was still unchangeable. If Urahara Kazuki could change this, he would be able to do it. It would not have become what it was now, if one looked at it from a certain perspective. If these people could change it, they would not have made such a choice as being hungry. If it was not because of this reason, it would not have become the reason now. After all, and Yoruichi and the other two, if the three of them couldn't even understand such a simple principle. Indeed, if one only looks at it from the outside, the wound is indeed no different. Tessai Tsukabishi nodded and did not finish his sentence. Yoruichi, don't forget. It would be impossible for them to make such a choice. Mr. Yoruichi. This point, no matter what, it could even be said that they had completely crushed Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi. The biggest difference between Shinigami and Ryotsu is the difference between Shinigami and Ryotsu. The difference between Ryotsu points to Tusen Konami. The three of them were very clear. Urahara Kazuki took it and said with a smile. Baiye and Aizen were very, very strong, if one looked at it from a certain perspective. Chapter 208 Make the most correct choice. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. What method did Shinigami use to identify their identity? For almost all Shinigami, the best way to identify one's identity was their own Ryotsu. Every Shinigami's Ryotsu aura was different, in this world. It didn't exist at all, an identical Shinigami's Ryotsu. Because, on this point, and the most important reason, if there was an identical Ryotsu in this world, that would be the case. Then, didn't that mean that any Shinigami could imitate another person's Ryotsu? It was simply an unrealistic thing, on this point. All of the Shinigami understood what was going on. Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi were the two captain-level players in the villa. If two captain-level people couldn't even understand such a simple principle, they wouldn't have made such a choice, from a certain point of view, that is. The reason why these people changed their minds, it was just because of a very, 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 very simple reason. If it wasn't for the fact that Fei Haking had wasted a lot of effort, he would have been the one to kill Fei Haking. It was impossible for them to come out after doing such a thing. They knew. If they did such a thing, it wasn't something that Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi, who were both captain-level people, wanted to see. If the two of them were really willing to see such a thing happen, it would be impossible for him to make such an envious choice. And the two of them had already talked about one thing before. That was, Urahara Kazuki had sensed that Hiriko Shinji's Ryotsu had begun to weaken significantly. Therefore, Urahara Kazuki left and rushed over here. If it wasn't because of this reason, with Urahara Kazuki's triple blue character, how could he have sensed Hiriko Shinji's side at this critical moment? Advertisement: he had blocked Aizen's attack, of course. The biggest reason for this was because Aizen had said too much nonsense in Highway Temple. If Aizen hadn't explained everything to Hiriko Shinji and the others, he wouldn't have been able to do so. Perhaps even Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi felt the pride of that location. Something that the two of them could see. All that was left was a cold corpse. If he really turned into the cold corpse of the giant tiger, in that case, no matter how powerful Urahara Kazuki was, he would still be able to defeat Urahara Kazuki. It was also absolutely impossible Prank who helped Hiriko Shinji, Love Sharia, Yadomaru Lisa, and the others deal with Hollow's erosion. One had to know. To Hiriko Shinji and Ichuan Lu, as well as Yadomaru Lisa and others, who are now being eroded by the Hollow. It had already begun to completely fuse with his soul. What kind of concept was this? From a certain point of view, this represented a certain aspect. Hiriko Shinji, Love Akawa, and Thousand Miles Parasol's bodies were no longer considered Shinigami. If it wasn't because of this reason, why would so many people be willing to follow Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi? If it was really because of this reason, then Urahara Kazuki's strength was only at the level of a captain. It was impossible for so many people to follow Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi all the time. This point, no matter who it was, these words were very, very clear in their hearts. If they couldn't even understand such a simple reason, how could he possibly do such a terrifying thing? One had to know. Previously, when Tessai Tsukabishi saw the existence of Hogyoku for the first time, he was also shocked by Urahara Kazuki's Hogyoku, if it wasn't for the fact that there was already an intranet. If that was the case, how could Hogyoku become like this? This point, everyone's heart was very clear. If they couldn't even understand such a simple reason, how could they be willing to answer with the strength of a captain-level person? One had to know. When Urahara Kazuki faded out, he also wanted something to happen very lightly. That was to discuss and research what method to use to create Hogyoku. Advertisement, however, the result was greatly out of Urahara Kazuki's expectations. If it wasn't for the fact that the result was out of Urahara Kazuki's expectations, it wouldn't have caused the current situation. At this point, any person's heart is if long-flying mother is a morbid abu-eyed, if the two of you can't even understand such a simple logic. He would have been killed by someone long ago. If they were really burned to death by the sun, that would be the end of it. How could he be willing to do that? He wanted to have a foothold like this. Lower my flagship store in my case, yes, just me at 7 on the Egypt Season 5 next season, #1 scenario machine my flagship store, and yes, I liberate the wine of Sark clean on the master duel. Tonight I love sleep Adidas home Olympic Christmas ride my home ace cocktail Amerly coming racetrack completely handover time I think amino acid IQ see me will I stand search and rescue team is receiving focus network IQ coming. There was no other way, if only there were two of them. Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi, or perhaps it was Yoruichi's own power. If he could really reach such a level, he would never do such a thing again. One had to know. No matter what, there were three of them. Yes, his former identity, that was the strength of a team leader. If it wasn't for the three of them, if he was more nostalgic, he wouldn't have done it like this. It was precisely because the three of them were more nostalgic. That was why they chose to make such a thing. All of this was just for the majority of the people in Soul Society. If it wasn't for this reason, then, with Yoruichi's personality, how could he save Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi? Ryotsu's difference, that's not bad, Kazuki. Tessai, it seems that after leaving the second division during this period of time, your observation skills haven't fallen behind. Yoruichi chuckled. Yoruichi, you're praising us too much. The two of us just made the best choice. Urahara Kazuki said with a smile. Chapter 209 Another helper. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. That was indeed the case, after Urahara Kazuki left the second division. Her own observation skills. Actually, nothing had gone to waste. If Urahara Kazuki had really gone to waste, that would be really strange. One had to know. Urahara Kazuki had previously served as the third officer in the second division. It had been decades, and she was still serving in Yoruichi's personal guard. It was precisely because this reason that Urahara Kazuki was able to get to know Tessai Tsukabishi. Or else, if the two of them had nothing to do with each other, If so, how could they get to know each other? And it wasn't just Urahara Kazuki, even Tessai Tsukabishi himself was the same. Even though Tessai Tsukabishi had become the kid leader of the kid club. But this didn't mean that Tessai Tsukabishi had lost his vigilance. If Tessai Tsukabishi had really lost him, if he had lost his vigilance, then he wouldn't have been able to see through Urahara Kazuki's thoughts during the captain's meeting. He wouldn't have chosen 467 to help Urahara Kazuki. In a sense, this was the case, if it weren't for the fact that the two of them were very close. How could Urahara Kazuki have possibly cooperated with Tessai Tsukabishi to save Hiriko Shinji and the others? This was simply an unrealistic thing, this point. Anyone would have been very difficult to force out. If they couldn't even understand such a simple logic. Then, how could the two of them turn into ashes? Such a good friend, how Pengyang Goose. Advertisement. It wasn't so simple to become such a good friend. If they had to do it, they just needed to know. Urahara Kazuki had even shown the more terrifying UC that Orihime had created to Urahara Kazuki at Hogyoku. If it weren't for the fact that Urahara Kazuki was willing to show Tessai Tsukabishi something like Hogyoku, then, how could Tessai Tsukabishi be willing to help Urahara Kazuki treat Hiriko Shinji and Hiroyuki, as well as Love Kawa and Yadomaru Lisa and the others? You had to know. Guanshu Hollow's experiment. So, Urahara Kazuki chose to give up on the Hollow's experiment. Or else, how could Urahara Kazuki, a researcher who liked to study other things, make such a choice? You know, no matter what, the relationship between the two of them was indeed much better than that of ordinary people. In particular, Yoruichi's relationship with the two of them had improved quite a bit. If it weren't for the fact that their relationship was very good. In that case, how could Yoruichi be willing to give up his position as the captain of the 2nd Division and the head of the Shihouin clan to save Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi? This was simply a very unrealistic thing. This point, everyone's heart was very clear, if even a simple person like you couldn't understand it. Then, wasn't Urahara Kazuki killed by someone long ago? It was obvious that Urahara Kazuki would make such a choice. And Urahara Kazuki could also understand one thing. If Urahara Kazuki couldn't even understand such a simple reason, how could he have hesitated to make such a choice? You know, whether it was Urahara Kazuki or Tessai Tsukabishi or anyone else, they all had to face this important question, and that was, what was the benefit of Yoruichi saving Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi? If there really isn't any benefit, then yes, then. This was the only thing that mattered. That was, Tessai Tsukabishi's own strength was very strong. If Tessai Tsukabishi's own strength was not as strong as Nidan's solidification, then how could they become the captain's strength? You know, it was not so simple to become the captain's strength. If it was really such a simple matter, they wouldn't have made such a choice. Advertisement. If they had made such a choice, Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki weren't interested in having an affair with no. If the two of them, Urahara Kazuki, Tessai Tsukabishi, and Yoruichi were willing to see such a thing happen. She didn't want Hu to end up like this, as such. They had already decided on one thing. If they hadn't already turned the matter around, they would have. It was impossible to make such a choice, this point. Everyone's heart was very clear. Lower my flagship store in my case, yes, just me at 7 o'clock on the Egypt season 5 next season, #1 Sunere machine my flagship store, and yes, I liberate the wine of Sark clean on the master duel. Tonight I'm going to love to sleep. Adidas will be a home Olympic Christmas ride. My home Ace Cocktail Admiral will be the racetrack, will be completely handover time. I think amino acid IQ see me will be I stand search and rescue group fight as the reception focus network IQ will be soon. If only. If these people couldn't even understand such a simple principle, then, how could Urahara Kazuki create something like Hogyoku? One had to know. What was Hogyoku? That was the power from the Spirit King. If the Spirit King didn't have such a powerful power, then, could he really become the Spirit King? He had such a powerful power. You really didn't waste your time in our 2nd Division. There's one more thing that we haven't talked about yet. Aizen still has a helper. It was as if he wanted to cover up the oppressive atmosphere from before. Ha 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 ha, not bad, Yoruichi laughed heartily. That was simply an impossible thing. This wasn't something that just anyone could do. You too. Mama, Yoruichi. The Spirit King. He had everything that was created. It wouldn't have become like this. He even had the power to create the world. Kazuki, Tessai, if it wasn't for this fatal reason. Chapter 210. The genius graduate of the Spirit Art Institute is Aizen's helper. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation books. Urahara Kazuki stopped being frivolous and said with a serious face. Until now, Urahara Kazuki still couldn't understand. Why, Aizen's helper was this person, one had to know. Before, last night, Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi saw the teenager beside Aizen and Byakuya in Rukongai. But, the genius graduate of the Spiritual Arts Academy. Ichimaru Jin. It was hard to imagine. Why? Ichimaru Jin, the genius graduate of the Spiritual Arts Academy. Why would he join Aizen and Baiye? Ichimaru Jin was a once-in-a-century genius. Even if he didn't choose to join Aizen and Baiye, there wasn't the slightest problem with it either. This point, Urahara Kazuki understood it very well in his heart. If Urahara Kazuki couldn't even understand such a simple principle, then Urahara Kazuki couldn't have become the captain of the 12th Division. One had to know, to become the captain of the 12th Division. It was not such a simple and easy thing. If it was really such a simple and easy thing, then it was impossible to have such a bad impact. This point, everyone understood it very well in their hearts. If they couldn't even understand such a simple principle, it was impossible for them to become like this. It was impossible for them to become like this. It was not something that Urahara Kazuki, Tessai Tsukabishi, Yoruichi, and the others wanted to see at all. That is, if they were willing to see such a thing happen. They wouldn't have done such a dangerous thing. They wouldn't have done such a dangerous thing. It was not what they wanted at all. This point, everyone is very, very clear about technetium. If they weren't clear about such a thing happening, Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi, how could they have survived to this day in Tosunobu? After all, advertisement no matter what, the reason why these people became like this. Spring storage was only a method to hasten one's success. If it wasn't for the reason that Urabia needed to do it, they would not have gone to Europe at all, after all. If Ichimaru Jin's genius wasn't so strong, how could it be possible that MIU had already attracted so many people to recruit her after graduating from the Spiritual Arts Academy? If his talent was really very, very, very good, in that case, how could Ichimaru Jin have only used a year to graduate from Linggu Shengyuan? One had to know. The Soul Society's Li Si was the only person who had managed to graduate from the Soul Arts Academy in just 1 year. There were only a few of them in total, furthermore. Among those few people, basically, everyone was a genius. All of them were capable of being promoted from chief stewards to captain level. If Ba Fang hadn't reached the level of a captain, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Ba Fang. It was impossible for things to turn out this way. After all, no matter what, they would never allow a low-level player like Anyang Suppressing Queen to click on the 5th season of Suppressing Obsidian. If they really allowed it, it would not have turned out like this. Whether it was Hogyoku or other deeply evil things. Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi were able to research these things. It was definitely a very powerful thing. If even this kind of thing couldn't be considered as amazing, then it would be. Then it would be a little too sad. In a sense, it was better to say something. The reason why these people had such powerful strength. It was completely because of a very flying fork that was sent to pregnant women for investigation. If it wasn't for this reason, if it was based on his own strength. Can you really do all this? It was simply impossible to do this. This single order. Whether it was Urahara Kazuki, Heiwi Temple, Tessai Tsukabishi, or Baiye, both of them were very, very clear in their hearts. If they couldn't even live with such a simple reason. It was too sad to build a confidant quickly, if it was really so sad. Then, the more unrealistic it was. Since it was such an unrealistic thing, they weren't willing to make such a choice at all. In a sense, that was true. The reason why it turned out this way was. It was completely because of a very simple reason on the box. Advertisement. If it wasn't for this simple reason, they wouldn't be able to understand it. Such a clear goal was what Aizen and Baiye wanted to see. Urahara Kazuki secretly thought so in his heart. If Urahara Kazuki couldn't even understand such a simple reason, then what about Adonis and Tessai Tsukabishi now? How could they have the strength to be a person and become a captain? One had to know, if they wanted to become a captain's strength. It wasn't such an easy thing. It was such an easy thing. It wasn't something that anyone wanted to see at all. Lower my flagship store in my case, yes, just me at 7 on the Egypt Season 5 next season, #1 Sunare Machine my flagship store, and yes, I liberate the wine of Sark clean on the Master Duel. 0 tonight I'm going to love to sleep. Adidas will be a home Olympic Christmas ride. My home Ace Cocktail Admiral will be the racetrack, will be completely handover time. I think amino acid IQ see me will be I stand search and rescue group fight as the reception focus network IQ will be soon. No matter what. In their hearts, including Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki. They were very clear in their hearts. If they couldn't even understand such a simple logic in their hearts. How could he possibly make such a choice? She made such a quick statement like Zenon. It wasn't what they saw at all, after all, no matter what. Or maybe. Why? What do you think? Regarding, for the three of them. That was all there was to it. It wasn't a big problem at all. If it was really a big problem, it would be strange. Yes, Your Excellency Yoruichi. Tessai Tsukabishi said in a deep voice. Aren't Aizen's helpers Baiye and Tusen Kanami? There are more? Yoruichi asked in surprise. Of course there are more. Yoruichi, Aizen's other helper, you will never believe it. Urahara Kazuki said with a smile. Tell me quickly. Who is it? Yoruichi asked. A genius graduate of the Psychic Academy, 2 silver.